Chapter 841. In the Valley of Jiuzhou. I have gone through countless hardships and accumulated thousands of years of planning to become an eternal society. I have only continuously sent batches of low-level miners to the fairyland, and few of them have made it. The young man in white put down the brush in his hand, put the picture frame on the shelf, and sighed slightly. It is really difficult for me, a mortal, to ascend. What is the point of ascending to be a miner? The surrounding worlds are all controlled by him. The greater significance of these miners to him is not in combat. Because these are the lowest group of immortals, they became much weaker after entering the world of Jiuzhou and being suppressed by the ancestral tombs. In addition, they are arrogant and do not think that mortals can kill immortals, which gave him the opportunity to sneak attack the year. He used countless painted figures in the history books of the years to forcibly surround and kill an immortal. After that, it was a snowball, luring them one by one, ambushing and killing them one by one, and then slowly controlling the immortals in the surrounding world. But that was prehistoric, so it was so difficult to kill. The current era has exploded greatly. People like Xian Shichen and Jiu Tu Long Di can fight against an immortal suppressed by the ancestral tomb. It is not surprising for a mortal to kill the weakest immortals. What kind of real immortal is a disaster? They are all miners. Killing a miner with no potential is nothing to be proud of. Therefore, these immortals are of no great use to him, and they are suppressed too much in Jiuzhou, and can't help him in Jiuzhou. He uses these immortals mainly to understand the real-time information of the immortal world, and shield the surrounding world, so that they form a moat to isolate the immortals traveling from the outside world, and prevent the information of Jiuzhou from being transmitted. If Jiuzhou is exposed to certain existences, it will definitely attract attention. But why did that guy come back? The painter pondered in his heart. At that time, he sent the group of people to the next world, which was his calculation. The magical power of luck is extremely precious. It would be a waste to kill them. So he threw them to the next world to develop, promote the system, study the skills and magical powers. Facts have proved that the results are amazing. The emergence of the Night Emperor and the Taoist system made him admire it. It was considered to complete his deduction of the world, and the last puzzle before becoming an immortal. But no matter how strong the Night Emperor is, even if he becomes an immortal, he will not be out of his palm. It can even be said that he has always been thinking 10 steps ahead, and he has already prepared the future for the Night Emperor. When the Night Emperor becomes an immortal, his painter Mu Qianxuan will lead him to the fairyland, which is another foreshadowing of his own. Continue to develop, continue to grow, and bring more surprises to yourself. Continue to shine for yourself, lay all kinds of foreshadowing in the fairy world, and develop power. Over the years, he has not developed in Jiuzhou, and even rarely appeared in history. He has focused his mind on the outside world. He has huge ambitions. So he suppressed this Jiuzhou world, allowing them to improve the basic system, enrich the foundation, open up major cycles, and the system of the 7 apertures and delicate heart, which can accommodate 7 color spiritual roots. Before I become an immortal, I will not allow the strong in Jiuzhou to become an immortal. So, for more than 10 million years, the top of Jiuzhou's human history has been me. Anyone who tried to become an immortal was secretly calculated or suppressed by him. I am about to take the last step. The strongest foundation of the 3 disasters and 7 difficulties. After becoming an immortal, it is the trapped dragon ascending to heaven. Those terrible beings in the fairy world will be a little afraid of me, but he came back at the most critical moment. He pondered. With his wisdom and thoughts, he could not guess the other party's intention to come back. What temptation does this Jiuzhou have for him as an immortal? No matter how much immortal fate he has accumulated here, it will be useless after he becomes an immortal. The painter could never think of it. This Night Emperor came back to return home in glory, to visit his relatives, to Jujin Villa, to brag with a group of sand sculpture players in the villa square, to show off with his wife, and to have a bonfire party together. What he missed was the blacksmith party where he talked about everything, and everyone gathered around the bonfire at night, and ate dirt happily. Eating dirt with his buttocks sticking out, eating on his stomach, eating with flowers, and laughing with the sand sculptures, that was the purest and most beautiful memory of his thousands of years of growth. By the way, he beat the disaster-inducing and Xingxican in Jiuzhou to fulfill his wish for many years. It's a bit difficult. The painter sighed softly. He didn't want to kill Yi, as talent is hard to come by. He had regretted killing the leader of the 4 great beasts, the Bronze Emperor, when he was surrounded and offered. When the immortals from the outside world descended, he got information from the outside world and felt how extraordinary and rare the magical power of luck was. He wanted to study the magical power of luck left by the other party after his death, but he couldn't figure it out. So he created Bai Xingling, the hybrid descendant of the Bronze Emperor, and wanted Bai Xingling to study the power of luck. What a pity. Hundreds of Bai Xinglings have fallen, and each of them has great luck and has many opportunities, but the achievement of the golden luck magic is still not good. Now that Yi Di has appeared, he can create such a powerful Taoist system, which makes him extremely happy. He cherishes talents, so he tried every means to guide and lay out, and lead him to the fairyland. He even wanted to pave the way for him, and invest. When he was a guide stone in the fairyland, he used the growth and fame of this Night Emperor to test how deep the water in the fairyland was. He had not ascended because he almost died after ambushing an immortal that year, and he had a serious fear of insufficient firepower. A mortal living in the lower world has repeatedly tested the fairyland. Ascending, wouldn't it be at the mercy of others? Without more than 98% confidence, what is the difference between ensuring your own safety after ascending and sending yourself to death? The Night Emperor is back. Let me think about what to do about this, and try not to kill people. He whispered softly. The painted people are ultimately lacking in spirituality. They are okay in fighting, but their research talents and growth potential are far from enough. The East China Sea, the place where the seal is sleeping. After more than a month of seclusion, the outside world was in turmoil. Even the Night Emperor became an immortal, and was ready to return. Ning Zheng slowly opened his eyes. The foundation is stable, and the circulation of the seven-color spiritual root is completely integrated into the body. However, the pseudo-human three-flower brain flower that Xian has been offering these days is almost exhausted, and I will soon lose control of Xian. To continue to control Xian, Ning Zheng must transport resources from outside and continue to reproduce a large number of pseudo-human three flowers through his own human god flower spiritual root as brain cells for Xian. But this costs too much, and it is easy to be discovered if the action is too big. He was a little entangled, whether to continue to spend resources to control Xian. He thought about it carefully. Forget it, I don't need to control Xian, I can give Xian a freedom. He no longer wanted to compete with him for Xian. Although this immortal fate was huge, it was not Ning Zheng's cup of tea. During this period of retreat, he had relied on a little bit of luck and his amazing research ability to study the principle of Xian. He felt that after going through the 3 disasters and 7 calamities in the future, he could try to become an immortal by his own strength. Let's take a step back. If he really couldn't become an immortal by his own strength at that time, it's not like he couldn't replenish this Xian after someone became an immortal. He had already learned the method of replenishing artificial immortal fate from the neighbor, and at most, he could replenish Xian's immortal fate and then become an immortal. He sighed and stood up. I have been in retreat here for more than a month. It's time to leave. As soon as the voice fell, the person had disappeared, and there was no trace of Ning Zheng in Xian's brain. Xian, he should never come again in the future. They fought for theirs. In Zhujian Villa, Ning Zheng returned home, looked at the room he hadn't seen for a long time, and exhaled a foul breath. I should break through the 3rd disaster. Yes, the 3rd disaster. In the past month, Ning Zheng went through the 2nd disaster, the soul disaster, in Xian's mind more than 10 days ago. At that time, his soul was withered, his 3 souls were foul, his 7 spirits were rotten, his 3 flowers were shrunken, and his Dharma image was rotten. His soul was like a weak candle that was about to disappear. Fortunately, tribulation helped him absorb the tribulation chi, and he barely survived. Now more than 10 days have passed, and after stabilizing his realm, the 3rd life disaster can begin. Chapter 842. The 3rd disaster, the disaster of life. It is the most terrible disaster of flesh, soul, and life. The fate of a person is ethereal and illusory, and it is even involved in the cause and effect of the dark. It is extremely dangerous to survive this disaster of fate. Especially for some people who owe money, collect debts, and are involved in cause and effect. If they do not sort out the debts in this regard in advance and kill people to eliminate the disaster, they will die. The most important core of the disaster of life is not to be involved in cause and effect, and to survive alone. The Night Emperor and others next door survived the 3rd disaster of life, and it was also thanks to the previous wave of super large accounts. The world was cleaned up, and they prepared for a long time before they successfully broke through. Ning Zheng's preparation time, only a dozen days. The next second, he forcibly broke through the 3rd disaster. Ning Zheng's luck withered, his life returned to 0, and the 3rd luck line in his heart shrank rapidly. He was actually alive. No effect? Ning Zheng opened his eyes, showing a strange look, feeling the changes in his body, and seemed to understand. That's right, my life was originally 0. What does it have to do with me? A moment later. This disaster has passed, and he doesn't even feel anything. This feeling is so good that he thinks he can break through another realm to cheer him up. It comes as soon as he says it. The 3 disasters have passed, and the first of the 7 difficulties is the difficulty of Yuan Yang. Everyone has Yang Qi in their body, and practicing Yang attribute magical powers is to transform and evolve this aspect of power. It is also extremely difficult to survive this difficulty. After all, the 3 disasters and 7 difficulties become more and more difficult as time goes by. His Yang Qi is exhausted and withered, and his face becomes feminine in an instant, his Yuan Yang fades, his Adam's apple disappears, and his muscles lose their lines. Under the situation of yin and yang, his chest bulged high, his long hair draped over his shoulders, and he became a beauty. This catastrophe was so terrifying and strange, it was a conceptual loss of Yuan Yang. If he couldn't get through it, he would lose his Yuan Yang and be unable to regenerate, and his whole body would be filled with thick yin qi, and he would probably completely turn into a woman. 3 days later, Ning Zheng finally opened his eyes. It's done. 3 disasters and 1 tribulation. 4 of the 10 great terrors have been overcome. In this way, Ning Zheng has returned to the level of normal development, 1 realm every 10 days or so. He felt his body, and looked at his luck value after more than a month. Current total luck value, 789.6 billion, an average of 12 to 13 billion is obtained every day, of which 10.1 billion is used for daily consumption. Now more than a month has passed. He also earned more than 80 billion. In theory, only 800 billion is enough for Ning Zheng to expand the server and extend it to the next door Tianming world. No longer worried about the bad signal of the sword forging Villa server. Even this extended range is not only the neighboring Destiny world, but also the more distant Fairyland. Sure enough, an ordinary science and technology world server, which has been smelting various magic weapons and transforming again and again, has completely lost its original appearance. The fake gambling table is too strong. As long as the luck is enough, a stone on the roadside can be transformed into a terrible artifact. But you must not rush to add points and evolve the server. Ning Zheng pondered. It feels like 1 trillion, and then add these 800 billion to be safe. He thought for a moment, then stood up and walked around, ready to go around the villa, but before he walked a few laps, he saw a roar in the sky. The sky suddenly split open. A majestic and powerful being descended from the sky, with a majestic and vast aura, as if some unprecedented great life had descended. Like a timid rabbit encountering a tiger in the forest, like a high-level race that was crushed in the food chain, it shocked the ant nest of Jojo. Ha ha ha, I, the Night Emperor, am finally back. The entire Jojo world was immediately in uproar. This aura was never seen in the Hua realm. Could it be a immortal? With a crash. Who is it? In the EC Valley, in the history book of the years, a figure soared into the sky, and the second Night Emperor suddenly floated into the air. The 2 Night Emperors looked at each other from a distance, and both of them showed a bewildered look. The fake Night Emperor was confused, wondering, who can imitate me so well? The real Night Emperor was confused. How come there is another me in Jojo? Those damn blacksmiths write letters every day, but they are so wicked that they deliberately hide the things of Jojo from me. After thinking for a few times, he realized that it was the painter who played dirty and secretly painted him. The major forces were also confused and secretly watched. The scene was extremely awkward for a while, stagnant, and turned into a large-scale identification scene. Why are there 2? Is this fake Night Emperor the Ember left after death? Just when everyone was confused, the inflated Night Emperor laughed wildly, and the laughter spread throughout the world of Jojo. Okay. You are a painter, hiding behind the scenes today. I will expose your truth. Tell the world about your evil deeds. The Night Emperor was also very stubborn, and he showed his cards directly when he came up. After all, you actually cheated on me secretly. If I let Yi Tianai out, wouldn't it be a farce of 2 men fighting for a wife? Let the blacksmiths in the dark laugh at me. Those blacksmiths, that painter, are all malicious, trying to make fun of me with that real and fake Sun Wukong. Yi Guangxiu didn't release his wife Yi Tianai, and directly called for a fight with the painter. What can a mere mortal do? He only painted a picture of himself when he was a mortal. Now that he has become an immortal, how can a mere mortal paint an immortal in the sky? What kind of fake are you? The fake Yi Emperor was about to speak. Get out of here! Yi Emperor raised his hand, and the terrifying air waves suddenly spread, knocking the other self away, sneering, It's just my fake, not as good as mine. I know all your moves. How can you be my opponent? With the raging wind, Yi Emperor stepped into the East China Sea, entered the fake history book, and made a big fuss in all directions. Boom boom boom. He kept making moves, turning the history books upside down. Bold. The next moment, the Bronze Emperor also made a move, and joined forces with the Night Emperor next door, switching between various clones to fight this immortal from outer space. The fake Night Emperor's eyes turned, and he, who was good at conspiracy, had a plan, and couldn't help shouting, "Everyone in Jojo, don't watch the show. This immortal from outer space attacked our world." I fell down. "Do you think you will be better?" The voice resounded throughout Jojo. The Goy royal family, who represented the disaster, and even the leaders of the mythical beasts of the Four Seas races, all changed their faces drastically. "It's really an immortal. What should we do?" Boom, boom, boom. The entire East China Sea was shaken. The entire fake history book of time was shaken by terrible aftershocks. The sky of the East China Sea world seemed to have turned dark. Kill! At this time, Yi Guangxiu's divine power was like a prison, and the strong pressure made people feel terrified. This is an immortal who has not been suppressed by the world. In the local battle, he can burst out his due strength 100%. In the neighboring world of destiny, Yi Di was submissive, and was bullied by Zhang Wudi and others, and was rebelled by his subordinates. In essence, he was suppressed in a foreign land, his combat power was less than 30%, and the traditional power such as Dharma image and soul power could not be used, and was sucked away by the metal tomb. Otherwise, how could he be afraid of a group of guys with heavenly spiritual roots with the energy level of his yin-yang immortal spiritual roots? But when he returned here, he was like a fish in water. Even those alien immortals who sneaked into travel, and were attacked in history were far inferior to Yi Di at this time. At this time, Yi Di's combat power can be said to be the strongest immortal ever encountered in the history of Jojo. Kill! The cuckolded Night Emperor roared angrily, "Come out! How dare you create another me!" Bang! The fake Night Emperor flew backwards. The Bronze Emperor was no match for this immortal. The next moment, the entire history book suddenly exploded, countless tombs were released, and ancient heroic emperors walked out. They were expressionless, gloomy, and slowly looked at the sky. In the Bone Demon King City. Are those all the heroic emperors in history? Have all the ancient emperors walked out? All the history gathered over tens of millions of years has condensed here, condensed today. The final cycle of history has arrived, and the great destruction of the sacrifice era has arrived. But why is it so fast? Seeing the horrific upheaval, no one was prepared. The emperors standing tall in the sky were like heavy mountains in history. As the scroll of human civilization history was opened, the history book of time, they weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Are we facing all our past glories, and fighting against them? No, it's that immortal who is fighting against him. Suddenly no one spoke anymore, and the whole Bone Demon King city was dull. Shirome Academy. A huge eye of appraisal appeared above the huge square. This huge translucent eyeball clearly reflected the terrible scene in the East China Sea. Is that history? How come all the ancient imperial tombs in the history book of time were released? That's a human god, how is it possible? How can a human god still be in the tomb? Wait, is that the 37 masked emperors? That's the mother of no birth, and the Changsheng emperors of all generations, are they babies? In the era of rule? The real human god has been killed, but this is a copy of the history book of time. Whether it was the mother of no life or other figures in history, they were all still here, with their replicas left. This was a complete history book. Even immediately afterwards, the expressionless Xian Shichen and Emperor Jiuzui walked out of the history book, looking at the immortals in the sky from afar. How is it possible? This scene directly exploded the whole world. Countless people looked confused, holding their breath, quietly observing this terrifying final battle, all the mythical heroes in history. Chapter 843. Capital. It came too soon. In this way, the sacrificial period will be completely advanced with this unknown Night Emperor. Xian Shichen felt indescribably heavy in his heart, and whispered, "He is so bold that he directly forced that person out." The entire history book in his hand. All the heroes in history are about to appear. They seem to have noticed the existence of the painter. But they only knew the tip of the iceberg. They guessed that he painted the heroes in history, but they didn't guess that he was so terrible. He had already started to paint immortals, and had a group of immortals under his command. Many layouts have not been completely completed, but the immortal soldiers of all parties have also been cast, and it's almost done. In the world, both sides are ready, and then the decisive battle. This is not a storybook novel. In reality, the battle is unpredictable, and the decisive battle may come at any time. I hope we can win. Jiuzui looked at the sky from afar, expressionless. Ning Zheng looked up at the sky, a smile slowly emerged on his face. Yi Di is so arrogant, here you come, just in time. It's your turn to come on stage. I take pictures and paint for you next to you. No one knows the real background of the painter. He can paint immortals, and even has a group of immortals. Ningzheng didn't know. It was just right to UGD to explore this mysterious guy. Ningzheng also put on a white coat in a proper manner, picked up a paintbrush, made a picture frame, and dipped it in ink. I took action twice before, and you painted me in the dark twice, which was fun to watch. Today it's your turn to fight. I paint you. And by the way, I can also record the plot animation that will be launched soon. He was in a posture of watching a show, with a smile on his face. I contacted the AI assistant Xiao AI of the villa, in the name of the official, start the live recording, and broadcast this battle on the forum. After the live broadcast, we will start the public beta and let people in. Xiao Ai was still a little dazed. Ningzheng was speechless. Speaking of which, I haven't paid attention to this Xiao AI for a long time, and it seems that it is not a good idea to keep it so dazed. It's time to upgrade it. Speaking of my own server, it has been a long time since I merged various artifacts and immortal artifacts. I will update the server while I am in a good mood today. Xiao AI update. Merge the immortal artifacts of the sword forging villa. 9 chapters, Eye of Appraisal, and mutate and evolve, 3 billion. Ningzheng frowned. The limit of my timeline is only 3 billion. However, the big update of the server also includes the Eye of Appraisal, and the 9 chapters of the Villa Spirit. It doesn't seem to be too much. He thought about it, and decisively added some points. Minus 3 billion. Boom! The server Xiao AI, and the 9 chapters of the villa merged together. Everyone in Zhujian Villa felt a huge tremor. The direction of the tremor came from their core hub, their villa's immortal weapon Jiuzhong, the auxiliary blacksmith shop, and the supercomputing immortal weapon planted by the spiritual farmer. When they came to the core of Jiuzhong's immortal weapon, they found that nothing seemed to have happened. Strange? Strange? They were confused. But with the biologist Xian Xiao in charge of managing the Jiuzhong server, she tentatively fiddled with Jiuzhong and was stunned. Server background and interface popped up on Jiuzhong's glass display. Is this the background code of the game? Xian Shui was shocked. How did the background of my Zhujian Villa's game server end up here, in our blacksmith's village Ling Jiuzhong? Then, she clicked on the page, which contained a management of options. Blacksmith login race function. You can create and manage the blacksmith's login page, design the login interface, pinch the face, select gender, race, and birthplace. Fuck. Andy Xian and several blacksmiths nearby were shocked. They knew that the planner was a quiet person, but what function did he update without saying a word? We can design the game's login page, background music, background animation, and design the button style of the login page. As for race, you can put various eggs in the yin-yang creation furnace into the server and let players log in. Okay. Auntie Xian had a lot of ideas in an instant. This is a way to make money. We put a lot of synthesized eggs into the space of this server and sell them to the newly logged in blacksmiths, who use these eggs to log into the game. According to the different races of the eggs, we charge for races, and we can charge on the login page, allowing them to loan races. Auntie Xian thought of a lot of gameplay in an instant, which made it convenient for blacksmiths to log in and sell pet race eggs. The pet shop they built before, where players can buy species, can be eliminated. It's more convenient here. However, are we directly becoming workers of the game company? Designing games online? Aunt Xian looks strange. It doesn't pay wages, but makes us members of its game studio, helping it manage the game background and design various game functions. The planners just need to lie down, but we players have to be NPCs in the novice village, manage the game background as GMs, and update game functions. We have a lot to think about. Forum management of Sword Forging Villa. You can manage the game forum. Aunt Xian is very satisfied with this function. Although in the future, the Villa Committee will definitely manage the forum together. The next function. Player login number management. Seeing this function, Aunt Xian's eyes burst into light. Public beta. This gives us full authority to the public beta? Don't we open as many players as we want? There are now a fixed number of 1,000 blacksmiths in the internal beta test, and they were awarded 100 or 200 places before. What about now? It's free, and they can set the number of logins at will. They can post bulletin boards at any time, conduct public beta tests, and recruit new players. This is so cool. This game is really free. We can be NPCs, and we can also be game management, master the game backend permissions, and be responsible for operating Sword Forging Villa. Sure enough, all game functions are created by our own hands. But she soon found a row of words, which means that increasing the number of game players requires luck. For every 100 new players in the public beta, we have to pay 100 million luck points. This price? Well, it's too cheap. Andy Cian's eyes lit up. Now they get more than 100 million kickbacks from the world of Destiny every day, which means they can instantly open 100 players every day. The server console of Sword Casting Villa is so cool. Game announcement release. You can release game announcements. Game video live broadcast. You can live broadcast game scenes. She looked at the functions one by one, and knew that the planner had given them some authority. Andy Cian was immediately excited, and called Jiosai Rong and others to discuss this console. Ha ha ha. Public beta. Now is the time for public beta. Yes, a war broke out outside. After the war, someone will become an immortal. It is estimated that the sacrifice era will start, and the biological explosion will appear. It is just the node of the public beta. We will start live broadcasting this battle now, and then immediately start the public beta after the battle. They discussed it. Finally, Jiosai Rong, who was skilled in posting announcements, directly used the backstage to post a game announcement. Trailer, public beta starts. The content of the live broadcast was the battle between the Night Emperor outside and the Emperors in the history of Jiuzhou. Ningzheng looked at the blacksmith and smiled. 100 places, 100 million, it can be regarded as recycling luck. After all, it is useless to leave so much in their hands. His thoughts turned back, wearing white clothes, holding a paintbrush, and began to watch the show. Today, I am the painter, it is my turn to broadcast your battle live, and open a public beta by the way. Chapter 844. A history book of years? What tomb? This is just my painting. In a fake history book of years. The painter looked at the album, and ancient heroes walked out one by one, all kinds of familiar figures, and his thoughts seemed to travel through time and space, and return to the earliest years. The painter could not understand what kind of creature he was when he was born. He was a graffiti composed of countless thick and thin lines, just like a child scribbling with a pencil on the wall. He was a group of squirming line drawings, sitting quietly in the empty primitive world of Kyushu, and had seen the birth of many creatures. Watching them evolve and grow, there were green grass, woods, fish, and tribes. In his spare time, he liked to watch this land the most. Those small insects crawling around could attract him all day. He liked the wonderful world of hunting animals, hunting and growing, as if composing a brilliant hymn of civilization. Later, those insects grew and changed, and the animals opened their wisdom and formed tribes. Every time those strong tribe leaders came back from hunting, they pulled the prey back to the tribe, roared at the sky, and the tribesmen below cheered. He was deeply shocked by those scenes. His meaningless life was illuminated by this picture of natural selection, as if he understood the meaning of his life. Then, he became the leader of all tribes, enjoying offerings, solving their problems, and building houses. Primitive animals began to offer him inexplicably. He was a sloppy creature composed of lines, and was gradually called a fairy. At that time, all life was ordinary animals, without any magical powers, very simple, kind, and sincere. Cian was no longer lonely, and Cian had many cute and simple animal friends. But their lives are too short, and every separation is accompanied by despair and tears. Before they die of old age, their eyes are filled with a burning desire and unwillingness. Cian began to hate separation and death. Why does the world have death? I don't want them to die, and I don't want to live alone. A stronger loneliness lingered in his heart, and his friends around him died or left. Obviously, his surroundings were still so lively, and there were new animal friends, but as he sent off new friends again and again, a stronger sense of loneliness lingered all over his body. He watched the first generation of mighty and majestic tribal leaders fall, and the second generation also left, the fourth generation, the 10th generation. He didn't understand why he was immortal, but other lives would leave him. Gradually, Cian learned to paint. He found that he couldn't keep their figures, but the murals on the stone could keep their figures forever. Ordinary stone walls are more useful than this fairy. The laughter, tears, and regrets of their lives were like a scroll, painted on the stone wall again and again by Cian. Friends kept dying, and he kept painting. He lived completely in a valley full of murals, hoping to paint a pair of eyes that didn't shed tears, to keep the fleeting life, and to make all the beauty never fade away. The world has changed. His painting skills gradually acquired a mysterious charm. He gradually discovered that there is a structure in life that is the soul body. His painting skills became stronger and stronger, and he drew according to the outline of the other person's soul, every horizontal and every stroke, and finally drew every soul body, cell, flesh and blood of the other person. Until that day, his painting suddenly came alive. He drew the empty shell of the other's soul and stuffed it back into the other's body. His animal friends came back. Those corpses stood up. Eternal life began to appear in the world. Cien laughed heartily. I succeeded. I will leave the painting seeds and stuff them into your bodies. After you die, your bodies will automatically become eternal paintings. Eternal life, longevity, and immortality. Friends, we can be together forever. At that time, he was very kind and simple, just with a pure wish to be with his friends forever, laugh together, sing together, eat meat together in front of the campfire, and watch the small animals hunting below with a smile. Painting seeds began to spread in every life. After they die, there is a certain probability of resurrection. The Ember virus began to appear in this world for the first time. People were happy about the resurrected friends at first, because no creature wants to die. Until that day, they gradually discovered that they would become a kind of man-eating and bloodthirsty monsters after resurrection. War and despair began. Cien will never forget the beacon fire that shot up into the sky, the exploding earth, the broken windows, the wailing tribes, the bloody city-states, and the countless bloodthirsty monsters that spread across the earth. The final result was that all the living people in the world were eaten, and the world turned into embers. The whole world turned into a real painting, all of which were empty shells of souls drawn one by one. The obsession of surviving began to unify the soul painters, and the Ember virus turned into an evolutionary virus. The world's first biological explosion began. No one knows how desperate Cien was at that time. Facing the miserable world he created with his own hands, he chose to be killed and let all living beings kill him, but he was too strong. Countless resurrected Ember creatures, with magical powers, became extraordinary creatures and became powerful divine beasts. Hundreds of thousands surrounded him to kill him. Only then could they barely kill him. He was dismembered into an empty shell of soul and turbid soul. After his death, the turbid soul became a pseudo-human. His Ember body became the Ember of Cien and was sealed forever. But he was still too difficult to kill. The main consciousness turbid soul was still alive and gradually became a painter, awakening in a dead wilderness covered with black bloody mud. Why am I still alive? I should have died long ago. He walked out of the wilderness and found that after the evolution of all living things in the world, they all changed from ordinary beasts to divine beasts, and were born with various racial magical powers. He fell, and the ordinary beasts in this world also became extraordinary, but only the human race did not have magical powers. This race still grew old, got sick and died. Therefore, he enlightened the race that his mind had transformed into after his death, the pseudo-humans, and asked them to take over the bodies of humans. From a macro perspective, this is not wrong. After I die, I will no longer have a body, and I will have a lifespan. I will grow old, get sick, and die like them. I will continue to protect this era, and I will die quietly. He chose a mediocre life, married an ancestor of the divine beast, had a daughter, spent an extremely ordinary period of time with him, aged together, and died. But he, who once longed for death, when he really faced death, the feeling of the vitality gradually being drained from his body made him have a strong fear of death. Before he died, he actually began to fear death. Until he died with the fear of despair, he was rooted in a tomb by his wife and daughter. At this moment, the painter was born again. And this time, he, who was afraid of death, began a long struggle for survival. When he was young, he was full of fighting spirit. He kept painting for his friends and to keep their youth. Unknowingly, he has come to this day, corrupt, smelly, and good at calculating. More than 15 million years later, he has experienced vicissitudes. It turns out that I have been dead for a long time. The painter suddenly murmured and laughed. How ridiculous. Seeking death before death and seeking life after death. It's really ugly. There is no difference between me and those lives. It's not that I don't ascend. It's because I am a bound earth spirit and can't ascend at all. At this moment, a black three-flower bloomed from the top of his head. The kind Cien in his youth overlapped with his current figure, and the fiery emotions burned in his heart. Today I know who I am. The once kind and gentle Cien is finally back. After so many hardships, I finally walked back to this road and saw the world again. The black light became deeper and deeper, and people's eyes seemed to be swallowed by endless darkness. The voice was distant, as if it had descended from ancient history. I once tried to keep their faces, and I once wanted to draw faces that would always smile and not be sad, so that the world would no longer cry, and there would no longer be the helpless separation of life and death in the world. So, the eternal corpses appeared in the world, and the disaster of embers appeared, and they were still laughing. The cold voice was explaining, The essence of the embers, they who repeated their lives in the same place before, are just the portraits I appeal to for remembrance. He stretched out his hand, and the fake history book fell into his hand, and he said lightly, "The history book of years is just an eternal scroll I painted to try to preserve history." Then, come on. He picked up the paintbrush and began to paint on his body that had lived a second life, connecting the body and depicting the spiritual roots. The colorful spiritual roots were integrated into the body. An unprecedented aura covered the entire 9 provinces, as if announcing that the king of this world had returned. He took a step forward, standing upright above the heroic figures in all the history books of the years. We are all eternal paintings in history. Chapter 845. The world is shaking. The history books of the years turned into a vast painting that covered the sky, and one after another super ancient heroic emperors walked out. Figures like gods and demons emerged in the clouds. There was a tall and majestic giant, fat as a ball, holding a torn cloth bag, in which were painted all kinds of things in the world, called the dead bag. There was a chaotic giant emperor, with a tall and thin figure. At first glance, he was a scholar wearing a crown and a long gown, with a long beard. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that there was a great horror. His white beard turned out to be a slender and tender white baby's little hands wriggling. There was a skinny and short woman in black, with ancient characters on her body, doctor, with a solemn and dignified look between her eyebrows, as if she was the true king of the chaotic era. White arcs flashed in the sky, reflecting all their faces in the history of Kyushu. The whole world, at this moment, sounded an inexplicable tide at the same time, rising and falling. What is that? Everyone seemed to hear the rush of water. Looking more closely, the scroll had been stretched into a long scroll similar to the Qingming Shanghe. There were people surging in it. Villages and royal cities from different eras appeared, and there were faint sounds in it. Is that a historical scroll? Everyone, every resident of every continent, can hear this faint historical noise, as if there are children singing, as if the elderly are whispering, and there are women with open arms singing. They are all telling sad historical ballads. Go, my friends. The painter smiled and waved his brush. A pure black splash of ink dyed the sky black, and figures shot out rapidly, and all the combat power of the entire historical river was concentrated here. Among them, you could even see familiar faces such as Wishing Laomu. Your friend. Is it Josue? Xian Shichen showed a trace of contempt, pointed at one of the figures and said, "This Josue is the version of him becoming emperor during his lifetime. It has been so long, and I can't keep up with the latest progress. Josue is of course my friend." The painter smiled. "I once taught him to paint. I taught him the composition method of his golden wheat ears. He doesn't remember that we met by chance in the mountains. I was a woodcutter, and he was a poor scholar. He doesn't remember that we looked at each other in the frozen sea. I was the dragon in the sky, and he was a fisherman looking for ancient relics." The painter's expression showed a bit of sigh. "What about me?" Xian Shichen pointed at one of himself in the enemy camp. "Am I also your friend?" "We are good friends." The painter smiled faintly. "I don't remember, and you don't want to remember, let alone remember. I am more involved with you than you think. I once discussed with you the meaning of life, our decay and rebirth. We discussed the truth under the vast grassland, lit a bonfire, discussed the topic of knowing that I am me, and our plans and imaginations for the future." Xian Shichen sneered and did not answer. Obviously he didn't believe it. At his level, how could there be something he didn't remember? Especially the Emperor Shinhua, who was good at knowledge. He has always been cunning, and he also used his cunning heart to save people, thinking that the other party was just a move to disturb his state of mind. Even if what he said was true, it was not a problem he had to think about now. He now only needed to maintain a pure fighting heart. "Xiao Zai, you don't remember me. Feng Wangyi doesn't remember me either. This life is really boring." The painter's face was not sad, and his voice was flat without any emotion. "Well, let's stop here. Are you ready to bear the weight of the entire Jojo era next?" The painter stretched out his hand and pressed. "The strongest emperor of ancient and modern times. Let's start the duel." Boom! Countless strong men suddenly burst out. Instantly fought with Zhao Zai, Xian Shichen and others. Almost every one of them faced his own clone, and a bunch of ancient strong men. Even the foreign Knight Emperor was no exception, facing the fake Knight Emperor, the Bronze Emperor and others. This battle instantly came to the most tragic moment. Presented were the ancient heroic emperors in the history books of the years, all myths and legends in history, representing the peak of their era. Every one of them climbed to the top on countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, bringing eternal despair to the enemy. What's more, there are monsters of the 9 spikes level. The 9 kinds of spiritual roots are matched, and the oppression brought by the 9 founding generals he led, Sini King, Jiangwei King, and Bian King, can be called terrifying. But Xian Shichen and others are not vegetarians. Each of them has fairy spiritual roots, and is equipped with 7-color fairy weapons. Killing most of the ancient heroes of the old era version is very easy. Even the human gods, who almost destroyed the world in the past, are behind the current version, just like cutting melons and vegetables. The only tricky thing is another self. Boom boom boom. Every master is excited to kill, like a meat grinder, and blood fills the entire sky for a while. At this point, Ningzheng also completely saw the background of several people whose details were unclear before. Inviting disasters, indeed stole something from history. He stole the turbid air of the heroic emperors of all dynasties, fishing in the sky, hooking the turbid air one after another, gathering into a swallowing magic pot. This magic weapon is filthy and dirty, polluting people's souls, and is very vicious. In an instant, a large amount of historical turbid air was released, polluting those soul emperors, with a very strong lethality, killing one after another. And Feng Wangyi, her magical power is unlimited resurrection, rebirth from the ashes. It belongs to a pure meat shield type similar to the holy martial armor. And every resurrection will produce resistance to the corresponding attributes, and the means that killed her once cannot kill her a second time. Her rebirth from the ashes can actually bless other people. She dropped a phoenix feather, which can quickly resurrect a person who has just died, bathing the turbid air of the soul, and the soul body after death, in the fire of nirvana, and resurrecting and returning without damage. The auspicious fairy beast Phoenix King, who controls the life and death of nirvana, is worthy of being the female fairy emperor among the 4 divine beasts. Whether she becomes a fairy or not in the future, she will definitely have a place in the fairy world. She is simply a super Nani. The white tiger, the black tortoise, and the 9-headed dragon emperor also took their 7-colored magic weapons to kill people everywhere. With the cooperation of several people, they slaughtered ancient heroes, like killing chickens, and for a while, the sky was dark. Their combat power was so strong that even ordinary fairies would suffer under the cooperation of their supernatural powers. Even Ningzheng thought it was wonderful. Their 7-colored magic weapons increased their combat power by 7 or 8 times, which was very consistent with their fighting style. At this time, there was also a group of people in the forum watching this live battle. The server is about to be launched. The creation of the world, the battle of the gods. Rederive the 5 elements of yin and yang, and restart the era of the Big Bang of world life. We are the ancestral race. So cool! The colorful magic weapons made by the sword forging villa, plus the player's strongest baby knight emperor, are showing us 2 core gameplays, magic weapon iron making, and leaving it idle? The server is launched. The server is launched. This battle is over. I'm here. The dense posts and barrages are all swiping, extremely enthusiastic, as if attending a game conference. After all, this is indeed a plot animation performance of a game conference, isn't it? Ningzheng was happy and continued to take pictures. They fight their own battles. They are all free plot actors. Obviously, the 1,000 blacksmith NPCs of the sword forging villa have become free game company employees, responsible for operating this upcoming super masterpiece. After all, farming is a farming style, and operating the sword forging villa game is also a kind of farming development. Of course. In the sword casting villa, the old lady Sun Moon Su Yunyang was still supervising Ning Jiao's practice. She was stunned when she saw the battle in the sky. How can it be so fast? It took us more than a month to practice to the state of 1 mind and 3 orifices, with the blessing of huge luck and the ability to eat ghosts. Sun Moon Su Yunyang was immediately anxious. This Night Emperor suddenly came back to attend the funeral without telling them? Giving us a surprise, right? This sacrificial era was supposed to take some time to erupt. In the end, it was detonated by this guy. Then how can they appear on the stage? What about the trouble we agreed to make? They are the 7-colored dragon gods, plus the 7-colored sun and moon immortal soldiers, and they have been equipped with new 7-colored immortal clothes in the past few days. It's going to end before they appear? She was about to cry. Why have I prepared for so long? Ningzheng just took a few glances. This world focuses on reality. How can you wait until you are ready before starting a war? He turned his eyes back to the painter. It's useless. On the battlefield, the painter on the high ground watched them kill the densely packed historical emperors, and looked at a doctor standing next to him. It's your turn. Yes. The doctor nodded. She was an ordinary woman wearing a black robe, with the word doctor written on her clothes. She was ruthless, and was the pioneer of the chaotic era. one of the most amazing talents of an era. Shirong Villa opened up the second era in history where non-combat professionals reached the top. So this doctor opened up the first non-combat profession to reach the top. She suppressed the world's combat monks with a profound scholar who was not good at fighting. What kind of talent and style is this? In the next moment, the doctor suddenly pressed his hand. Life and death, I can also heal. The bunch of earthbound spirit emperors who were beaten to death quickly reborn. Just like growing wild grass, they quickly sprouted and turned into a soul body to grow out of the picture album again. This is the doctor's magical power, which accelerates the resurrection speed of the earthbound spirit. According to common sense, the stronger the earthbound spirit, the slower the resurrection speed. But in the hands of the doctor, as long as the energy is enough, it can be resurrected without gaps. After fighting for so long, the killing record is reset to 0. Xian Shichen frowned slightly, looking at the ancient emperors, who worked hard to kill a large number of people and resurrected. Some of the ancient magical powers are amazing now. It's not amazing, it's that now, this thing has changed the times. You human sects and forces like Ancestral Tomb so much, now you have the magical power of Ancestral Tomb resurrection, aren't you ecstatic? The nine-headed dragon emperor snorted coldly, fighting side by side with Xian Shichen, the cunning human emperor, and couldn't help but quarrel with him. It's a problem of the fault of the times. Feng Wangyi also showed a heavy look. This ancient magical power is indeed changing the times in the present. So, are we ready to deal with this guy? If we keep resurrecting, we can't win at all. It was only today that they knew that there was an ancient mastermind behind the scenes, who controlled the history books of time. But they had to join forces to kill him. White Tiger Emperor, if I'm not wrong, each resurrection requires huge energy, and these earth-binding spirits will have no energy after killing a few more times. Impossible. Are you underestimating the other party too much? Feng Wangyi said, he must have a matching energy-absorbing magical power, which continuously absorbs the power of heaven and earth to supply that doctor as resurrection energy. White Tiger Emperor frowned immediately. Then, there is no solution. How can we win if we keep resurrecting? What's more troublesome is that the painter is painting us now. Zhao Zai said a terrible fact and pointed at the painter in the distance. They had hidden many cards before, and did not reveal their true fighting power. The painter could not draw them completely. But now they are fighting with all their strength. If we draw them according to the flow of energy in their bodies, it is estimated that in the near future, several of them in their current peak period will appear. Then, how can we fight? No matter how we calculate it, it seems that we will lose, and lose without suspense, and lose miserably. Chapter 846. Xian Shichen smiled. The bad luck is not just that, haven't you noticed? The more than 30 masked emperors are copying the whooshing old mother next door, treating themselves as the mother, and then treating other historical emperors as babies. It won't be long before those scattered emperors, each of them is a parent with 9 babies going out to fight. The mother-infant conjoined formation is so scary at first glance. Not only that, the emperors of the Chaos Body era are also forming a Chaos Body fusion formation under the mysterious Black-Robe Doctor, and a bunch of Chaos Body emperors are gathered together. They are combined with each other in each era, and their combat power has changed qualitatively. How can we fight? One after another, desperate blows kept appearing, making everyone's heart sink uncontrollably. The only main reason why they can hold on now is that the Immortal Knight Emperor, who descended from another world, is still in their camp. Obviously, immortals are not so easy to draw. They can even think that painters can't draw immortals at all. Therefore, the fake Knight Emperor's data was not updated. This powerful Immortal Knight Emperor, who fought against a group of people in the Hua realm, took the main position. However, at this time, Knight Emperor felt bitter. I just broke through to the Immortal, and the realm has not been opened. If I had known that the opponent still had this level, I would have practiced cautiously before coming. The Immortal who just broke through is still in the period of rapid explosion of combat power. If his current combat power is compared to 100 million, then he can quickly reach 150 million, 200 million, and 300 million by practicing casually. However, he was just talking. He deliberately came back to visit his relatives in advance, and also to find out the background of this person. After all, the owner of the manor helped him, so what was he afraid of, at this time? Facing such a desperate enemy, Xian Shichen still had a plan. The current plan is to cut off their means of resurrection, and study a way to cut off their earth veins. The reason why the earth-binding spirits can be resurrected is that they can take root in the earth veins. And the earth veins that the other party took root in are private earth veins. The history book of years. And it takes a lot of time and mana to pull out the earth-binding spirits, and it is difficult to pull them out in battle. But there are also accidents. It just so happens that in his Xian Shichen's database, there is such a useless magical power that can directly cut off the earth-binding spirits. But there are no useless magical powers, only inappropriate ones. Now this magical power is actually the way for us to survive. The soul-slaying sword. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the spiritual roots of the sun and the moon kept switching and turned into a long sword. Wait until I chop you into wandering souls, and then kill you. The sword burst out with brilliant spiritual light, cutting off their roots in the dark. But the next second, the connecting roots of their earth-binding spirits actually moved like ropes and avoided the sword light. This weird scene was extremely shocking. The roots connected to the earth-binding spirits actually hid? It's the human god who is taking action. Xian Shichen looked at the fake human god among the more ancient heroes. The human god is the king of the three flowers of the pseudo-human, and the earth veins are cast by the three flowers of the human god. The human god naturally has the ability to control the earth veins, and the silk thread of the earth-binding spirit may also be a magical power of a puppet silk thread. Far away. Xian Shichen, you do have some skills and wisdom. The human god pulled the silk thread in his hand, and his voice sounded like an iceberg that had been there for thousands of years in everyone's ears. The first earth-binding spirit in the world was created by me. I used the brains of my people as the ground veins, buried them underground, and formed a puppet network vision. The so-called earth-binding spirits are essentially wandering souls connected to a puppet line. The human god opened up the Rongtian era, and strands of silk threads filled the sky. Obviously, his silk threads not only spread across the sky, but also spread deep into the earth, like electric wires buried underground, forming puppet silk threads that extend in all directions to rule the world. It was a very terrifying and spectacular mythological era. In the oldest history, it was he who personally created the world's first ground vein and earth-binding spirit. The ground vein construction technology of later generations all originated from this human god. This guy. Human god, yes. How can this ground vein not be a bunch of puppet silk threads? Why can't the human god bury the puppet silk threads in the bodies of our descendants? Everyone was shocked to know this amazing ancient truth. The influence of the human god on history is too great and too far-reaching. And today, they have to face this ancestor hero, who really came from ancient times. You have to transform the soul-severing sword and cut the silk thread roots of these earthbound spirits' mobile puppets. Xian Shichen's face was livid, his eyes became serious, and he continued to adjust his body and solve the problem. Boom! Their second battle with the human god began. As the god of puppets, he lost the previous battle against the owner of Shirong Manor because he had no other preparations at that time. What kind of puppet master is a puppet master without preparing puppets? And now, the earthbound spirits connected by silk threads, the ancient heroes, are his real puppets. Kill! In an instant, countless earthbound spirits jumped up and killed the enemy army from the exclusive veins of the history book. The pressure on Xian Shichen and others suddenly doubled, and they could only let their masters of Hua realm attack as auxiliary fighters. They originally wanted to sweep away thousands of troops by themselves and avoid their subordinates from participating in the war. After all, once they start, there will be casualties. But now they can't care so much. Boom! The two sides collided again. Soon, Hua realm of various races collapsed and died. But Feng Wangyi had retreated to the back, plucking phoenix feathers one by one to revive the other. At this moment, the two sides formed an army that was constantly resurrected, participating in the war again and again. In the dark, Ning Zheng prefers to watch the show and sit on the bank to watch the fire rather than fighting, because he is really not interested in the immortal fate. Let them fight. He leisurely watched this shocking century war, with a strange look on his face. Good, good. Jiuzhou has developed to the end, and it really has become this kind of weird fighting method. On one side is the doctor who resurrected the ancestral tomb to fight. On one side is Feng Wangyi, who resurrects the living to fight. Our Jiuzhou is really sticky and undead, which is outrageous. As the master of the chaotic era, the doctor's spiritual roots are good things. Ning Zheng felt that her eyes were opened. The painter really hit a treasure. If it can shorten the resurrection CD, won't the hell next door make more money in the future? His eyes were bright. In the 18 layers of hell next door, every time a prisoner is resurrected, his luck is harvested, tortured and killed once, and the debt is paid off by killing. However, due to the resurrection cycle of the earthbound spirit, the harvest is still very limited. Now it's good. Speed up the resurrection CD. Crazy resurrection and crazy killing. This rice field does not need to be harvested 4 times a year, but can be harvested every few days, and the yield has skyrocketed. Crazy resurrection, crazy killing, this frequent rate can be called torture, and it is the real hell of endless suffering. Chapter 847. Dense silk threads covered the entire sky, and the human god controlled the earthbound spirits one by one to fight and kill. Puppet silk threads? In a tomb in the imperial palace of the capital, Jiosui looked at the familiar strands of silk threads and the entire world that was like a spider cave, as if triggering a node deep in his memory, making his thoughts seem to travel through time and space and return to the distant past. Yes. Why can I draw this picture? Because I was born in Rome, Tianji. He reached out and gently stroked a scroll. In the scroll, a huge ape face overlooked the world, and strands of silk threads on the fingertips controlled the people on the earth. I was born in an era long, long ago, and I have seen the era of the human god with my own eyes. Naturally, I know that he is hidden in history. Jiosui's family was not rich when he was a child. At that time, there was no mention of humans. The earth was still apes and tribes, and his parents were also apes. The birth rate was quite high at that time, and one litter could have 4 or 5 children. They lived in a small tribe, and his mother raised him, a little monkey, but soon became ill from overwork and passed away when he was 3 years old. 3 years later, his father also died. He could only raise 7 younger brothers and sisters. He was only 6 years old a year, not smart, even a little silly, and mediocre in talent. He dug insects in the mud, pulled bark, picked wild fruits, and took bird eggs. He was chased by a tiger and hid in a tree for 3 days, shivering, holding the tree tightly with his paws, watching the tiger roar below. But no matter how hard he hunted, his youngest sister died a month later, and 2 younger brothers died 2 months later. In just 1 year, he was left with only 1 younger brother, who he raised. When he was 9 years old, his younger brother also died. So far, the family was completely extinct. If this were written into a story, it would definitely be one of the most tragic stories. One day, a sharp 3-flowered thorn entered his mind at night, and he died in a fierce resistance. Ordinary, that was his life. As a wandering soul, he wandered between heaven and earth, maintaining his actions in his life, catching loaches and monkeys. Until that day, a young monkey who fled here and talked to him. He claimed that he came from a distant mountain tribe, and the tribe in the distance had been invaded by some unknown terror, and one tribe after another fell. He could only keep running away, and this monkey who fled in despair was the ancestor of later generations. What's your name? No name. How old are you? 9 years old. The young monkey left quickly. The previous fake person failed to take over the body, leaving him with a crooked neck and 3 flowers, and embarked on the path of cultivation. He knew that this poor child was a wandering soul. The ashes of wandering souls will soon drift away with the world. 100 years later, Renzu met the 9-year-old child again in a monkey tribe. The 9-year-old little monkey had actually resurrected as an ashes, became the ghost king, and grew up to be an adult, lived a second life, and got married and had children, giving birth to many little monkeys. Renzu's eyes were full of fatigue and chaos. You are still alive. It's you, 9 years old? Now, the fake person has taken over our bodies, and a total of 300 years have passed. We are completely finished. That monkey god taught us the method of cultivation. There are fake people all around us, and as soon as the child is born, the fake human parents will root the little fake people they gave birth to in the baby's body. When the baby grows up and cultivates and opens the 3 flowers, the moment he enters the cultivation, he will be possessed by the dormant fake human spiritual roots in his body. Opening the 3 flowers, knowing that I am me, is a scam. The moment they know that I am me, they are already dead. But some people have immune constitutions that cannot be parasitized, and this part of the constitution accounts for a large proportion of the human race. People who are born without spiritual roots to parasitize are called mortals, and can never cultivate. The ancestor of the human race talked with him about his ideals, told him about his dreams, and asked this 9-year-old to join his resistance army. I have a method that can grow spiritual roots on the neck. We can take over the body of a fake person, get their magical powers, and embark on the path of cultivation. 9 years old, I don't want to go crazy. I have a wife and daughter. Don't you want to live forever? 9 years old, I don't want a flower to grow on my neck. Don't you want to save the world? 9 years old, no. Your wife is a fake person. 9 years old, it's good that I'm not a fake person. The essence of a fake person is just a special race. I love her. The ancestor of the human race couldn't persuade the other party to practice, so he left. This time, this 9-year-old should be dead. As a mortal, this is the last time I see him. Soon, 500 years passed. The ancestor of the human race happened to see the young man in a tribe again. He was extremely shocked and said, "Why didn't you die?" 9 years old. I died and resurrected. The lifespan of ordinary people is only more than 100 years. Now 500 years have passed. How many times have you died? I died and became an ashes, and lived another life. I don't remember how many times I experienced it. The ancestor of the human race encountered something incredible. How could it be so easy for this person to awaken the Ghost King? It was a miracle for a Ghost King to awaken and live a second life. But this person lived for who knows how many lives. As a mortal, he actually achieved immortality in this way? How did you do it? I don't want to die, and I kept hypnotizing myself to live, so I didn't die. The ancestor of the human race was shocked. He couldn't understand the world of this guy, and thought he was a terrible monster. Are you really not going to join my army? You can practice, and your qualifications must be very good. No, I don't want an ugly flower to grow on my neck, and I don't want to go crazy. Another 1,000 years passed, and the ancestor of the human race often looked for each other to reminisce, talk about his ideals. The ape era at this time had passed, and the ape god had reached his old age, and had pushed the silk thread and hair magic to the peak. The ape god gradually transformed the apes into humans. The outer fur was condensed, and turned into dense internal meridians. It was already the era of hairless apes. The ape god was officially called the human god by the world. The streets were densely packed with people. Renzu also saw the other party, and at the age of 9, he also disguised himself as a human and resurrected in the crowd. How did you become a human? I found that I was incompatible with the hairless apes around me. When I died in a certain life, I tried to learn their structure to retract the fur, and succeeded, and became a human. Renzu was extremely surprised and speechless. But he never persuaded him to join his army again. I plan to start after the death of the human god. I want to seize power. I will become the emperor of the next era, infiltrate the upper echelons of the pseudo-humans, become the king of the pseudo-humans of the next era, and then, as the king of the pseudo-humans, overthrow them and return the era of our human race. 9 years old, you will die. Even if you have a crooked neck flower on your body, and have the breath of a pseudo-human, it is too easy for you, a real person, to be exposed if you infiltrate them. Ha ha ha, will I die? Of course I will die. I was born to overthrow the pseudo-humans. I want to see the pseudo-humans die. I want to kill them all. I want to reach the top of this world. Do you know what kind of pain I have suffered? I want to kill. At all costs, I want to infiltrate them. I am the last hope of the human race. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The ancestor of the human race roared and roared, crying. He flashed with huge resentment. He could never forget the stiff and strange smiles of those pseudo-humans in the caves in his hometown, and his family and friends were constantly possessed. This old man has been forbearing for too long. He has a huge wave of hatred in his heart, and he wants to vent it to the world. It was a very snowy day. There was an inextinguishable flame in his eyes, which became stronger and stronger, as if it would never go out. A clanging voice rang out in the room. I will win, I will. I will no longer persuade you to walk with me. He disappeared in the snow. This is destined to be a lonely and dangerous road. Josue turned around, looked up at the window, looked at the dense woolen threads in the sky, sat down at the desk again, and wrote the story of the biography of the ancestor of man. 1,000 years later, Josue has lived for many lives, and he has become more and more skilled. Death and rebirth have become his main theme, and he continues to live as a mortal. Renzu came back again. He succeeded. After the death of the human god, he ascended the throne as the new emperor and ruled the world's immortals. The name of Renzu was well deserved. But in the entire dynasty, he was the only emperor who was a real person. The rest of the immortals, great sects, and court officials were all fake people. He had difficulty every step of the way, as if walking on thin ice. Renzu, and he only drank. The heavy pressure made him extremely tired, and his hair turned white. It's strange to say that you are a mortal who may have lived for dozens of lives. Do you, the Ghost King, really not practice? I don't want to grow crooked neck flowers. Renzu sighed. We humans are born weak and have no innate magical powers. Only by parasitizing fake people can we have magical powers. I use the identity of the Emperor to secretly cultivate some strong people of the human race, let them reversely take over the fake people, and grow crooked neck flowers. We can only win and defeat the fake people with the help of their fake people's power. Another 1,000 years. Renzu often came back to drink and talked to him about the situation in the world. His imperial majesty became more and more intense, and he became more and more tired. They may have discovered that I am a human. The whole court is full of enemies. The whole court is full of enemies. Renzu was already an old man with an old face. His heart was lonely and melancholy, fragile, and he poured the wine to drink. He read, I have waited too long, the age of apes, the age of humans and gods, and waited for humans and gods to die of old age. Now, it is time for a decisive battle. I have the help of aliens from the sky, so I may not lose. Have you written down my story? I have written it down. Let me see. He flipped through the book passed down by Renzu, hesitated for a moment on the blank page of the last page, picked up the pen and dipped it in ink and wrote, When will I return to my hometown? I hope that my human race has its own laws and my own way, and I can see that this moment is my true self. He put down the pen and stood for a moment. I know your obsession is to survive, but the world will always make you unable to survive. He turned around and left the door. When he left, Renzu had returned to normal, looking at his confidants and subordinates waiting at the door. Let's go, he said, for our future children, so that they know who I am, instead of having those ridiculous 3 flowers and being parasitized and dying. After that, he disappeared in the wind and snow. Next, one day in a tea house, he heard the news that Renzu had gone mad and killed most of the immortals, and the world was stained with blood. Then Renzu disappeared, and the dynasty changed. Renzu lost. The fake people still ruled the era. The young man didn't think much about it, and put away the legend of Renzu in the mezzanine at the bottom of the room. Because his parents and family died one by one before him, he experienced the greatest despair, and his obsession was to survive, which was pure to the extreme, so he could live life after life. He kept changing his appearance and identity, lived this ordinary life, married and had children. It doesn't matter whether the woman and the son are fake people. Occasionally, he thought of the wonderful story in the biography of the ancestor of man, the old man from his prime to his old age, and he was dazed from time to time, thinking of his face. The old man's shameless hiding, tragic death, the determination and courage in his eyes, and endless fatigue. Time continues to fly. The man continues to live. Gradually, this life makes him feel boring. What is the purpose of living? Just to live. The figure of that person in his mind is getting clearer and clearer. Unconsciously, the figure of the leader who came to chat with him regularly and told him about the world's major events, from his youth to his old age, has gradually been engraved into his bones. He chose to travel the world, looking for the traces left by the ancestor of the human race. As he walked along, he found the backhands and clues left by the ancestor of the human race, and finally found the ancestor of the human race, who had become in ashes, in one of his glaciers. This old man dragged his tired and thin body, and took root in the ice tomb. His tomb was extremely simple. In his old age, he made a dull sound in his chest. Your obsession has changed. People will not remain unchanged when they are alive. I finally influenced you. The ancestor of the human race was laughing. You are now a wandering soul and ashes, and you will die soon. If you can't understand your obsession at this moment, you can't live a second life. So tell me who you are? The old man spoke word by word, like a huge bell, and hit him hard in his heart. Who am I? The young man sat in meditation for 3 days. It only took him 3 days to understand what his real obsession was in this life. I accept it. He did not make a big scene, did not swear, he just calmly took over the torch from Renzu's hand, began to plant spiritual roots for himself, took over the body, and finally started to practice formally from a mortal. But there is only one way to practice in this era, planting spiritual roots. His neck was crooked and 3 flowers appeared, and he began to go crazy. He planned to win by quantity, live several lives, die several lives, reshape the foundation every time he resurrected, and plant a crooked neck flower on his neck. His neck soon had a colorful wreath and 9 pseudo-human spiritual roots. This is not the right way, we can't go on like this. He began to plan with Renzu, who was both his teacher and friend, and study the method of smelting. The times kept changing and passing, he wondered, kept being reborn and watched in the times. Finally, they studied the method of no life and turned into a baby. Entering the holy fetus, he was completely reborn. As a result of the birth, the 9 spiritual roots returned to 1, becoming a natural with spiritual root, the ultimate luck spiritual root, Dao Sui Sheng Hua. And he completely became a baby again, began to study, worship, grow, and step into the world. Time gradually passed, and Jiosui's memory returned. I remember everything. All the memories were blurred with the alternation of one life after another, leaving only a few fragments and words. After all, Every resurrection in a life, becoming a ghost king, only the body is left, and the true spirit turbidity dies. Resurrection again and again, like a phoenix, he is no longer the original him. He quietly looked at the battlefield in the sky, and suddenly muttered to himself, I have waited for this moment for too long. And what is the essence of the pseudo-human? It is the neurons of the offering. What is the use of pseudo-humans to cast a ground vein network? It is the brain of the offering. Since the founding of the country, Jojo has been doing one thing, popularizing and promoting ground veins. Killing millions of fake people to form the earth veins, and becoming the emperor with the most murderous blood in history. Just to facilitate transportation? Just to promote the prosperity of scholar civilization? No. It is using the power of the whole country. Using fake people to build the brain of dedication. This is my real layout, the Jojo land refining array, he murmured. The next moment, the land, towns, and countless earth veins of each continent in Jojo burst into a faint white glow, constantly interweaving and surging. Upon closer inspection, the earth veins of the 9 continents are so complicated that they have actually formed a huge and complex biological brain, which is constantly beating underground. Humans living on the earth veins are like standing on the brain. Humans use earth veins to communicate and transmit, just like using the super brain under their feet to transmit network neuron signals. I am a neuron human made of magnolia roses. 9 pseudo-humans. Today, I will take over this super neuron made of magnolia roses. Jojo. Jojo earth veins. Different paths to the same destination. Back then, I took over 9 pseudo-humans, and today I will take over this super pseudo-human brain. In the world, countless pseudo-humans that appeared in the outbreak of the pseudo-human disaster suddenly changed their faces. The pseudo-human brain under his feet was madly absorbing them and cleaning them up. What happened? How could it happen? The ground veins under our feet are targeting us. This is a supranational formation covering the entire Kyushu, just to target us fake people? Jiosui, you are so cruel. Jiosui, I will kill your whole family. Jiosui, you will not die well. We fake people are not life? You killed everyone in the world when you founded the country, and you forged a super large ground vein. You are a cruel and tyrannical tyrant. This was a scam from the beginning. The outbreak of the fake people disaster was released by you, Jiosui, just for today? Boom. With countless screams, the whole world suddenly had no fake people. The fake people disaster ended. Only the Ember disaster remained between heaven and earth. So far, Jiosui's obsession in this life has finally been completed, to clean up the fake people in the world. His will was to spread the fake people, and naturally there was a plan to stifle their growth, otherwise how could he really let a great enemy return? Alas, I didn't want to participate in this matter. But unknowingly, I was pushed all the way by that person, and became a so-called hero. He sighed, took a step down, and entered the brain of Xian that was gathered by the whole country's strength. The earth vein. I used Xian's brain to enter Xian's body. The earth vein artifact of the entire Kyushu suddenly shrank, flew up, and turned into an unprecedented fake human brain, returning to Xian's body. Boom. The sky collapsed and the earth sank, and the sealed Xian suddenly flew out of the sky. Xian was controlled by Jiosui, and looked down at the lifelong opponent of the ancestor of human beings. The human god. Hua la la. A black 3-flower emerged from Jiosui's head. Endless brilliance sprinkled from the clouds, as if a true god was born from the world. In a trance, Jiosui seemed to recall the heavy snow that day, with snowflakes rolling and wind howling, and the back of the old man going to the decisive battle. Jiosui took a step forward, and a long sigh echoed between heaven and earth. Today, I offer my palm to fight here. Chapter 848. Glacier, a semicircular ice tomb. A hunchbacked old man looked into the sky. People say that Jiosui was the fairest era, and a great emperor built a human wonder, the Jojo Earth Vein. The popularity of the Earth Vein has shortened the distance between people in the world, allowing people to talk to each other thousands of miles away, and know what is happening thousands of miles away. The teleportation array can even allow people to travel around Jojo in a day. But who knows that the real prosperity that the Earth Vein will open is not the prosperity of scholars. The old man kept coughing, with a faint smile on his face. It's here! It's here! It's finally here! He looked at the scroll covering the sky, with flames flowing. The puppet silk threads connected to the ancient emperors listened to the violent rumbling sound of breaking through the air across the earth, and the battle storm seemed to tear the world apart. Human god, what if you gather all the pseudo-human emperors of all dynasties? Boom! A figure that can be called a miracle descended on Jojo again, as if a black sun was rising, illuminating the entire Jiuzhou and the four seas. Xian's body stirred up countless black clouds, which rose and fell, rolling in the sky of Jiuzhou, and it was dark and difficult to distinguish between day and night. The power at this time was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than Xian before. How could Ningzheng, who used some pseudo-human three-flower neurons before, exert 1/10,000th of the power of this god body? And now, only the real pseudo-human neuron brain gathered from the entire Jiuzhou land veins can control this great life born as an immortal. This world first had Xian, and then immortals. Xian was born an immortal. When the black light completely disappeared, the new form of Josue completely appeared in front of the world. The dark green rice ears of hair fluttered in the clouds with the wind, and Xian's face had already emerged with the appearance of Josue. His skin was emitting a faint white light, stepping on the cloud lotus seed that was blooming with layers of brilliance, holding the sword of the Supreme 9-5 in his hand. A ray of light fell, spreading across the 9 provinces. This was a figure that seemed to have mastered the principles of heaven and earth, and sat on the top of the throne of history. Under the white glacier, looking up at the figure stepping on the lotus seed on the skyline, the ancestor of mankind stood up excitedly and said, "The ultimate emperor, who transcends all common sense and breathes the origin of all spiritual roots, is born." When the black light dissipated, Josue slowly walked out of the void, and swept across the countless ancient mythological figures in front of him. Is this the last battle of the pseudo-people? The history of your clan and history will be completely wiped out today. Rice flower soldiers. A cold voice came out, and the delicate wheat ears danced, and delicate rice flowers fell from the sky and blossomed and bore fruit. Transformed into countless green light shining tree soldiers, they fiercely collided with those historical pseudo-human emperors. The dull explosion instantly swept away a group of ancient emperors. Ding! Josue said nothing, and the killing battle only required swinging the sword, and swinging the sword. He never had anything to say to the enemy. Only killing. When he founded the country, he almost killed all the pseudo-human sects, holy places, and high-level people in the world, and cast the ground veins that could pay the entire Jiuzhou. It can be seen how many he killed. Every inch of Jiuzhou was once stained with blood and brains. He stepped in front of the enemy, slowly swung the 9-5 supreme sword, and suddenly slashed it out. A sharp black sword light shot out, and cut towards the doctor in the center of the crowd. "Stop it!" The doctor frowned, looking at this scene in shock. Facing this terrifying and cold-killing god, he took a half-step back. The human god next to him flicked his finger, and controlled the puppet emperors to block in front, and perform a joint attack. Each of those emperors in history had his own strengths. But at this moment, being dispatched by the human god with the silk thread of the earth vein can best exert its strength. Boom! The two sides suddenly collided with each other, and the figures of both sides seemed to reflect the scene into eternity, and draw it into the painting. This scroll was painted by the painter, who was protected in the crowd. He lowered his head, and painted stroke by stroke. "Xian, it is indeed your only way to win, because there are always things I can't paint. For example, super powerful inhuman monsters, such as Xian. I started preparing Xian's brain a long time ago, and things have become interesting." The painter's voice was light, but there was no tension at all. Xian is a suppressive level combat force. No one in the history books of the past dynasties can be his opponent. One person can sweep it all. It seems that our side is going to fall into a desperate situation. Since it is a desperate situation, we naturally have to find a way to break it. The next step is Emperor Shinhua, who is good at breaking the situation and solving problems. You will fight against Xian. Puff! He suddenly waved his pen and ink, and the last stroke fell. A scroll stretched out, and a group of lifelike figures gradually came to life and walked out again. In the scroll, behind the battlefield, Feng Wangyi showed a holy and kind look and took off the phoenix feathers. Holding high the magical weapon that could solve the problem, the soul-slaying blade, Xian Shichen was preparing to jump up and swing. The figures of Xuanwu, Baihu, Jitalongdi, and Xiaozai who took out the turbid magic pot. Even the 7-colored magic weapons in their hands were painted with 5 or 6 points of charm in a hurry. But this magic pot can't be painted. Because it is too turbid and dirty, the lines are complicated, and the difficulty of painting can't be solved in a short time. One figure after another walked out of the painting, and merged with their original old version, forming the latest combat power of their current version. Feng Wangyai saw this scene from the back, and was directly desperate. Even the 7-colored fairy weapons we just got not long ago, he can draw? It's only been a while since the battle started. Xian Shichen also showed some disbelief, and couldn't help frowning frequently. It's just a super monster, His method of casting weapons is based on painting. How did he do it? How did he do it? The flame of his civilization was burning, and countless knowledge words were alternating in the flames, burning everything and analyzing everything. Countless inspirations expanded together, and in addition, among the 5 elements spiritual roots he had recently acquired, there was also a luck spiritual root. Now that he has 7 color spiritual roots, his deduction level is no longer the same as before. Under the collision of countless fires of thought, inspiration burst out. So that's it, everything is made of large and small fractal structures. He can draw the tiny shell structure of the soul, so he can naturally draw the weapon structure made of matter. Xian Shichen's eyes were sharp. There are 180,000 pen hairs on his pen, each containing a material delivery pipeline, and each pen hair is like a puppet-like precision silk thread of a god. When he puts down a stroke, it is equivalent to controlling 180,000 material pipelines at the same time, merging into anything he wants to draw. Xian Shichen's words made Yi next to him startled. The painter's magical painting principle is so terrifying. With one stroke, 180,000 hairs gather together to form the material to be painted, which is simply a super three-dimensional 3D printer. This technique is too exaggerated. Yi's mind was shaken, and he immediately became ambitious. If I copy him and get half of his magical power, wouldn't I also have this heaven-defying method? But he thought again. No, this is obviously a technical knowledge school. If I copy him, at most I have his pen, but I don't have his painting skills, so I can draw a weird thing. Yi also tried to copy the Xingwu battle suit next door. But it is obvious that after he copied it, he could only divide the enemy's damage equally within 60 seconds. This is simply useless, and has no effect in a fight. This magical power is only the cornerstone of martial arts practice. To truly practice, you need to rely on martial arts talent, practice force elimination techniques, and rely on talent and hard work. Just when Xian Shichen had read out all the backgrounds of the other painter, the fake Xian Shichen on the opposite side, also holding the fake sun and moon, looked at the Xian with shock and astonishment. This guy is too strong. Are we going to lose? He is simply a super monster. How does this guy perfectly control the huge brain neurons and command the super earth veins of the entire Jiuzhou? How did he do it? How did he do it? The flame of the fake Xian Shichen was burning, and countless knowledge words were alternating in the flame, burning everything and analyzing everything. Now that he has 7 color spiritual roots, his deduction level is no longer the same as before. Under the collision of countless fires of thought, inspiration burst out. Under the pressure of death, he also quickly analyzed the principle. So that's it, the rice ears bloom, and they grow 9 spiritual roots, like a big tree, and then the 9 branches continue to control more branches, and continue to branch out. Tree consciousness, blooming into a towering tree. We are definitely not Xian's opponent if we kill him hard. We must use cleverness to break his strength, break his brain, and make him unable to control it, then we will win. Fake Xian Shichen is constantly solving problems. He has mastered the fire of civilization. He believes that as long as there is a chance of winning, no matter how difficult the problem is, there is a solution. I can do it, I can do it. Fake Xian Shichen's eyes flashed with blazing fire. There is no problem in this world that I can't solve, and there is no situation that I can't break. On the opposite battlefield, the real Xian Shichen looked at the fake self burning the fire, and his face turned pale with anger. Good. I will break his painter, use me to break our Xian. The old man who brought disaster also fell silent. They thought that with Xian in hand, how could these old antiques that couldn't keep up with the version be able to resist? Even with our own painters, they were still no match. Xian was enough to sweep them away. But now, the opponent was in a desperate situation, and that fake Xian Shichen was very good at dealing with desperate situations, which immediately made them look black. They have always been the only ones who defeated the strong with the weak and created miracles to win. Now, someone wants to use them to defeat the strong with the weak, a bunch of old, weak and sick people, to try to solve the problem and defeat Xian? Chapter 849. They should not win. Phoenix E calmly analyzed. Xian, the brain of the earth veins of the 9 states, how terrifying is it? That is the entire 9 states. When gathered together, it is like the mighty power of heaven. It can fully exert Xian's true strength. No, it is to exceed Xian's strength in his heyday. After all, the ancient times were too backward, and they were very crude in how to use their strength and magical powers. Now they are personally controlled by Jiuzhui, the most powerful emperor in human history, who has gathered the world's best. He has the crystallization of more than 15 million years of civilization and wisdom, How terrifying is his combat power? They can't beat Josue. Jutsulandi also analyzed. He knew how powerful Josue was, especially since he controlled Cien. The revived Josue in his heyday, is too terrifying. He always fights without saying a word, a true silent killing god, and the oppression he brings to the enemy is extremely terrifying. Even if there is a Xian Shichin who is good at solving problems on the opposite side, what does it matter? The nine-headed dragon emperor couldn't think of how he would lose. No. Seeing their optimism, Xian Shichin couldn't help showing a trace of nervousness. You don't know how strong I am. I have prepared so many trump cards and magical powers for today. What? Everyone looked at Xian Shichin. This man is the most cunning and the best at hiding. Could it be that he really has some trump cards and abilities that threaten Cien? That's Cien. Just a small answer sheet for him? Roar. At this time, facing the terrible pressure of Cien, the fake Xian Shichin looked at the fake Xiao Zai, the fake nine-headed dragon emperor and others around him. Everyone, we have sealed Cien once, and now for the second time, we can still create miracles. They thought they were the real Xian Shichin, and thought they were saving the world, but were attacked by Cien for the second time. The fake Xian Shichin was overclocked, and his consciousness was overloaded. I am the emperor of the human race, holding the fire of civilization. How could I lose to those barbarians? And what about Cien from ancient times? At this time, the fake Xian Shichin was like a burning sun, dazzling. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Even if he had thousands of calculations and cunning, it was all for the people of the human race. He had come all the way and opened up the era of immortals, the era of yin and yang spiritual roots, and the era of five elements spiritual roots. He had created this prosperous era with his own hands, and now he was behind Jojo. How could he lose? Because he promised that person. Suddenly, memories came flooding back, and he remembered the Xian Shenghua who knelt at his feet and licked his boots on the throne of Xinjian Nair. Burn me, young me. You are the great hero in my heart who steps on the colorful clouds. This is the last flower path I lay for you. Your path is destined to be full of flowers and praise. Remember, young me, don't become this old me, don't become me. Don't rot like me, become an upright and brave emperor. Please ascend the throne, young king of fire, please hold high the torch, lead your civilization and people, and open up a new era myth. The conversation at that time kept lingering in my ears. Zinxinghua, the old soul turbidity, constantly pushed himself, the young soul shell, to awaken and become the new king of fire in Kyushu. The blessing of that year kept echoing in his ears, telling his great dream. If it weren't for the pressure of life and the destruction of time, how could the turbid air that the other Xian Shichin turned into after his death, Xian Shenghua, be rotten, cruel, insidious and vicious? No, even if it was forced by life and I used all kinds of tricks, I would also push the annual ring of history as the Xinhua emperor who ushered in the fire of civilization. Xian Shenghua, the turbid air, is dead, but my soul body still retains the young memory of the moment of death, never old, never decayed, and still holds a brave heart. The flower blooms to see me, and knows me. From the moment he was awakened by Xian Shenghua, he knew what kind of person he was, what he wanted to do, what dreams and ideas he had, even at the cost of his life. I want to beat him and protect this land at all costs. A firm and burning thought came to his mind, and his boiling heart was burning like the fire in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The endless fire burned at an overclocked frequency, as if a superstar exploded. The endless golden flames burned the dense text, accompanied by the surging thoughts, making his life pass away rapidly. Offer. The angry roar turned into endless golden flames, and fake Xian Shichin turned into a golden figure with flying hair. It's not enough. The fire of civilization is not strong enough. In this case, burn again. Burn my life again. Fake Xian Shichin's eyes emitted burning flames. I have to use that trick. All the figures that have existed in history, all the ancient lives, please lend me your power. He was actually using the bottom of the box of luck magic to collect the remaining corpses of history between heaven and earth. People have 3 treasures, which turn into 3 corpses after death. The first corpse is the flesh, which is dirty after death and casts a tomb. The second corpse is the turbid air, which floats between heaven and earth, pollutes the world, and makes it difficult for people to open the immortal gate. It needs to be cleaned regularly by the red sun. The third corpse is the remaining destiny, which also floats between heaven and earth, casting a broken tomb of life destiny and a long river of fate. And now, he is borrowing power from history. Only by burning the wisdom of the vast civilization of the entire history With the fire of civilization can we reach the end of ultimate wisdom. This is my fire. Fake Xian Shichen raised the fire of civilization high and rose into the sky. Everyone, our world has come to a moment of life and death. Please lend me strength. Please take over the fire of civilization. All the common people, survivors, and tribes in different eras throughout history have heard the call of Xian Shichen in the dark, in the fake history books. I heard the request. That person is fighting for us. In the history of the history books, in the murals, some of the ancestors of the mythical beasts who defeated Xian couldn't help shouting, "Xian, has he returned? If you need my power, please take it." Another ancient ancestor of the mythical beast showed fear and roared, "We can't let despair come back to this land. Even if we die, we must stop Xian." Not just the most ancient era. In the era of human gods, the era of human ancestors, the era of chaos, the natives and common people in almost every era stood out from the historical murals. The same scene happened everywhere. In the entire historical scroll painted by the painter, the literati and heroes of each era, their fire of hope gathered together. They kept their fear of Xian and their longing for homeland. In order to save the world and fight against the disaster of world destruction, the source of the ancient double disasters, Xian, they would rather sacrifice their own lives. Boom! Countless firewood is burning. It seems that in the endless eternal night, a leading man holds high the torch of civilization and leads the vast masses behind him to move forward in the shadows. They are looking forward to it, roaring, full of hope, nostalgia, longing for light, and love for their families. Even if they are embers, they still follow the logic of their lives, including the courage to protect their families and their lives, standing in front of them and bravely guarding the land they are on. How can I lose with the support of the entire civilization? The next moment, countless flames of hope in their hearts gathered together, and the golden flames ignited the figure of fake Xian Shichen. Countless fires of knowledge quickly burned the figures in the history books of the years. Firewood, burning others, gaining the wisdom and knowledge of others. And now, burning one history after another, the chaotic ancient times, the longevity era. The people turned into flames, burning into golden flames full of words. The fire of their hope, containing their courage, wisdom, knowledge, turned into books of fire, gradually gathered on the new Shichen. Hua la la. Reaching out and grasping, the pirated sun and moon turned into a golden book of truth, emitting platinum flames. At this moment, he seemed to be the only true god of knowledge in heaven and earth. History is carried by books. Civilization lasts forever with fire. Chapter 850. Fake Xian Shichen gently turned the pages of the book, and the wisdom of the entire civilization and history was recorded in it. This is a great book of Kyushu civilization that is close to omniscience and omnipotence. I saw it. I saw the answer to defeat Xian. It can be done. He suddenly jumped, and endless sparks of consciousness were transmitted to the fake disaster-inducing and fake nine-headed dragon emperor next to him. Listen to me, we can defeat him again. The will that was so powerful that it gathered the fire of the entire civilization was like the Milky Way falling from the sky. With a deep sigh, hold the torch high, and pass on the fire. He jumped up, carrying all the will and wisdom from ancient times to the present, and turned into a great fire emperor who rushed towards Xian. On his body, the voices of the more than 700,000 ancestors of the divine beasts who had defeated Xian overlapped, and more than 700,000 voices rolled into the sea of consciousness of everyone present. Back then, our more than 700,000 ancestors were able to defeat you, and now we can win again. He turned into a golden flame of truth, transformed into a golden meteor, flew out, and suddenly punched him in the brain. Future vision. He seemed to see countless future possibilities in his calculations, and he made perfect responses to the opponent's moves and every action of the opponent. Yes, I can defeat the strong with the weak, he roared. The fire burns together, the fire of civilization, passes on to the world, so that you all have my wisdom and omniscience. Bear, the golden flame suddenly surged, and the flames continued to spread, passing on to each other, burning into a piece, so that the fake disaster and others, even the human gods in history, the Changsheng Emperor, the Chaos Emperor, everyone was covered with golden flames. Countless fires of wisdom were constantly injected into these ancient figures, and countless words, knowledge, wisdom, systems, and techniques crashed into the empty shells of their souls. Update their system that the embers could not update, so that their era could follow the future. This is the ability of Xinhua. When Xian Shichen was still a logical ember, he could load knowledge by burning others, breaking the limitation that embers could not absorb new knowledge. And now, he loaded this power of Xinhua on other people, and loaded knowledge for them. I hold the Book of Almighty. Xian Shichen took a step forward, followed by a golden sea of fire formed by the golden flames of civilization. Kill! The figures of ancient emperors, originally backward versions, are growing rapidly under the blessing of Xinhua. Each of them has the system and talent of the current Xiandao era, and their combat power has skyrocketed countless times. They began to surround and kill the strongest monster in history. Offering. In the distance. Seeing the fake Xian Shichen showing his trump card, everyone looked at the real Xian Shichen next to him. You? The air was silent for a moment. Xian Shichen, you are so strong, you are so passionate, you have become a hero who saves the world? But your passion seems to be used in the wrong place. Xian Shichen said solemnly, ignite the fire of the common people, pass on the torch, and pass on knowledge to my comrades. Good. Good. What a trick to keep in mind, pass on the torch, pass on the fire of civilization, interesting, very interesting. Feng Huangya looked calm, seemed a little angry, but knew that she shouldn't blame Xian Shichen. Xian Shichen's expression changed several times, blame me for having too many trump cards, even my strength has threatened. Xian. At that time, Xian was defeated by more than 700,000 ancestors of divine beasts. In the end, only a part of life, led by the 4 divine beasts, remained. It was a tragic victory. And now, under the promotion of the painter, more than 700,000 divine beasts in his paintings, plus various heroes in history, joined forces to attack Xian in order to save the world. Looking at those passionate and selfless ancient figures, even Xian Shichen, who was always calm, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. What a rebellious Tian gang. Painter, playing with the dead in history, using their enthusiasm and courage to save the world? Break the deadlock? Create miracles? Damn it! The nine-headed dragon emperor nodded seriously. Indeed, playing with the dead Xian Shichen, he actually made him fight Xian at all costs. All of them sighed, and looked at the battlefield with complicated expressions. At this time, countless golden flames dyed the sky into clouds, and countless figures intertwined and fought in a group. They could even see that the enemy's resurrected physician and our resurrected Feng Wangyi, the two of them joined forces, and under the blessing of Xinhua, they actually updated a new resurrection method. Good, good. Jiao Tu Long Di was also angry, looking at Feng Wangyi. Your phoenix flame actually merged with Xian Shichen's flame. The fusion of 2 fires, the resurrection fire, is simply wonderful. Feng Wangyi was silent for a while. Of course, I also have a trump card. I can't say I can beat Xian, but I can make Xian unable to kill me by myself. The disaster was completely seen. These friends of mine are all talents. They are well hidden, and have a strong foundation. Even if the trump card is exposed, it can still be singled out, and fight against the fairy who came from the sky, Yi Di. Even if it is the strongest Xian in history, each of them has the means and technology to fight against it. What a curse. Zhao Zai sighed in his heart. We can actually join forces to defeat the Xian, who is said to be invincible. The Knight Emperor next to him stepped forward with his hands behind his back. In fact, it is very important to win this battle without you. And me? He is a painter, and he can't draw a fairy like me at all. Fake history book. On every historical mural, there are millions of people, who are looking at the sky in their own historical streets and towns, shouting, "Come on! To save the world!" A child cried, "We must win, the emperor who raised the torch of civilization. There is hope, gathering our flames of hope, how can there be no hope?" In the palace of the Chaos era, a maid looked at the sky and watched her emperor holding the torch high, and couldn't help trembling with excitement. Our king has been silent for thousands of years, and he has come out of the world again, and he can still save the world. We can win! Defeat him, defeat the offering of destruction. In the age of human gods, countless hairy black-haired ancient apes turned their hair into a flag and waved it to cheer. In the era of Renzu, some of the followers and enemies of Renzu roared, "We can win!" Xian has already started to lose. A masked emperor roared excitedly, "I feel his power level is falling." In the Xian dynasty era, a Xinhua emperor held up his own Xinhua high, and the golden flame carried the cultural heritage of history. We are going to win. The fire of hope gathered by all dynasties, emperors, and civilizations in human history, we are going to win. Boom, boom, boom. Golden figures surrounded by countless civilization flames, and historical emperors leaped up. Like fleas, they surrounded and killed the huge Xian from all directions, avoiding the sword of the Supreme 9-5, which continued to hurt him. Are we going to win? We defeated Xian. Human history is a history of courage, and Xinhua will last forever. We won, we won. Every native in history, in the city, in the tribe, in the ancient royal city, everyone cheered and shouted. They were going to defeat the Black Hand of Destruction. Well, passing on the torch and gathering the power of civilization is indeed interesting. But guys, from the Book of Time, let's stop here. Back then, I could suppress the Book of Time alone, and now I can naturally suppress all the shadows in your history books alone. At this moment, Jiosue's body began to expand rapidly, swelling, carrying the sky and the earth, blooming with endless flower fragrance, and the terrifying power suddenly turned into endless air pressure sweeping in all directions. Rice is the way. The flower of the big rice. Chapter 851. On the other side. Xian, Jiosue, you must win. On this side, the real Xian Shichen couldn't help but shout out a passionate word when he saw Xian start to show off his power. That fake Xian Shichen used his best trick. Passing on the torch, standing there with his face, holding the torch high and roaring, bursting, reminiscing, and talking about dreams and lines. Beast, that was my trick, my achievement, and you used it to show off? You led the entire human history in the history books of the years, so passionate, praying, wailing, and roaring, to defeat that Xian. It made even me excited. It seemed that the genuine characters were the villains. He knew the horror of the painter thoroughly, and he turned against Tiangang in various ways, creating a bunch of passionate and roaring people to fight against Xian. The flower of rice. Jiosue stretched out his hand and pushed. As a dark green seed suddenly fell from the sky, it quickly sprouted, and the rice seeds grew into lotus flowers. The lotus flowers bloomed. They turned into rice flowers, including 9-petal lotus, 9-petal lotus, 9-petal crabapple, 9-petal rose, 9-petal rose. The 5 flowers overlapped, forming a golden lotus of destruction. The next second, the flower suddenly exploded. It was as if countless attributes gathered together, and then exploded, blooming with a chaotic airflow. Walala. In this way, even my Xian Shichen can't stop it. Jiosue looked at the lotus flying towards the other party. He understood better than anyone that Xian Shichen's ability was indeed not to be underestimated. This trick, passed down from generation to generation, connects the fire of wisdom of everyone into one, and possessing his wisdom is terrifying. If an ordinary person controlled Xian, he would probably be defeated by this guy, find the flaw, attack Xian's brain, and break his control. But for Jiosue, everything was already under control. He spent most of his life in the history books. How could he not know the general magical powers of these historical royal families? He had thought about how to deal with it early. Even if it is updated and strengthened now, the original path is still there, and it has not changed much. Besides, they rely on nothing more than Xian Shichen. Jiosue knows better than anyone how to restrain Xian Shichen. In an instant, those fake Xian Shichen, and others, who were besieged immediately reacted and showed fear. The fake Xiaozai was overwhelmed by the pressure and shouted, Xian Shichen, it's your turn. Xian Shichen's face changed several times. What do you mean it's my turn? I'm passing on my wisdom now, and you also have my wisdom blessing. Let's find a solution together. Damn it! The fake Feng Wangyai shouted, Daohua, his ability is a flower pot, which randomly produces 9 spiritual roots. He is a natural spiritual farmer. The Wuxing old mother and his baby emperors gritted their teeth. They were connected by umbilical cords like kites in a hurricane, and they were almost blown away by the strong wind. He now has 5 flower pots, each with 9 spiritual roots, colliding with each other, mixing attributes. The mind of a masked emperor was in a mess, showing a timid look. I can't solve it. This problem is too complicated. Hundreds of magical powers are mixed, and it is almost impossible to solve it. It's like detoxification. Simple single poisons are easy to solve, but dozens of randomly appearing mixed poisons are added together, and there is no solution at all for a while. Moreover, the energy level is too high. He may have to make a perfect solution, leveraging one force and dissolving hundreds of forces to solve this trick. This invisibly increases the requirements for his problem solving. The 9-headed dragon emperor laughed loudly, hit him. Why should I be afraid of him? I am not afraid of death. Everyone seemed to be showing various expressions, but in fact, less than a second had passed, and they all rushed forward. Boom! The lotus of destruction suddenly exploded. The next second, a colorful lotus of destruction that penetrated the sky and the earth fell from the sky, and the figures wherever they passed were directly evaporated into the most basic particles. All the historical emperors fighting on the front line, between heaven and earth, began to disappear, inch by inch. The entire Xinhua civilization team led by Xian Shichen was instantly wiped out. You can revive them again. Josue slowly landed and looked at the doctor hiding at the back in the distance, the fake Phoenix E. The doctor and fake Phoenix E in the distance, watching Josue's serious and shocking attack, couldn't help but gasp, "Monster! What is this?" The Night Emperor in the distance couldn't help but roar. If he hadn't perfectly controlled his power, this one shot would have turned the entire East China Sea into dust, and countless tons of seawater would have evaporated into mist and rushed into the atmosphere. The world's ecological environment may change because of this, and humans may be trapped in gray fog and rain for hundreds of thousands of years. This rainstorm era will last throughout the future biological explosion period, and this move is enough to change the astronomical phenomena of a world. Don't think that a rainstorm lasting hundreds of thousands of years is impossible. On Earth alone, 250 million years ago, after the Permian mass extinction, there was a 2 million year long continuous rainstorm, which caused the extinction of a large number of species. When the normal cycle of nature is broken, the power is terrifying. But now, Josue has gathered his power, and the whole world will have torrential rains that will last for thousands of years. Now, the sea level has dropped by more than 100 meters, and the seawater from the other 4 seas is flowing back to the East China Sea. Of course, if the strong interfere with natural phenomena, they will wash the ground afterwards, and it will naturally return to normal. This made Yi couldn't help but exclaim loudly. A Xian who can't fight, and even wants to die, and a Xian who is now in a perfect fighting posture, the difficulty of winning is simply a world of difference. This monster. The doctor and the fake Phoenix E felt that this was too shocking, and couldn't help turning their heads to look at the painter who was painting in the back. Our world is like a duck egg in his hands. He must be careful not to be destroyed. His ability has exceeded the upper limit of our Jojo world. Their frontline combat monks have all died one after another, and the casualties are too great. They can only be resurrected 2 or 3 times in a short period of time. These 2 or 3 times seem a lot. But they were not enough for Josue to kill with a few moves, and he could not have a good time at all. Resurrect them. The painter smiled and said, "I have a way. Can you draw Xian?" The doctor couldn't help but say, after all, in this situation, the only one who can fight Xian is Xian. The painter shook his head. Over the years, I have also tried to draw a Xian, and I have drawn more than 700 times. The most similar painting is only 10% of his power, and it cannot be used on the field. But I still have a way to fight this Xian. What method? The black-clothed female doctor widened her eyes, wondering what amazing means this person would use to defeat this incredible Xian. Do you know how they defeated Xian back then? The painter said lightly, "Back then, more than 700,000 ghost kings were the ancestors of the races in later generations, and the one who led them was a bronze statue of the emperor." Chapter 852. Scattered sand. No matter how many there are, is still sand. No matter how many there are, it can't kill Xian at that time. And this bronze emperor can twist all the power into a rope, and then he defeated Xian. And his magical power is a magical power called the Great Golden Body. The black-clothed female doctor said, "Do you have his scroll?" "I never have. At that time, I hadn't learned the painting skills, and the bronze giant had already died." The painter took out a stack of scrolls, however. "I studied his descendants, and after merging them, I can make a weakened version of the Great Golden Body. Before, the bronze emperor defeated Xian, and this time, the power of this plate of scattered sand can still be gathered." After saying that, he threw out a number of bizinglings of different shapes from his scrolls, including old men, young men, bearded men, and cold black-clothed teenagers. The different forms of bishingling merged together, and the blood of countless descendants gathered together, which actually had a bit of terrifying mysterious majesty. In this way, I will have 70% of the momentum of the guide back then, and then I will take your body. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the fake bronze history books flew up piece by piece, turning into a golden bronze emperor. Boom! A powerful bronze emperor suddenly appeared. As soon as the fake Xian Shichin was resurrected, he ignited the fire again, and it became a piece, covering everyone. The resurrected fake Xian Shichin, the fake Xiao Zai, and even all the heroes in history, as well as the Ningzheng version of the Bronze Emperor that appeared before, and even the painter himself quickly entered the Bronze Emperor. "This time, I won't lose." Countless overlapping voices seemed like millions of people shouting. They were heroes in history, and their afterimages emerged one after another. Boom! The two sides collided again. Boom, boom, boom! The Bronze Emperor, who was stained with the flames of civilization, suddenly attacked. In his body, more than 700,000 ancestors of different races were also shouting, "Our king is back." Back then, he led us to be united and beat Xian. Now we can win again. History repeats itself. The victory or defeat of history was already decided back then. We will win. The ancestors of ancient races painted by the painters accompanied this Bronze Emperor to fight Xian. The crowd holding their breath, the two started a fateful duel again. This might be the most terrifying and ancient battle in the world. The next moment, the two palms of the two super beings slammed together violently. There was no sound or explosion between heaven and earth in an instant, as if both sides had perfectly controlled the leakage of power and poured infinite power on each other. The only form shown was ripples. The space seemed to have wrinkled layers upon layers, spreading out along their fists like a tablecloth. Even the audience around couldn't help but stare at the wrinkled space. In the dark, Ning Zheng, who was watching the melon-eating battle, looked at it with a strange expression. The enhanced version of the Bronze Emperor, wearing the history book of the years, fighting against the enhanced version of Xian, he was stunned. The Bronze Emperor, wasn't that the vest I used to fight the enemy before? Xian, wasn't that also the vest I used to fight the enemy before? I discarded the 2 consecutive boss vests, but you two have such a tacit understanding? All of them have been strengthened to fight each other. It's outrageous. Ning Zheng, who was watching the show, was stunned. However, thinking carefully, it seems natural. What do you mean my vest, Bronze Emperor? It's someone else's. This one really existed in history, made great achievements, and defeated Xian in the past. And what about Xian's vest? When Jiuzui founded the country, he had already set his sights on it, and built the Earth Vein artifact just to create a pseudo-human brain. I secretly controlled a wave of Xian later, and I am a latecomer. Ning Zheng couldn't help but feel lucky when she thought of this. Fortunately, I gave up these 2 vests early. If I still had control over Xian, Jiuzui would have discovered me. It would be awkward for us to look at each other in Xian's mind. The vest of this Bronze Emperor is the same. It was kicked into another world. It was forced to give up. The painter had some doubts about him. Ning Zheng planned to learn from others, and see what the genuine Bronze Emperor looked like. Steal a lesson, after all. The vest of the neighboring world of destiny will definitely be used by me in the future. As for the fact that they are now at the last moment, and all kinds of trump cards have been revealed, should I take the opportunity to make a move? Ning Zheng will never make a move unless it is absolutely necessary. It is the best choice to eat melon silently in this battle. After all, if I want to make a move, how should I make a move? The identity of the owner of Shirong Manor? This is definitely not possible. The identity of the Bronze Emperor next door? It is not easy to cross back. Furthermore, I am essentially still a small cultivator in the transformation realm. This battlefield is too exaggerated. I don't want to go out and get beaten. If I really want to take action, I can only use robbery, but the cost is too high, so I can't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Besides, if I take action, won't the painter run away? Reality is not a game. The painter is an old shaman, not a stubborn and upright person. If he wants to run, he can't be stopped. Others think that the painter can't run away, because they think that he is just a mere transformation realm, unable to cross the world, and can only be trapped in Jiuzhou. But Ning Zheng has been observing secretly, and knows that the painter can run, and he has the ability to cross the world easily. Everyone thinks that the painter is still a figure in Jiuzhou, and he jumped out of this world early, and set his sights on the outside. In Ning Zheng's opinion, there are 2 possibilities for him to open the world channel. 1. He may already be a half-immortal, and his mortal body has some of the immortals' cross-border ability. 2. He can actually draw some immortals in secret, and use those immortals to help himself open a channel across the border. No matter who it is, the painter is not easy to mess with. But the painter can't be killed now, but he will lose. Kill him away, rob him of his accumulated immortal fate, and pick the Jiuzhou fruits he has accumulated for 15 million years. Ning Zheng thought, his eyes flashing, sitting in the distance recording, live broadcasting the public beta CG animation to the blacksmiths, and thinking at the same time. If he can really draw immortals, then there is no rumor of immortals in the history of Jiuzhou. He killed them by surprise and drew immortals? Next, he might summon immortals from other worlds to help in the battle? Of course, he may choose not to summon. Because ordinary immortals are suppressed by the world, they can't help much when they come. Ning Zheng kept guessing about the painter's background. Compared with fighting and killing, he prefers farming, quietly developing, practicing, growing, and harvesting some luck values. The cause and effect of this battle is too involved, and he really doesn't want to get involved. Ning Zheng breaks through a realm every week or so, and is in a period of rapid growth. Every day is different with each passing day. Every day is better than yesterday. His top priority is to overcome the 3 disasters and 7 difficulties, and become an immortal directly. Who cares what the painter wants to do? Who cares what Jiosue wants to fight for? They have too many thoughts and too much weight. It is no good to compare IQ with them, because I may not be able to beat them. Why not wait for another 2 or 3 years of growth period, break the cleverness with force, and string them together into hedgehogs with one move of 10,000 swords returning to the origin? Take pictures, take pictures. The opening scene of the public beta is here. Ning Zheng turned into a professional videographer, quietly taking pictures, not loving anyone. Chapter 853. At this time, the Bronze Emperor stepped out, and even Ning Zheng's Bronze Emperor version was integrated into it. The history book of time turned into his golden body, embracing the resurrected fake Xian Shichen and others, and even Jiosue. It's just that their version of the fake Jiosue is the early Jiosue when he was in charge of Jiuzhou. It didn't get updated like Xian Shichen. Obviously, Jiosue had concerns and had been prepared. He never appeared in front of the world, and even after fighting with the painter, his real body didn't show up, and he directly controlled it to offer it to you. He didn't give you the chance to draw his Jiosue at all. Boom boom boom. The two sides fought, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The Bronze Emperor was naked from the waist up, with muscular body, and burning fire, phoenix fire, white tiger, black tortoise and other magical powers. And Xian, with long hair like rice ears, calm and deep face, holding the sword of the Supreme Emperor. Is this your last trump card? The great leader who defeated Xian in ancient times? You actually mastered the luck, and can connect the luck of everyone. It feels a bit like Xian Shichen. He is the wisdom that connects all beings, and this one connects the luck value of luck. At this time, Wishing Lamu, the black-robed female doctor of the Chaos Body era said, and we can connect the flesh. The fire of consciousness, the gathering of luck, the connection of flesh and blood, everything is connected together, burn. The voices of Bai Xingling, the protagonist of countless history, roared together. Very good, let's have a hearty fight. The Bronze Emperor slowly squatted down, showing a brilliant smile, jumped up, and punched the sky, as if to blow up this world. Boom boom boom. The two vast giants collided again. A dark black with dark green 9 spikes, like the devil of all devils. A golden Bronze Emperor burning with golden fire, like the god of gods. An overwhelming momentum made the people of Jiuzhou breathless, and witnessed this level of power for the first time. Yi Di had been standing in the distance, watching the battle silently, with his hands behind his back and said, I have walked around the fairy world, and their combat power at this time is comparable to the masters of some small fairy gates. With a mortal body, they are on par with immortals and gods, and they are not ordinary immortals and gods. However, the other party is not an individual, one is the cornerstone of the world, offering. The other is a super form gathered from the entire history book of time. Under this special situation, it is normal to have such power. Yi Di kept analyzing from a distance. Sensible. Ning Zheng also cut the camera to Yi Di and gave him a close-up. I am very satisfied with his explanation. This part must be edited in the opening CG of the future animation. This will not only show the function of the Blacksmith's Idol Adventure team, but also raise a fairy-level baby to give future blacksmiths a shot of chicken blood. In the distance, the two sides collided again, and finally decided the winner of this battle. Boom! It was as if a vast giant fell down, and the Bronze Emperor of the entire history book of years smashed hard into the East China Sea, splashing countless tsunamis. The figure of this giant was still upright, half kneeling and punching forward, giving people a sense of tension that he was about to throw that punch at any time. In fact, his eyes were dim and absent-minded, and all his inner consciousness had perished. Dead. Jiosue slowly descended, came to his front, and gently touched his forehead with his finger. His body suddenly exploded with a series of explosions. His body exploded, turning into a golden light that fell on the earth. This golden figure gathered from the history books of the years fell, and countless emperors in the transformation realm, the material completely returned to Jiuzhou, turned into the divine gold, precious wood, bone jade that stretched across the mountains and rivers, and gave back to the entire Jiuzhou. When a whale falls, all things come to life. What's more, it is a tomb of Jiuzhou history, containing a large number of burial objects. The moment the metal giant fell, the residual soul of Jia Xian Shichen fell from the crowd. Jia Xian Shichen's sight slowly fell on the sky, and suddenly, the gray rainstorm fell in pieces, which reminded him of the scene when he promised Xian Shenghua. Burn me, my young self. You are the great hero in my heart, who steps on the colorful clouds. Please ascend the throne, young king of fire. Xian Shenghua's face slowly emerged, and then he showed a clear expression. It turns out that I was not myself from the beginning. A breeze passed by, and his figure turned into countless pieces of metal, fell on the ground, and looked at Xian Shichen, who was standing high with his hands behind his back. This is the young me. On the other side, countless figures, disaster-inducing, black-clothed female doctors, the emperors of the Chaos era, and the various Xinhua emperors of the Xinhua dynasty, were also shattered like fake Xian Shichen. Their afterimages dissipated, as if they would disappear forever in the long river of history. And in the most core area, in the shattering Wuxing old motherly Rohua, looking at her several Changsheng great emperor babies, her lifelong strong obsession re-emerged in her heart. She seemed to see herself catching fish with a young man by the river. The splashing fish slapped the young man's cheeks and made her laugh. They farmed together, dug wild vegetables together, and hunted together. Later, they grew up, walked out of the village together, worked hard in the towns of Xianmen, practiced, learned to make talismans, and bought a house together as casual practitioners. She arranged the fiery red flowers in the garden with a big belly, and her husband Suyu made talismans in the house. I will come back. Suyu left this sentence that day and never came back. After hearing the news of the man's death, she used the unique paper talisman left by the man to draw on her belly, reincarnated again and again, raised children again, and finally opened up the entire Changsheng dynasty. Memories dissipated like a revolving lantern. Wuxing old mother stood up in a trance, and looked at the painter, who was also beginning to dissipate hazily next to her. The figure of the young talisman master gradually overlapped with her. She suddenly looked at the painter's scroll, remembered the talisman, realized something, and burst into tears. You are back. The painter was stunned, and his exhausted figure turned into wind and sand, and he smiled, as if he had turned into the talisman master Suyu of that year. I am back. That year, the young man led the tall horse and left the village, pulling the laughing girl on the horse, embarking on a journey to seek immortality under the sunset, imagining a beautiful future. The painter is dead. Jiosui confirmed again, and came to a conclusive conclusion. The fall of the entire Bronze Emperor made all the ancient figures disappear completely in the sky. The rainstorm suddenly stopped. The evening sky was dyed red by the sunset with a golden edge, and countless rays of light seemed to be waves, floating leisurely and quietly. The sky was clear. At the same time, everyone looked at the scene on the battlefield. The fallen Bronze Emperor, standing between heaven and earth, seemed to have become an eternal legend. With the death of all the ancient black-handed pseudomen, the decomposition of the history books, and the fall of the painter, the heavy shadow lingering over Kyushu completely disappeared. Humans completely defeated all the shadows and black hands of the past, cut off history and the past, and began to look forward to a brand new future. The final winner also decided the outcome. Jiosui, who controlled Xianji's brain, was reborn and returned. He had planned everything before his death. The layout of the earth veins for more than 100,000 years since the founding of the country, controlled Xian's brain, and now no one can stop him. We won. Win. Jiosui. His Majesty Jiosui is back again. The cheers of the world were boiling, as if to open a new chapter in the history of Kyushu. This scene seemed to be recorded forever on the wall of history. A figure in the shadow picked up a pen and drew it, then turned and left. The afterglow stretched his figure so long, and a female shadow gradually appeared beside him. Let's go. Chapter 854. The sky was clear. The clouds filled the sky, giving people a feeling of clarity after a great destruction and a heavy rainstorm. The large area of East China Sea water that had evaporated hundreds of meters deep had been absorbed and stored by the 10th continent nursery, and was flooded into a large concave pond in the sky. The new East China Sea is already in the nursery in the sky. At this moment, the drainage system of the entire nursery was like a big teapot, with huge white water gushing out from the majestic drainage faucets in the four corners, rushing to the four seas. Clatter! 4 waterfalls suddenly fell from the sky, covering the sky and the sun, whistling with the wind, and even the embers and corpses in the waterfalls fell into the earth. The entire East China Sea was a battle site, and the entire seabed was charred with corpses and debris everywhere. Although the number of times his subordinates participated in the battle was small, they caused disasters, and many people died in the 4 divine beasts. These corpses, or the embers of birth, were recycled by each family. Over there. There are people over there. These people are really desperate. They dare to come and watch the battle. What do you mean you are still alive? You are smart enough to hide in the distance and watch the battle? You jumped across the aftermath of the attacks? You are already dead. You are already ashes. I am here to collect your body on behalf of your family. The arcs were everywhere, dealing with the battlefield and treating the wounded. Unknowingly, Josue had left and drove Xian back to the capital. After all, Xian was not suitable to stay for a long time. He originally had the evil spiritual ability of pollution. As for Yi Di, he also quietly left in advance, but he did not dare to show up in front of these people. And the entire history book, all the heroes in history burst out, and countless ancient tombs were stored and turned into various divine materials. It is conceivable how great the prosperity will be for Jojo in the future. Xian Shichen and others were still dealing with the battlefield, recalling the heroic hymns of history just now, with an inexplicable complex emotion in their hearts. Those were all ancient heroes. Xian Shichen exhaled a long breath. They are embers, keep the logic of their lives, and those fighting and roaring emotions are not false. Watching their emotions at that time, Xian Shichen felt the burning of the fire of civilization firsthand, and the figures in history continued one after another. When that beam of civilization fire was ignited, the glorious divine face, and the desperate roar made the whole world pale in comparison. Not afraid of death, just for dreams. Almost all of these kings in history saw me in their lifetime, knowing what their dreams were, and what they could die for. Dynasties change like fireworks, you are still young, and when you look down on the changes of dynasties, like me, you will slowly get used to it. The old man Zhao Zai whispered, comforting Xian Shichen, the youngest person present. After all, he suffered a big blow. He roared in anger, but the one who roared was not him. This blow was too great. I know, don't worry. Xian Shichen still had a good impression of this old man. He saw the details of the fake Zhao Zai in that battle, and knew his true identity in history. Zhao Zai, he was a human god, the first son in the world after the human ancestor. The system was not perfect in the ancient times. In that era, there was no saint like Josue, who opened the red sun every 150 years to clean up the turbid air on the earth. As time went by, the world was eaten away by the turbid air and fell into darkness. The consequences of the accumulation of turbid air had been experienced by the blacksmiths of Zhujian Villa before. There will be more and more elders and villagers in the world, and the opening of 3 flowers will be polluted. The monks have strange expressions. In the words of the blacksmith, it is a plot. In the long run, the world is full of turbid air, and it is getting more and more difficult to open 3 flowers. And the dilemma caused by this is not only the human race, but also all the major races in the world will be severely affected. The old man Zhao Zai stood up in that era, absorbing turbid air everywhere and merging it into his turbid air magic jar. Wherever there is a corpse, there is him. So, some people in history called it Inya, and more people called it Zhao Zai, which caused disasters. Wherever he went, it was ominous. It was called a symbol of bad luck by the world. Everyone in the world disliked him, but no one knew that he went to clean up the turbid air wherever there was a disaster. Until humans perfected the circulation system, and the realm of 2 phases appeared, the saints patrolled the world with the Dharma sun to clean up the turbid air, and let the ministers supervise the world as stars. He gradually withdrew from the stage after he caused disasters, did not seek fame, and disappeared from the world. There are not only corrupt and black hands in history, but also good people. For example, this old man who likes fishing built a neutral tomb for the dead to accept a bunch of lonely and helpless ember ancestors from all ages. At this time, is everything over? At this time, Feng Wangyi suddenly asked in a low voice. That battle was too terrifying for her, and opened the door to her new world. The final battle between the Bronze Emperor and Josue Xian, the fight between the 2 giants was not something they could interfere with at all. Just getting close to them made them feel cold all over. It should be over. Zhao Zai beside him shook his head and sighed. If that person didn't fake his death, then everything is over, and all the ancient history has been wiped out. That person? Xian Shichen sighed in his heart, looking up at the cold and cloudless sky, and the 4-sided waterfall was constantly pouring down from the sky. Did he really win? He drew us, and he may understand our personalities better than we do, and understand ourselves better than we do, and understand the victory and defeat of this battlefield better than we do. But he still lost. Although he lost in the foreshadowing of Josue's earth veins and the sacrifice, it is understandable, but Xian Shichen always felt that something was wrong. Forget it, forget it. Xian Shichen smiled. Now that the materials have returned, the ancestors of the past have become the top materials that are everywhere in the world. We can forge immortal weapons again. This time, we can match boots, battle robes. All the sets. Feng Wangyi showed a trace of emotion. It seems that the orders for Shirong Villa next door are going to be full, and we are going to make a fortune. They abandoned their doubts, and looked at the various forces in Jiuzhou, who were jubilant around them. Whether it was the human race or the major families, the They felt extremely happy about the complete removal of the time bomb of the ancient tomb. This is complete freedom. There are no more hidden dangers in the past, and their civilization and history have been completely liberated. Today is a new chapter. We no longer have the ancestral tombs of the past, and we will be the new ancestors in the future. Everyone can think that the future will definitely be a super civilization rebound, biological explosion, the arrival of the sacrificial era, the birth of the first immortal, and they will walk out of this JoJo world. This civilization, which has been suppressed since its birth and has been dormant in the soil for more than 15 million years, has emerged from its cocoon and become a butterfly, knowing that I am myself and flying into the sky. The system of 7-color circulation spiritual roots will bloom with unprecedented terrifying potential. They abandon the past, believe in the present, and look forward to the future. Chapter 855. Yesterday's Forest. The entire forest is a garden. As one of the largest ancient tomb secrets between heaven and earth, the embers everywhere are in a logical cycle, day after day, reproducing yesterday. Hence the name Yesterday's Forest. Mother, the sea has disappeared. A little girl in a flowery dress ran over. Oh, keep your voice down. A beautiful woman was arranging the red flowers all over the ground. In the book room behind her, a man in white was leisurely drawing talismans. The little girl squatted down, fiddling with a little red flower, and muttered, "The flower has grown up again. When will I grow up? It's already been 7, 8, 900, 1,000, 10,000 years?" The girl counted in a silly way, and she forgot while counting. Girl won't be cute when she grows up. The woman rubbed the child's head and smiled. Mom likes children. When they grow up, they are super naughty. It's best to raise them as cute pets. I'm not a pet. The girl shouted angrily. I want to grow up. I want to grow up. Now is not the time for you to grow up. The woman is obviously half awakened, but her daughter has not awakened yet, and it is not the time to awaken. It would be best for her daughter to be resurrected when she has enough power to subvert the world and look down on the common people, who made her husband an extremely cautious person. Even if there is a 1% chance of something happening, she doesn't want her daughter to grow up and stay in this most lovely moment forever. She and her husband often travel, and often remind others that children are not cute when they grow up, so it is better to stay in this eternal moment. Once I met a family in Zinyazu. Their daughter was also seriously ill. Like the two of them, they were in love with different races. But it is also easy for genes to collapse. Feeling the same, he helped them transform their daughter into a ghost. Because the painter likes to help people who are similar to himself the most, to see how far the life and future of their family of 3 can go. Later, even if the couple traveled to the lower world, covering up their memories for their honeymoon, and then unknowingly opened up an era, the children they raised still did not grow up. This is probably instinct. After losing their memories, they still like children, raising some delicate babies, even if they later became emperors. Although in the end, after leaving, the painter left the ashes to replace her, the old mother without life, buried in the tomb, and left. As the woman thought about it, she recalled the life of growing up together at the bottom. That year, the boy led the tall horse and left the village, pulling the laughing girl on the horse, embarking on a journey to seek immortality under the sunset, imagining a beautiful future. Her face showed a sweet look. The little girl in her arms made a fuss for a while, but soon stopped. He squatted down heartlessly, poking the fiery red flower planted by his mother on the ground with his little finger, which was swaying and burning like firewood. Mother, this flower reminds me of my uncle before. The woman seemed to remember something and showed a little surprise. Zinshengwa? Her eyes fell on the spiritual flowers burning with heavy flames, and she said lightly, in the past, this garden lost a flower of firewood, and a flower fell and opened up a dynasty. I didn't expect that later, after Xian Shichen died, he turned into turbid air and found this place, the origin of his firewood spiritual root. That year, Josue led the kings of the 9 continents to invade the capital city. The whole capital city was set on fire, and the terrible war of changing dynasties left countless corpses on the ground. That day in the palace, Xian Shichen knew that Josue's coalition was unstoppable, so he used his fire ability to cleverly remove the core of the well-researched history book of the years. He brought the core into the history book of the years, and would not leave it to Josue even if he died. He also committed suicide in a special way, splitting himself into 2. The empty shell of his soul after death was buried in the imperial mausoleum. But the turbid heir of Xian Shichen after his death quietly left the capital, secretly planning to revive his own empty shell of embers, preparing to overthrow his own Josue dynasty, and welcome the return of his own Xian dynasty. The turbid heir named himself Zinshengwa, which means to bloom 3 flowers again, and live a second life. And this Xian Shichen really has some means. After his death, he traveled around the world and traced the breath of fire. He found the source all the way, and came to their grassland of the forest of yesterday. That day, the painter and Zinxingwei hit it off at first sight, because the painter likes to help people like himself the most to see how far their lives and futures can go. He wanted to see some possibilities for his future from their future growth. The painter said, "What are your future goals?" Xian Shenhua, I plan to overthrow the newly established dynasty of Jiusui and restore the Xian family court. The painter said, "Are you going to ascend the throne with your turbid air, or with your soul body? Is there a difference?" Xian Shenhua frowned. The painter smiled and said, "Of course there is a difference. Embers is an eternal and beautiful painting, freezing the most beautiful and young you in that moment, and you." The painter looked at this turbid remnant soul indifferently. "You will grow old, you will decay, you will slowly become so dirty that you will not even recognize yourself, ugly, disgusting, and nauseating." Xian Shenhua didn't believe it. The painter smiled. "The more you experience, the faster you age, the more muddy your mind becomes, the more cunning and insidious you become. Life is not static. Everything is developing dynamically. As long as you are moving, you will age. This is the truth. I once transformed into a woodcutter, and met a mortal immortal, who was constantly reborn in the mountains. I was a woodcutter, and he was a poor scholar. His obsession was to survive. This terrible obsession made him awaken to become a ghost king for dozens of generations. Later, we looked at each other in the frozen sea. I was the dragon in the sky, and he was a fisherman looking for an ancient tomb on the glacier. I found that his obsession awakened in this life had changed, and was no longer to survive. Even knowing that I am me will change. What else in this world is static? The world is dynamic, and changes with the passage of time. The world is like this, and so are you and me. Change, aging, withering, and extinction are the laws of eternity. Xian Shenhua still didn't believe it. How about we make a bet? The painter suddenly laughed. That day, the painter once discussed with Xian Shenhua, and explored the meaning of life. Talking about the decay and rebirth of the dead, discussing the topic of knowing myself as myself under the vast grassland, lighting a bonfire, and discussing the topic of knowing myself, as well as plans and fantasies for the future. After that, Xian Shenhua left. Xian Shenhua secretly calculated the Jiusui dynasty, wandering around Jiuzhou, killing these founding heroes one by one, and then tricking them into corruption, raising fake human slaves, forming a walled pasture, and Jiuzhou's Su Huan was just one of them. In addition, he took away the core of the history book of the years, forced Jiusui not to leave Beijing, and divided his power in various ways. Only more than 100,000 years have passed. A newly established prosperous dynasty quickly declined. Jiusui also entered old age, because of suppressing the history books of the years. Of course, Jiusui also knew that he was in a passive position, and someone was secretly plotting against him. He guessed the existence of Zinxingwei, and knew that he had not really defeated the powerful Xinhua emperor of the previous dynasty, so he had a long plan after his death, and was ready to get out. And he was extremely broad-minded, and even prepared to win over the young Xinhua emperor in the tomb to defeat the corrupt old and dark Xinhua emperor outside. On the other hand, Zinxingwei completely launched a joint attack by the rebels. On the red sun of that day, Jiosue's eyes were blinded, which led to the event of calling on all the major professionals in the world to come to Beijing, and Zhujian Villa became famous. But in the past tens of thousands of years, Zinxingwei has gradually aged. He has been a mouse in the dark for too long, becoming dirty and unscrupulous, and his bottom line has been continuously lowered. Even he feels disgusted with his means. He can't even recognize himself. His mind was like a newly bought canvas. At first, it was wiped every day and was spotless. Then, it accidentally got a little ink on it. The more he wiped, the bigger the ink stain became. Finally, he completely ignored it. So, in this bet that lasted for more than 100,000 years and experienced the rise and fall of the Jiusui dynasty, Xian Shenhua lost. That day, Xian Shenhua awakened to his own ember shell. He was madly obsessed with his young and ambitious self, licking the boots of Xian Shichen, the great and idealistic young emperor. "Burn me, young me. Please ascend the throne, young king of fire." This was the last choice of the sick and twisted Xian Shenhua. Click, time goes back to the present. The painter in the room looked at the laughing mother and daughter outside in a daze. "I'm reminded of the bet we made back then." He sat on the throne and silently looked at the exhausted painter below. At the moment of his death, he used a painter to replace the painter who had been planning for tens of millions of years. The tired painter looked at his younger self sitting on the seat with a fanatical face. He couldn't help but kneel down and wanted to lick his boots. Young me, this is the young me. Get out of here. The painter kicked the guy away with a look of disgust and said coldly, We are not Xian Shichen and Xian Shanghua. I will not forgive you, ugly, dirty, disgusting thing. The fake painter with the vicissitudes of life said in disbelief, I have lived for you for hundreds of millions of years, planning, deduction, accumulating technology, and even my old age and ugliness are all because of you. Give me all your knowledge and memories, and then you can die, like Xian Shanghua. Your existence just keeps me young enough. Waste. I have been extremely smelly for thousands of years. The painter raised his hand and crushed the old painter in front of him to death, then silently absorbed the knowledge and system accumulated in him for tens of millions of years, and discarded those useless emotions and memories. Yes. He didn't show up at the beginning. From the very beginning, he was a fake painter, walking outside, deducing the times for him and pushing the times. He knew it better than anyone else. With more experience and a messy mind, people get old. Just like the flower growing on firewood, for all kinds of greed and ambition, it became corrupt, decadent, dirty and filthy, and became a person that even he himself thought was ugly. So, he drew a person to do the dirty work for him. And he himself enjoyed himself every day and lived in seclusion. How can you transform me if you don't draw me first? The history books left behind are all dead, and the luck I have on me should also be written off. Abandon the cause and effect, and from now on, there will be no karma. You can survive the last disaster of the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations, the disaster of fate, without the cause and effect. After this disaster, it is completely perfect. Next, you can become an immortal without relying on the offering. He didn't want to rely on the immortal fate of offering. It would be perfect if he wanted to leave. He could become an immortal without relying on the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. Moreover, he couldn't let outsiders know that he could draw immortals when he was immortal. When these people in Jiuzhou ascended, even if the people in the immortal world knew of his existence, they would only think that he had a small level. No matter how high his painting skills were, he was still immortal, let alone an immortal. Those guys in the immortal world would not bother with a weak dead man defeated by a mortal, so they also concealed the truth of his existence. All grudges are over, and the past is gone. He stepped out and entered the vast and endless gray sky. 3 months later, he returned again, already an immortal, with a terrifying foundation, but his aura was restrained, and no one could see his strength. It's time to die again. He sighed softly. This immortal who had just entered the immortal path, the breath of life quietly disappeared, and he actually committed suicide. He became an ember again, living with his wife and daughter again, and said lightly, The ember is a scroll, and only the eternal scroll can keep my peak moment when I was youngest. At this moment, he was only 33 years old. After 3 months of resurrection, he is still 33 years and 3 months old. Now he has become an eternal and beautiful painting again. Time is frozen, and he stays at the age of 33 when he is the youngest, strongest, bravest and most powerful youth. His wife and daughter are also young, immortal, and keep repeating. From a long time ago, after my friends left one by one, I knew that there is no eternal beauty in the world. Everything is fleeting. Time makes life fall, and makes us full of tears. He turned around and walked towards his wife and daughter, who were laughing in the garden. Only by becoming an eternal painting can I leave the face of the person I love, the eternal face with a smile that will not be sad, so that we will never be separated by life and death. He died several times, and his wish was finally realized in this way. He painted eyes that will never shed tears, and friends and lovers who are always young and laughing. When he first became a sacrifice, he hated himself for creating the embers that destroyed the world and chose to commit suicide. Later, he understood the embers, and finally chose to become the embers, freezing the family of 3 in this moment of eternal splendor. The embers were no longer rejected by him, but made him happy. It was his perfect effort. The eternal freeze of the embers, his paintings will be the most perfect works of art in the world. Paint what I paint, and love what I love. Father, I want to see the Uncle Shinhua at that time. He looks silly, and is very good at teasing me. The lovely daughter who was frozen in the young and lovely moment of the painting scroll said mysteriously, Okay, eat well, Uncle Shinhua will be here soon. The painter sat on the chair, and picked up the chopsticks to pick up food for his daughter. The family of 3 exuded warmth. After a while, a firewood flower was painted, and came to visit immediately. I still want new friends. Yi Di also appeared, making faces, telling jokes, and eating dirt on the ground, performing 18 tricks of eating dirt, which was very funny and made the children laugh. The embers are not a suicide note after death. It is a beautiful picture scroll that is frozen in an instant of eternity. It is the system that he thinks, transforms, and desires in his heart. It is his gift to the world and his starting point. Let all flowers be preserved forever in the splendor of the moment they bloom. Chapter 856. Nursery, Beijing. This young and passionate Emperor Xian Shichen, the younger the person, the easier it is to fall and get up. He quickly ignored the dirty tricks of the painter, who used his trump card to show off, and regained his composure. After all, the painter also got the retribution he deserved and paid it with his life. At this moment, in the research institute of the palace, Xian Shichen was studying this fairy fate and sighed. It feels like it can be done. This fairy fate can be used to research artificial fairy fate. If there was no luck brought by the mysterious Night Emperor before, it would probably be difficult to break through in a short period of time. Good luck and probability is of great help to researchers. It must be said that luck may not be directly helpful in combat. But in research, it is very versatile. Even if we don't study it, this immortal fate accumulated over more than 10 million years. If we divide it a little, it will probably be enough for everyone to use. It's too much, too big. Jiosui beside him nodded slightly and smiled. That's great. Neither of them mentioned whether to revive the Jiosui dynasty and let Jiosui become emperor again. The Jiosui dynasty that has already perished, let him go. Everyone knows that after Jiosui lived a second life, he was able to complete his foundation and was about to become an immortal. What's the point of reviving the Jiosui dynasty? Moreover, after Jiosui was resurrected, he still had to spend a certain amount of time to complete the 7 great tribulations of his spiritual roots, the third life disaster among the 3 disasters. This life disaster is very strange, involving the great tribulation of one's own body, which is not easy to survive. But fortunately, this time, all the fake people in the history books were killed, the cause and effect were cancelled, and the world was in great silence, which also secretly coincided with the saying that killing people to settle accounts. Now is the right time to break through the third life barrier without any karma. How could Jiosui enter the world and become an emperor, and be involved in karma again, soon? Jiosui, who was not involved in karma, closed himself off again, preparing to break through. After all, this matter should not be delayed for a long time. However, Xian Shichen sighed. There are many things to do. The Zhuozhou ground veins have disappeared, and the communication network of the entire world is almost paralyzed. It needs to be rebuilt. Dao Yu, the sun and moon immortal artifact next to him, smiled and said, however, in the immortal Dao era, there are also the calculation power immortal artifacts of the neighboring Xi clan, the Eye of Appraisal. It should not be too difficult to rebuild a new form of ground veins. Yes, with my knowledge and technology, it can be done in 2 or 3 days. It's just annoying. Xian Shichen nodded. Laying ground veins is a complicated project. There are many things to do. Regarding the ground veins, he wants to contact the sword-casting villa next door, and use their technology to build it together. Soon a message came that the sword-forging villa was very busy now, accepting orders for various immortal weapons, and had no time to help study the earth veins. Forget it. Xian Shichen sighed, sat on the throne and began to deal with post-disaster reconstruction work. That immortal Night Emperor, I have to find him when I have time, and find out about the structure of the outside world, the realm of the immortals, and the new world. And, this ember disaster is about to enter the biological explosion period. The embers will piece together, awaken, and give birth to countless ancestors of the Ghost Kings. A new creation of the world is coming. The explosion of the ancient tomb of the year's history book made the East China Sea the richest ocean, with mountains of gold and silver, various treasures, and sacred trees, becoming a gathering place for many treasure hunters. The Bone Demon King City alone has welcomed a large number of visitors. At this time, in the Bone Demon Palace, Yin Shuangying, the general manager of the palace, is testing their Hongming computing power fairy artifact, holding a notebook and constantly recording data. Xian Shichen next door asked us to help build the earth veins, and this fairy artifact is indispensable as a hub. Busy, too busy. You really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. It is estimated that our forces will enter a period of peace. A blacksmith next to him said with a smile, join hands with each other, promote the times together, and prepare to welcome the fireworks of biological evolution. There is only one fairy fate, so of course everyone has to fight to the death before. But Jiosui took it away, and everyone saw the previous combat power. Who dares to snatch it? I can only sigh that this earth vein has completely laid the foundation for victory. Moreover, Xi and Shichen announced that everyone will have a fairy fate in the future, so who will fight for life and death? The higher the realm of the cultivator, the less they want to fight, and everyone wants to be stable. Being friends is the best. By the way, Yin Shuanging suddenly said, is the sword casting villa next door ready to open the server? They are still editing the video, and the opening CG animation. The picture is super passionate, and super cool. They are also planning to invite Feng Wangyi to dub, and sing the theme song. After all, our sword casting villa requires Feng Wangyi to ask for weapons, and she is willing to sing. Yin Shuanging was shocked when he heard it. These people are really a bunch of lunatics. Invite the Phoenix Queen to sing? The blacksmith looked expectant. Also, they are making the face-pinching character interface for the opening login. I heard that they are also planning to put a few buttons for the first recharge gift pack in the corner of the login interface. And the forum has also started the countdown. The date of the upcoming public beta will be announced in 2 days. Yi Guangxia was shocked when he heard this. 2 days later, it was quite fast, and they were cheating Krypton before the server was opened. The management of those villas would not come up with the kind of web game interface, with all kinds of gift packages hanging all over the screen, right? But when he thought about it carefully, he felt that they would not. These blacksmiths also have a sense of propriety. They know how to cut slowly, and the gift packages are essentially loans for them. They come in with a lot of debts, work like crazy, and move bricks. What is a game NPC? The essence of game NPCs is capitalists. They can use some money to make players cross mountains and ridges to deliver letters, kill them dozens of times, and squeeze these leaks to the maximum extent. Now, a new farming mode has been opened, and the ones who are farming are leeks. I really hope to go back to Jujian Villa and accompany them as the server opening NPC. Yi Guangxia was full of envy. He felt a little uncomfortable being a map NPC here, and he was tired of helping to manage the Bone Demon King City. You are the happiest. The blacksmith laughed and scolded. Do you know how busy the sword forging villa is now? There are many letters for accepting disciples, and the materials have increased recently. The orders have exploded. All the workshops are busy. Even the guys in the hairpin tower are sewing clothes and making robes every day. They chatted and chatted, but they were excited, because they were immersed in the joy of the server opening. In addition, on the day of the server opening, there will be a special guest NPC, the Night Emperor. This immortal will visit the sword forging villa. It is said that the Night Emperor himself is considerate enough to hold a book signing for everyone, sign in person, and say hello to everyone. It's really exciting. You know, in the next-door Tianming world, the Night Emperor is a living myth and legend, a supreme monarch who rules the world. How could he sign for you mortals? Go into the folk? This is a super benefit. Chapter 857. Sword Forging Villa. The outside world was cheering wildly, and Ningzheng had even seen several shelter cities setting off fireworks to celebrate the coming new era. Of course, the fireworks were set off by the Bone Demon King City and Shimen City. These blacksmiths have never been inferior to others in terms of ritual sense. The future is predictable. How the neighboring world of destiny promotes the biological explosion, and how to create the ancestors of new species, we will do the same here. Maybe, after the biological restart, the world will be reopened, and the practice of the neighboring world of destiny will be learned, so that the immortal who just became an immortal can sit and talk about the Tao, leave a favor to the ancestors of the races who created the world, and then ascend. Go to be a miner. I have to say that the picture of Jiosue wearing a miner's hat as a miner is a bit exciting. Of course. The transition period to becoming an immortal is thousands of years. Could it be that Jiosue really has to wait for thousands of years? Thousands of years is not long for a cultivator in the transformation realm, who can easily take tens of thousands of years, but it is too long for Ningzheng, who cannot adapt to this time scale. Wait. If Jiosue and others really need thousands of years to become immortals, I don't know what level they will grow to. Ningzheng pondered in his heart. The blacksmiths of Zujian Villa are busy opening the server today, so Ningzheng can't help but click on the forum. Now the posts are swiping wildly, all talking about the upcoming server opening, and there are many people who claim to be employees of the Zujian Villa Game Company, revealing various internal information. Various posts openly expose various hidden server opening activities, who sings the theme song, how to obtain the novice sword of the hidden plot, what hidden Easter eggs are there on the day, and how to proceed with the hidden plot. A bunch of spoilers. A bunch of passers-by complain like crazy. Who will take care of this? Don't they sign a confidentiality agreement? How can they leak information like this? Haha, they are a bunch of free employee planners, and we expect them to keep it secret? Stop posting screenshots, I don't want to see them. I hate spoilers the most. Brother, although it is a public beta, it seems that there are only a few hundred people, and it is basically not your turn. Hundreds of people? This is a public beta? There is no way. According to internal leaks, 100 million luck coins can modify 100 places in the game background. People are farming. Now they earn more than 100 million a day, which is equivalent to more than 100 places a day. Earn more luck coins in the later stage, hundreds or thousands of places a day, which should be enough. The planner is crazy. Give the operating rights to 1,000 guys in the internal beta as a novice village inn. PC? Maybe it's because they are poor or funny. No, this is a manifestation of high degree of freedom. Farming games are the most free, and all the basic functions of the game are developed by us. I heard that these free employees have begun to expand the sword forging villa. The 5 or 6,000 meter mountain has been hollowed out, and the mountainside that was originally uninhabited has begun to be inhabited. Only the elders and villagers in the ghost village at the bottom of the mountain remain as they are. They are quite particular, and know how to preserve cultural relics. There must be natural greening for embellishment, right? That thing is called greening? This greening, Green Hat Villa has been expanded, but can it accommodate so many people? You are too naive. It is a big mountain. After hollowing out, hundreds of thousands of people can be accommodated, and it is not crowded. And why does the novice village require it to be so big? Novice villages cannot be big. All of them are talking nonsense. Fortunately, no one questioned the issue of 100 million 100-player quotas. After all, it makes sense to think about it. They don't know how much the real blacksmith quota costs. It's a bit of a waste to give them more than 100 million luck points every day. It's better to recycle them. Skipping this public beta, Ningzheng set his sights on the other side of the world of destiny. It still provides 12 to 13 billion luck points every day. Maybe it can go up. After the war, you have to count the spoils. Although I didn't fight in the war, I also have the right to benefit. Ningzheng touched his chin and said thoughtfully, that black-clothed female doctor came from the chaotic era. She can revive the earthbound spirit without CD. She is a good helper in the construction of the underworld in the world of destiny. I wonder if there is such a person in the ancestral tomb of the history book of the world of destiny. The resurrection speed of the earthbound spirit is often about a few months. If you get that black-clothed female doctor, let alone resurrection every day, the resources will be too much. Once a month, the income can be increased by 2 or 3 times. This is an extremely exaggerated number. It means that Ningzheng can get 30 to 40 billion luck points every day in the future. Although when he got this number, it meant that the world of destiny had basically been squeezed to the limit by him, because the world itself needs to develop, and he can't exhaust the pond to catch fish. But there are 20 to 30 billion, the goal content of a world. What else do I need a motorcycle for? Ningzheng's eyes were bright, and he gradually learned the way of speaking of the blacksmith, looking at the world of destiny next door. At this time in the world of destiny, Yi Di and others have ascended for thousands of years, and his 2 sons are ruling the world, but there seems to be some chaos and turmoil. Various Taoist systems have matured completely. Corpse refining, talisman making, demon catching, and ghost exorcism have become the mainstream of that world. Yes, there are also ghost exorcism. The spiritual energy of that world has been revived, and souls have appeared. The reason is also very simple. Those metal and stone tombs all over the ground do absorb souls, but there is a saturation. The Taoist civilization has exploded, so many embers and souls have begun to fill those magic forbidden metal stones, and they have been absorbed to the point of overflowing, and ghosts have appeared between heaven and earth. It belongs to the assimilation of the Jiuzhou world, and it has completely fallen into another sticky corpse. That world, it seems that the civilization has undergone another major change, but it has nothing to do with me. Ningzheng just took a few glances at the development of the next door during this period, and then contacted the non-combat professional blacksmiths there. Dao Jiuzhou received the message. He met the owner of the manor in the ripples of space. After hearing what he said, he was surprised and said, "The history book of years? We have basically dug it out in these years, and it has become another ready-made 18 layers of hell. Kill once a day, revive, and kill again. It has become a space ancestral tomb treasure land for cutting luck numbers." But this female doctor in black really didn't. Ningzheng was a little disappointed when he got the news. The female doctor in black should not have died in the emperor's tomb. Or, she didn't have a good end, and she was not even buried in the imperial tomb after her death. After all, you are a non-combat professional, riding on others' heads, and you will be settled sooner or later. Ningzheng is in the same situation now. A small blacksmith let the Phoenix Queen go to dance. How arrogant! If you don't die, who will die? The blacksmith's degree of seeking death is also very fierce. Normally, when you, a non-professional, are replaced and there are more masters who can create immortal weapons, it is time to settle accounts with you. Obviously, the portrait of the female doctor in black in the painter's hand is not from the Imperial Mausoleum in the History Book of Time, but was secretly painted when this person was still alive. This is troublesome. The loss of such a top-secret spiritual root is indeed a great loss to my destiny world. Ning Zheng thought about it, and asked Dao Jiuzhou and others to carefully check the History Book of Time to see if there are similar lower-level spiritual roots in the various relics of the Chaos Dynasty, ancient ashes, physician branches, and even the national treasury. Even if it is a lower-level spiritual root, the incomplete one can be improved by himself. Creating spiritual roots in the void, without a foundation, consumes Ning Zheng a little bit, or a very large amount. That is another kind of wish come true, omniscience and omnipotence. Whatever spiritual root I want, it will appear. What is the difference between me and the God of creation? The cost is too high, and the cost-effectiveness is too low. Even Ning Zheng's previous server updates and upgrades were all collected from the Void Turbulence and picked up ready-made ones. Don't worry, sir, we will check it. Dao Jiuzhou said excitedly. By the way, the video we recorded has been sent over. We look very handsome when we are forging iron and farming, and there are various blessings for the opening of the server. Ning Zheng was stunned, nodded, and turned it off silently. It feels that not only did they invite Feng Wangyai to sing, but they also invited the Next Door Idol Adventure team to send video blessings. They really know how to play. Chapter 858. The next morning. It was dawn. Ning Zheng got up and watched Ning Jiao and Su Yunyang start cooking in the kitchen, which was full of smoke. Recently, these two guys have improved Ning Jiao's spiritual roots. After resurrecting as Zulong, they rarely go out and practice quietly. As two ghost kings, they have ushered in the explosive period of practice. They are already big men in the state of one mind, and they go to the practice room on the mountain every day to practice, plus various enlightenment buffs. I think it will not be long before the two real self-transformation realms appear completely. The embers swimming outside the sword-casting villa are also starting to decrease. Even if the species' ecological chain of Jiuzhou is huge, after several months of mutual devouring and merging, the big fish eat the small fish and become the demon ghost king, and awaken, there are only 1 in 1,000 left. The small number is a sign that the ancestors of new biological races in various ecological chains are about to appear and live a second life. Many of the ember fish that swam by also looked strange. Some of them were similar to Ning Jiao, a stitched dragon, a spliced creature. It can only be said that the randomness of nature is quite high. At the dinner table. We are both in the same state of mind. When will my brother be resurrected? Ning Jiao said seriously at the dinner table. I calculated that if I am lucky, I can be resurrected, but if I awaken naturally, it may cost tens of millions. Sun and Moon Su Yunyang put a piece of fish meat in her mouth and muttered, however, our Taoist priests are not good at using luck, so they can only affect some low-level things. Higher-level things, such as becoming a ghost king and directly breaking through one realm after another, cannot be done. Su Yunyang knew that everything is difficult at the beginning. The Taoist system has exploded very quickly by using various technologies of luck. But it is estimated that it cannot awaken the ghost king to such an extent. Of course, even if the destiny world continues to explode, it may take tens of millions to revive the ghost king, and Ning Zheng only needs 5 million. This is the problem of luck utilization. So, you have to continue to become stronger, and then make money, earn a lot of luck points, tens of millions, and then revive your brother. Sun Moon Su Yunyang encouraged. These two people said in front of me that they wanted to revive me. Is it really okay? Ning Zheng was speechless and looked at the current luck value. 926.1 billion after this period of time, it has increased by a lot. Expand the server range of the other world, and it is not known to some terrifying unknown existence. Consumption of luck value, 800 billion. It's almost time to click on this 800 billion. Ning Zheng has been craving this function for a long time. Click this, and the neighboring Destiny world is also included in the radiation range of the server. Even the immortal world should be included? Just give it a try and you know. Add some. Subtract 800 billion. An unprecedented terrifying number suddenly jumped. Ning Zheng spent such a huge sum of money for the first time. He couldn't help but think about it. The luck value has always been in decimal. The 100,000 level corresponds to the 3 elements. The 1 million level corresponds to the 2 phases. The 10 million level corresponds to the one state of mind. The 100 million level corresponds to the transformation of the self. So what kind of terrifying resources and magic weapons does the 800 billion close to 1 trillion correspond to? Immortal. It must be immortal. But it may have skipped several immortal cultivation levels in the middle, such as skipping 10 billion, 100 billion, it is unknown how many realms it is. Ning Zheng could not help but feel a little excited, and suddenly felt the turbulence of space surging. Hula la, the space flowed, and the picture on the opposite side appeared vaguely. A black skeleton figure suddenly turned into wind and sand, and the huge golden crown on its head fell in front of it, emitting endless golden radiation, as if reflecting the heavens. And the turbulence of space swept this thing into Jiuzhou. This unknown treasure, which is obviously worth 800 billion, slowly merged into the core of the server, and once again raised a dimension. Ning Zheng only felt that the entire server was expanding, breaking the barriers of the world, crossing the border, and possessing the mysterious power of crossing the world like an immortal. Soon, the server gradually sensed the Ember Knife Jojo, Vomit Mud Craftsman and others in the next door Destiny world, and included them in the server again after a long time of loss of contact. And the ripples continued to expand outward. Gradually, a red dot also entered the range of the server. It was Jian Xian, who was mining in Xianjia. When Ning Zheng sent him to Tianming World, he was already the first official native blacksmith player, and had logged into the server in advance. Sure enough, Xianjia is also within the server range. 800 billion is worth it. I thought it could only radiate to the surrounding world, and I had to add more money to go further. I didn't expect it to be close to the limit. Ning Zheng showed a look of surprise, and the perspective suddenly switched to see the scene of Jian Xian at this moment. This is a mining area. Jian Xian wore a safety helmet and a gray-white miner's uniform, and kept waving a hoe. The hoe was like a sword, extremely sharp, hitting the black stones. The stone was surprisingly hard. Even though Jian Xian was a master swordsman, he could only chisel it slightly, which looked very difficult. From Jian Xian's perspective, he also saw the native Zhang Wudi next door, who had not become a player, wielding a hoe. This pure meat defense warrior was mining even slower. It seemed that the stones were not ordinary, and even the hoes in their hands were immortal tools, which were worth a lot of money, probably hundreds of millions, or even billions. After all, the cultivators who had just become immortals were at this level. If it were the previous Ning Zheng, he would have been jealous of these hoes. But now, he could easily make 2 to 3 billion in net income, and his vision had long surpassed that of a single world. I have money now, and I can steal at least several hoes a day just with this hoe, Ning Zheng said secretly. From Jian Xian's perspective, there were also other miners and immortals, showing off their magical powers, performing various tricks and techniques, and mining frantically, but it seemed particularly difficult. Mining is indeed difficult. Ning Zheng was thoughtful. If mortals can mine, and people in the transformation realm can mine, why should we coerce and bribe these emperors and kings who periodically ascend to become immortals to work in big cities like Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou? Of course. Ning Zheng has no special feelings about the immortal world, and has no idea that the moon is rounder in foreign countries. It is essentially no different from Jiuzhou, except that it develops very quickly, and is well built, and can accommodate an advanced world with a large number of immortals. If I have the ability, Jiuzhou will also develop into a small immortal world in the future. What's more, Jiuzhou has some problems. It seems that the painter is pushing something in the dark. Jiuzhou already belongs to the time flow range of the higher world. One day passed in the fairyland in Jiuzhou. Other ordinary small worlds such as the world of Destiny passed 100 years. It can be seen that the time flow speed of the fairyland and Jiuzhou is at the same level. No one believes that it is not the painter who is playing tricks. Maybe the painter really attacked the nearby world, plundered the origin of the world, and made the foundation of Jiuzhou world very good. Just when Ning Zheng kept relying on Jian Xian through the player's bystander perspective. Jian Xian suddenly frowned. It seems that something is watching me? He has always been sharp. What's more, he still maintains the magical power of heart and mind, and his mind is very sensitive. The Zhongwu Emperor next to him didn't care. While waving a hoe, he smiled and said, "In this large mine with hundreds of people in public, can't you be seen? I guess the foreman is watching in the dark, or maybe a female miner has taken a fancy to you, who is beautiful." Really? Jian Xian was silent for a while, and didn't think about it anymore. Instead, Ning Zheng sighed inwardly. The server also needs to be upgraded. 800 billion probably only buys a top-level immortal weapon, and now it has to reach the control and concealment level of immortal weapons. It won't work if the level can't keep up. As expected, when the official server is launched, there is too much money to spend on various preparations. 1 trillion, top concealment and control, so that the blacksmith cannot escape control. 500 billion, high-level concealment and control, so that the blacksmith cannot escape control. All the way down, Ningzheng finally saw a 50 billion, weak concealment and control, so that the blacksmith cannot escape control. This should be enough for the time being. After all, the immortals under his command are all those who have just started. Besides, there is no more money. After deducting the 50 billion, Ningzheng will only have more than 70 billion left. You have to keep some extra money. If it is not confirmed that the matter has come to an end, even if the painter is not really dead, and is faking his death in the dark, he will not deliberately trouble him, the owner of Shirong Manor. He has not offended any big boss in the fairy world, and he will not be calculated, so he really dare not spend so generously. After emptying his family wealth this time, no one should catch him in the void again. Add some, minus 50 billion. The void spun, and another void dark cloak fell from the void. There were quarreling shouts from the other side, and Ningzheng vaguely saw several people who were naked on the other side. My god, hiding cloak. Okay, bitch, I treated you well, but you dared to hide someone in the room behind my back, and thought you could hide it from me by wearing a cloak. Who dares to plot against me? Which Taoist friend can help me expose this bitch? Ningzheng always felt that something wonderful had happened. I hope it's not the next Bai Xingling. A black cloak fell and slowly covered the server, gradually wrapped and integrated, turning the square server into a pure black shell. Gradually, a mysterious and hazy hidden aura appeared. Somewhere, the villa server was improved again. When Ningzheng looked at Jian Xian from the perspective of a bystander, he found that Jian Xian could no longer detect him. Jian Xian's perception is definitely strong. I guess even the newly entered immortals won't notice the current situation. Ningzheng secretly evaluated it. Next, Ningzheng continued to adjust the new server to make sure there would be no major problems. Time soon came to the time of opening the server. Then, today's Black Monkey ends here. In a rental house in Shanghai, Bai Xiaotao said to the live broadcast room and closed the game. The barrage was full of words, like 666, and it's awesome to beat Erlangshan without any damage. Bai Xiaotao is a sole game anchor with some skills. But the competition in this industry has been too fierce recently, and he is not doing very well. He has to broadcast popular games and go viral to get a wave of traffic. He had set his sights on a game that was still in internal testing a few months ago. There were not many internal testers, only more than 1,000 people, and the internal testing time had been more than half a year. This time can only be said to be average. But it is a popular game that many people are looking forward to recently. He boldly predicted that it will be popular, because the degree of freedom is too high. The forum is full of cloud players who can't play games. They post every day and discuss the cool operations of those animals in it. The Ember Baby in it is a major feature. There are a lot of I in it. The I in it also said that I traveled through time. The me standing in front of the computer is the Ember he left behind. This kind of game that makes players doubt life and think about philosophy. Who am I? Where am I? Did I really travel through time? Is very worth buying. He said to the barrage. Everyone, next, I will start live broadcasting the public beta of the game Sword Forging Villa. What? The public beta is also limited and developed slowly. It's just hunger marketing by internet celebrities. But I was lucky and grabbed a spot on the first day of the service. Bai Xiaotao habitually chatted with the live broadcast room and clicked on the game login interface with some excitement. Chapter 859. A beautiful villa background interface appeared in front of him, full of poetry. It was obviously the legendary sword-making villa, where all the stories and main lines unfolded. There was also a simple dialogue box in the center of the background, filling in the account and secret. He had already applied for the account in advance, so he logged in directly and entered the game name. Brothers, naming is very particular. Based on my years of experience in the forum, first of all, you can't name it too sexy, such as Yi Guangxiu's sixth body. Someone could only secretly call himself Yi Guangxiu, and later, he could only be called Yi Di, and didn't dare to use his real name. This is already someone's black history. The name must be appropriate. In the game world, there is destiny and destiny. Our names must also be auspicious. For example, the three brothers Jiosue Bue, Rabbi Xiaoxin, and Renshin Gongfen are obviously the last batch to enter the game, and they are doing well. It can be seen that they have the luck of these three big guys. Then what name should we choose? Choose something related to the painter, and have the luck of the painter. This painter boss, I don't think he is dead. According to the nature of the game, I dare to bet with the oath of becoming a eunuch in the game that he is definitely not dead and will definitely appear again later. Bai Xiaotao explained while naming himself. Painter. Hint, this name is already taken. Green Hat Painter. Tip, this name has been taken. Airman Painter this time, the name was chosen successfully. The next step is to wait for the server to open, which is officially at 8 o'clock. But the server opening page is not idle either. A lot of battle scene animations appeared, recorded by Ning Zheng, recorded by the blacksmiths from all angles, and the final battle between Xian, Jiuzui, and the painter. Needless to say, the excitement of the scene is great. The endless trump cards of both sides make people feel excited. Fuck, the only immortal from the sky, the Night Emperor, is the ember of our players. That Xinhua Emperor is so handsome, so passionate, and roaring like a hero who slays a dragon. A group of people kept chatting, extremely excited. We players can actually reach that level. Covering the sky with one hand, turning the clouds and rain, opening up a dynasty across the border, and sweeping the world. Just flying with a sword and turning into a huge law of heaven and earth are enough to make them look forward to it. Who doesn't want to fly? Who doesn't want to become bigger? Bai Xiaotao continued to wait, and after a while, here it comes. Countdown. 7:59. 8 o'clock. The screen flashed, and gradually an entry animation appeared. It was a bustling street in Shimen City, and the camera gradually fell on the figures of two people. It was the Night Emperor Yi Tianai, who was wandering around. And below the video, there are eye-catching black words. This is a real-time video. Bai Xiaotao was stunned, that is to say, this immortal is now shopping with his wife in Jiuzhou? Fuck. Bai Xiaotao was full of envy. So cool. This immortal player Yi Guangxiu's sixth body actually entered the opening animation performance, showing how powerful his magic power is, and how loving he is with his wife. He wants to eat dog food right away. Almost all the players who are logged in are envious. At this time, in the opening animation, this piece of history in Jiuzhou is very exciting and cool. Yi Tianai walked on the street, holding hands with Yi Guangxiu, shopping and playing everywhere. Someone is secretly filming us. Yi Tianai pointed at the blacksmiths behind him, who were lying on the wall and on the roof of the house with shifty eyes. It's okay, Yi Di said. The barrage was swiping. Ha ha ha, your wife is confused. Funny. I believe it's a real-time animation of the server opening. Yi Guangxiu looked at the familiar street of shops and walked along. Suddenly, Yi Di saw Xiao Gao who was selling things in Yujian's shop. This one is already a waiter. After going through vicissitudes of life, he quietly retired here. Boss, give me a bottle of shadow rice flour wine. Okay. Carrying the wine pot, leaving the old friend, Yi Guangxiu felt a lot of emotions. In the past, Yujian's shop, Xiao Gao wearing the crown of Green Hat Villa, was the first time they entered the Xenia's city map to open a store, and then started the Battle of Jiuzhou Suhuan, as if it was just yesterday. I have been here for 7 or 8,000 years. When I come back, my old friends are still here, and the peach blossoms are red. Yi Di talked freely, and after leaving the shop, he stretched out his hand and gently touched the small cakes in the shop. In an instant, this one who was on the verge of exhaustion and death regained vitality. The barrage was shocked. This spell was full of special effects. It was so cool. They were all crazy. This is the blessing system of Taoist priests. This one is the real origin of Taoism, but he has opened up a powerful existence of Taoism in the next world. This is a real Xianxia game, with a vast world view. It is not a traditional Xianxia online game upgrade. One person opens a world, one person sweeps the world, and one person opens a profession. The degree of freedom is too high. It's like those mythical novels, all kinds of magic, extremely powerful. The Night Emperor showed off his skills, which immediately excited everyone. This kind of feeling of returning home to show off and give back to old friends, even if they are watching from the sidelines, they are very excited. Everyone thinks that he will definitely be a super player in the future, become the Night Emperor, become an immortal, and become an ancestor, overlooking the world alone, and incarnating the eternal myth of the ages. Returning to the hometown and seeing the old friends of the past, sighing that things have changed. The Night Emperor and Yi Tianai continued to go shopping, eat and drink, and reminisce about the past. Soon, he came to a store again, and saw his old friends Shi Yoxing and Shi Yuyu, two good friends of the Zuelahua family. Now this family is also doing well. They go to school in Shiron College, and are core disciples. They also have many industries in Shiron College, and have been promoted to a high-quality family. I still remember the tomb raiding with them. I laughed with them, attacked dungeons together, ate dirt together, and moved bricks together. They also secretly learned our tomb raiding skills, which was very despicable. Yi Guangxiu sighed, his eyes revealing a look of nostalgia. That year, I was still a little blacksmith who ate dirt. Their laughter and joy were my happiest time. At that time, I secretly thought that it would be great if I could marry such a beautiful NPC Shiryuyu. Now, I have married an even more beautiful empress. He looked at Yi Tianai next to him. Everyone was also brought into the mood, only to feel the vicissitudes of life, a kind of unique sense of the years of the mythological background, the love of the young. That year I was like a minion in the crowd, today you look at me again. That kind of vicissitudes of life are overwhelming. Then, Yi Ti came to the last stop, Shirome Academy. Countless young students were going back and forth on the streets, shuttling between dormitories, classrooms, and training grounds, and occasionally there were instructors leading teams. Yi Guangxiu crossed various areas and finally came to a person. Zhang Huaping. The person in charge of the transaction with their villa at that time had become a demon hunting instructor for entry-level courses, with the help of the Sword Fairy and Yin Hua, and had obtained a lot of resources. 100 years later, she, who had achieved the great perfection of the five-body realm, was already a cultivator of the three-yuan realm. Her daughter was also studying in the school, and was living a very good life. This fellow Taoist. Yi Guangxiu suddenly stopped in front of Zhang Huaping. Who are you? Zhang Huaping was stunned. Suddenly, a golden fairy light lingered behind Yi Ti, and his ancient and majestic face was full of indifference and ruthlessness, as if he was the only true god who overlooked the common people and controlled the fate of the world. He has revealed his true identity, a terrifying immortal who has descended on Jiuzhou. You are? The immortal in the mythical battle? The Knight Emperor of Destiny? The Taoist who claims to be the world of destiny? Zhang Huaping stood there, as if struck by lightning. How could such a great figure, a real immortal, and a terrifying existence of the same level as His Majesty Jiuzhou, suddenly appear in front of him? Zhang Huaping's mind was in turmoil, and his brain was blank. The Knight Emperor looked indifferent and smiled. I counted with my fingers, and you and I are destined to be together. I can pass on the opportunity and skills to you. Are you willing? Boom! In an instant, the picture froze on Zhang Huaping's shocked face, and countless lights shone down, reflecting the majestic figure like an immortal and a god, and countless clouds were like waves rolling around him. If I am the Knight Emperor in the future, I will reward the peach blossoms with blooming together. The earthly bond is over, the cause and effect are gone. The vast divine light shone down, and the Knight Emperor granted the opportunity. He suddenly turned around, looked at the players in front of the camera, and shouted, Everyone, I will rush to the sword forging villa now to meet you, the destined people. The screen gradually darkened. When they opened their eyes again, they had already entered the game and appeared at the gate in front of the villa. All the new blacksmiths who logged in had their minds and hearts rippling, fixed on the cold face of the Knight Emperor, the immortal god, and stood there for a long time. Is it coming? Chapter 860. Sword Forging Villa. Due to the expansion, the mountaintop gate has been moved to the mountainside. The gate exudes a sense of the heavy life. 2 Jukarong brand street lamps are hung on both sides of the gate as lanterns, shouting welcome, welcome. The manager personally welcomes people, which makes people feel full of sincerity. There is also a couplet at the door. The candle extinguishes the embers, the burning soul, and the will is still there. The life is cast into a furnace, and the swords, spears, and halberds will continue to open up. The handwriting is flying and dancing, giving people a sense of sharpness that shocks the mind. The hundreds of blacksmiths who just landed were stunned in place, and their brains were still reviewing the mythical scenes just now. They were deeply shocked by the majestic and strong imperial color of the Knight Emperor. They finally experienced the feeling of the blacksmiths when they first opened the server, the terrible pressure of the throat being stuck by the rice cake, unable to breathe, and the heart seemed to stop suddenly. Bai Xiao exhaled, took a deep breath, and after a while, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Is this a fairy? The pressure from just showing up is so terrifying. But this also shows that the perception function of this game is very sharp, and it can do something like pressure that doesn't exist in reality. And these people are quite good. They understand psychology. The shocking cutscene just now is simply perfect art. As a senior player, he quickly realized the sincerity of these people. How to bring the deepest and most instinctive shock to this group of new players? Emotions are led and erupted layer by layer. They first played the videos of Yi Di, Xi and Shichen, painter Jiuzhou, and others sacrificing Ji Duan, and fighting for the immortal fate. The editing of this myth battle alone is very professional from all angles, and it is definitely handled by a big boss. It makes people's blood boil, But this scene is too far-reaching for the blacksmiths, who have just entered the game. At first glance, it seems like a mythical blockbuster, giving the blacksmiths a false and empty feeling. This painter's battle has no sense of substitution at all, just like humans sitting in a movie theater. No matter how shocking the scenes in the movie are, they are just shocking, and will not be brought into reality. And what about them? Next, the immortal Yi Di in the painter's battle was cleverly used to personally broadcast the opening animation in real time, which brought them closer to the sense of substitution. Yi Di walked around Shirong City in the live broadcast, eating and drinking, giving people a sense of intimacy, as if he was no longer the cold immortal Taoist. From time to time, he joked with his wife, reminisced about the small cakes of Yujin's shop, went to see the development of Shi Yoxing and Shi Yuyu, and finally completely ignited his emotions, granting Zhang Huaping the immortal fate. This is absolutely the finishing touch. The newbies in the public beta have basically done their homework, and are familiar with these NPCs in the forum. Zhang Huaping has the best relationship with them. She was a high-level NPC for the blacksmiths in the early stage, and she was very strong in the fourth organ realm. What about now? She appeared in front of Zhang Huaping as an immortal, and gave him immortal fate. Every link and plot was absolutely carefully designed, with feelings, bringing the blacksmiths closer to their perspective, and showing the highest achievements of the older generation of internal test blacksmiths, who have already become immortals. This opening is definitely a work of art, worthy of being the 9th art. Bai Xiaoao felt the great sincerity and shouted, "These animals understand people's hearts too well, and they understand the layout too well." The barrage also exploded. Listening to the layered analysis of this game anchor, it felt very exciting. A group of people chatted, "Fuck, it turns out to be like this." Zhang Huaping. So, I, who was getting ready to go to work, was also part of your opening animation play. Zhang Huaping, damn it, I thought you were really giving me a chance to be immortal, but it turns out you were just pretending to be me. Zhang Huaping, this generation of bosses really knows how to play. Zhang Huaping, damn it, you guys are going to scare me again, won't you let me go? The barrage was also very happy, everyone was Zhang Huaping. Bai Xiaoao came back to his senses, and felt the body character he logged in. He was bronze, cute and petite, and 1.4 meters tall. His skin was hard, and he knocked it, and found that it made a clanging sound. According to the information he had learned on the official website, this was the classic opening character, the Money Boy. He looked at the Switch character page and found that there were several more login gift packs on the new face-pinching interface, and Krypton Gold characters could be selected. If you give me a free basic character, I have to do the rest of the Switch characters myself? Bai Xiaoao pondered for a while, thinking about how to gain an advantage on the first day of the opening. The first step is to be fooled by these old dogs, and take out a loan to get a Krypton Gold character. But what about after that? As a high-level player, it is still very challenging for him to play with style. He didn't want to compete with those old blacksmiths in the internal test. Since this game chose to be tested without deleting files, there are many versions ahead of him. Just treat them as NPCs. The opponents he has to compete with are the new players in the same batch. Bai Xiaoao felt that he was quite lucky to come in on the first day of the public beta. If he came in one day earlier, he might find a profitable job, make some small commodities, and set up a stall to sell to players who log in the next few days. Wouldn't the original accumulation come? Brothers, look at how I play the game. Bai Xiaoao walked into the villa square. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge turtle shell wooden fish, which has become the landmark of the square. At this time, in the center of the square, there was a huge and vast mythical magic water curtain mirror, on which Feng Wangyi sang. Her gentle singing resounded throughout the villa and kept echoing. The elegant and cheerful melody seemed to contain the meaning of destruction and rebirth. This folk song with characteristics of another world could not be sung more appropriately than by Feng Wangyi, the reborn auspicious beast. Even Bai Xiaoao wanted to hum along. At the entrance of the blacksmith shop, there is a small projection screen, on which is the idol baby from the next-door Tianming world. Godsmith Dao Jiuzhou, his blacksmithing clip, fairy light blooming, a fairy weapon is immediately produced, giving people a cool and handsome feeling. After the Godsmith Dao Jiuzhou finished forging iron, he looked solemn and said, "If you are a brother, come to forge iron. This is a real man's job. Come to join our blacksmith shop for the first test. Let's create brilliance together." The picture keeps replaying. In Lingnong district, there is also a small screen video of Shenong Mudsmith next door, and various blessings, recruiting new members. The same is true for the Hairpin Tower, which hangs a video of Lin Daiyu. This is a brand new recruitment mode, just like college students who have just entered college, and various clubs are showing their strength, hoping to recruit more new members. When Bai Xiao was thinking about what secondary profession to choose in the crowd, he suddenly saw a cute new sister blacksmith in the crowd. She looked around carefully, with an extremely alert posture, squatting on the small steps in the corner, seemingly recording something, and constantly and carefully observing the expressions and demeanor of the new passers-by. Su Jiayu, he looked at the ID name above the other person's head. It was a rare serious person, and it seemed to be the name of an indigenous person. He couldn't help but walk over carefully to see what the other person was writing. Instead of playing games after the server was launched, he went on adventures and walked around in this mountain city. The scenery here is so beautiful. Look at the girls next door, who are looking for scenery, running around happily. As a result, when he approached, he found that this gold loli was squatting on the steps, writing in the local indigenous language, trembling and writing pseudo-human observation diary. I found the nest of the advanced pseudo-human civilization. Chapter 861. Bai Xiao didn't know the meaning of these words, but he had seen the style of the indigenous characters in the forum. It seems that this new player is not a serious person. Probably the period of Chunibu, writing indigenous characters? He didn't doubt that this person was a real indigenous person, because he saw that there was a stall selling Eye of Appraisal in the distance. It is said that it can intelligently translate and compare each sentence of indigenous characters. You can read it back and copy it down, so that you can also write indigenous characters. I have to say, the opening Krypton Gold function of these animal blacksmiths is very complete, both humane and considerate, so Bai Xiao didn't think about it directly. At this time, the owner of the wedding dress town looked around nervously. Today, she inexplicably became a money boy and entered this mysterious place. Her cultivation level dropped sharply, and she felt very insecure. She couldn't even feel that there was a certain animal anchor peeking at her. She continued to write pseudo-human observation diary, and wrote with trembling hands, "This is the last diary. This is the diary I borrowed from a kind-hearted pseudo-human. I am afraid it is my last words. I don't know if people in the future can see it. In recent days, I still hide in the secret room of Wedding Clothes Town every day, continue to write diaries, and record the great terror of our Wedding Clothes Town. The pseudo-human monsters outside Wedding Clothes Town are constantly studying some flesh and blood bodhisattva, integrating thousands of arms and hands, and using thousands of hands to knit wool and weave clothes. It seems to have become a clothing base for them, and it seems to be transporting clothes to somewhere. Recently, they seem to be busy with something big, which may be related to the 9-Spike War that broke out not long ago. The mysterious Night Emperor, the mysterious painter. The world makes me incomprehensible, and I can only hide in the secret room to record everything. Just today, the uneasy premonition was indeed fulfilled. A mysterious and strange countdown appeared from my perspective. Is it death? I was cursed. They may have discovered me. When the number jumped to 8 o'clock, I saw the replay of the final battle of the 9-Spike mythology, and the mysterious Night Emperor walking all the way in a city, saying some inexplicable words. It seemed to be the language of pseudo-humans, but I didn't know why I could hear it. I guess it was related to some terrible magic weapon that pulled me into this mysterious area. When everything was over, I found that I had become a money boy, standing among a group of mysterious unknown creatures. No, not unknown. Their crazy, twisted, and morbid laughter and noise made me remember their characteristics forever. Pseudo-humans. I actually entered the lair of that group of pseudo-humans without knowing it. This is a nightmare-like scene that I can never imagine in my life. If I am guilty, please let me die instead of sending me to their lair. I don't want to see their terrifying appearance of eating dirt. The 4 characters on the door of Jujian Villa made me realize the real horror of Jojo. The sacred and great power in the eyes of the world turned out to be the lair of a group of fake people. The owner of Jiai Town was horrified. She could no longer understand what this place was. A city of pseudo-people? She continued. The painter is probably the mastermind behind the scenes who took the blame for them. The painter is a poor substitute criminal, and he died innocently. They are the biggest shadow in history. I have heard them call themselves pseudo-people. Are they a new type of evolved pseudo-people? At this moment, I suddenly felt that fate whispered in my ear. This is the meaning of my sneaking in here, using my last life to pass on the horrifying scene here. I found an interface under the corner of my eye, which seemed to be able to replace the character of the body possession, and there were various character gift packs, 50% off, 40% off, novice discount. Are pseudo-people treated so well? Is this the strongest ability of pseudo-people? I have a feeling that I can switch races at will. Perhaps, it is the best choice for me to fall into a pseudo-person. This is the base camp of the pseudo-people. They can take over other people's bodies, learn ironwork, planting, and have all kinds of shops. They will also kindly give loans, and tell me what to do next. They even let me log into the forum to see where the forum is. They also said there are water armies. I asked what that is. He said it is a kind of monster that they keep in the forum. But I still refuse to integrate into the pseudo people. It's not that I'm too kind, but I simply can't integrate into the shouting and roaring of the cultists. Look, they are already lying on the ground eating dirt, their bodies twisted wantonly, lying on the ground with their buttocks sticking out, using 18 evil and twisted postures, as if they are holding some solemn and terrifying ceremony. Next, I saw an even more unforgettable scene. Phoenix E was projected over to sing for them. Could it be that this Phoenix leader had also secretly fallen into a pseudo-human? I have no idea how many high-level officials in JoJo have fallen into pseudo-humans and cheered wildly here. I even saw another young and weird Night Emperor, which made my back cold. What terrible things are they hiding? Oh my god, what did I see? The Bone Demon King City was also taken over by them. I even saw the sworn Bone Demon Emperor, whom they called the Old Steward, who was kindly giving some weapons to the new pseudo-human named Village Haojian. They were still talking about going online. Offering? Immortal? It turned out that they had taken over the Immortals. I felt a huge conspiracy in it. They may have already started to prepare to take over Josue after he became an Immortal. I plan to continue to endure and lie dormant, secretly recording everything with the borrowed notebook. I don't know when they will find out. I plan to go to the blacksmith shop to have a look. Hopefully I can hide longer. The handwriting began to scribble. But soon, the owner of the wedding clothes town was shocked. Because she saw a meteor streaking across the sky and landing on the square. Yi Di. The legendary immortal who descended on Kyushu. He's here. Ningzheng let Yi Di come back from outside, and of course he was alert. He was relieved after confirming that no one was following him through the 20.1 billion luck value. After all, the game base camp of Zhujian Villa cannot afford to lose. Hello everyone. Yi Di landed on the square, showing a majestic and solemn smile, holding his wife Yi Tianai and communicating gently with everyone. Yi Tianai also looked at this place curiously. Looks like a happy person? The owner of the wedding clothes town gritted his teeth in fear and continued to peek in the corner. Of course, Yi Di also discovered the other party, but he didn't care. Because other sand sculpture players were even more outrageous. Some even lay on the roof of the house to peek at him. Among a group of weird people, the owner of the wedding clothes town who wrote a diary and acted weirdly was so ordinary. He just thought it was some media reporters who were recording the copy. Yi Di chatted with everyone for a while, smiling. Okay. I'm not a hero, but you, my friend, you are the real hero. Ah, so cool. Everyone cheered when they heard it. Yi Di smiled again and said, I hold a book signing for everyone. Come here if you want autographs. A group of blacksmiths immediately started lining up happily. In the distance, the owner of the wedding clothes town secretly watched and roughly understood what was going on. He gritted his teeth and started to line up. This is an immortal, a race of immortals and pseudo-humans. Could it be that they have already crossed the world, not limited to JoJo? Every world has their forces, and there are hidden fake people everywhere? She felt the deeper terrible truth, and the owner of the wedding dress town was worried. She looked at the Krypton Gold character purchase button. Are they the masters of the world? No. I have to find out their details and change a character other than the money boy. Krypton Gold. It seems to be a necessary investment. Soon, it was the turn of the worried wedding dress town owner. She opened a new blank page in the diary and said respectfully to the Night Emperor, Please sign here. The Night Emperor didn't care and signed his name in a dragon flying and phoenix dancing manner. How many sand sculptures are there in this game who let themselves go? There are more than 600 first-day login players in the live game, and there are more than 600 weirder ones than her. After signing, the town master hurried away, rewrote the diary, and drew an arrow on the signature, saying, This is his signature. I risked my life to get the valid information. This person is definitely a high-level fake person. This is an immortal. He definitely spread the fake people to other worlds. I hope that after my death, this information can be preserved. Friends who see it, please spread it and bring them to justice. Just then, Bai Shout-Out also borrowed money from the medical clinic stall next door to buy the eye of appraisal, and the other party also helped him do an eye replacement surgery for free. Finally replaced. He blinked, wanting to see what this middle school girl was writing. But he couldn't read someone's diary right away, that would be so rude. So he took a ball of soil and stuffed it to the other party. This is today's limited edition food in the cafeteria, the magic 7-color mushroom sweet toast. Do you want to try it? Super delicious. The town master of the wedding dress was silent, watching the other party chewing the soil. Sure enough, it was all too shocking. I am a master of Huawu realm, a top master of an era. But she still took the dirt silently from the heart and learned to eat dirt with tears streaming down her face. In order to blend in with the pseudo people and pretend to be more like them, she also imitated some pseudo people and posed a few less embarrassing eating dirt postures. However, it tastes really good. Is this how it feels to eat dirt as a money boy? Sure enough, even the diet has changed after changing the race. Eating dirt tastes very good. Is this the power of the pseudo people? You cried because it was so delicious? Wipe your tears. Bai Xiaotao looked at the silent girl writing a diary, and was a little speechless. Let's go! I take you to the Zanyang Tower. It's a popular profession for female players. I'm also interested in it. Bai Xiaotao was very enthusiastic. As a social bull, he was best at making friends in the game. Chapter 862. Next, the owner of the town of Jiayi started the most wonderful and outrageous day of his life. Under the leadership of Bai Xiaotao, they ran around everywhere and went to the notice board in the square to accept tasks. The novices were introduced to mining, eating metals, growing nails, and minting coins. According to Bai Xiaotao, they are now a new type of money boy, which can be used to mint new coins. This is a long-term daily task. When you can't find a task in the future, you can take this task. This pseudo-person is pretty good. Then he occasionally went to the NPCs of various shops with question marks on their heads and accepted limited-time tasks from them. Hearing Bai Xiaotao's insulting lines, she vaguely realized that the so-called NPCs were pseudo-people of the older generation, trying to exploit them in various ways. There is cruel competition among pseudo-people. She silently took notes. At the end of the day, she did more than a dozen tasks, and was squeezed to the point of panting and sweating. As a cultivator in the transformation realm, she has not experienced the exhaustion of these low-level lives for a long time. Then, she was introduced to eat some potions that squeeze potential and lifespan. She recognized these potions. Even the cruelest and least life-threatening disciples of the demon sect dared not eat them casually, but they stuck handfuls of them into their mouths, just to earn a few dozen magic coins. The pseudo-humans were not afraid of death, but only cared about completing the mission. This was a terrifying, highly disciplined natural war race. Because she saw a money boy who died suddenly from exhaustion. Before he died, he fell in the square and cried loudly. He was not crying because he was going to die, but because he had not completed his mission, and did not get the 13 magic coins. Until dusk, she never stopped. All the pseudo-people were like clockwork gears, planning the route perfectly, squeezing every minute and every second to complete more tasks. Then a bonfire party was held, with a group of people laughing and singing and dancing. Although the bonfire was warm, and the food was sweet, she was cold all over. I suggest a social party. I collect luck coins and magic money. If you have money, come. The owner of the wedding dress town looked at their crazy, twisted, morbid, and laughing, and vaguely felt that her stomach was rumbling and uncomfortable, as if her stomach was about to express dissatisfaction. She felt that she might not live an ordinary life after falling asleep tonight. Sister, why don't you talk? Sister, I saw what you were writing today. Can you show it to me? You are not a writer, are you? The enthusiastic money lowly made her silent, and she wanted to add in her diary. The pseudo-people are very enthusiastic, chattering, and have no sense of boundaries. 7 o'clock. After sleeping in the most rudimentary female dormitory with suspended iron beds, she listened to the discontent of the female players next door, complaining about the blacksmiths sleeping in luxurious single rooms, and gradually lost consciousness. Am I going to die? Huh. She opened her eyes again, and found that she had returned to the secret room of Wedding Clothes Town. Is this going offline? The 3 flowers of the pseudo-human are the 3 flowers of the iron wire. Is this what going offline means? I'm back. The owner of Wedding Clothes Town was extremely shocked. She was definitely not stupid. She was just timid and cautious. I survived? This was her second thought. She was ecstatic and extremely shocked. It turned out that the pseudo-humans also had working hours when they took over the body. What they said was 8 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the evening. Ha ha ha. Fake person, it turns out that this is the form of possession offline. Woo woo woo, I survived. She relaxed for a moment, and a terrifying emotion rushed out like a dam bursting. The moment she was limp, a black energy exploded in her soul. Half awakened. She survived the catastrophe, but was scared to death and became half awakened. She had been hiding in the secret room to write a diary, timidly looking at Lin Dayu and others outside. In fact, her obsession has always been to survive. She was very timid and cautious when she was alive, but this time she survived the catastrophe and stimulated her to half awaken. In a moment, the owner of the wedding dress town became much more agile and quick-thinking, completely like a living person, not a circular repetitive logic. I'm already dead? She was in turmoil, and murmured, however, their pseudo-human civilization nest is very advanced. Very mysterious. For example, their Night Emperor has long been in other worlds, and has opened up a terrifying and omnipotent Taoist system. The pseudo-human is a huge and terrifying advanced aggressive civilization. The disaster of super pseudo-human is definitely a disaster for all the heavens and worlds. And there are many opportunities within them. As long as I earn enough luck coins from them, I can awaken myself artificially and live a second life. She was thinking. Although that place scared her, it was also a place of opportunity. After all, today, she really broadened her horizons, saw many shocking truths, and saw a higher dimension, the outside world. As a bound spirit, it was difficult for her to go out. Instead, it was an excellent choice to log into the sword forging villa and blend in with a group of small blacksmiths. She pondered for a moment, and tried to reveal some information about the sword forging villa. But then, the brain instantly gave a warning. It's a ban. I was indeed banned. Most of the disciples of the sect would put a ban on the sect to protect the sect's unique skills and various secrets, so that outsiders would not catch a true disciple and expose the sect completely. Now it is reasonable for these pseudo-human groups to put such a brain ban. It seems that I can't reveal it casually and tell outsiders. She thought about it, and found that she couldn't even write a diary outside, but only in the sword forging villa. She thought carefully for half an hour, and then felt that this was an opportunity. This is a group of advanced pseudo-humans in a new form. They use login to take over the body, and offline to return to the body. They are much stronger than the original pseudo-humans, who can't leave the body after taking over the body. Therefore, they are not afraid of death. This is a terrifying advanced pseudo-human civilization. Other worlds may have similar nests. I am afraid that these villas in Sword Forging Villa exist in every world. Moreover, according to Bai Xiao, it seems that they are also preparing to enter the fairyland and build a sword forging villa in the fairyland, which is very scary. If I can take the opportunity to go to the fairyland, it will be a great opportunity. I have decided to disguise myself as a blacksmith player, move bricks with them, work together, and maybe I can go to other worlds and take over other characters. She secretly made up her mind. I also want to learn to make strategies. The original accumulation is very important. It is easier to snowball if I earn more magic coins. And it seems that I can also exchange for the quota of blacksmiths. Those people can operate in secret. If I get into the upper echelons, can I also pull some of my own people in to move bricks together, forge iron together, and do tasks together? She remembered the dazzling array of rewards on the luck coin exchange form. There are also 7 colored fairy soldiers, awakened ghost kings, artificial fairy fate, and various unimaginable super rewards, which completely moved her. Selling fairy fate, with this thing, she can become a fairy. The mysterious sword-making villa. Everyone in Jiuzhou wants to become a disciple and enter it to learn technology, but I have already entered and seen the true face of this mysterious villa. Ningzheng smiled when she saw this scene. This master of the wedding dress town in the transformation of my realm is hidden in the secret room, and he couldn't find it before. But as the realm improves, Ningzheng saw through at a glance that there is a real tomb owner hidden in the wedding dress town. So, for the first test of the native player, use this person to test and see how the effect is. Now it seems that the gameplay and functions in all aspects are not set up much. The natives are also highly receptive. It seems that I can gradually open up new native players. Observe this Jiai Town Master for a few more days. There is no rush. After confirming that there is no major problem with this person's login, Wu Xingjing and Princess Xini, this is the second batch of tests. Later, Ningzheng can try to use Li Yuzhu, Jiaowu, Su Huan and others as the third batch of testers. However, these people are too smart. Ningzheng still wants to test them more maturely before letting them in, so as not to affect the balance of the game and cause any trouble. Chapter 863. On the forum. Ningzheng opened the posts and found that it was unprecedentedly hot, and the posts were refreshed crazily. Come to think of it, it was only a little after 8 o'clock, which was the peak period just after the offline, and it was normal for a group of people to discuss crazily there. They were all talking about the experience of the first day of the public beta. Ningzheng didn't read much, just scanned a few posts, and the most popular post was, "Shocked. Unbelievable. I saw the legendary indigenous player." Ning Zheng thought that the owner of the wedding dress town was exposed, so he clicked on it. It turned out to be a certain animal, who pretended to be an indigenous player. This player who opened the server knew that there was a video of the Phoenix Queen singing on that day through the revelations of some animals in the forum, so he had a crooked idea and turned on the traditional art. Cuckold mode. The specific operation is as follows. As soon as she came online, she immediately changed to a human character to log in, went to the clinic for plastic surgery, dressed up as the Phoenix Queen, and went to the hairpin tower to buy clothes and props, and really became the Phoenix Queen. Anti-Phoenix with a unique Phoenix Shanghai ID, she also went to the square, followed the big screen of the genuine Phoenix Queen behind her, sang and provided photo services. 3 magic coins each time. After singing for a day, this Phoenix Queen also danced basketball overalls dance, ancient costume dance, various dances, and directly earned more than 1,000 magic coins. So far, the richest new player in the villa was born on the first day. The replies below are all. I thought I was already able to make money, but I didn't expect there were masters. She must have planned the process long ago. The speed is too fast. Changing characters, plastic surgery in the clinic, buying clothes in the hairpin tower, buying microphones in the blacksmith shop. The speed is like the wind. Ah, this is clearly a farming game for health preservation. You idiots, stop being so obsessed. I, a newbie who loves scenery, am going to be obsessed to death. Sure enough, I got it. I got it! I got it! The richest man in the villa must be the most cuckolded man in the villa. This girl is simply divine. She understands the essence of how to play this game. I can already imagine that there will be a bunch of dancing Phoenix Queens in the square tomorrow, but there may not be many. There are still very few girls who sing and dance. You are so surprised. In the afternoon, I saw a high imitation Knight Emperor who had plastic surgery, holding a high imitation Yitianai, signing autographs for people for a fee. There were even fools who were fooled and started queuing up. You are crazy. What happened next? How could the Knight Emperor tolerate someone cheating on him? There was no next. He was directly captured and turned into the embers of street lamps, placed on the streets of the square, and kept begging for mercy. It is worthy of the villa's sanctions. Against the will of heaven, those who cheat on others will always be cheated on by others. Ha ha, no wonder when I passed by the villa, I saw a street lamp ember, which was maintaining its logic before death, constantly begging for mercy, and singing clappers. Knight Emperor, let me go, treat me like a fart and let me go. It was so funny. The ember of this player is hanging there. It is said that it will be placed there for a month, and it will sing clappers for a month. It is estimated that he will be socially dead for a month. It is too miserable. This punishment measure is simply invincible. Players cannot be killed, but I can make you socially dead. It's so funny. The blacksmith who broke the law was beaten to death and turned into embers hanging on the street lamp. It's too scary. I dare not commit crimes against the wind. Ning Zheng was speechless. Today is really exciting. A group of first-time testers made a first-day money-making strategy in advance, showing their skills. Someone even used such a cool operation, and the Phoenix Queen won the first place by performing? It is true that talents emerge in every generation. Then Ning Zheng scanned a few more posts, and found that they were all showing off their first-day money-making skills. Some of the moves were simply eye-opening. Of course, there is also a group of people who have not been able to enter the game in line, discussing whether they will be among the more than 100 random newbies who will enter tomorrow. In fact, they also think that this batch entry is good. Because this game is not a traditional online game, there are a lot of partitions, and each game area has a sword forging villa, and there is only one large map of the merged area. It is actually a good idea to bring in fresh blood in batches. They keep bragging about their wise planning. This is probably what the blacksmith said. There are great scholars who will argue for me. Ning Zheng is now used to their routine. They are praising the wise planning. Don't they think I am behind the scenes to decide their login quota tomorrow? He laughed dumbly. At first, he was also confused by these guys' flattery and lost his way. Now he is immune. After reading the post for an hour, Ning Zheng closed the forum until 9 o'clock. Swordcasting Villa is the core of Ning Zheng's power, and he can't afford to be careless. But obviously, this public beta is quite successful. It can be imagined that after snowballing, more than 100 million LUT points will be exchanged for more than 100 new players every day. I wonder if the history book next door has found the spiritual root of the black-clothed female doctor in the ancient tomb of chaos. If we find it, It is estimated that we can increase the luck value to hundreds of billions per day, and 1% of the players can also get hundreds of millions, which is equivalent to hundreds of players going online every day. This speed of increasing public beta players is definitely enough. Ning Zheng was thinking, feeling that he was already a qualified game planner. In the future, he can prove his way with game planning and become an immortal by farming. Just then, good news came directly from the next door's Destiny world. A spiritual root similar to that of the female doctor was found. After all, it seems that one day has passed, but in fact 100 years have passed there, and digging 3 feet into the ground must be enough. The radiation range of the server has been expanded, and he no longer needs to spend money to open the space vortex, and can log into the character directly. The Bronze Emperor, borrowing the server, can come there at any time. With a crash, Ning Zheng stood up, controlled the Bronze Emperor statue in the history book, looked at Dao Jiujiu in the square below, and said lightly, "What's the situation?" Dao Jiujiu was stunned at first. Why did the owner's way of coming change? Faster and more direct? But he thought it was normal for the owner to be mysterious, and replied, "Master, I found it. This is a very low-level bloodline. It was found by a mortal doctor in the countryside." Ning Zheng nodded. "Send her over from the soul-summoning flag. It's good to have a spiritual root foundation, and the rest is to add a little." Ning Zheng felt much more relaxed after getting this good news. This means that his income will soon increase to about 300% with a great update of the 18 layers of hell. And this soon, for Ning Zheng, it may be only 2 or 3 days later. Ning Zheng didn't care about the reform of the hell in the world of Destiny. As an outer god, he only cared about whether there were more tributes in their world. Dao Jiujiu thought for a while, and said, "Your Majesty, there are some special things in our world recently. They are a kind of localized embers." Localized embers? Ning Zheng pondered. Metal plus embers, and after death, they turned into metal ember corpses with local characteristics? Oranges grown in the south of the Huai River are oranges, while oranges grown in the north of the Huai River are bitter oranges. Ning Zheng has certainly heard of this illusion. If you insist that the embers were planted in the alien world next door, the climate and soil were not suitable, and there was some friction between the ember ancestral tomb and the metal ancestral tomb, it is really understandable. Take it out and have a look. Ning Zheng frowned. Dao Jiujiu took out the localized embers. One is an extremely skinny corpse, wrapped in a cloak, seemingly afraid of light, holding a box in his hand. We call this creature a lich. What he holds is a life box, which is his metal stone. You know, people in this world use metal stones to practice. After death, the metal stones will fall off. But the metal stones they drop will grow embers. And this metal stone, we call it a life box, an urn, a coffin box. This small metal box is his body. You can only kill him by breaking the box. And this walking lich is similar to a Dharma image. If you kill him, he will be resurrected from their small metal coffin. Life box after a while. Ning Zheng understood instantly. Essentially, it is also a new kind of earth-binding spirit. It's just that the earth-binding spirit next door is different from the one in Kyushu. The earth-binding spirit over there is rooted in metal stone. Chapter 864. To be honest, I suspect this thing is an experimental creation of some Taoist priests, and eventually it evolved naturally. This is a new type of ember virus. After death, it turns into metal stone, and there is a certain probability that it will turn into a life box, and a lich will appear to harm people. Ning Zheng asked, "What is the probability of metal ember appearing after death? Is it difficult to kill?" The probability is only about 1 in 10,000, but it is very difficult to kill. It takes divination to easily find his life box, and the location of his body after death. Ning Zheng understood. 1 in 10,000 is similar to the normal period of Jiuzhou. Under normal circumstances in Jiuzhou, only one ember appears for tens of thousands of people. It seems that the Destiny world is playing with fire. Ning Zheng sighed. Some of their Taoist priests secretly conducted research and transformed the mutated ember virus. That's right, there will always be some evil Taoist priests who do some experiments that break the moral code. Dao Jiujiu sighed. In addition, Taoist priests practice the lineage of luck, and they are very lucky in research and produce results very quickly, so it is normal for them to research a mess of things. In terms of luck, the frontal combat power is not strong. But people living in the world always have to fight for resources, and harmony brings wealth, etc., are all jokes. The mainstream combat method studied by Taoist priests is to control zombies. Nowadays, it is normal to come up with some messy zombie schools. The Taoist system is a variant of the Jiuzhou system. Ning Zheng has no doubt that this new ember system has great potential, and after localization, it is very suitable for the Destiny world. He asked, what will happen if this specialized local Ember virus is transmitted to our Jojo side? It shouldn't be a big deal. Dao Jojo thought for a moment. People in Jojo are born with the Ember virus, and there is a certain probability of getting sick after death. There is no metal stone in the bodies of people in Jojo who have embers, so naturally they can't produce a small metal coffin after death, life box. The main Ember virus may be used to beat the invading Destiny Ember virus. Ningzheng looked thoughtful and said lightly, send me a local mutant Ember virus, I will take it back to the villa to infect the blacksmiths and study it. Yes. Dao Jiujiu clasped his fists and said, different systems, different changes, it seems that it is really worth studying, there are many potentials. The way is endless. Ningzheng said softly, the truth of the world is infinite, it is worth our exploration. What the owner of the villa said makes sense. Dao Jiujiu studied the method of weapon forging, and now he is a master craftsman, embarking on the road of pursuing truth. He knows that there is no end to forging, and it is worth pursuing for a lifetime. Ningzheng paused, then what are you going to do when this lich breaks out? Ningzheng did not choose to help the other party solve it, but watch them solve it themselves. The civilization system evolves naturally. If there is no worry of extinction, Ningzheng does not intend to interfere. A civilization system that has not experienced trials and extinction crisis is destined to be just a baby in swaddling clothes and will not go far. Look at the history of Jojo. So many changes and twists and turns. Only today's Jojo people have a unique extreme system, 7 orifices and exquisite hearts, and go out of the most extreme 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. This change, there is no disaster. At this time, the fairy ant in the distance also came over, showing a helpless look. This new type of ancestral tomb embers in the other world, the lich, isn't it very difficult to deal with? Ningzheng said. Of course it's difficult, but their life box is a treasure. Ancien said, but this small metal coffin has been refined into a golden elixir and a precious medicine. You may not know that in the more than 1,000 years since you left, the fastest explosion in the Taoist system is the Taoist alchemy. They use various metal ancestral tombs, red cinnabar, and rainbow fire silver. The main materials are various heavy metals, and the auxiliary materials are various spiritual medicines to make elixirs. Ancien paused and smiled. Of course, please don't be afraid of their heavy metal poisoning. Ningzheng, refine a golden elixir? Why did the painting style of the world of Destiny start to be curious? How did this world become a world where elixirs prevail? Ancestral tomb coffins, used to make medicine? The neighbor is worthy of our Jiushou Ember's variant system, so filial. Now with the development, they hated us for being slimy and stinking, but now they are going to become us. Even, as the new Ember virus spreads, tens of thousands of cultivators will drop a metal ember. Life boxes, there are already demon cultivators, starting to massacre the city and kill people. After killing a city, only dozens of life boxes will appear, so as to refine golden elixirs, a great medicine for the human body. This is the reason why they are worried recently. This is the disaster caused by the new ember. With the deterrence of the 18 hells, those demon cultivators still do such things, and kill everywhere in the name of being wanted. You can imagine how tempting these new embers are. Because this new ember can allow them to practice the second magical power cycle, Jiujiu can circulate more spiritual roots. While the world of Destiny has always been a single magical power, I can't find a good way to have multiple magical powers, and now I finally found it. The life box practices the golden elixir, and swallows a golden elixir of other 5 elements, yin and yang attributes into the stomach, and integrates into the metal stone in the body. It can form a cycle and open up the second magical power. Ningzheng was a little surprised by this. They were ridiculously fast. The multi-cycle system is very difficult. Jiujiu has undergone many changes before it formed the immortal root. The neighboring world of Destiny is also going to enter the level of immortal roots, but it seems understandable. First, Yi brought Jiujiu's immortal root system here, and he can learn by analogy. Standing on the shoulders of Jiujiu giants, he can see far. Second, luck is all-powerful in secondary professions. In research, good luck is too important. Now this new yin and yang, 5-element system is in line with their current radical Taoist schools, which are loudly calling for change on the earth. Medicine will turn into ashes when it meets human energy, and Taoism will be natural when it is combined with Shi. After swallowing a golden elixir, I know that my life is not controlled by heaven. Taoism, golden elixir. The 2 words have become the turbulent point of the world of Destiny. Only when the golden elixir enters the abdomen can one jump out of fate and become a true Destiny person. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. Anti-Xian said. Even, there are scholars in our Xian dynasty who have proposed to study a method to refine the metal stone in our body into a golden elixir. The golden elixir is immortal, and we are immortal like a lich. We Taoists can be like earthbound spirits, rooted in the golden elixir, and can be resurrected. When necessary, we can abandon the flesh and escape with a golden elixir. Metal stone equals 3 flowers in the brain. We are the spiritual grass in the brain, and they are the spiritual gold in the body. The Taoists are all fragile, and they are eyeing the immortality of the lich. If they really succeed, their immortality may slowly catch up with the monks in our Jiuzhou. However, their immortality is not in the flesh. The flesh is still fragile. They are long-range mages, and their immortality is mainly manifested in the golden elixir. It's bizarre. Ning Zheng sighed in her heart. Although all kinds of strange things happened next door, she didn't want to interfere. It's better to watch and see how things develop in the future. They developed so fast, mainly because they were assimilated by the embers. They are now an alternative branch of the Kyushu system. With the help of the embers, they have come out of the cycle method similar to Kyushu. This system is not strictly their own. However, Ning Zheng still wants to do some divination. Minus 100 million luck. Ning Zheng looked at the hexagram and smiled. This is a blessing in disguise. It is not what you want. There is grief and pain, but also a sweet opportunity to realize the change. When everyone heard the mysterious owner of the sword-casting villa do the divination, they couldn't help but calm down a little. Chapter 865. Farewell. Ning Zheng smiled slightly, and her figure gradually disappeared. Farewell, master. Farewell, master. They shouted respectfully. Ning Zheng opened the space turbulence, and returned to the sword-forging villa with the low-grade spiritual root of the female doctor, and the new ember virus next door. As soon as he came back, he started to evolve the low-grade spiritual root of the female doctor. Soul Dirt Ascaris. Promote the revival of soul energy, repair it again, and compile the structure of the soul body to a certain extent, minus 3 billion. This is the spiritual root of the female doctor. Not good at fighting, but repairing soul injuries and catalyzing the regeneration of soul limbs seems to be simple to introduce, but in fact, the simpler it is, the more perverted it is. The logistics ability is quite strong. I have witnessed it with my own eyes in the battle with the painter before. In the melee, even Jiusui wanted to kill the female doctor first, the nurse, which shows how terrible the strategy is. In the future, if an extraterritorial war is launched, the 2 resurrection points of Feng Wangyi and the female doctor will definitely be the nightmare of other civilizations, and they will be the priority to kill. It is precisely because of these 2 spiritual roots that the Jiuzhou immortal system is perfectly brought into full play. It costs 3 billion to upgrade to the limit of the heavenly spiritual root, which is nothing to Ning Zheng, so he just maxed it out. Clatter. A 3-flower of the heavenly spiritual root with Yin attribute appeared in Ning Zheng's flower pot, exuding a gentle and moisturizing aura to warm the soul. He thought for a few times, picked up the flower pot, and carefully observed the flowers. Why not plant it in the with spiritual root flower pot in my body? There are still 9 with spiritual roots in my flower pot. The with spiritual root is mainly used for vitality recovery, and this thing is just suitable. Thinking of this, he went to find the toolman, Sun Moon Su Yunyang, and transformed the spiritual root attribute. Soul Dirt Turbid Ascaris, Yin, became Soul Dirt Turbid Ascaris, Wood. Ning Zheng felt it and frowned slightly. After the attribute changed, the power was reduced by 40%, but it is reasonable. The Yin spiritual root is the most perfect to play the value of this thing. If this thing is turned into the gold attribute of the killing gold sharp aura, I am afraid that only 20% will be left. The appropriate attribute is very important. It is precisely because the attribute seriously affects the power of the magical power that the attribute transformation of Sun Moon Su Yunyang is not so exaggerated as to defy the sky. But it is enough. Ning Zheng let this thing grow into his own with spiritual root. One of the 9 regenerated with spiritual roots. But then again, this spiritual root constructs the soul body? Ning Zheng thought. Speaking of which, the spiritual root handed down by the painter seems to be a complete system. Soul Dirt and Turbid Ascaris. Constructing the soul shell, it may be the soul structure used by the painter to assist in painting a creature. Human God Flower. Meridians become lines, puppet control, drawing a person's meridians. His brush has 180,000 woolen thread tubes. 9 out of 10 are made of human god silk thread. Mother of no birth. Control system, it may be studying how to control the painting of people. Fire, it seems to be related to the painter. Using the fire to get more information, it is easier to draw the enemy's spirit, energy, and spirit. It seems to be a set. In human history, the painter has improved his painting skills again and again, eager to draw a more perfect fusion scroll. What an ultimate master of art! Art is eternal, and can't be learned from him at all. Ningjung sighed, if you are like him, you will die. If you learn from him, you will live. If I imitate him, I will die. I am a bastard. Instead, I will learn from him to build my own combat system and walk out of my own path of 7-color spiritual root combination. My current clone flow with Shadow Crocodile, as the core is very good. In the past few days, he has learned from Shadow Devouring Dragon Emperor and started to stockpile clones, but the resources consumed are a bottomless pit. Moreover, every time a Dharma image is cut off, it is not only painful, but also slightly injured. It takes a certain amount of time to grow a Dharma image again, which takes more than 10 days. After all, the stronger the person and the stronger the Dharma image, the slower the recovery speed. However, now with this magical power to reduce the CD of resurrection, perhaps, my own Dharma image can speed up the recovery and increase the output speed of my own Dharma image army. Ningjung felt it for a while, his eyes were bright, it really works. As long as you spend resources, you can really quickly revive the Dharma image and speed up the formation of my Dharma image army. In the future, I will have hundreds or thousands of Dharma images by myself. It has to be said, the work of the painter must be a fine product. He has nothing bad in his hand. This spiritual root in front of him can be sent back to the world of destiny, and secretly used in the 18 layers of hell. The CD of the resurrection of the earth-binding spirit will drop sharply, allowing the prisoners to enjoy the hell of endless suffering. By the way, one can also be given to the fairy doctor and the fairy ant. The human god flower is for meridian research and belongs to the spiritual root of the doctor. The spiritual root of this female doctor belongs to the type of doctor. Ningjung counted and felt secretly happy. I feel very happy to get a free artist and cuckold the artist. No, I seem to have been influenced by those blacksmiths. He felt that he had stayed in the sword-casting villa for a long time, and the whole person had become a little bad. He sent the newly generated spiritual roots back to the next-door world of destiny to build a hell for them, and then looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and today's blacksmith was online. So he went to the villa and put Soul Dirt Turbid Ascaris on the redemption reward list. Then, he came to the housekeeper's room, summoned Geodsirong, and gave the Metal Embers virus to him for research, saying, "Be careful not to leak the mutant virus next door, which may spread and have unknown effects on our Geojo natives. I know, beware of species invasion, I will send it to the laboratory immediately." Geodsirong's eyes lit up. Ningjung followed Geodsirong to the laboratory, and saw the fairy ant in a white coat, the medical fairy, who was studying the fairy specialty brought back by Yi yesterday. Fairy stones, and various gadgets purchased in the fairy market. This idle adventure team is still very qualified, going out for adventure and bringing back materials. At this moment, outside the laboratory, a group of new blacksmiths who chose the doctor profession were watching the 2 doctor NPCs doing research, arguing, and making a lot of noise. Immortal Stone. It's really a new expansion pack. I knew that after the public beta, there would be more ways to play, and the new main line is here. I wonder what will be synthesized if I throw it into the yin-yang creation furnace. There should be more advanced energy in it. I wonder if it can be copied. A group of people were chatting. Ningjung asked about the research progress of the Immortal Stone. It is a special energy, essence, qualitative change, concentration, very special. No wonder it can be used for immortal cultivation, the details have not been analyzed yet. The fairy ant said, but since it is a local specialty of other worlds, we may not be unable to localize it. The specialty of our world, embers, turned into metal embers in the neighboring world of destiny. What about the specialty of the fairy stone next door? It may also be localized here, as long as we work hard to study it. Obviously, their ideas are very special. There is nothing that cannot be green in this world. We have the yin-yang creation furnace. What can't we do? Well done, you are enterprising and motivated. You don't feel awe because the other party is the center of the world, the fairy world, and you still have a heart to pursue the truth. Ningjung, as the old steward, praised the other party. Shuixian smiled and said, it's better to say that it is the fairy world, which symbolizes power. Researching their specialty makes us more excited, hee. Ningjung, He encouraged them to work hard, and then walked out of the laboratory, and came to the square. Found a bunch of Phoenix Queens, painters Josue. Performing, setting up a basin, waiting for people to reward. But most of them are not very similar, too ugly. The owner of the wedding dress town in the dark continued to log in at 8 o'clock the next day, secretly observing, and was also shocked. He took out his diary and wrote again. The fake people are keen on imitation, and they practice their imitation skills every day. They will praise the fake people who learn to be like, and will reward those who imitate very well. She thought about it, and suddenly her expression froze. She saw the owner of the wedding dress town, wearing a red dress, also being imitated in the crowd. She felt a little jealous. With a change of expression, she gritted her teeth. He plays you. Why don't I play it myself? Life is not easy. The town owner sells his art. Soon, the owner of the wedding dress town went to the Zanyang Tower to buy clothes, and became the real owner of the wedding dress town, wearing a red dress, with a dignified posture and elegant temperament, which attracted a large number of tourists at once. She seems like ancient beauty. Her walk, every move has a charm. Obviously she is a real ancient beauty who has learned etiquette, not like those fakes. Reward must reward. A group of blacksmiths frantically threw money into the basin, jingling, and soon half the basin was full. The owner of the wedding dress town was happy. She used to be a dancer, and now she has played a big role. She looked at the blacksmiths around her. Her eyes fell on those money lowly. They are nervous and have no sense of boundaries, but they can be recruited to form the so-called guild to make money for me and accumulate capital. In the future, it is not impossible to get the immortal fate. Become an immortal, here I come. She danced and thought. Ning Zheng sighed beside her, watching her dance. Sure enough, as I guessed, this Wawajing character is too soft, too cowardly, easy to control, and blended into it at once. People have all kinds of personalities. Cultivation is not to erase a person's character and turn him into a so-called stereotype strongman with cautious, brave, warlike, and other characteristics. I know myself, and people have different appearances. Of course, there are thousands of me. Being timid does not mean that she has poor qualifications. Being soft, cute, and simple does not mean that someone's realm is weak. Well done. Ning Zheng watched for a while, threw a few magic coins into her basin, and then took out a village sword from the storage bag as a reward to her. Thank you, the steward. The owner of the wedding dress town imitated those blacksmiths, mixed in with them, disguised very similarly, and shouted, I will definitely work hard to make our sword-making villa bigger and stronger, and create more glory. Chapter 866. Jiai Town, Secret Room. After logging off at 7 o'clock, the owner of Jiai Town took a deep breath and felt very fulfilled for this busy day of moving bricks. In total, he earned more than 400 magic money. If the main body was deployed, this amount of money would not be a big deal, but as a player in that mountain villa, earning this amount of money is a good initial accumulation. She felt like joining a secret organization and rising again. I was young again. But not as much as the fake female who played the Phoenix Queen on the first day. But it's true. When she dressed up like that, everyone thought it was the real Phoenix Queen at first glance, and they all paid money. The show was very effective, so of course they paid more. On the second day's income list, I jumped to second place. The first place was still that Annie Phoenix. There was no way. She completed the initial accumulation on the first day, and her singing and dancing skills were not bad. The most exaggerated thing was that the other party played the Phoenix Queen, a popular role. For her unpopular role, the owner of Jiai Town, it was very good to be able to kill the second place in revenue. Becoming what they call a singing and dancing female anchor, she is not ashamed to compete with those young people. This is just a temporary guest appearance. Let's see if there are other jobs tomorrow, and if those NPCs have other tasks. She plans to use her skills. Dancing, disguise, etiquette, are just the required infiltration techniques of female members of the Wuxing religion. My real skill is actually a doctor. My Wuxing religion's flesh and blood research technology is unique in the world, which is why I have created so many babies, embroidered 3-flowered bellies, and transformed qualifications. My medical skills can definitely take away some of the clinic's business. After all, you can't become a superior person by suffering, but you can become a superior person by eating others. She is timid and cowardly. But that doesn't mean she didn't step on countless corpses to reach the top. She's just more cautious. Any transformation of the self-realm is the result of countless competition. She is one of the hidden branches of the Wuxing sect, equivalent to the hidden vein. Even a small or medium-sized Zuelahua family has hidden veins lurking, waiting to be reactivated after the genocide. How could the Wuxing sect, which is causing trouble everywhere, not have hidden veins? She is one of the branches that belong to the dark. As a hidden mother of the Wuxing sect of a certain generation, Her medical ability is absolutely enough to take away the jobs of Xian Xiaoi and medical fairy. But the only thing that makes her feel tricky is that taking away the job of the clinic is like killing one's parents. The other party will definitely go against her. She is a high-level pseudo-human. Another thing is that she is half-awakened. The half-awakened Ember has realized that he is dead, but he still has no learning ability, and is still in the Ember logic loop. She can't learn new medical knowledge, and can't keep up with the times. She has to find a way to update a wave of information in order to compete, or even replace the medical clinic, and host the Project Xianxia research. Speaking of Xianxia makes her excited, as if she has opened the door to a new world. A specialty of the fairy world. If she hosts it, she will get artificial fairy fate in the future, or even ascend to become a fairy, and it is very likely to go to the fairy world. She came up with 2 ways. 1. Awakening. Borrowing, at least tens of millions of luck coins, to awaken yourself is basically impossible. She deliberately asked around, and the current general amount of borrowing is about 1,000 magic coins, 1,000 luck coins. And the interest rate is quite high. It is impossible to borrow tens of millions at one go. 2. Fire. Fire can burn knowledge books and absorb knowledge. As embers, if there is fire to help, she can also absorb knowledge in this area. She has also seen the exchange list of this villa. There are lower-level fire spirit roots, but the price is not what she can buy at present. Because of the special variety, a low-level spirit root also costs her several thousand magic money. But if I save more, I can probably get it within a week. She thought about it, and wanted to be faster. Tomorrow, I will attract some sisters who have no sense of boundaries, set up a guild, and try to persuade them to invest their spare money in me, and get the lower-level fire spirit roots. After planning, she was ready to rest and deal with tomorrow's new brick-moving journey. But when she closed the login page, she suddenly saw a new option that she had never seen before in the perspective. Forum. The owner of the wedding dress town was stunned. Isn't this the forum that those fake blacksmiths are talking about? They said there is a lot of information in the forum, and they also raise water army in the forum. In her opinion, the forum should be a pen for this race, where some water army creatures that they despise and look down on are raised. She silently clicked on the forum, but found that it was just a page. And there were actually 2 familiar names, who had already spoken in it. Wu Xingjing, where is this place? Am I not forging iron at Shirong Academy? Why is there a countdown under the corner of my eye? Xini, what happened? Am I not handling official business at the princess's mansion in the capital? The owner of Jiayi Town was surprised for a moment, and she seemed to understand what it was. Why can't I access the forums those fake blacksmiths are talking about? She now has a guess. Each region can only access the forums of its own region. They are from a world called Earth, so of course they can only access the forums of their own region. And here she is in Jiuzhou, so of course there is also a forum belonging to Jiuzhou. She began to think about the origins and details of the 2 new friends. Wu Xingjing, at first glance, is her junior. She can be won over, work for her, trick her into moving bricks tomorrow, take on tasks, and then make some money for herself. Xini. It's even more amazing. Xin family isn't the fire that she has been thinking about all the time here. You can start with her. She saw that the 2 people had already started chatting, and she couldn't help but come up with a plan, and acted as a guide for the novices. The Lord of the Wedding Clothes Town. Let me tell you what this place is. You have been selected. When the countdown under the corner of your eye reaches 8 o'clock, you will come to the sword-casting villa. Wu Xingjing, what? There is such a good thing? In the eyes of Wu Xingjing, the contemporary saint of Wuxinjiu, this is a treasure land. She is now arranged to hide her identity, and is a direct disciple in Shirong Academy. She works hard every day, and is exhausted. She just writes letters to communicate with the mysterious master. Now she can come in directly. Isn't it a great opportunity? You know, her spiritual root is the shadow crocodile. She studied the shadow crocodile iron-making method just to become a pirated sword-making villa. Now she can get in? Isn't it wonderful? In the princess's mansion, even Xini, who didn't type out, was lying on the bed. In fact, she was a little excited. If it was true, it would be a great thing. Xini is now half awake, knowing that it is difficult for the Gui King to take the last step. Now in the Xian family royal family in the capital, she also manages part of the city construction organization in the capital. However, the next sentence of the Jiayi Town master shocked them. Sword-casting villa is actually the largest nest of fake people, the super disaster source of fake people disaster. Don't think this is a good thing. I will send you a novice guide here, you wait. Sword-casting villa, fake people? The 2 people were doubtful, dared not imagine, and could not confirm the truth. At the moment, there was no way to resist the countdown, so they could only wait and see. The owner of the wedding dress town secretly watched the players coming and going. After 2 days of learning, he was considered an old player who was not very experienced. He wrote a strategy. The first test strategy of sword forging villa, pinned, must read for new players. If you can see the countdown under the corner of your eye, don't panic. Please read this manuscript carefully, because it will save your life, because next, you will go to the most terrifying pseudo-human lair. How to disguise yourself as a more advanced pseudo-human. First of all, please correct your identity. You will be a pseudo-human, enter a pseudo-human base, and abide by their killing rules. I now provide 18 suggestions. First, learn to eat dirt. It is best to lie on the ground and eat dirt when you appear tomorrow, showing your pseudo-human identity. There are 18 styles, such as picking flowers, shaking lamps, and ostriches. The owner of the wedding dress town drew 18 actions in the forum, which are vivid. Tomorrow, we will eat dirt at the gate of Shirong Villa. Seeing this, Wu Xingjing and Princess Xine were both confused, and their brains were unable to wrap their heads around it. Chapter 867. Wu Xingjing, eating dirt, are you kidding? Xine, you must be telling a funny joke. Who do you think will believe it? Wu Xingjing. Shirong Villa is a world-famous sword-making holy place, and it is still accepting orders for forging various immortal weapons. Xine, it is the place where countless blacksmiths yearn for and set sail for their dreams. The lighthouse that leads civilization. How could we have to perform eating dirt before arriving at the door of the villa? The owner of Jiayi Town couldn't help but sigh when she heard the doubts of their Shirong fans. She could understand the other party's emotions very well. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes before, she wouldn't dare to imagine it herself. But she knew that when they saw the horrible scene tomorrow, they would go from questioning eating dirt to imitating eating dirt, and then go to the square under the scorching sun to accept tasks and start moving bricks. She continued to write the first test strategy. Second, please occasionally show a stiff face and move your hands and feet together to greet people. Although the current pseudo people have evolved to have flexible faces and look like real people, they still like to occasionally make a stiff pseudo-human smile to communicate with people. It seems to be a kind of nostalgia, because the first time they were pseudo-people, their faces were stiff, and they were found out and made a lot of jokes. Third, as a pseudo-person, please make sure to show that you love to move bricks, regard money as life, and put the task first. It seems that they call themselves the fourth disaster among the pseudo-people. Fourth, when you are tired, don't rest. Don't rest. Resting is an action that only humans do. When pseudo people are tired, they often go to the clinic to buy magic pills and move bricks in a sudden death style. When you are about to die of exhaustion, please fall to the ground, make a painful expression, and shout, "Ah! I don't want to die yet, the task is not yet completed." Fifth, the pseudo-people love to act, because this is a compulsory course for the pseudo-people to imitate the possession of bodies. They will play other roles in the square. Please make an appreciative look when you see them acting. If the other party's acting skills meet your standards, you can throw magic money into their bowls. 18th, the pseudo-people will eat some food with great side effects regardless of their bodies. Please remember the above rules. This is equivalent to tomb robbing. As long as we abide by the rules of killing and adapt flexibly, we will gain better opportunities than tomb robbing. I will come to you tomorrow. Please give the secret code. Please don't let the pseudo-people find your abnormality. I don't think you want to know the consequences. Wu Xingjing looked at the strange regulations one by one. I just felt that as the words continued to be vividly expressed, absurd, grotesque, evil, and twisted pseudo people seemed to appear in front of me. They showed hideous and strange smiles in Shirong Villa, waiting for her to enter the magic cave. Princess Xine was also not calm. The 8th article says that when you see the pseudo-people's street lamps being killed, please laugh at them. They are pseudo-people who commit crimes, and even commit too many crimes and become floor tiles. In other words, even the floor tiles and street lamps in that place will make strange cries of giggles. The entire Shirong Villa is a terrifying tomb of the dead. In this way, they kept calculating, frightened, and asking, and gradually, they stayed up late without realizing it, and stayed up until 8 o'clock the next day. A wave of opening animation soon appeared in their vision. The Battle of Painters, a very exciting battle, and the shooting from all angles was amazing. After playing the opening animation, they became players on the 3rd day of the public beta. When they opened their eyes again, they were too late to be shocked by the mythical scene of the battle. They looked at everything around them carefully, and waited silently for the owner of the wedding clothes town to pick them up. I'm coming in. Ha ha ha, I want to eat dirt, I want to eat dirt. The blacksmiths next to them began to eat dirt on the villa with laughter, snorting and snorting, which was very funny. Wu Xingjing and the other two were shocked. They are really doing it. They really eat dirt? They also instinctively began to learn to eat dirt. Then after eating dirt with those blacksmiths spit it out. It's so disgusting, so disgusting. The blacksmith next door laughed out loud. The novice races in the first 2 days were all money boys, and now they are waiting to become human races on the 3rd day to see who is still eating dirt. Let me count the number of idiots who eat dirt regardless of their race. Ha ha ha, it's such an old trap, but people still fall for it. The people around laughed. Wu Xingjing and Xini had their mouths full of dirt. It's not important that they taste bad or feel disgusted. What's important is that they feel like monkeys being watched by others. Helpless and pitiful. This demon cave is very scary. They will also trap other creatures to eat dirt. Have we been exposed? The owner of the wedding clothes town has been waiting for a long time and soon noticed the two IDs. Andy Wushin. Auntie Xi in the corner of her mouth twitched, and she hurried to the door and scolded the mischievous blacksmiths. Get out of here, don't harm my friends. As she said that, she silently took the two people to the corner of the villa and whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't expect them to play by the rules on the 3rd day. I heard that they have a console that can control the login race, number of people, and roles. Wu Xingjing took a deep breath. It's okay, I'm fine. Seeing that the two were still rational, the owner of the wedding clothes town couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The most feared thing for tomb robbers is that they will act impulsively after being defeated, and their brains will be controlled by emotions, and they will not be calm enough. These two people are considered tomb robbers. They know that in the tomb, if they want to blend into the enemy, it is a compulsory course to compromise. The owner of the wedding clothes town said, Didn't you say that you can take your real name? They won't find it, because fake people like to take some of our names. It's easier for us to blend in with them if we take our real names. I play myself, and it's easier to show that I am an excellent fake person. In the eyes of the master of the wedding dress town, true and false, 9 true and 1 false, is the best lie. Pseudo people seem to have a high praise for acting. We play ourselves and our acting skills, and we will definitely stand out and become the new generation of pseudo people geniuses, and it will be easier to get ahead. I want to take it too. Wu Xingjing was anxious and cried, but my name is taken, so I can only take a pirated one. Me too. Princess Xini sighed. As soon as the two finished talking, they saw 2 blacksmith girls with Wu Xingjing and Princess Xini on their heads passing by. They were suddenly all bad. It's bad, we have become pirated. The owner of the wedding dress town was stunned and said quickly, Hurry up, go to the clinic for plastic surgery, go to the hairpin tower, get some clothes, and play the role of Wu Xingjing, Princess Xini. Princess Xini was also furious. She said with the ID, I want to show them who is the real fake person, and who plays Princess Xini more like it. Wu Xingjing was also furious. I will let them know what. The real super fake person. Who has perfect acting skills. I am the first person to play Wu Xingjing. They only deserve 2nd and 3rd place. Just like that, the trembling and helpless natives mixed into a group of players and carefully started a new journey. Ning Zheng was numb. He pulled the remaining 2 with good tempers over to conduct the 2nd wave of internal testing, the native group test. Let's see what happens when they get together. Wu Xingjing, who originally looked a little silly, is a technical talent of the iron-making type. Princess Xini is a little weak, which seems quite suitable. He didn't let in the more powerful Su Huan, Li Yuzu and others. But who knew that these blacksmiths would use such a trick right from the start, and use other people's names? Can't they just be good people? Forget it, the name is just a small problem. Ning Zheng was in the square, on the roof of the management office, watching these 3 people start to form a group, start to accept tasks in the square, and discuss enthusiastically together, discussing which novice tasks are better. Sure enough, this world is used to tomb robbers. They are all good at acting, and are born with the talent to pretend to be a fake person. They adapt so quickly, and know how to act. Sure enough, these people are not bad. He couldn't help but smile and look forward to it. The owner of the wedding dress town is a technical medical talent. Princess Xini will definitely join forces with her, and even help her after going offline tonight. As long as the owner of the wedding dress town gets the pirated Xinhua from Princess Xini, it will be enough for her to become a qualified New Age doctor, and study the fairy stone for me. Ning Zheng has now learned how to operate. If you don't exploit talents, how can you be a dog planner? And Wu Xingjing is even more of a genius. which mortal sealed in history by the Wuxing sect is simple. At that time, the innate myth era could not practice, but now it can practice, and directly come up with a shadow crocodile iron-making method. Our genuine sword-making villa actually has to steal her shadow crocodile technology. Only by bringing in this kind of person, can we completely become the iron-forging boss of our sword-forging villa. It just so happens that we can also study the new metal ember virus that came from next door yesterday. For the 2 projects next door, I will immediately pull 2 people to study them. This is called a qualified plan. Procrastination is not Ning Jing's style. The neighbors are using metal coffins, and some golden elixirs have emerged. We must also study our iron forging technology to keep up. Ning Zheng was very satisfied with his plan. As for Su Huan, Li Yuzhu, Jiao Wuyu and others, combat cultivators, to be honest, they are not very helpful to Ning Zheng now. He doesn't go to fight. He and the fairy world have no conflict of interest in essence. It's okay, why bother the boss over there? Isn't it good to develop secretly? Ning Zheng can improve a realm in a few days. It's not a wise move to cause trouble. In the forum, Jiucai Rong proposed a new main line, which he agreed with. Practice is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and interpersonal relationships. It is normal to secretly cheat on the fairy world, right? Farming style, Jujian Mountain Villa and various techniques of whoring in the fairy world are our general direction. War should not be started lightly, unless they find out that we cheated on them, and can no longer tolerate it. Then we will passively counterattack in the name of justice to defend our homeland. Chapter 868. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. This period of time was very fulfilling. First, the indigenous trio planned for themselves and established a women's guild. After getting the low version of Xinhua from Xine, the owner of the wedding dress town became a qualified doctor, and even began to join the fairy stone research project in Shine. Even the fairy aunt and the fairy doctor were amazed. Sister, you are so talented and learn so fast. This is still the result of the wedding dress town owner hiding her medical skills, and she will slowly reveal them. And in the blacksmith shop, Wu Xingjing is positioned as a blacksmith, and he also received praise from Dao Juju. You have good qualifications. Where is Princess Xine? She ran away to be a spiritual farmer. The bloodline of the Xian family is not bad. She is originally a versatile person. Being a spiritual farmer is to prepare for the 3 core secondary professions of spiritual farmer, forging, and doctor. It can be said to be ambitious. Of course, Ning Zheng didn't care. It was good to put a little pressure on the blacksmiths, and to lead some shock to the new genius blacksmiths. Besides, in the future, his own Fairyland swordcasting villa will also open a branch. At that time, these reliable native blacksmiths will be trained and sent to the Fairyland swordcasting villa branch, which is also a good place to go. The second thing is that the next door to the hell has been completely completed after hundreds of years of updates. Just this morning, Ning Jing's income has been greatly updated. Current luck value savings, 84.9 billion. Daily income, 350 minus 101 is equal to 24.9 billion. Daily luck value consumption, 20.1 billion, 10.1 billion luck plus 10 billion calamity, 24.9 billion a day. It can be said to be a big explosion. Of course, this also means that the world of destiny has been basically squeezed dry. He can't squeeze it any further, otherwise the world won't develop. And because of overexploitation, all kinds of rebels will appear to overthrow the tyranny. Moreover, he may also be contaminated with various karmas. Of course, his own calamity should not be afraid of these things, but he still tries not to do it. After all, Ning Zheng himself is not a bully, let alone a scumbag, who can't do those tyrannies, madly squeeze the people, make them unable to live, and destroy their families. If you want to expand, you can only look for other worlds. But obviously, other worlds are not easy to find. Although Yi Di can enter the nearby world, he feels that the nearby world may have been messed up by the painter. If you do it yourself, you will be discovered. And the farther away, the world is not controlled by the painter, but by other forces. It is the hometown of those immortals, who come to collect the ascended immortals regularly. If you get involved, you will touch the foundation of their power, the source of the new generation. It will start a war. No matter which world, there are people behind it, not ownerless. In today's world, all kinds of territories have been divided up, and you can't touch other people's cakes casually. Of course, Ning Zheng doesn't want to get involved in other worlds now. It's enough to get rich now. It's hundreds of billions a month. How can it not be enough? This money is enough for me to squander at will at the moment, when I am still a small Hua realm. Even most high-level immortals may not have so many resources as me. The third thing is that the research on immortal stones is still going on, but the progress is not obvious. The fairy doctor suggested, "We sent the fairy stones to the perfect bodies in the neighboring world of destiny to help us study, but they couldn't do it either. They are very good at luck and research, so it seems that the fairy stones are not so easy to decipher. If possible, we should go to the origin of the fairy stones to study, and see the source of their mineral veins." Ning Zheng understood. If the fairy stones were so easy to get, the fairy world would not have monopolized it, and tricked people into working there. According to the blacksmith, this is the hegemony of the US dollar, which links the fairy world's currency, the fairy stones, with countless worlds, and uses the currency to harvest the labor of other worlds. Every world has its own fairy, but that world has become the largest country, and countless fairies go to work there, so it must have the strongest military force, foundation, and system. It seems that I need to go to the fairy world again. If I really want to build a branch villa, I have to be at their doorstep. When Ning Zheng had this thought, he shook his head silently, thinking that he was really sick. How could he learn the blacksmith's catchphrase? However, the sword-forging villa established a branch, and this matter was put on hold for the time being, because he was about to break through. The second difficulty of the 3 disasters, and 7 difficulties, was the difficulty of the primordial yin. He sat cross-legged, silently feeling the yin energy in his body. All life has a balance of yin and yang, and solitary yang cannot be born, and solitary yin cannot grow. Now the yin energy in Ning Zheng's body seemed to be withering and disappearing, conceptually disappearing. Only by withering can you be reborn. But surviving the withering process is the biggest difficulty. Hula la. As the yin energy in Ning Zheng's body withered and disappeared, his body balance seemed to be destroyed. Yang energy surged. The whole person became the weird look of male hormones bursting out, with hair growing everywhere, and the masculine energy was so strong that it was terrifying, as if the whole person had turned into a hairy ape. He has regressed. The meridians all over his body are overflowing crazily, turning into black hair, growing shaggy. After a long time, the body has undergone several changes before gradually returning to normal, and the yin energy in the body has grown again. Huh? Ning Zheng felt the changes in his body, the expanding and heavy power, yin, yang, the dilemma has passed, the yin and yang cycle has undergone a qualitative change, and I feel that I can become an immortal. Even if he becomes an immortal now, Ning Zheng has gone through 5 tribulations, body, soul, life, yin, and yang. In the fairy world, he is also an extremely terrifying genius. But Ning Zheng still has to go through the remaining 5 elements. However, it will become more and more difficult as time goes on. Ning Zheng sighed softly. It is necessary to suppress the expanding power in the body. He began to silently adapt to the new realm. Beijing, nursery, between Fei. Yi Di brought Yi Ti and I to the palace as a guest and met Xi and Shichen and Jiusui. We traveled here and found my paintings here. It's really abominable. Yi Di sighed, showing an angry look. Jiusui smiled and said, "May I ask, which world are you from?" "I come from the world of destiny." Yi Di introduced the customs and habits of their world. After listening, Jiusui couldn't help but sigh. "Can you take me to your world of destiny?" Yi Di was very smart. "You want to go there to become an immortal?" The speed of time, there is estimated that you can go through the immortal fate journey that takes thousands of years in a few months. That's right. Jiusui looked indifferent, and the embers there are very unique. I also want to see them. This time, I will owe you a favor for becoming a Taoist. Yi Di was slightly surprised when he heard this. Jiosue's favor was still very important. After becoming an immortal, they all felt the 3 structures of the human body, life, soul, and body, and the destiny in the universe, and there would be cause and effect. Moreover, they themselves have not yet become immortals, but they have already cultivated destiny. Jiosue owed this destiny, which is also a good thing for Yi Di. "I will take you there." Yi Di smiled, "But your great immortal fate cannot be taken there, and you still cannot become an immortal." "I want to try to become an immortal without immortal fate." Jiosue said lightly, "If it doesn't work, come back and become an immortal with immortal fate." Yi Di nodded. The other party was very perceptive, and also felt that immortal fate was a framework, an external object, and it was transformed with the help of external forces, but it was still flawed. "Okay, I will take you to the world of destiny." Yi Di stood up, opened the space tunnel, and then led Jiosui into it. Xi and Shichen looked at the scene and sighed. Jiosui, after all, left this world. He had no regrets. He didn't care about his people. It seems that he never fought for the people from beginning to end, but just for a promise and agreement. Destiny world. A figure descended. "Do you feel the suppression?" Yi Di suddenly laughed. "There is suppression, but not much. This world has been half-assed by the embers of our Jiuzhou world. Jiuzhui showed a thoughtful look. It seems that to invade a world, the outer gods must first deploy the civilization system of their own world, constantly assimilate that world, and reduce the repulsive force, so that it is convenient to finally descend. Yi Ji smiled and thought the same thing. But after not coming back for a long time, the golden elixir method actually appeared in this place? Chapter 869. It was already 4 days after Ning Zheng's breakthrough and recovered. He found that as he became stronger, the breakthrough cycle of this retreat was getting longer and longer. It took several days to break through, and several days to consolidate. Most of the time was spent on breaking through. If it were someone else, they would have to be careful and cautious in breaking through, and it might take more than 100 times as long as Ning Zheng. This was a happy trouble. Of course, it might be that Ning Zheng was overthinking. He was breaking through quickly now, but after the 3 disasters and 7 difficulties, the speed would not be fast. No matter what, this period of time was all retreat, retreat, retreat. Ning Zheng opened his eyes, and felt a little uncomfortable. This was probably a happy trouble. He looked at the sky and found that it was already dusk. The blacksmith outside was ready to go offline, chattering, chatting, and bragging. As for the brick-moving experience of the 3 people in the town of wedding clothes in recent days, Ning Zheng went to the forum and looked at the information to see if there were any changes in their public beta in the past few days. In the forum, several people were talking about their plans to play the role of a fake person. Among them, Wu Xingjing was extremely angry. I am so angry. Those bastards are crazy. I actually won the 3rd place in the Wu Xingjing imitation competition. She became more and more angry. They don't understand Wu Xingjing at all. She is just a blacksmith girl, not a blacksmith who wears a miniskirt and high heels and dances the so-called blacksmith mechanical dance. Although I also think that mechanical dance is cool. Obviously, Wu Xingjing felt a huge humiliation. So this is the image of herself in the eyes of the fake people. It was 7:01 at this time. She had just logged off, and was lying in the dormitory of the true disciples of Shirong Academy, staring at the ceiling with a blank look. The whole person seemed to be played. It's over. I really became a pirate. I can't even act like my own fake person, and I can't get the 1st place in the fake person. Wu Xingwei, who was full of blood and wanted to show himself, felt hit by the world and madly targeted, and the fiery highlight in his eyes disappeared. Of course. Princess Xiane, who is good at singing and dancing, and the owner of the wedding dress town, won the 1st place in her own fake person acting competition. The 2 people who have been proficient in talents since childhood beat their own fakes in dance, so naturally they don't have to worry about this. Instead, they are like fish in water, singing, laughing, and bragging with those stupid people. They gradually adapted to this group, and enjoyed it, and let themselves go. They are all high-ranking and noble in front of others, but now they put down their moral integrity, mess around in a place where no one knows them, and dance heartily, feeling unusually exciting and cool. This is probably the charm of anonymity on the internet. Anyway, you can do whatever you want on the internet. Your identity is hidden, and you change your clothes, and no one loves you. Just like traveling, let go and have fun. As for the other 2 companions knowing their true identities, the other party's dark history is in their hands. Everyone has eaten dirt and been teased by those damn pseudo-people, who will expose themselves, and it cannot be disclosed to the outside world. Only the people on the forum know it. Several people now have an idea. They all have dark histories. In the future, they must also trick the newbies who appear into eating dirt and having dark histories to avoid them laughing at themselves. Eating dirt will be a necessary process to join their pseudo-human family. And in the past few days, several people gradually enjoy it. Not only are they very interested in artificial immortal fate, but they can also spend money to use the yin-yang creation furnace, synthesize races, and synthesize divine beast eggs. It is simply a super opportunity. Of course, several people have also updated the first test guide. Newly added the 19th novice strategy. When the fake people question your exposed strong talents, please don't panic. Please say seriously, because we are like this. The other party will stop asking questions. Sports students seem to be synonymous with genius among fake people. At present, 3 people have personally tested it, and it is effective. Article 20, the sun turns out to be a means of exploiting us, making us work in the square under the sun, and the sun is asking us for tips. Otherwise, a few people will be sunburned every day, and those damn fake people will not pity their companions who have fallen to the ground, but will laugh and say, "Look, there is a blacksmith who has heat stroke here. Why don't we throw him into the forge and roast him?" Just today, A rich blacksmith came in and shouted to the sky, "Today's cloudy consumption will be paid by me, Mr. Zhao." So, the sun suddenly changed, and we got a whole day of cool weather for moving bricks. It's so cool. It's great to be rich. I must make a lot of money, buy weather, and then show off in front of these damn fake people. This person's strategy guide. Is he in love with writing a diary? Ning Zheng was stunned. You can tell at a glance that a diary writer is not a serious person. The owner of the wedding dress town really has a certain degree of funny selves. But seeing the native blacksmith integrated into the group, Ning Zheng was too lazy to care. On the contrary, Ning Zheng was concerned about another thing. While he was in seclusion, Jiuzui actually left Jiuzhou directly, without any hesitation, going directly to the next door Tianming world. At this speed, he may need 3,000 or 4,000 years to break through and become an immortal, which is just over a month, regardless of whether he went to the fairy world to work as a miner, joined a big force, or walked alone. Such a fierce man ascending to heaven will definitely cause a certain degree of turmoil in the fairy world. However, any civilization system has a history and origin. Jiosue's system must arouse the curiosity of many people and trace it back to his hometown. Jiuzhou, the lower world, may be completely exposed in the eyes of the fairy world. This will not be good news. And Jiuzhou's most famous Shirong Villa must be the focus of attention. To be honest, it is already very troublesome for this group of Jiuzhou people to find the specific location of our villa everywhere. If the immortals also come here to travel and frantically look for our Shirong Villa, how can we live like this? We have to find a way to stop it. Ning Zheng walked up to Zhujian Villa and pushed open the door of Zhujian Villa. As the people of Jiuzhou become immortals and ascend one after another, exposure seems inevitable. Zhujian Villa. After learning from his mistakes last night, Wu Xingjing, who had regrouped, pushed a huge forge to the square, jumped off the forge cart, and shouted, "Brothers, the Wuxing cult next door is very vicious. Their Wu Xingjing actually studied our shadow crocodile technology and cheated on us. How can we tolerate her forging iron with our signature technology, and even better than us? Today the copycat version of Aunt Wuxing, will teach you Wu Xingjing's forging technology, shadow crocodile technology. You all know that after I planted the shadow crocodile's spiritual root, I have a good talent. I can already use the recorded shadow crocodile iron-making technique to forge a top-grade magic weapon. I believe that the artifact will be successful soon. I believe many newbies want to be blacksmiths." She gave a passionate speech, deciding to give up the damn dance competition that made her look bad, and conquer these bastards with her blacksmithing skills. Blacksmith with me. Learn a skill to make money. The new Fairyland expansion pack is about to start. Time is running out. Learn faster so that you can stand out in the future. Now, as long as you pay, I will teach publicly and give you advice on blacksmithing. The crowd below was full of energy. Ali Gu. Come on. Beautiful girl master. Love it. A group of people began to learn the skills of the big guy enthusiastically. Although some people thought that this person was also a blacksmith from generation to generation like Dao Juju. How could he be so fierce? But the other party's answer was, sports students are like this. They couldn't say anything else. Anyway, it was good to learn some. One blacksmith began to fantasize. Once we learn the skills of Wu Xingjing, we in Shirong Villa can openly say that she plagiarized. Ha ha ha, cheat on her, cheat on her. Wu Xingjing was very satisfied with this scene, clapped his hands, and calmed everyone down. Don't worry, I will help you cheat on Wu Xingjing. First, our first step is to weigh the forging materials and test the purity. Her eyes were burning. Why can the fake Wu Xingjing who sings and dances the robot dance get the first place? Today, I want to overtake. I have to show my real ability when I come to the pseudo-human world. Ning Zheng, who passed by, was very satisfied and threw a village sword to encourage her. Aunt Wuxing? You did a good job. You are a good seedling. Wu Xingjing was very happy, and got the recognition of the pseudo-human manager. He shouted, "Sir, do you want to watch me forge iron?" "No." Ning Zheng shook her head. "After one stick of incense, our villa will hold a management meeting to discuss future development guidelines. In other words, you will have another stick of incense to teach. Because of this meeting, I hope you can also attend." Chapter 870. A huge building next to the square, the administrative building, in the steward's room. The steward's room has been built into a huge size through reforms. Ning Zheng sat on a chair, looking at the various blacksmiths on the oval parliament table. They showed various expressions. The first batch of blacksmiths in the internal test included Jiu Rong, Dao Jiujiu, O Nijiang, Su Yinyang, Yi Zion, Shen, Xiao Chai Kuan. Each of them managed their own area, and they were basically responsible. The blacksmiths who rose in the middle of the internal test included Yi Guangxiu, Xianxiao, Yin Shuangying. This batch belongs to Yi Guangxiu, who came from behind, and even beat the first test players. At the end of the internal test, there were people who were angry with God, Rabbi Xiaoxin, and 9-year-olds, who didn't wet the bed. Only 3 people rose. After the public test, most blacksmiths could not rise in these few days, but there were also 3 alternatives who showed enough potential and became the deputies of some regional leaders. These 3 people are the 3 sports students of the owner of the town of Jiui. Ning Zheng looked at these young, enthusiastic and motivated faces, and showed satisfaction with the core management team she had gathered. They all look good. Any force, sect, or dynasty must have a group of very excellent, capable, and qualified leaders to promote the development of a large force. This world is an era of personal power, that's right. But it is also an era of groups. No matter how strong the personal power is, there must be a sect behind it as a logistics team to collect resources, provide cultivation elixirs, and combat weapons. It is with your full support that Zhujian Villa has reached the top of Jiuzhou today. And now, we are facing a new challenge, the fairy world. Just like we walked out of Pingchong City, Xinya's city, Jiuzhou, and Sihai before, and walked towards a bigger world again and again, there is no difference. Ning Zheng paused. For a long time, the owner of the manor has descended to the clone, occasionally handling affairs, and in Jiuzhou, he handed over most of the affairs to me, an old man. And I don't have enough energy, so I handed it over to you. You did a very good job, and the owner of the manor is also very satisfied. Everyone's mind was moved, and they understood. Sure enough, the owner of the manor in the background, the more mysterious he appears later. He might be an immortal who has opened a branch in the Jiuzhou world, and has power in other places. No wonder he has never seen his real body. After all, the owner of the manor is so powerful, and this person went to the next door Tianming world and defeated Emperor Zongwu with one move. How could it be easy? It must be an ancient giant. Even according to their many years of experience in reading online articles and playing games, this situation often leads to a more classic setting of darkness under the lamp. For example, the owner of the manor is one of the giants in the fairy world, and he is secretly planning a plot that is a reversal of my own. Yes, they are experienced, and have already begun to think about the origin of the owner of the manor based on the reversal routines often used in this game. The 3 people of Wuxingjing secretly looked at each other, and were shocked. Sure enough, the pseudo-human forces may have infected many worlds and lurked in them. The mysterious owner of Shirong Manor. The owner of Jiai Town secretly gave a look. Let's go offline to the forum and discuss it again. Although the forum may also be under the nose of that person, the few people really have no other good way to communicate. Besides, maybe they don't care about us mortals. We just need to guard against different camps of fake people, such as the group of fake people eating dirt in front of us. We are not from the same forum, so we must be in different camps. Ning Zheng was very satisfied after seeing their different expressions. Although he hated being a Riddler, he was secretly happy to learn from the blacksmith to be a Riddler, and show a mysterious attitude that everyone knows. No wonder these blacksmiths like to play this game so much. Our owner is very busy, but the things he is busy with are not something you can understand at your level. Ning Zheng paused, continued to deepen the background setting of the Riddler's owner, and slowly said, in more than a month, Jiuzhou will ascend, which may make the immortals pay attention to our hometown of Jiuzhou. What do you think we should do? I want to hear your ideas. Everyone was silent for a while, and suddenly they understood. Isn't the new main plot coming? The clever Jiuzhou Rong immediately used the authority of the Eye of Appraisal to add a bright red exclamation mark on the head of the current old steward. After all, the old steward has already triggered the dialogue that promotes the main plot. Everyone was also shocked, looking at the bright red exclamation mark that suddenly appeared above the old steward's head, and then looking at Jiuzhou Rong sitting next to him, secretly complaining, you still have a strong sense of ritual. Not only did you make the game update announcement before, but now you also make a plot ritual for the main task. NPCs must have a task symbol on their heads? Old steward, I have an immature idea. Jiuzhou Rong thought for a while, and said, first of all, our Jiuzhou world cannot be exposed to the surface. We'd better hide it, and not let Jiuzhou ascend in our Jiuzhou. It's best to let him ascend in the world of destiny. In this way, people will think that Yeti and Jiuzhou are natives of Tianming world, and we can hide behind the scenes and make calculations. Ning Zheng thought. Push Tianming world out as a scapegoat? There is a possibility of operation. But it is too idealistic. First of all, the history of Tianming world should be changed. Jiosai Rong thought for a while. The people of Tianming world don't know Jiuzhou, and even most of the high-level officials only know that Chongjin Emperor is an alien invader, and don't even know what Jiuzhou is. Yet he has been deliberately blurring his origins in this regard, and even his son doesn't know his true origins. Jiuzhou ascended, and there are still thousands of years in Tianming world, which is enough for us to erase the history of Tianming world over there. After all, thousands of years are enough for mortals to change more than 20 generations. Erasing history has never been a complicated matter, because the true details of an era are originally known only by a few high-level people of the era. After thousands of years, basically everything has changed. If it weren't for the ancient tombs in Jiuzhou, humans would have long been unaware of the existence of ancient history such as the Sacrifice era and the Rongtian era. This is the result of someone deliberately erasing them. Time will make most of the truth disappear in the wind. And the Jindan system next door is about to explode. It is estimated that it will be another major change and disaster. Part of history will be forgotten again. We may be able to make some arrangements and do something about the Jindan method so that the immortals in the sky can see what we want them to see. Jiosai Rong is now very skilled. While thinking, he has already decided on a general policy. Ningzheng nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I leave this to you. Okay. Jiosai Rong looked full of fighting spirit. Next to him, the town master of Jioi, who was attending the meeting of the steward's office for the first time, secretly thought. So, they, the fake people, used to secretly calculate the times and change the times like this. Is this how they hold meetings? Bo Demon King City and Shirong City were all calculated and rose in this way. The eyes of the town master of Jioi were bright. If she climbed to the top, could she also control this power? A raging ambition flashed in her eyes. Soon, the old steward left step by step with his hands behind his back and his old and slow steps. Wu Shengjing silently looked at this mysterious old steward and sighed in his heart that he should pay more attention to this one. Jiao Cairong and others discussed it, and soon put a sign in the square. It was the update announcement of the latest version, which read update log of version 1.6. Fuck, the main line is open. Isn't this normal? It's been a public beta for several days. The main line comes at the right time. Chapter 871. The announcement board is as follows. Official announcement. This sword forging competition will usher in a major update without going offline. The 1.6 version update log is as follows. The world is reopened, the biological explosion, the 9 spikes ascended, where is the fairyland? This major update also optimizes the following matters. 1. Add a new public area map, the fairyland, and add materials from other worlds including but not limited to fairy stones, etc. 2. Fixed a small number of bugs. 3. Optimize several known issues. 4. This expansion pack will open the fairyland automining mode, the fairyland miners, waiting for you to dig. 5. Taoist profession major update, golden elixir method, alchemy, please explore the specific update, content yourself. 6. The world is just beginning, the ancestor system is about to be launched, the minigame big fish eats small fish, you can use Sanwa to log in, and take over the body of a certain fish ember, merge all the way, awaken all the way, and finally become an ancestor of the Sea Clan and rise up. You are the innate beast that created the world. The specific evolution map range is limited to the abyss of the sea. Please start your evolution journey. 7. Open Krypton Gold characters, provide basic evolution ember prototypes, Kun, Turtle, Nian Beast. A good basic start to ensure your evolution path. Start with a Kun, evolution depends on swallowing. Big Kun swallows small Kun, growth depends on swallowing. A group of people shouted in front of the bulletin board, gathered in a big group, and started a heated discussion. Fuck. This time the game promotion didn't lie to me. I played the real classic of mountains and seas. Really rely on swallowing, and then become the ancestor of the race? You don't understand. Become one of the 3,000 ancestors of the beasts who reopen the world. According to the process, the Josue next door will definitely come back to preach after becoming an immortal, and give opportunities to the ancestors of the origin of the race. Wow, I want to be on the list of 3,000 mythical beasts. I must be on it. I want to meet Josue. I will start by buying a Kun, and then evolve it. Haha, I want to evolve into the first red cloud in the creation of the world, and then go to listen to the teachings. I want to become the ancestor of the race, and then I can run a tribe of races, and the future will be all my descendants of mythical beasts, my descendants. How cool is that? What Phoenix and Azure Dragon, those are all mythical beasts of the old era. I want to create 4 new mythical beasts, Dream, Mutuo, Groudon, and Fathead Fish. nervous. Everyone's eyes were shining, imagining the future. The crowd was full of praise for the planner, thinking that this wave of planning was too cool. Some people made a deep analysis, and the planner cleverly opened a new main line. Let the new blacksmith participate in the evolution game of classic of mountains and seas, and the big kun eats the small kun. Let the old blacksmith participate in the opening plot of the fairy version. It can be said that both sides have something to do, which is very clever. Of course, there are also some old blacksmiths who are not doing well and don't want to participate in the fairy version. I want to sit at the table with the children and play evolution shanhaging with them. The children are just a few days old. You are snatching their plot and bullying them? You bastards are NPCs. How can you go down to snatch the player's list rewards? When I sit at the cash register in the store, I am the NPC, and under normal circumstances I am still a baby. In any case, all the players are excited, rubbing their hands, and they can't wait to play a wave of cool games now. It's so cool to be one of the ancestors of Kyushu. This is a name that will be recorded in history, and recorded forever on the monument of civilization. A group of players started to work happily moving bricks. The real native NPC next to them saw this scene, and Wu Xingjing and others couldn't help but feel nervous. All the beings present were embers. Which one was more than 100,000 years old? Wouldn't they really lose to these bastards? We also want to be on the list, and become one of the ancestors of the divine beasts. Thinking of this, everyone spontaneously rolled up. And the research and development of immortal stones has also made certain breakthroughs. On the second day of the updated version, Ningzheng quickly received a report. This is a more advanced energy structure. The energy burst effect is more than 10 times that of ordinary spiritual energy, with a smaller storage area of the same size, but a very high energy purity. And the essence of immortals is equivalent to a super life form. This life is equivalent to an empty shell battery, which can only absorb the same attribute energy related to its own system. But immortal power has a super compatibility, and any immortals from different systems can absorb this energy. Ningzheng understood. For example, the immortals from Jiuzhou will be suppressed when they go to the Destiny world, because the energy of the system born from the Destiny system, the Metal Ancestral Tomb, is different from my system. When I absorb the energy from the Destiny world, the conversion rate is very low, and the mana recovery will be suppressed. And the immortal energy is a universal energy, which is extremely pure and compatible with any system. No wonder it is a universal currency. Because of its strong compatibility, immortals from any system can use immortal stones to practice. Immortal stones have also become the most popular currency. So far, Ningzheng has roughly understood the essential framework of the immortal world. But he believes that any ambitious immortal who has stayed in the immortal world for a long time will know this principle. Knowing the principle of others' monopoly and breaking their monopoly are not of the same level of difficulty. It seems that I really have to go to the place of origin. Ningzheng has just broken through, and it will take some time for him to break through the next realm. It's just right to take advantage of these few days to go to the fairyland and explore the way in person. Thinking of this, he set his sights on ED. He had just sent Jiuzhou to the world of destiny for retreat, and his vacation was about to end. He was going to go back to the fairyland, ready to work as a miner and learn how to move bricks. He just asked ED to take him to the fairyland. Thinking of this, Ningzheng sent a message to ED, take a few fake human 3 flowers with you and go to the fairyland. ED was stunned. Is this going to cause a natural disaster in the fairyland? As expected of a big boss, do you really dare to challenge the fairyland directly? I, Daozi ED, fairyland miner, would like to call you the strongest. No problem, just a small matter. ED passed by Jiuzhou and came to Jujian Villa to take a few 3 flowers. He interacted with the blacksmiths, encouraged them, and left a message, I wait for you in the fairyland. Then he took off decisively, left Jiuzhou, and went to the fairyland again. In the fairyland, ED passed the security check, then walked into a lush green jungle, casually dropped a few iron wire 3 flowers, and then turned and left. The iron wire 3 flowers crawled nimbly and lightly in the dense forest like a high-legged spider, shuttled through the weeds, and soon found the target, a little white rabbit. Puff! The iron wire suddenly attacked from behind, while the little white rabbit was not paying attention, and several sharp claws pierced into the back of the rabbit's head. The rabbit's nervous system was instantly paralyzed, and Sanhua slowly peeled off the skin and flesh, pierced into it, and disappeared into the rabbit's body. After a while, Ningzheng slowly opened the rabbit's red eyes. It's interesting to log into a rabbit for the first time using this login system. He silently felt the mysterious fairy spirit of this area. Eye of identification. The trees, flowers, and plants around him all showed numbers. Name, ? Unnamed. Fairy energy level, 1, fairy cannot be analyzed, all numbers of this kind. Sure enough, the high price he spent before was worth it. The Xiao AI assistant on the server directly melted the fairy weapon Jiao Zhang, and the eye of identification that came with Jiao Zhang was also incorporated into the server. Although he could not identify the principle of fairy spirit. But it was enough for Ning Zheng to better observe this mysterious world, the legendary land of fairies. Swoosh! Suddenly, Ning Zheng felt two figures flying over his head, pulling out a terrifying sonic boom, as if they were fighting, and the energy levels seemed to be at the level of immortals. It seems that this world is quite dangerous. As a little rabbit, Ning Zheng jumped into the bushes. There were a few three-flowered pseudo-humans left, and he was ready to find a few powerful creatures to take over. Chapter 872. Fairyland, 10,000 Beasts Domain, Outer Gate Area. In a shop that specializes in selling low-level spirit beasts. Brother, this snow rabbit looks energetic and has good qualifications. The price doesn't look high, 3 immortal stones. Junior sister, don't choose him just because he looks good. A contracted spirit beast will accompany you for a lifetime and affect your starting point. The snow rabbit's magical power is just ice control. This low-grade magical power is not suitable for you. A pair of seemingly loving brothers and sisters were watching a rabbit chewing spiritual grass in front of a cage. The junior sister still looked very eager. Boss, can you make it cheaper? No, what do you think this is? The shop assistant said helplessly. It's just the preferential policy given by the court to you newcomers. It's half off, otherwise it would be 6 immortal stones. The junior sister was reluctant to leave, and turned away. Ning Zheng lay in the cage, and watched the pair of brothers and sisters quietly, watching them walk out the door. It's outrageous. He felt like a little wild rabbit, jumping in the forest, and was suddenly caught by a few young monks in a cage, and sent to the store to sell. Ning Zheng did not struggle. After all, he took over the body of a little rabbit. How could he struggle? It was not like he took over the body of some ancient beast. Besides, he had always had good luck, and being caught. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise. After his luck reached 20.1 billion, most of his unimportant things were left in nature. Because his fate would affect all kinds of small things, as long as the opponent was not a powerful immortal, he could compare his luck. Those mortals who compared their luck with themselves would always lead to all kinds of good things happening to them. It was almost impossible for mortals to plot against themselves. Ning Zheng was lying in the cage, with sharp ears and eyes. She heard the storyteller in the restaurant next door, telling a scholar's story, about immortals falling in love. The specific story is, the fairy princess was injured while traveling to the mortal world, and was helped by a mortal who was chopping wood. In the end, she fell in love with the mortal and disobeyed the heavenly rules. Ning Zheng felt something was wrong when she heard it. Most immortals did not cultivate their fate when they were mortals, but when they became immortals, they began to cultivate the third source of fate. Even if the daughter of an immortal has a low cultivation level, she has the blessing of her parents' luck. If there is no calculation by other powerful people, how could she be injured for no reason? The process of falling in love with a mortal, I am afraid there is a powerful existence behind it. To trick someone's daughter away, and fall in love with a mortal with mites, parasites, potholes, and dense pores on his face must be to disgust the other party. It's quite interesting. Ning Zheng kept listening to the storytelling. These tea houses, the past stories circulated among the people, often reflect some corners of this world from the side. It seems that the immortals are calculating each other, and like the Taoist priests in the world of destiny, they like to play with cause and effect, karma, and disgust you in various ways. I wonder if they will also produce disasters? He thought, and found himself locked in a cage, and the price was actually worth 3 low-grade immortal stones. Ning Zheng lay in the cage and doubted his life, thinking, is the local price in this immortal world so high? Is it really difficult to live in a big city? You know, the purchasing power of immortal stones is very high. Immortal stone fragments, low-grade immortal stones, medium-grade immortal stones, high-grade immortal stones, and top-grade immortal stones. The shop assistant just said 3 immortal stones, which often refers to low-grade immortal stones among the lower class. After all, those classes of people will hardly have the opportunity to see medium-grade immortal stones in their lifetime. The salary of the foreign immortal workers was all high-grade immortal stones, which were used for immortal cultivation. It was equivalent to 300 immortal stone fragments to buy a little rabbit. Ning Zheng continued to lie in the cage, looking at the lively commodities in the cages around him, thinking about whether to seize the body. The remaining pseudo-human 3 flowers were all hidden in his body, waiting for an opportunity to move. Taking advantage of the night shift, after the guys closed the door, wouldn't the spirit beasts in these cages allow his pseudo-human three flowers to seize the body? The larval pseudo-human three flowers are relatively fragile little spiders, and the people of Jojo can beat them to death with a broom. And now the success rate of seizing the body in the cage is extremely high. Especially the three large glass boxes in the middle are small houses in the subspace, with green mountains and green waters inside, but shrunk to the size of a fish tank, and each of them is inhabited by a very noble high-grade spirit beast. Spirit deer, lion, big lizard. These three are priced at more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The benchmark should be the rank of the top-grade spiritual root. After he kept eavesdropping and peeping, he roughly understood what this place was. The fairy world has 13 domains. This world is jointly operated by 13 big men. And these 13 big men push their hometown worlds to integrate into the fairy world, forming a big world. In front of us is the 10,000 beasts domain. A very powerful force. It is said that it can directly point to the root, the ultimate way to become an immortal. Their way of practice is to control beasts. Our Jojo is magic grass, and the next door Tianming is magic stone. This world is magic beast, and there is no big problem. Each world has different carriers of magical power. They also studied, and after reaching a certain level, they began to practice. We blossomed, and they controlled beasts. Consider it from the perspective of the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. Ningzheng felt that they were essentially the incarnations of the cultivation. I went through the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations, and they went through 3 disaster beasts and 7 difficult beasts. Theoretically, they can control up to 10 beasts. Body, life, soul, yin, yang, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. They put the cycle outside the body. But in fact, 1 disaster and 1 tribulation, holding 2 beasts to become an immortal, is the lowest standard. Those who have gone through 2 disasters and 1 tribulation to become an immortal, and have 3 controlled beasts on hand, are already geniuses. 4? 5? It's already the level of Yi Di and Jian Xian, and these immortal gates are scrambling to accept them. Of course, there are mortals in the immortal world. It is the descendants of the immortals who slowly multiply. These natives despise outsiders, and think that outsiders have taken their jobs and resources. And they also have preferential treatment in local college exams. But Ningzheng was not very interested in the promotion channel for the lower-level cultivators. He just felt that this beast control system was a bit bizarre. Interestingly, their beast control system did not cultivate the 3rd path. They only cultivated the 2 systems of soul and flesh. Life was not involved. Like all immortals, they only began to involve the 3rd mysterious origin after becoming immortals. Ningzheng thought, of course, they may also have some special luck-type auspicious beasts, and they also cultivate the 3rd path, but they just don't let outsiders know. However, there is also a possibility that their system is flawed, and they can't cultivate life at all during the mortal period. After all, they shared flesh and soul to merge their own beasts, and they only had 1 life left. They must keep 1 life, otherwise the 3 major origins are missing and people will die. Beast control is essentially a part of their life. The body of a beast control master is very fragile, and he has to rely on life to maintain other beasts. But their bodies are too weak, and they can't cultivate life. It is very difficult to pass the life tribulation. The most dangerous of the 3 disasters, they are weak beast control masters, and they can't pass it at all. Perhaps at the beginning, their path, the limit, is only 2 disasters and 7 difficulties? Ningzheng thought. Is it born missing 1? Perhaps. Even the strongest upper limit system of the fairy world is missing a part. But this is just a guess. In other words, they cultivate the 3rd origin, destiny, after becoming immortals. After becoming immortals, they look for auspicious beasts that symbolize destiny. Then, wouldn't it be that my Bronze Emperor, Feng Wangyi Zhao Zai, Xian Shichen, these guys with the magical power of destiny were captured as auspicious beasts, and they would be led by the immortals of this system to practice? Ningzheng was shocked. The cultivators, who ascended from Jojo might be immortal pets. Jojo, the world of destiny, if discovered, people will think it is a beautiful pet world and hunt auspicious animals regularly. Even some pet smugglers, like catching Ningzheng, the little rabbit, catch some auspicious animals from Jojo, display them in shops, auction them, and lock them up for people to appreciate. Especially Jiosui. He also has a luck. Maybe he won't be able to be a miner, and will be caught as a pet. Yi Di, now disguised as a miner. If discovered, it is estimated that this Taoist master of luck, the ancestor of destiny in the world of destiny, will also be caught and used as an immortal mount. Chapter 873. To be honest, Ningzheng never doubted the cruelty of the fairy world. The beast control system will sooner or later have to cultivate life. After they become immortals, they must find a lucky beast. This type of beast control must be the most scarce one. After all, the auspicious beast born normally in Jiuzhou is just an ancient bronze emperor. The rest of the auspicious beasts are basically the mixed-blooded branches such as the golden money boy and the golden money turtle that evolved from the ancient bronze emperor. The blood of these guys is so weak that they can hardly use luck. Even the Taoist system is the super golden mud mutated from the ancient bronze emperor by the sword-casting villa. Ningzheng used his luck gambling table and used unreasonable means to force the ancestral mutation to appear, and then it began to develop. Others don't have a luck gambling table, so they can only stare and wait for the naturally generated auspicious beast clan. To sum up, naturally occurring auspicious beasts are extremely rare. Even the powerful system of the immortal world with beast control as its core may not have many auspicious beasts to breed. And what about ED? It is probably the favorite of the immortals, holding the ancestor of an era. Daozu in ED, becoming his 10th auspicious beast. How impressive is it for the immortals? How cool is it? It seems that we have to make a long-term plan. I plan to hide in Jiuzhou and expose the world of destiny, but now it is probably not easy to expose it. After being exposed, ED will be in danger, and the immortals will probably target him. Ningzheng showed a thoughtful look. Of course, it is not ruled out that ED, who has no moral integrity, will take the initiative to become the 10th beast of the immortals, soaring into the sky, and become the mount of the strongest person in the immortal world. No matter what. I was lucky. I came to the 10,000 beasts domain right away and learned some information. Otherwise, my eyes would be black. The big guys in Jiuzhou were caught in cages for viewing, and for the top beast masters to buy. From Ningzheng's perspective, which is comparable to that of a fairy, the beast master lineage is very powerful. It belongs to an alternative clone system with a fast cultivation speed. Put your strength on the beast master and let the beast master help you cultivate together. The upper limit is extremely strong. The cultivation speed of multiple beast masters is fast, and the cooperation is good. You can also give the beast masters various cultivation pills and wear various artifacts. There are too many advantages. If you make a combined attack formation, it will be too beautiful. Although fully armed beast masters, taking medicine, making equipment, and training magical powers are simply a bottomless pit of money, it is a disadvantage. But the disadvantage of being poor is the beast master, not the system. In theory, it seems to be no worse than the sticky and smelly people in our Jiuzhou. Even their attack power may be stronger than that of the Jiuzhou monks of the same level. Each of them can bring equipment and form a battle formation, but it seems to be a glass cannon. The weakness of the beast master is too fatal. Fragile and high attack. After figuring out the regional system of the 10,000 beasts domain, he began to think about the next path. Different systems will have a suppressive force when they come to a different world. Logically speaking, his pseudo-human will be very uncomfortable. But obviously, the system compatibility of the fairy world is too high. Any system can be perfectly used here, so Ningzheng found that his pseudo-human can basically be perfectly used. Even the Ember virus may be useful here, of course. Even if it is contagious. Once those big guys find out, Ningzheng has no doubt that they have all kinds of great powers to easily wipe out the spread of this virus. At least the current version of the virus is still very backward. It is not aimed at immortals. Unless he updates Eugene's virus in the future. Eugene, he is not going to spread it, but he can quietly try the pseudo-human possession. This beast control system is very special. The essence of their beast control is the incarnation outside the body. What if I take away one of the beasts in advance? What will happen when they control the beast again? Is it that taking away their body beast is equivalent to taking away their physical body? Taking away their soul beast is equivalent to taking away their soul. Ningzheng thought, if the woman just now bought this little rabbit, it would be good. You can try whether the pseudo-human beast can take away the body after being contracted. But it doesn't matter if you don't buy it. This little rabbit is too ordinary, equivalent to a low-grade spiritual root, and casual cultivators don't think much of it. If I take over the bodies of those store-guarding beasts, the powerful magical powers of the top-grade spiritual roots will definitely be sold out soon. And thinking of this, Ningzheng let the little rabbit take a nap and quietly logged off. At night, when no one was in the store, Ningzheng quietly logged on, and a pseudo-human Sanhua quietly crawled out. The detection array did not respond. Ningzheng had already finished the inspection early. The array here only guards against the outside, and will not monitor the inside of the store all the time. After all, it is just a small store, and the 3 top-grade spiritual beasts are their store-guarding treasures. What level of security can it have? The security in the market is already very high, and no one dares to go wild and attack the store. Puff, Sanhua crawled quietly. It came to a subspace glass box, entered a meadow, and quietly took over the body of the dozing spirit deer. Puff, the next second, it took root fiercely. After all, it was a beast cub, and this little baby was just a cultivation level similar to the 5-body realm. It was taken over successfully in an instant. And this pseudo-human Sanhua, Ningzheng did not control it, it was directly a real pseudo-human newborn consciousness, no different from the newborn deer baby. Ningzheng wanted to use the safest way to avoid being seen as abnormal. The families that can afford top-grade spirit beasts should not be bad. It must be a big deal to find that a spirit beast is not ignorant, but born with wisdom. The next morning, no one came to buy the spirit deer all day. Ningzheng just took a look and found that the newborn pseudo-human was still looking around in a daze, as if learning knowledge and peeking at the surrounding environment. It's just that the face has a kind of stiffness, weirdness, and gloom that is unique to pseudo-humans. But fortunately, deer don't have any expression. The shop assistant is just an ordinary person. He raised them as usual and continued to sit in the shop. After finding that there was no problem, Ningzheng continued to practice. The next day, the spirit deer, or pseudo-human, began to show the strength that pseudo-humans should have. As a pseudo-human, a parasitic species, they are born with super learning, imitation, and adaptability, which makes it convenient for them to integrate into the group of parasitic races. What's more, Ningzheng sowed a special pseudo-human of the human god flower version, a linear pseudo-human. Jiuzhang, Hongmeng, are all made by this thing. This special pseudo-human, unlike other pseudo-humans, has various magical powers. They only have one fixed magical power, linear neural brain, with super logical analysis, calculation, and summary capabilities. The third day, the magical power of the pseudo-human deer began to change. The magical power of the spirit deer is that of a pseudo-human. The pseudo-humans that Ningzheng brought to the fairyland include low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and heaven-grade pseudo-humans of all levels. In order to prevent being noticed, he now deployed a linear neural brain of the high-grade spiritual root level. Originally, Ningzheng chose this thing as the first batch of pseudo-humans because this kind of pseudo-human is the best at hiding and the smartest. But now, if it becomes a beast, the mutant magical power of the spirit deer will be exposed. Once discovered, it will definitely attract attention and there may be uncertain changes. Good changes. People think it is a racial mutant magical power, discover its supercomputing power, and buy it. Bad changes. Discover that it is some strange creature that has taken over. And Ningzheng's luck value of 20.1 billion tells him that it is a good change. In fact, the probability of being discovered as a parasite is not high. Pseudo-humans cannot be detected by normal means. Otherwise, Jiuzhou would not be so scared. Even the cultivators in the Hua realm could not detect it. Jiuzhou cultivators had to create specific magic tools to detect the specific brain waves of the fake people in order to find the fake people. And this world does not have the concept of fake people at all. How can they guard against it? Unless this spirit deer is very unlucky and encounters an immortal, or an immortal with special detection methods, it is possible to find the fake people. This probability is extremely low to outrageous. Ningzheng's luck itself is also very good. The fourth day. Things developed according to Ningzheng's guess. "Hey, Mr. Liu, why are you here?" The shop assistant greeted him. A well-dressed boy walked out. "I came to see your newly arrived high-quality spirit beasts." Chapter 874. "Mr. Liu, our batch is not simple." The waiter was very enthusiastic. "Every time you say that, every batch of spirit beasts is just like that. You can continue to do your work." A rich young man walked into the door, dressed gorgeously, and it was obvious that he was a child of a nearby noble family. Lu Xinghan was not treated very well in the family, and could only afford a high-quality spirit beast, but he was unwilling to give up, so he wanted to go around and have a look. After all, taming beasts is a lifelong thing. Everyone wants to find a good qualified beast. After all, this thing is much more difficult than choosing a spirit root. You choose magnolia grass, and low-quality magnolia grass are of the same quality, there is no difference. But choosing a spirit beast of the same quality and magical power, its personality, degree of effort, potential, intelligence. The impact is too great. If you choose a heavenly spirit beast, if it is a lazy one, it is better to choose a medium-quality one. Lu Xinghan turned around, and suddenly his eyes fell on this spirit deer. With his professional knowledge of animal control, He immediately saw that something was wrong with the camouflage deer cub. Camouflage deer are good at camouflage, and have a sense of harmony with nature. But this one seems to have no such charm at all. He frowned, looked at the yawning guy sitting at the cashier behind him, and thought, its eyes look weird, very smart. Very intelligent? Is it a mutation? Thinking of this, Lu Xinghan's mind became hot. Can't I find a bargain? In theory, these animal control shops will not test the magical powers and qualifications of low-grade spirit beasts. But high-grade spirit beasts, even fixed-race magical powers, will be checked? How could it be missed? Could it be that they are saving the cost of testing? Lu Xinghan had heard that some store managers were dirty and embezzled the cost of the testing process. After all, racial mutation, variant, that is a probability of less than 1 in 10,000. He was so eager that he decided to take a gamble. Even if he guessed wrong, he would not lose much if he bought it back, as it was a top-grade spirit beast. He covered the subspace box of the deer with a cloth and said coldly, I like this deer very much, I bought it. The clerk was stunned and reacted, okay. Soon, Lu Xinghan decisively paid the money and left directly. The clerk watched the young master leave, and was silent for a long time. The top-grade spirit beast in his family is better than this camouflage deer. Why would he choose this thing? And the camouflage deer is not a fighting type. No one usually chooses to be the first spirit beast, because the lack of combat power will seriously affect their future. Just now, young Master Lu covered it with a black cloth, fearing that he would take another look. The waiter who could run the store was not stupid, and he immediately saw that although the young man was smart, he was too immature and left all kinds of small loopholes. But he changed his mind and thought, forget it, what does it have to do with me? Anyway, it's not mine. If I report it, it might cause trouble, and I can't afford to offend the Lu family. When doing business, smart people know how to play dumb. Ning Zheng glanced at the smart waiter, sighed in her heart that she was lucky, and then continued to listen to the storytelling in the restaurant next door with her rabbit ears erected, absorbing information from the outside world. Lu Xinghan hurried back to the family, entered the mansion, and asked the family elders to borrow the detection equipment of the spirit beast's magical power. After all, the 10,000 Beasts domain is one of the strongest systems in the entire world of the heavens. It has a strong foundation and an understanding of beast control that is unimaginable to outsiders. Because they claim to control all beasts, and humans are also one of the beasts. So the compatibility of the beast control system is actually very high, and everything can be controlled. 3 million years ago, the beast control system broke out again, and the corpse control system appeared. Controlling corpses, it is said to be the 3 corpses that enter the Tao, which is very strong and domineering. More than 1 million years ago, the 10,000 Beasts system ushered in another major update, and the object control system appeared. Combined with the system of a certain world, it can enlighten dead objects and control them. Various knives, guns, swords, and halberds have even become a school of the beast control system. This school even broke the weakness of the beast master's body. With the protection of various magic weapons, the body can even go forward to fight. Therefore, the magical instruments that detect monsters, even if they are magical powers that have never been seen, can check a general situation. Detecting. The spirit of the instrument set a voice. After a while, he checked out a rough Lu Xinghan, and couldn't help laughing, I'm really destined. The first method is to cultivate a soul beast with attributes. Sharing part of the magical power of controlling beasts, even if I get a part of the super brain, my brain will be greatly strengthened, and I will learn various magical powers and techniques of controlling beasts. I will definitely win the first place in the next family competition. His eyes were burning with ambition. Even this mutant camouflage deer is the ancestor of a clan. If it is worth breeding and cultivating, I will have an endless mountain of gold in my hands. Among beast tamers, combat beasts are not the strongest. Various auxiliary beasts and protection beasts are the strongest and most precious. This wise camouflage deer has infinite computing power, and can be used as the think tank of the beast tamer team. It is very rare. With a clatter, Ning Zheng's consciousness returned to Zhujian Mountain Villa and walked into the gate. He called Jiuzai Rong and threw a piece of information casually. This is the information of the 10,000 Beasts domain in the fairy world after the pseudo-human was released. Take a look and make a corresponding plan. Jiuzai Rong was speechless. He took the information and complained, can't the owner of the manor give us the information directly? Do we have to release the pseudo-human and collect the information ourselves? In their eyes, the owner of the manor can cross the border, so he must be an immortal, and he has long known the distribution pattern of various forces in the fairy world. However, the owner of the manor may also be training us, releasing the pseudo-human, and let us act on our own. The old steward left directly. Soon, Jiuzai Rong and others returned to the steward's room, took the information, and briefly browsed it together, and were immediately shocked. They thought of it the same as Ningzheng. Among the 13 domains of the immortal realm, the 10,000 beasts domain is one of the giants. The Destiny world is probably going to be captured and used as a beast ranch world. The Taoists in the Destiny world are all auspicious beasts. ED, isn't it very attractive? The head of the 3 imperial families. I understand. The other 2 of the 3 imperial families are Zhongwu Di and Jin Xian. It seems that the Destiny world should not be exposed. After being exposed, it may become a hunting ground. Everyone discussed. Yi Guangxiu couldn't help but say, it's not that it can't be exposed, but it has to be exposed in a special way. Everyone looked at this think tank. What do you mean? Yi Guangxiu said, how did the sword-casting villa rise from a small power to the top power in the world? It was all because we went to Beijing and forged the sun and moon divine weapons. Now, we are still growing too slowly by following the rules. We can take a springboard and soar to the sky as usual. For example, if the Destiny world is exposed to the eyes of a powerful immortal, wouldn't it be better for her to treat the Destiny world as a private hunting ground and protect it secretly than for us to hide it? She treats this beautiful woman as her own private property, and will even invest in the Destiny world, trying to breed more auspicious beasts and sign contracts with their families. If a small number of top cultivators know about it, it is better to keep the Destiny world in captivity than to let most people know about it. Everyone was shocked. The fairy doctor rolled her eyes. Why use her? I know the Night Emperor. Yi Guangxiu said, he will definitely choose a beautiful fairy as his master. Everyone, Yi Guangxiu said seriously, it's better to be a gigolo than a miner, right? Wouldn't it be great to be the mount of the immortal lord? I think he must enjoy it. Everyone was confused. Although it must be said that this is a good plan. How did their sword-casting villa take off in such a short time? It was because they didn't practice honestly, but schemed against the big guys and mixed into the big guys' circle. When they were still a group of little blacksmiths in the 4th level, they swindled and used the blacksmith's fearlessness of death to use themselves as forging materials. They used their unique monopoly skills of jumping into the furnace to get to the capital, committed suicide to become a weapon spirit, and deceived the god craftsmen into cooperating to forge magic weapons together. They knew very well that it was not enough to suffer all the time and develop honestly. They had to find a backer and hug their thighs. Now, this beast control lineage looks like a terrible disaster, their natural enemy, and a hunter. But think about it the other way around. Never be a slave, unless you have food and accommodation? No, we have to contact Night Emperor and plan a new plan. Yi Guangxiu made the decision directly. First, find a beautiful beast control force with a good reputation and decent character. It is the stupidest to send it up actively. If you accidentally discover the Destiny world, people will come to observe the Destiny world and capture Night Emperor. Then Night Emperor will show his integrity of dying rather than surrendering. And finally, he can only compromise and become someone else's beast control mount. Everyone laughed. You have no moral integrity. The new blacksmiths, who had just come in a few days, including the native blacksmith Wu Xingjing, were shocked. So that's how your sword-casting villa rose? Chapter 875. Wu Xingjing, Princess Xiane was sitting in the management, stunned, feeling that her eyes were opened. I have to say, these fake people always take shortcuts. The big guy's fingers reveal a little bit of resources, which is enough for the bottom cultivators to change their lives. Ascend to the immortal world, and become a factory worker in Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou. I don't know how many thousands of years of mining will it take to get out of the bottom. It's better to go to Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou to eat the soft rice of rich women than to work honestly. This plan is theoretically feasible. As long as I gamble and be more careful, I may get the salary of tens of thousands of years of normal brick moving and mining for a month. And Jiuzhou world has hidden itself and pushed the Tianming world out to hug thighs, exposing it to some big guys. It's really good. The fairy medicine suddenly realized and immediately shouted, isn't it nice to be a little beast master? Rich woman, hungry food. Being a dog depends on the owner. The fairy medicine added, who dares to kill you, the pet of the immortal? Be bold and do evil. Steal the treasures of the immortals, travel to the lower world, become a big monster and eat the living people of several countries, and no one dares to trouble you. As they talked, they felt more and more promising. It's just a small problem to be a beast master for others, so just do it. After all, our blacksmiths can be resurrected after death. As for the natives of the world of destiny, are they unwilling to have a master above their heads? Unwilling to be a beast master? Sorry. We can't control it. In fact, this is a better result, isn't it? It's better for you to ascend to the fairy world and become a pet of a big boss than to ascend to the fairy world and become a minor. As a secret race of a fairy clan, they are treated like treasures, and there is absolutely no possibility of abuse or humiliation. Look at the exclusive spiritual roots cultivated by Gyojou Great Sect. For example, the exclusive wishing grass of Wishing Sect, people are eager to protect it, reproduce more wishing grass, and invest more resources. Every spiritual root is the hope of the family. Now these auspicious beasts are the same. People are eager to produce more qualified Yusanjia, and then sign contracts with powerful fairy gates in the fairy world. Since everyone agrees that this is a good way. Jiuzai Rong glanced around, then, who will tell Yi Di? Everyone was silent. The last green Yi Di was still hanging in the square as a street lamp, singing the allegro begging for mercy every day. Yi Di, let me go, treat me like a fart and let me go. They looked at Yi Guangxiu silently. Whoever made the suggestion should be responsible for saying it. You also said that you want to find a beautiful mistress. You two must be in tune with each other. Yi Guangxiu, What's wrong with him feeling like he will be beaten to death? How to discuss this gigolo with Yi Di is a difficult problem. But after this plan, the world of destiny should start to change and lay out now. After letting those big guys come in, they will find that it is a very qualified and potential beast control world, full of auspicious beasts, with amazing qualifications. Aren't you studying the golden elixir method recently? It's best to quietly develop the system of being controlled by beasts. Golden elixir equals life box equals Pokemon ball. After we die, rebirth in the golden elixir is not the same as rebirth in the Pokemon ball. Then, another wave of fierce, upright, and passionate people of destiny are portrayed in human history. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. The kind that would rather die than surrender makes the immortals more eager to conquer. History needs to be embellished. Yin Shuangying's team has experience in this area. Didn't you publish a detective book before? It was exciting and touching, and made people cry. Now you can process the history of the Destiny world. Well, first of all, we need to write about the efforts, struggles, and passion of the Night Emperor, and the psychological process of overthrowing the Chang'an Emperor. Yes, we have to write a letter to the blacksmith next door. Brothers, isn't this the most important thing? Isn't the most important thing to find a reliable and reputable beast-controlling sect? The kind that treats beast-controlling very well, and the gender is female. That is, if we find a wicked demon sect, won't we be miserable? That makes sense. If the sect is full of upright and kind girls, that would be great. It's a new card-drawing mechanism. A group of people began to discuss. Su Yunyang, who was standing next to him, secretly asked her own Eugene, Sun Moon Su Yunyang, and said speechlessly, You and Yi Di are both time travelers. What do you think Yi Di's reaction is? Sun Moon Su Yunyang was stunned, and said with a smile, His reaction? Yi Di snorted coldly. After I traveled through time, the Eugene I left on Earth was so restless. It seems that I have to hang the street lamp too. Su Yunyang, Yi Guangxiu, who came over to eavesdrop, Yi Guangxiu was silent when he saw it. I dare not discuss it with you. He is not afraid of death, but afraid of social death. He doesn't want to sing a fast tune. Now he is the strongest player in the villa, and there is a baby like Yi Di. If the new players, who admire him know that he can't control Yi Di and is treated as a baby, wouldn't their faith collapse? Seeing the drastic change in Yi Guangxiu's face, Yin Hua walked over and patted his shoulder. We players actually have to endure humiliation and be bullied by our own NPC Ember baby, admitting that we are pirated, and the other party is the genuine one? As they talked, the few of them who awakened the Ember Ghost King were increasingly doubting whether they had really traveled through time, and whether they were the embers left behind. Wu Shengjing, who was peeking at the side, was secretly happy in his heart. You have also had this day. You have also been bullied by your own pirated goods. Good. It is worthy of being the feature of the pseudomanner. This kind of despair and sadness of being impersonated by others, and your genuine version, becoming a pirated one, it is finally your turn to experience it. Yi Guangxiu thought for a moment and said, Let's not contact Yi Di for now. He is probably still working in the fairy world, experiencing the life of a miner, and feeling the suffering of the bottom. We can first lay out the world of destiny, and notify him later, or even not notify him. He can act in his true colors, and play the upright spirit of resistance very realistically. Just as they were chatting, they suddenly discovered a new function. Come and see, a new function has appeared in the control background of Jiuzhong. Someone shouted. Everyone was stunned. The fake planner Jiosai Ron was full of ritual sense, but the real planner's operation was still so silent, secretly updating. Several people came to Jiozhang's central management room together and found that in addition to the fixed background functions, there was a new function, audience perspective. You can freely adjust the number of audience perspectives of online players and ban some audiences. This function is actually not new. Before, blacksmiths used this bystander perspective to monitor whether each blacksmith stole things and watched them move bricks. It's good to have an additional control function, said the fairy doctor. It's not just this, didn't you notice? There are more perspectives that are not from our players. Jiosai Ron pulled the interface and pointed to the last interface. But if you look closely, it seems to be the perspective of a deer. There are various races of blacksmiths in their villa, and there are also deer who have landed, but there is no deer of this shape. And the picture that appeared in front of this deer was not from the sword-casting villa, but from the fairy world. It's the perspective of a pseudo-human. A blacksmith finally reacted and shouted excitedly. It's the perspective of a pseudo-human deployed in the fairy world. Everyone suddenly understood. Why didn't the mysterious owner of the villa tell them the information of the fairy world directly, but let the old steward take charge, and let ED deploy some pseudo-humans to the fairy world, and use these pseudo-humans to explore information? Because pseudo-humans can actually be half-native players, and broadcast the news of the fairy world. They looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with surprise. This new way of playing is too interesting. Chapter 876. After they got excited, they squatted in front of the screen and studied it carefully for a while. Feeling that the screen was too small to be satisfied, they fiddled with it and asked Jiozhang to project this viewing function on everyone's identification eye through the villa's local area network. In this way, every blacksmith can watch. The pseudo-human deer's experience and growth in the fairy world are very meaningful in their eyes. Jiosai Ron frowned, walked in front of everyone, and immediately said, "This function of viewing the fairy world can be charged." The people around rolled their eyes. Damn capitalists. When a new function appears, your first reaction is to collect money. After everyone watched for a long time, they confirmed the situation of this pseudo-human deer. Because Jiozhang has super data collection and translation functions. After half a day of collecting languages and conversations between various tribes, I roughly understood the language of that world. The information obtained is as follows. 1. The host's surname is Lu, and his name is Lu Xinghan. He has signed a beast control contract, and the lives of both parties are connected in the dark. One rises and all rise, and one loss in an instant. According to the blacksmith's inference. In the 10,000 beasts domain of the 13 domains, the beast tamers of the beast control system are not without practicing magical powers. They themselves have a physique for controlling beasts, and a certain kind of innate magical power of controlling beasts can allow them to control beasts, and become the hub of countless spirit beasts. 2. The supercomputing magical power of the pseudo-human deer has been exposed. Moreover, Lu Xinghan is a person with a sense of family, not the wolf-hearted and dog-hearted protagonist of a lone traveler. He immediately reported to the family after discovering the opportunity. Although he had a little idea, he contracted this pseudo-human deer before reporting to the family. To be honest, the blacksmiths actually hoped that he was a hidden protagonist with a lone wolf personality. After all, if it is exposed to the family, the pseudo-human deer is easier to be discovered. Because there are immortals among the elders of their family, and more than one of them came out to check the pseudo-human deer. But the good news is, no pseudo-human was discovered. After all, even the cultivators of the transformation realm cannot detect the pseudo-human species after taking over the body, and special brain waves are required to check. The immortals have no experience, and have no intention of checking in that direction. They just check the magical powers of this mutant spirit beast, and they attach great importance to it. From the perspective of the observer, the immortals surrounded the pseudo-human deer, and could be seen discussing, "It must be cultivated with emphasis." A tall and mighty middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, as if he was the head of the entire family. "This is a great opportunity. This should be the first variant. A new population branch can be divided from the camouflage deer. I have asked someone to secretly investigate and trace the origin of the capture of the camouflage deer to see if there are any left." Another resolute hunting elder in a dark robe took action personally. He is an immortal, but this cub is worth his trip. An old man's eyes trembled. Super intelligence, super classification ability greatly improves our learning ability and wisdom, which is of great help. It is enough to become a gold mountain for our family, a top-grade immortal beast unique to the Lu family. Another old man seemed to have seen the dawn, Although we are a powerful force in the local city, the top-grade immortal beasts cultivated by our family are not unique. Now we finally have our exclusive beast breed. Obviously, in the beast control system, auxiliary abilities are highly valued. After all, there are many beasts that can fight, but there are very few that can assist and assist with characteristics. Moreover, abilities like this supercomputing power can be said to be one of the most popular. Don't think that beast masters are idle, do not work, and let their body, soul, yin, and yang practice at the same time. In other 12 fairy domains, people often say, if your son's qualifications are not good, but he has a lot of money, he can become a beast master, sign a few heavenly beasts, become an immortal by lying down, and practice several systems with beast control, which will be fed back to himself, and become an immortal super fast. In fact, although beast masters do not need to practice, they are also very busy. Unless you want to be a fake person with only cultivation, a prodigal second-generation immortal, some second-generation immortals become immortals just like this, without practicing in their entire lives, and practice by controlling beasts. To become a truly powerful beast master, you need extremely high wisdom and learning ability. They need to learn how to make individual exclusive pills for beast masters to eat, and study specific beast master training plans, in order to unleash their full potential. Otherwise, the beast master, like his master, is just a show-off with empty realms, an academic school, without combat experience or skills, and as weak as a mountain monster. In short, a successful beast master is definitely a knowledgeable super breeder. With this thing, supercomputing power, super wisdom, it is not difficult to be a super breeder. Our Lu family is going to be prosperous. Reproduce, must reproduce, cultivate this deer. Let's call it Super Brain Deer. The Super Brain Deer was also confused, accepting all kinds of top resources. It didn't know that a group of blacksmiths were watching it from the sidelines. Of course, it was impossible for it to know. Because if it knew, it would be easily discovered by the Lu family. Sword Casting Villa. Looking at the sidelines, a group of blacksmiths were very surprised. Good. We finally saw a serious immortal. Local noble family, Lu family. Maybe the 3 major families in Pingchong City that are benchmarking local cities? It's possible. After all, only families with immortals can gain a foothold in the fairy world, and their immortals are stronger than minors, so they can take root. Yes, maybe they were minors before, and then they got a residence permit and settled in the fairy world. They want to reproduce the pseudo-human deer population, and the pseudo-human deer can also take the opportunity to reproduce pseudo-human offspring. The entire herd looks like super brain deer, but it is actually a pseudo-human population. In this way, the Lu family will also be secretly eroded. Although they will not cause a false human disaster, because once it breaks out, they will definitely be discovered, but it is also very good to control a family as a starting point and be on standby at any time. They can also use this to peek into the civilization structure and social system of the 10,000 beasts domain, make better plans, and become better beast control babies. As a qualified beast control baby, they start by watching the cultivation and growth of the super brain deer baby. Next, they watched various unfamiliar special rituals, training plans, and spiritual fruits and elixirs being used on this super brain deer. The blacksmiths could not understand what the medicine was, so they could only record it half knowledgeably. The new great journey is always so exciting. At night, 7 o'clock. Because the various functions of the main line are enabled, it is officially entering the new expansion pack. The blacksmiths who just went offline issued a brand new evaluation. Jiozai Rong took a bath, had a midnight snack, and directly typed out the draft in his mind. Jiozai Rong, the Fairyland expansion pack is launched. Speculation and introduction about the new main line. Chapter 877. Jiozai Rong typed, "Hello everyone, I am Jiozai Rong, a good friend of Street Lamp. With the opening of the public beta, a large number of players have poured in, and the ship-shaped version has set sail. Of course, new players can't get involved in our main storyline. You should just be a Kulin and eat. It is estimated that Jiosue will become an immortal and return in more than a month, preaching in the creation of the world. I hope you are one of the ancestral beasts, who heard the teachings in the beginning of the world. Next, I want to talk about the main storyline of old players. I originally thought it was a normal miner's route, going to the fairyland to mine, accumulating the bottom, and upgrading step by step. But the pattern of the fairyland is unexpected. Not playing by the rules, mining may continue, but we are going to start with the Lu family, collect a lot of information, and even prepare to fish out a female fairy. Come! That baby deer is receiving education, reading and learning characters. Can you believe that this deer is reading the basic theory of the immortal world, the theory of the origin of realms, and there are 3 sources in man and 7 attributes outside the sky? A Beastmaster has to learn so much knowledge. I have completely discovered that this Beastmaster is a beast capitalist system. They don't practice, but let the Beastmasters practice, learn, and learn skills CDs. Beastmasters are their workers. They can upgrade while lying down. It is worthy of being one of the 13 major systems in the fairy world. Speaking of which, the owner of the manor is really amazing. He didn't give us the fairy world information directly, but made a fake human deer, and then broadcast it to us live, so that we can peek from the perspective and get the fairy world information. This is called giving fish is not as good as teaching people how to fish. Jiosai Rong was all complaining, and he also praised the planner's wisdom, and secretly updated the function. After all, if I guess correctly, the planner must be secretly peeking at the screen. Now it has become a habit for everyone to praise the planner. However, it is a bit too cruel to let a beast baby learn all kinds of knowledge right away. But it is precisely because of this cruel behavior that they can learn the knowledge of the fairy world from scratch like the beast baby. They can thoroughly understand this world systematically and fundamentally. For example, the book There Are 3 Sources Inside the Human Body and 7 Attributes Outside the Sky explains more clearly the 3 disasters and 7 calamities summarized by Ning Zheng. They are divided according to the inside and outside of the body. In their theory, the body, soul, and life are cultivated inside the human body, and the yin, yang, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are cultivated outside the human body. From the inside to the outside, it is a process of internal and external communication. The various definitions and analyses in it made Ning Zheng feel like he had suddenly opened his eyes. As expected, the country folk's self-exploration is far inferior to the mature system inheritance of the real big places. The realm of immortals is divided into 4 levels: human immortals, heavenly immortals, true immortals, and Daozuan. The Daozuan level is already the top of the immortal world, and can almost live forever. They hide in the immortal world and stay in seclusion, and are rarely seen by the world. It is said that after they become immortals, they cultivate their luck. In a single thought, the causal turmoil can cause a great catastrophe in heaven and earth. The changes in the immortal world, the hostility of various forces, and the 27 world wars in the history of the immortal world are all the joys, anger, sorrows, and joys that they accidentally produced in their seclusion. With a single thought, they will quietly lead the forces to hostility. They are like the Dinghaitian's hen that suppresses the luck, and the existence of auspicious beasts. Some people say, the strength of the development of the various Daozuan forces in the fairy world depends on the collision of the strength of the Daozuan's thoughts. Their thoughts and the forces they belong to have formed a mysterious luck, colliding with each other, causing many changes. Moreover, the history of the fairy world is more than 15 million years. It seems long, but in fact it is about the same length as the history of most other worlds. After all, it is reasonable. The essence of the fairy world is not a higher world, but a patchwork and fusion of several other worlds, and no one is more noble than anyone else. In other words, the history of Jiuzhou has also passed more than 15 million years. The painter, Lao Ding, is theoretically an old antique with the same lifespan as the Daozuan? No, some Daozuan may have become a Dao later, and the painter is older than them. Ning Zheng was a little surprised. They became immortals and reached a higher realm early, so it is normal for them to live longer. The painter is just a mortal with a limited lifespan, but he didn't become an immortal. He survived for more than 15 million years, and made waves in the human history of the novice village. It's also a wonder. I can only say that the embers are really fierce. The eternal painting freezes you in the splendor of that moment. After complaining about the painters, Ning Zheng thought about it, and decided to retreat again, because there was nothing he needed to do in the sword-forging villa. Retreat is hard and tiring. He really wanted to get through these 10 horrors quickly, but it was almost time. After this wave of sea and sky, he would have a bright future. He sat cross-legged and raised a protective shield to isolate himself from the outside world. Gold disaster. It is also the conceptual withering and rebirth of the body. This time, Ning Zheng's body was dry and dead, and the gold energy disappeared. The danger brought was more terrifying and frightening than before. Each disaster was more difficult than the last. But for Ning Zheng, he had the disaster energy to absorb, so it was no problem. He even began to doubt that if there was no disaster, his luck and auspicious energy could only resist each disaster force, but could not absorb it. The more he resisted, the more terrifying the disaster. Maybe his luck gambling table was useless. To absorb these disasters, he had to have this disaster, so that he could specialize in the same attribute and absorb disasters. And what surprised Ning Zheng was that disaster actually jumped from 10 billion to 10.1 billion. You have become stronger by absorbing my calamity? I have survived half of the disaster and gained 100 million more. If converted in this way, the calamity energy I have borne is equivalent to about 200 million. He felt that he seemed to have found some principles, and the difficulty seems to be much greater than imagined. It is estimated that Jiusui is unfathomable and may not be able to stay stable and survive this calamity, the world of destiny. In a secret area, Jiusui has not yet officially started to become an immortal, because he still has to survive the last of the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. He opened his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, I died again, more than 700 times. If it were not for me, ordinary people would never be able to complete this system. Theory is just theory. It must be because he is special that he keeps telling himself to live, so he did not die. For others, it is estimated that only the Feng Wengyai clan has a chance to succeed, but this requires a greater test of qualifications. Feng Wengyai may die hundreds of millions of times, and still cannot complete the last road. The Jiuzhou system is extremely strong and perfect in theory, but it is too difficult. I'm afraid that the mysterious painter and I are the only ones who have mastered the 7 wonders of the 9 provinces' exquisite heart system from ancient times to the present. He sighed softly and continued his retreat. He had a premonition that he would soon go through the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations and become an immortal. At that time, he would ascend to the immortal world and see the vast world. Chapter 878. Immortal Realm. Immortal Vein Domain. The immortal realm has 13 domains in total, and is known as a powerful world formed by the integration of 13 systems. In essence, it is 12 large domains radiating outward from the immortal vein domain. Each domain has its own local specialties. In the immortal realm, only the immortal vein domain can produce local specialties. Immortal stones. The other 12 domains are just outsiders, who moved in and occupied the specialties of the immortal vein. It's like a giant dragon guarding its treasure together, and treating the gold mountain as its own nest. At this time, in a mining area somewhere in this immortal vein domain, Jian Xian finished practicing swordsmanship with a hoe, sweating profusely, and pushed the excavated ore to the claiming point with a car to receive his share of immortal stones for today. He wiped his sweat and was about to leave. The worker next to him said, Do you want to have a drink? Or should I go gamble? I've been lucky lately. If you don't want to play, you can go with me. I heard there's an event today. Just walk in and get 2 chips for free. There's also a beautiful female fairy. Jian Xian shook his head, no need. The workers behind him smiled gently, then come and play next time. When Jian Xian's figure completely disappeared, the faces of the workers gradually turned cold. The leader even spitted hard, what the hell? A man next to him smiled and said, It feels like at least 2 disasters and 1 difficulty level, unlike us, 1 disaster and 1 difficulty, the potential is basically there is no future. Indulgence is the choice of most miners. In fact, most of the immortals who ascended to the sky will come here to mine and temper their temper. Then when their tempers are smoothed, they will be recruited to be son-in-laws, or to be the offerings of some small sects, forming a constant source of fresh blood. Mining is more about making those who are arrogant and proud of their talents realize their own weakness and mediocrity. After all, those who can ascend, even if there is only 1 disaster or 1 misfortune, the weakest one is invincible at the same level. Don't think that the immortals of the natives of the fairy world are very noble. The geniuses of the big sects are indeed powerful, there is no doubt about this. The population base is there. But most of the middle and low forces are very greedy for these weakest immortals who have ascended. These workers in front of them have actually been son-in-laws for a long time. The reason why they are still working here is nothing more than that the family behind them assigns them a task. See which worker has potential, win him over to their family, become the next son-in-law, the main family, and the side branches choose descendants to marry their daughters. And the way to win him over? First look at his personality. If bribery fails, they will trick the other party into falling into depravity, drinking, gambling, whoring, and owing debts, and then let the family pay off the debts and accept them as sons-in-law. Of course, they can't use force. See, in my domain is the safest of the 13 domains, and the place where fighting is least allowed. They can't forcibly kill and abduct these new immortals. Any fluctuations in fighting will be monitored. Because the production area of immortal stones is very safety-oriented, how can fighting be allowed? Even some newly ascended immortals have many fellow villagers, who are already in the top positions of various forces. Of course, They are not allowed to abduct the newly ascended seedlings of their lineage. People just put the newcomers here to train, mine and sharpen their minds, and then take them away. Therefore, for various reasons, CNMI domain has become the safest and absolutely forbidden area for novices, which is why most of the new immortals mine here. These people looked at Jian Xion's back, and someone suddenly said, "It seems that he is not simple. He may go out to worship the immortal sect after mining for a period of time." Another person said, "Indeed, we don't have to focus on him in the future. Even if he really owes various debts, if he joins a large sect, they will help him deal with it, which will benefit other forces." Everyone nodded and prepared to change their target. At this time, suddenly, a worker said, "I heard that a group of new miners with more potential have ascended to the 33rd mining area in the north. Why don't we go there and take a look?" Another strongman frowned. "It's a bit far from here. But it's worth it." The worker said, "I heard that the immortals who ascended are very diligent in mining and very fast." "Oh!" Another person was interested. "What are their names?" "Let's go and take a look." "The leader seems to be called Rongdi? Well, there seems to be a Dao Judy? What about the god of food? Kundi? It seems that they have formed a force called Shirong Villa, which specializes in mining immortal mines. They are very qualified miners." Several people were surprised and felt that although the journey was long, it was worth a look. Maybe they could complete a few son-in-law indicators. 33rd mining area. There will always be various large and small teams in mining, and the miner supervisors don't care about these small groups. As long as you don't fight, you can mine as much as you want. And after years of practice, they found that cooperative mining can indeed greatly improve efficiency. Because the various magical powers of immortals are different, it is indeed the most effective to match them. At this time, several miners came to the area called Shirong Villa and found that they had several young immortals who had occupied a mine and built a villa on it. Originally, when everyone went to the mine, they did enclose an area for digging, and building a villa was nothing. What shocked them was that those immortals were actually very happy digging, laughing, and even eating dirt with their mouths. Humph! Emperor Rong waved his hoe with great vigor. "Bai Xingling, why are you being lazy? God of food, is dinner ready tonight? Wait for me to dig a little more. A new map has just been opened. The sword forging villa needs to be built." "Okay." And high up, a man in white who was painting sat quietly on the top of a peak, overlooking the miners below, and the miners, who had just arrived in the distance, and were trying to approach and recruit a son-in-law. "New materials have appeared again, not bad." He smiled slightly. On the scroll full of mineral veins, several miners, who came to win over gradually appeared. Their astonishment and surprise gradually appeared under the brush. "Since ascending, I have gained a lot here." He looked at the diligent miners below, very satisfied, and continued to pick up the brush to paint the past visitors. The Kyushu Year's history book is obviously not suitable, and it should be given a new name. Fairy World Ukiyo-e, this scene of the Eternal Scroll has just begun, recording the vast chapter of history. He smiled, looked up, looked at the plaque Shirong Villa, and then looked at Jiucai Rong, Yi Quangxiu and others who were laughing and talking below. He moved all the members of the ancient tomb town in the history books here. And Jiucai Rong and others have become immortals. This seems incredible, but it is not difficult for him. Because he found a small world controlled nearby, and helped these guys find ways to awaken in it, using the flow rate of 100 years a day, and spent more than 1,000 years to grow, and naturally became immortals. Before that, Yi Di looked like a scoundrel, but he had such ability after becoming an immortal. What about the others? So, he decided to raise them. There was really a certain degree of surprise. These people were not bad after becoming immortals. At least, the logic of mining and farming was deeply rooted in their hearts. As for why the name was chosen as Shirong Villa, with his intelligence, after the Night Emperor returned to join the war, he gradually came up with some guesses after connecting some previous coincidences. This mysterious Shirong that appeared in Jiuzhou may have something to do with the so-called group of ancestral demon gods. Although there is no evidence, he does not need evidence, and directly named his subordinates Shirong Villa. As for being wronged, it is wronged. If it is true, it will be interesting. A mysterious hidden force suddenly appeared in Jiuzhou, forging iron. Maybe it is a secret organization in other worlds. Maybe there is some powerful background in the fairy world behind it. It just happened to help the other party become famous. The Shirong Villa in the fairy world will start from the mining task, step by step on the great journey, and become the first sword-making villa in the fairy world. The painter has always been cautious. How could he not have a vest when he was walking in the world? In history, he never showed his real name. Although the resourceful Emperor Rong suggested to name his vest Li Feiyu, it is said that it is a very deep and handsome name in his incomplete memory. But the painter didn't think it was good, he chose the name he liked. He looked at the blacksmiths who were moving bricks and laughing, and said lightly, "From today on, I am the owner of Shirong Manor." Ning Zheng only guessed that Jiosue's 3 disasters and 7 tribulations might be a little difficult, but he couldn't guess that the painter's life in the immortal world would be so colorful. Before his original body took the mining route in the immortal world and opened a mining branch of Shirong Villa, someone helped him build it. He also became the owner of Shirong Manor, and began to lead the team to mine, and began to exploit a group of sand sculpture immortals as labor to engage in primitive accumulation. He is simply the second Wuxing sect, also pretending to be Shirong, trying to make money by forging iron everywhere. Ning Zheng didn't know about the painter's wonderful life, but now he was thinking about one thing. These stupid blacksmiths are going to find a beautiful mistress for Night Emperor without his knowledge. They have the guts to commit suicide, but they don't have the guts to tell Night Emperor. Ning Zheng couldn't help shaking his head. As a player, they can ignore the consequences, but as a planner, Ning Zheng has to consider a lot. Players' recklessness has been going on for a long time, but they still have to consider the consequences in some places. Ning Zheng didn't object to them finding a backer in the fairy world. After all, the sword-casting villa took off all the way by using this method of bullying. It's just that Night Emperor needs to be dealt with. He thought about it, and soon came up with a solution. He opened the space vortex directly, and talked to Dao Jiuzhou and others in the opposite world of destiny. "Please help me send a message to Night Emperor in the fairy world." Dao Jiuzhou was forging iron in the blacksmith shop. Duong Duong swung the hammer. Sparks flew everywhere. He looked at the figure that suddenly appeared on the other side of the palm-sized space turbulence, and was stunned when he heard it. "No problem. The fairy world sells super cross-border communication stones, but the price is very expensive." Yi made one and left it in the Destiny world for communication. Although Yi is a player, Ning Zheng can directly use audience perspective to talk to Yi, but this is too stupid. Exposing that I can monitor you at any time. So Ning Zheng turned off the bystander perspective and forum function of Jin Xian Yi, and these people, they don't know that they are players, so they can reduce their grudges. At this time, after a while, a voice came from the communication stone in Dao Jiuzhou's hand. "I am Yi." Ning Zheng said to Dao Jiuzhou, who was forging iron, "Tell him about the recent plans of the blacksmiths in Zhujin Mountain Villa." Dao Jiuzhou was stunned. Really? If the neighbor wants to transform the Destiny world, it must go through their hands. They naturally knew about this plan that defied the heavens, to find a master for the world of Destiny, and to make Yi the pet of the big boss of the fairy world. Although they called it defy the heavens, they were shamefully tempted in their hearts. Evil ways are their favorite. To be fair, if it was a normal player, Yi Guangxiu, he would definitely agree with this plan, as a player, to find a beautiful master. But Yi Guangxiu has grown up, experienced, and sophisticated. He is no longer a stupid player. "Do you really want me to tell you?" Dao Jiuzhou looked at the owner's expression, and finally had to bite the bullet, and tell the general process again. Yi did not get angry when he heard this, and his expression remained calm. "So what do you think, master?" "There is a way to have the best of both worlds," Ning Zheng said lightly. "Please speak." Yi spoke. Ning Zheng said, "During the previous battle in Jiuzhou, didn't you secretly capture your pirated Yi and take him away before leaving?" Yi was stunned. He instantly understood the meaning. The painted Yi was indeed taken away secretly by him. After all, as long as people are not stupid, they will definitely target their own clones first. I believe that friends who have been cheated on know that they should first catch the adulterer without clothes in the crowd. He was watching at the time, and before running away, he secretly captured the painted Yi and studied him secretly. He found that the Yi did not recognize him. It was really like a logical ember with cognitive defects. He did not think he was dead, did not think he was painted, and did not recognize him, the original Yi. There are all kinds of cognitive disorders. Interesting. Special. Even creepy. After studying it, he sealed it up. It might be useful in the future. For example, it can be used as his substitute, fake death, and it has miraculous effects in certain battlefields. You mean use the fake me? Yi hesitated. What kind of nesting doll is this? Chapter 879. His mind was suddenly in a mess. He finally caught the adulterer, but now he had to let him carry out a serious and important mission? Is this true cheating, or fake cheating, or some new way of playing, stricter than cheating on oneself? Ning Zheng smiled and said, "If you are sent to be a beast master, You can take the opportunity to fake your death and escape, hiding in the dark. Isn't that good? This will be of great benefit to you. You should know better than anyone that the Destiny world will be exposed sooner or later. It is impossible for the cultivators in the Destiny world not to ascend forever. Those Taoist priests who came later are all geniuses, and you cannot suppress them. Exposure is a matter of time. After being exposed, the immortal world will definitely pay attention to you. It is a great choice to escape as soon as possible. In addition, the Destiny world has a big backer, and the Taoist system has been sponsored. It is a good thing for you, and your children will benefit directly. Besides, any normal Beastmaster will respect his Beastmaster very much and treat him as a comrade in arms. There is no need to worry about trampling on the dignity of the fake Knight Emperor. And choose the so-called beautiful host? Beastmasters are not Taoist companions. Don't be led astray by those blacksmiths. Each of those blacksmiths wore tinted glasses, thinking that Beastmasters would definitely have some special exchanges with Beastmasters. They are just crazy. I don't know what colors are in their heads. Yi Di nodded and showed a thoughtful look. To be fair, even if Yi Di himself signed the contract, he would still make money. He didn't think he was that strong. There was a lot of water in his way to this point. He became the Ghost King and was resurrected once. His qualifications were only at the level of genius in ordinary times. The 3 disasters and 2 tribulations were his limit, and he had to use a lot of luck from the life and death testament to barely reach this level. With this level of potential, it is impossible to become a giant in the fairy world. It is important for people to know themselves. Yi Di is not stupid, and he will not shout out crazy remarks like I am the protagonist. No matter how poor my qualifications are, I will definitely make a comeback. Anyone who is overwhelmed by Jiuzui, Washer, Xi and Shichen and others will realize their mediocrity. They are more qualified than you, have a higher starting point than you, work harder than you, know how to calculate, and are extremely wise. What can you compare with them? And after signing the contract, you will soar to the sky, and they will even take care of him and Yi Tianai. It is important to keep the loyalty of subordinates. Just like Yi Di controls his subordinates himself, various benefits are the best way to ensure loyalty. Moreover, the special nature of the Beastmaster requires most of the resources to be piled on his own beast. A big man in the fairy world, who is crazy and unconditionally throwing resources, how high will he reach? His thoughts turn quickly in his mind. Yes, I, the Knight Emperor, only have the first mover advantage. In the future, my Taoist system may have a stronger genius than my 3 disasters and 2 dilemmas. The latecomer will push me, the watered-down Taoist ancestor of destiny, to death on the beach. At that time, the immortals will choose him instead of me. What's more, it's not my own body. The owner of the manor is not those irrelevant blacksmiths. He has prepared a step for me, and I will naturally not refuse. The Knight Emperor thought about it, and couldn't help saying, but this fake Knight Emperor is an ash painting person, with natural defects, can't be a living person, can't pretend to be me, unless he can awaken. Ningzhen nodded and smiled. I can make him luckier and awaken directly. The Knight Emperor was shocked, and felt a little bit of terror again. After ascending, he felt more and more that the world was big, the water of the fairy world was deep, and the owner of the manor was mysterious. His own Taoist system is a game of luck, and the current luck magic can't force Eugene to awaken. This manor owner's luck magic can directly luck awaken the Ghost King, with a higher utilization rate and more unfathomable. I agree. Yi Di thought about it, discussed it briefly, and then closed the communication. Then, he told Yi Tianai beside him about this matter. After all, the people around him will know sooner or later. Yi Tianai was surprised and said, do you really want to use your substitute? But it doesn't matter. If there is no one to protect the Destiny world, it will be exposed sooner or later. The Destiny world is known as the Destiny people. They are not afraid of immortals. Ordinary immortals may not be able to withstand the joint curse of a world of Taoist priests, and dare not easily enter the Destiny world. But those truly powerful immortals are certainly not afraid. The Destiny world will sooner or later attract much attention. After all, practicing the extremely rare destiny, this time you can fake your death and escape, and let our Destiny world be favored by the gods, and our children will be taken care of. It is a 2 birds with 1 stone deal. Yi Tianai also persuaded him to agree to this plan. Then in the previous battle of Jiuzhou, he just got a fake substitute of his own. Now he can carry out this plan. Isn't it destined by fate? The Destiny people are still quite superstitious and believe in fate. They think it is destined by heaven. After all, Taoist priests do not cultivate their bodies or souls. They have weak bodies, but extremely vast destiny. They believe in their own whims, and the fate of their destiny. Of course I will accept it. Yi smiled and said to Yi Tianai, what kind of people are we? Dignity? Really smart people only care about interests, rights, life and death. He pointed to the mine outside, where a group of miners were constantly mining. What is dignity? Mining in this mining area, not bowing your head, not being a son-in-law, and making money by your own efforts to climb up. Is it for the so-called dignity? Does anyone really think that there will be dignity in mining here? Dignity is only obtained through fists. Whether a person has dignity or not does not depend on what you do to show dignity, but on whether others look down on your self-righteous dignity. The sour scholar Cunning did all the dignified actions, but everyone just regarded him as a joke. Yi's expression was cold, revealing a trace of inexplicable light. Of course, I want to be a beastmaster. Moreover, I don't choose to use a substitute to contract a beastmaster, but I will do it myself. I will be the beastmaster myself. What? Yi Tianai was surprised and a little nervous. In her opinion, a substitute is the best choice, and she can get out. Entering the game with one's body is too risky. I know this is a gamble, Yi said calmly, but life is not smooth sailing. Every strong man has mountains of corpses and seas of blood under his feet. Every time is a gamble. I became the beastmaster myself. I reached the top of the fairy world in an instant. How could I give up such an opportunity? Besides, I want to take a gamble. Our physique is special. After I die, I will turn into ashes. After resurrection, will the contract disappear directly and return to freedom? So, there is a way out. Yi Tianai looked at her husband, who was talking eloquently, and had a lot of wisdom in his hands. She felt that he was so brilliant and dazzling at this moment. This is the great hero, and hero in her mind who is both wise and brave. As for my dignity? He showed a meaningful smile. Of course, I still have dignity. My stand-in is to maintain my dignity, isn't it? Those blacksmiths in the sword-casting villa all thought that my stand-in was the real me, and the real me was the stand-in. I faked my death and escaped, and they also exaggerated that I, the Night Emperor, was both wise and brave, and used a fake one to be a beastmaster. In the eyes of outsiders, I, the Night Emperor, am still a high and free person, and my dignity is preserved. He showed a calm expression and looked at his wife, and, when necessary, this real and fake me can do some special operations to save me from death and give me an extra trump card. Chapter 880. Ningzheng spread the news of the cooperation between Yeti and Zhujian Villa. The blacksmiths were excited. Ha ha ha. Yi Guangxiu was overjoyed finally. I don't have to be hung on the street lamp. I am hung on the street lamp by my own ember baby. As the second in command of the villa, what dignity do I have to manage these idiots? Happy, joyful. Even 3 big bowls of rice can be eaten. The most important difficulty has been overcome, and the blacksmiths have also begun to make formal arrangements, trying to soar to the sky and hook up with the top bosses in the fairy world. It's just like when they were a small blacksmith. They went to Beijing to hook up with Jiuzhou's strongest emperor Jiuzhui, and soared to the sky from then on. Now they have to replicate the road to rise. Choice is more important than suffering. In the steward's room, a group of people began a heated discussion. Let's get started, let's get started. Ha ha ha, finally I can recognize my half-father and half-mother again. Brother, pronounce words clearly, they are my adoptive father and mother. I think it was because of us adoptive fathers that I could take off. Back to the starting point. Your immature face in my memory. We are here again to recognize my father. Fortunately, the boss is awesome. He showed us the live broadcast of the pseudo-human deer. He is in class every day, learning various basic textbooks of the fairy world, including the introduction of the characters of the bosses of the fairy world. We have to choose one from them. I think this Meifeng Immortal Venerable is good. He has a good reputation in history. I think you think too much about this. Choose a person at the level of Daozuan? He basically disappeared and didn't care about the world. He can't be contacted. That's right, each of them has a good reputation in history, but history is beautified. Look at how handsome Yi Di was in history. Who knew he was an invader who pretended to be a native? That's right. Look at the historical records of Xian Shichen and Zhao Zai. Can we trust them? Not at all. You also said that choice is more important than suffering. If you choose the wrong stepmother and recognize the wrong new father, you will be in trouble. According to their experience, which of the top predators who can reach the top of the fairy world is not a super old 6, it is very stupid to believe in history one-sidedly. History is for people to see. The history of ordinary people may still be somewhat true. After all, it is impossible to stop the malice of mortals. Mortals in the era secretly record the real stories and unofficial history. But what about the history of the extraordinary world? Just take a look. So, after thinking hard, they decisively chose the level of the real immortal, which is the next level after the immortal, because the immortal is not easy to find, each of them lives in seclusion, and the history is fabricated, so it is impossible to confirm the true character of the other party. In today's era, if the immortal does not appear, the real immortal is just a face. Immortal Venerable is equivalent to the cultivator of the transformation realm in JoJo. They are usually in seclusion. Generally, there are only one or two in an era. Unless there is a big change in the world, they practice in the dark. True Immortal is equivalent to the head of the one-heart realm, the head teacher level, the strongest in the open. There is another advantage of choosing True Immortal. They are basically modern historical figures. As the head teacher, they handle affairs. Most of the records about them are true. As long as you look at the immortal sects, families, and their style of doing things, you can basically see some clues about this leader. This is their best solution. The choice is very important. Give up the hidden immortal venerable whose character cannot be confirmed, and choose the true immortal whose style of doing things and character can be roughly confirmed. Moreover, they also wanted to find those middle and upper-level true immortal forces that did not have immortal venerable at home. Otherwise, there was an immortal venerable behind them, or that immortal venerable was the master, or they were betting on the immortal venerable's character. Another thing. They chose the family between the two options of the sect and the family. Because the cohesion of the Beast Control family was very strong, it was easy to protect them. And what about the sect? It was a mixed bag, with all kinds of surnames. Those who got this line of Beast Control, they came from different forces. Would they be suspicious and spread it? So in summary, the blacksmith's choices basically anchored a range. For necessary conditions, 10,000 beasts domain, true immortal level, family model, beauty. So they discussed all night, based on some sporadic recorded information, invited some psychology students to help analyze, and listed various forces. In the end, they selected 3 forces, and placed them in front of Ning Zheng. Master Steward, this is the list. Jiao Tsirong looked respectful. Behind him, a group of blacksmiths were hiding in the crack of the door, peeking in. They were crowded, expectant, and winking. Their little thoughts were almost written on their faces. Hurry up and start cheating. The old steward hasn't cheated for a long time. Before, he helped us with spiritual roots by secretly changing the background probability. Now we have to continue cheating. We will definitely choose the best one among 3 choices. Ning Zheng ignored it, sat on the chair, and looked down at the list. Fengmen, the main feature is plant beast control. Tiezhan Holy Land, their beast control is weapons, which belongs to the side sect. Mame Holy Sect, a sect that controls corpses, is not a very good demon sect. There is no doubt that the leaders of these forces are all beauties. Although the 10,000 beasts domain is large, only a few of them are famous after this wave of strict conditions. Ning Zheng silently sensed the luck value. He found that the Fengmen, which is known as the most glorious and righteous, has a great omen, which fits the stereotype of hypocrisy of the righteous way. It is probably not a good thing. Tiezhan Holy Land is neither good nor bad. It is estimated that the people there are decent, but the opportunities are average. The Demon Charm Holy Sect, on the contrary, is a demon sect with a bad reputation. It has a small opportunity, but it is not too high. If you choose one of the 3, the Demon Charm Holy Sect is the best. After all, it is not the protagonist in some storybook. Joining a sect can have all kinds of great opportunities. It must be a good choice among the short people. Ning Zheng pondered for a moment and said, the owner of the manor has sent a message that the person in charge of Fengmen has a bad character and can be abandoned. Iron/Holy Land and Demon Charm Holy Sect, there is almost no difference, you can choose either one. But the Taoist lineage likes to control corpses, so in terms of attribute adaptation, the Demon Charm Holy Sect is the best. Several people were overjoyed when they heard this and thanked him. Ning Zheng didn't care and left directly. At this point, the things he had to deal with were basically finished, and he could continue to retreat. After all, he came out, walked around the fairyland as a rabbit to explore the way, and went to talk to the Night Emperor, which was busy enough. I have to get through these 3 disasters, and 7 tribulations quickly. Ning Zheng sat cross-legged. It's too annoying, I have to get through this transition period quickly, and it disturbs people's peace intermittently. This time he planned to retreat for more than a month, and go through several 5-element tribulations in succession. Unless there was an accident that needed him to deal with, he would never come out. The blacksmiths can operate by themselves. The strategic guidelines have been decided. The rest are all about the details. The next one is the with tribulation. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, and entered a deep sleep state. Time flies, and a month and a half has passed in the blink of an eye. The number of blacksmiths who open the server is increasing, and they are gradually getting used to it. I am having a lot of fun. Ning Jing's luck has always been good. As long as there is no real boss to trouble him, it is basically smooth sailing. There are no accidents in the sword-casting villa. Instead, it has developed extremely rapidly and vigorously. It was on this day that Ning Jing finally came out of retreat, showing a satisfied look. There is only one difficulty left: soil. Finally, it is going to pass. This last difficulty needs to be settled. Instinctively, it is not simple. The more you go, the harder it is, especially the last 10th tribulation. It is equivalent to the difference between incompleteness and perfection. He has a hunch that it will be more than 100 times more difficult than the 9th difficulty. This is a very scary level. In the outside world, the news of Jiosue's breakthrough and becoming an immortal has not yet come, which is what Ning Jing thought. Even for someone as strong as Jiosue, it is difficult to break through and become an immortal independently by his own strength. He strode into the sword-casting villa and looked at the blacksmiths, but saw Jiosai Rong, the leader, said excitedly, "Sir, we are ready to start attracting investment and are ready to start exposing ourselves to that immortal sect." Chapter 881. Is the plan ready? Ning Jing, who received the message from the painting card, strode into the square, ignoring the young blacksmiths, who were taking tasks back and forth. Looking at the Wuxing whale, who was teaching Shadow Crocodile the blacksmithing technique in the square, there were a group of apprentice blacksmiths, who controlled shadows everywhere, using shadows to enter the high-temperature embryos during the blacksmithing to control the metal fluid. Old steward. They were studying the forging technique, and they all saluted Ning Jing after seeing them, although their etiquette was a bit strange, and no one knew where they learned it from. Very clever forging technique. This shadow technique is not bad. Ning Jing was in a very good mood after coming out of seclusion this time. No longer need to practice in seclusion intermittently like frequent urination and urgency. 3 disasters and 7 tribulations, 9 have passed. The days to come will probably be comfortable. I can even go to the fairyland to travel and go shopping, and resume my previous leisurely life as a planner. Ning Jing was in a good mood, and she also liked Jiao Cairong a lot. Jiao Cairong took out a report, stepped forward, and said, "This is our plan. We have made 4 types, using various methods to seduce the other party, and coincidentally discovered our existence. In the past month and a half, every day I watched the class and learning of the pseudo-human deer, and I got to know the 10,000 beasts domain better. I overturned the plot many times and updated the plan." Ning Jing took a rough look. Plan 1, through the pseudo-human deer, expose the Lu family, and seduce the demon charm sect to come over, discover the secrets of the Lu family, and finally trace it back to the world of destiny. Plan 2, Jian Xian, Zhang Wudi, and even Yeti himself personally took action to seduce the disciples of the demon charm sect and discover their world of destiny. Plan 3, use the remaining few pseudo-human 3-flower stalks to seize the body of an animal, and then use this animal to expose the existence of the world of destiny. Plan 4, with iron making as the main line, pretend that a pokeball ascended and accidentally fell into their hands, and finally they chase the pokeball to the world of destiny. Each plan is very detailed, and it seems that a lot of homework has been done. Although, the last so-called pokeball ascension plan is a little bit weird in Ning Jing's eyes. "Sir, which one do you think is better?" Jiosai Rong asked curiously, obviously preparing to choose one of the 4. There is really no way. After all, the fairyland is too far away, and they only have these 4 reasonable ways to get in touch with the legendary fairyland. Jiosai Rong said, "Personally, I prefer the 4th one, the immortal weapon trapping plan. We have grown up by forging iron all the way, so naturally we have to start the next great journey by forging iron. Of course, the Pokemon ball is just a pseudonym. We are going to study the golden pill and life box next door to create a resurrection type Ember 7 color immortal soldier. As for the specific spirit of the weapon, as a spirit of the weapon, I naturally have no choice but to seduce the demon charm saint sect in person. Everyone has already thought of a name for me, the magic lamp, the god of street lamps. Specifically, it is a Balian lamp. Summoning the lamp spirit can make wishes come true." Jiosai Rong talked freely and at length. 7 color immortal soldiers, show our momentum, and show our strength. Let's wait and see. Ning Jing thought what a messy plan this was. It looked unreliable. But Ning Jing knew that they only looked unreliable, but in fact, the feasibility should be quite high. Ning Jing said, Has Josue not come out of retreat yet? We have to wait until he becomes an immortal and ascends to the fairyland before we can start planning. He hasn't come out of retreat yet. Jiotsirong scratched his head. I originally estimated that Josue's talent should have made him an immortal in more than 3,000 years, right? Now, if we convert it, it has been more than 4,500 years in a month and a half, and there has been no action. On the contrary, in their recent Big Fish Eat Small Fish game competition, many new players have already decided the winner, and many bizarre new species have appeared. They had a lot of fun playing, which was a very interesting limited-time welcome event. The chicken game, the hunting ground of the abyss, eating crazily, there is a kind of brainless and refreshing beauty, which makes the new players, who have been here for a month, very comfortable. Ningzheng was too lazy to pay attention to this. He really had no interest in merging embers, stitching creatures, etc. Although I have seen that in the past month, the forums are full of pet combination competitions, evolution competitions, shanhaging finals. A lot of people are having fun. Of course. The sacrificial era has begun, the ecological chain has been reorganized, and the major forces next door are also evolving their own races, trying to create several new Era 4 beasts. Although the blacksmiths have the help of the yin-yang creation furnace, they have a huge advantage, but they are shallow in knowledge, and most of them can't beat those natives, and can't create any powerful races. On the contrary, the puzzle master, Sun and Moon Su Yunyang and Ning Jiao Jiao, created a new race in the chicken game. It can be comparable to the 4 major races. Euro, a special kind of spiral. It can rotate automatically, and will never stop for a lifetime. The spiritual root is a variant of the gold spiritual root, the magnetic spiritual root, which seems to have great potential. The kind that looks very sick at first glance. Spending all their lives, I believe this race will thank these 2 bastards for the rest of their lives. Ningzheng still doesn't care much about this. As long as the blacksmiths have fun, that's enough. Instead, he paid attention to his income over the past month and a half. Current luck value savings, 984.9 billion. Daily income, 350 minus 102 is equal to 24.9 billion. Daily luck value consumption, 20.3 billion, 10.2 billion luck plus 10.1 billion calamity. The luck value that was basically sped before has now risen again. After lying dormant for more than a month, Ningzheng now has nearly 1 trillion luck value savings, which makes him feel much more at ease. As long as he is not discovered, he will not be deliberately targeted, and his existence will not be deliberately detected. Ningzheng has this luck value, and he is basically safe when he goes to the fairyland. But I guess I need to add more points to strengthen the server. Before, Jian Xian had a keen sense, and Ningzheng spent 5 million luck points to click the lowest and cheapest stealth ability. Jian Xian could not detect that someone was watching him. Preliminary estimates show that the current server's spectator perspective is not felt by low-level immortals. Even the immortals of the Liu family could not feel the spectator perspective of the pseudo-human deer, and were monitored all the time. A group of sand sculpture blacksmiths, lying in the sword-casting villa to copy homework, followed the pseudo-human deer to learn the baby beast taming course. Originally, Ningzheng thought this was enough. The immortals of the Liu family could not feel that they were perfect human immortals, and even the first heavenly immortals, and even they could not feel it. But now, to contact the high-level sects, take shortcuts. Click your spectator perspective a little higher, so as not to be keenly noticed by those powerful people. 750 billion, advanced concealment. After spending more than a month, Bao Ping'an has not lost money. Even the real immortals, and even the immortal masters should not notice it. Of course. It may be that the immortal masters, who are not specialized in this field, cannot notice it. It is worth adding this little bit. I can openly observe some high-level cultivators. This is to grasp the strategic initiative, layout, and calculation, which have great advantages. Before, 800 billion had a super large range, radiating the heavens, and covering the immortal world. Now 800 billion has super shielding, observing the perspective, and peeping at the immortals. In this way, it is already a truly top-notch immortal weapon in the immortal world. I am afraid that the immortal weapons in the hands of the immortal masters will not be much stronger than the ones in my hands. Ningzheng did not see the immortal master after all, so she could only make a slight guess. The level of the immortal master might be around trillions of luck. Chapter 882. Add points, boom! The next second, the space turbulence was surging. In the shattered and annihilated chaotic void, the broken walls seemed to reflect a desolate period of time. On the throne, the incomplete black cloak hung on the chair slowly took off, passed through the space turbulence, and fell in front of Ningzheng. Wow! This black fog cloak turned out to be an energy body, with shadow and invisible. It fell in the room, visible but not touchable, very strange. I saw this cloak slowly cover the square server, and the server suddenly lost its shadow and disappeared into the void, becoming invisible. Ningzheng reached out and touched the server, but couldn't touch anything, but could feel this special magic weapon that recognized the master. A thought moved. Wow! The shadow server suddenly rushed into Ningzheng's shadow and merged into one. Interesting. Ningzheng realized that it would be much more convenient for him to carry this server in the future. Moreover, he had a bold guess. All the realms in the past were decimal, and I am afraid that the realm after becoming an immortal will be the same. Tens of millions are the transformation realm. 100 million to 1 billion should be human immortals. 1 billion to 10 billion, heavenly immortals. 10 billion to 100 billion, true immortals. 100 billion to 1 trillion, Daozuan. In other words, whether it is the 800 billion mysterious immortal weapon he got before, or the 800 billion immortal weapon he got now. Maybe they are all the Daozuan heritage of some immortal masters who died in history. If calculated in this way, now his server grade level is no weaker than the real Daozuan immortal weapon. Converted again. I made more than 900 billion in 1.5 months. In 1.5 months, I got a broken magic weapon of a Taoist master. This is a huge profit. I can change my job to become the richest man in the fairy world and a legacy tycoon. From this point of view, my luck utilization rate is definitely higher than that of a Taoist master. The Taoist masters may also have a huge luck of similar level, but they have a treasure mountain, but cannot pry the luck and get all kinds of top treasures. Otherwise, in the long years, all kinds of treasures have been taken away by them with space turbulence. So what is there for Ningzheng? After all, think about it. The Taoist masters originally changed their ways, and started to cultivate luck after becoming immortals. The Taoists of the same level who became immortals must be much stronger than them. After all, the Taoist bodies are fragile, and their souls are weak. The advantages gained by cultivating luck in the three major systems are naturally huge. Then, you can basically guess the origin of my luck gambling table. Ningzheng walked to the windowsill, and looked at the protective shield above the sword-casting villa. The blacksmiths were laughing, and eating the small fish. He said lightly, "It may be a magic weapon left by a Taoist master, an extremely rare luck-type force. He majored in luck, and the utilization rate of luck of other Taoist masters is simply not as good as his. But the luck gambling table fell into my hands, and I feel that it has a great cause and effect." Ningzheng is not a fool, not the slow-witted protagonist in those storybooks. The truth is almost in front of him, but he doesn't even think about the origin of his thing. Although he is guessing, there is no evidence. But you need evidence? As long as there is a 10% chance that the guess is true, it is necessary to take precautions before it happens. Prevent those immortals from coming to the door, attacking him, and robbing him. Only by being prepared for danger in times of peace can he survive. Moreover, it seems that he can get a broken legacy artifact of a Taoist master in 1.5 months. It seems to be profitable. But it should be clear that the number of Taoist masters who died in history is limited. One day, Ningzheng will take away all their inheritance. By then, no matter how much luck Ningzheng has in his hand, he can't get a good immortal master artifact. Ningzheng's career of stealing people's magic tools by space turbulence has come to an end. As for using the luck gambling table to create an immortal master magic tool out of thin air, this is impossible. It costs hundreds of billions to get a ready-made one, and the luck required for the void to forcibly create one is an astronomical figure that is simply unimaginable. It's not worth it at all. By then, it would be better to create an immortal master magic tool by yourself. That is to say, my luck gambling table, as a treasure of the immortal lord, is almost omnipotent below the immortal lord, and it is not so powerful after the immortal lord. But it is understandable. If it is strong enough, how could the previous owner fall? Ningzheng thought. But all this is his own guess. He was too lazy to think about it, and started to work on the layout in front of him. Jiao Cairong's 4 plans? Jiao Cairong and others are so optimistic about the way of forging Balian Lantern, and they seduce people to come to the world of destiny, so I agreed with their idea. After all, ironwork is the main line. In addition, although some immortals may be greedy for me, I can't help but take action, and I still have to contact some forces. Taking the initiative is the kingly way. Another thing is that the blacksmiths were looking for the real immortal forces without the background of the immortals before, which was obviously right. Who knows? Will the immortal venerable see that there is something wrong with this Taoist luck system? The level of true immortal is just right. Even if he only uses the power of true immortal to develop himself for 10 years, Ningzheng feels that he can take off. Is 10 years difficult? The immortal venerable seclusion and sleep for a while is more than this number. In addition, Ningzheng's 20.3 billion luck is enough to ensure that he will not be discovered in a short time. After Ningzheng passed the news of Balian Lantern, there was a cheer in the steward's room. Okay, choose Balian Lantern. We have contacted the big guy next door and started forging iron. Super colorful street lamp, Balian Lantern. The next door is professional in making this thing. We must make our Shirong Villa famous and shock those immortals. They don't think their forging skills are very high. But they know that if they forge a certain type of immortal weapon, it must be extremely rare in the immortal world. Luck artifact. Let that true immortal force see how strong we are. The next morning, Ningzheng rarely went to relax. He went to watch the finals of Big Fish Eats Small Fish, although they called it Shanhai Jing. Sitting on the high steward's platform, watching them transform into monsters, all kinds of fish, frantically hunting, growing, and devouring. A large number of obsessions merged to become a hybrid monster, and then transformed into a demon king with the flesh and blood offered. In the process, Ningzheng was quite happy to watch. After the finals, several outstanding blacksmiths were rewarded with several village swords, which made them very happy. Thank you, old steward. You are so handsome. Limited weapon. Ha ha ha. Let me see it. There is still the body temperature of the old steward on it. Nerve. In this way, with laughter and joy, it can be regarded as participating in this limited time Shanhai Jing event and fulfilling the responsibility of a novice village chief. It's just that their races are really not good enough. Most of the middle grade and upper grade races are already very good, and they are also at the top of the food chain in Jiuzhou. But who made Ningzheng have such high standards? The next day, Ningzheng went to Shirong College again, fulfilled his duties, and walked around to have a look. After all, it was not good to not show up for too long. And he experienced a wave of delicious food and relaxed his mood. In short, it was a long-lost relaxation and pleasure. However, on the third day of Ningzheng's rest, there was a sudden thunder in the world, and the sky was torn apart. A terrifying fairy suddenly descended. I am Jiuzui, and I have broken into the fairyland. Other worlds have the custom of preaching and establishing a bond with the people of the next era of heaven and earth after becoming immortals. Jiuzhou should do the same. Tomorrow morning, I will preach in the South China Sea, and welcome the ancestors of the ghost kings of each new era to come and listen. When the voice fell, Jiuzhou was boiling. Chapter 883. The world began to discuss and debate, and even the mortals at the bottom were excited. Immortals have become immortals. After so many years, we finally became immortals. Someone was drunk in a restaurant, holding up a teacup and pointing it at the sky. Wow, there is actually a realm above the transformation realm. Some pure seekers seem to have seen the possibility of realizing their dreams. That is the legendary realm that our Jiuzhou humans have been tracing back to for generations. I heard that in the previous battle, immortals from outside the domain descended, and our Jiuzhou has only just given birth to immortals. I don't know how many versions behind others. Our Jiuzhou is probably a barbarian land. Some people felt sad and felt that Jiuzhou was too backward. Alas, I'm afraid it's like a small border village, backward and primitive, and the immortals outside will despise us for more than 15 million years. Many people sighed and felt that their days were too long. In the most distant era of humans and gods, there was an initial breakthrough in the transformation realm. But after more than 10 million years, they are still standing still in the transformation realm, and only now have they broken through the last threshold. But no matter what. In human history, the birth of the first immortal is also the most legendary and mythical first true emperor of mankind. Jiuzui. This made countless people cheer and get excited. And the embers of the entire Jiuzhou also killed each other until the final trial. In the endless strange tides, a large number of naturally generated strange kings were truly born. They are one of the true ancestors of the divine beasts of natural evolution, rather than the artificial race ancestors created by blacksmiths, Jiuzhou forces. They were born naturally on the earth, on the mountains and rivers, and became the leaders of various tribes, Jiuzhui. Let's go and listen to the sermon. Most of us were originally masters of the one-mind realm and the transformation realm in various ancient tombs. However, we have merged with thousands of embers of the same obsession, and our consciousness has long been washed away. We are no longer our original bodies, but a new life born of mixed consciousness. Yes, the grudges have been resolved. We all look different now. We are the new ghost king, the new ancestor of a race, and a link in the food chain. Let's go and listen to the immortal sermon. Let's go together. Let's go together. He pacified the ancient tombs of Kyushu and crushed the chaos. He is indeed a terrible person. Silver Sand Sea, Taigu Medical College, Chonlei Holy Land, Blade Mountains, Witch Doctor Temple. These well-known ancient tomb secrets have long been merging and changing with the tide of embers, giving birth to new races. At this time, they formed a new food chain. At a glance, there are about 100,000 population ancestors. And this batch of initial ancestors of the New World will differentiate and hybridize in the future, and more forks will appear. For example, a crab ancestor will differentiate into sand crabs, river crabs, sea crabs. Evolving, and mutating with the natural environment, the survival of the fittest is an eternal theme. Everything has a cycle of birth and death. Now after the Great Destruction, the remaining embers awaken, which will open a new chapter for the new era in the future. Ning Zheng, who got the news, also smiled, finally became an immortal. You can go listen to the Avenue, and witness the history of Jiosue's ascension. No matter what. Jiosue is worthy of admiration after all. Ning Zheng thinks that he is not a good person, but there must be people like Jiosue in the world, who carry the burden forward. Even Ning Zheng has been secretly taking advantage of Jiosue. It is hard for him to imagine how difficult it would be if Jiosue had not overthrown the pseudo-human dynasty in advance, and he had to go through this dark age full of pseudo-humans, without hope, light, and no one to take up everything. Even if the sword-forging villa was developed, it would take more than 100 times as long to break through the world of Jojo, reach the top of this world, and defeat the pseudo-humans passing by. Don't think that the time spent is exaggerated. Don't forget that our sword-forging villa can rise, because we met a noble person. Before Jiosue died, he helped the sword-forging villa and gave it the official foundry agency label of the court, so that it could enter the top circle of power. Perhaps in Jiosue's eyes, it is normal to support the younger generation, but the blacksmiths finally took off completely by riding on his east wind. Ning Zheng sighed in her heart and looked at Jukarong and others around her. I will take you to the ceremony tomorrow to witness the historic moment. From now on, there will be no Jiosue in Jojo. Jukarong nodded. Xi and Shichen and others will probably ascend soon. All the old friends are gone, and Jojo has completely become the era of young people. Shiachaken suddenly felt touched. After all, he had a lot of fun playing with these NPC bosses. The times will eventually change from old to new, and everything will be lost. There is no eternal picture in the world, and eternity will stay in the brilliant you and me at this moment. The future is the era of the ancestral beasts of the first batch of heaven and earth. The god of food next to him added. The first batch of heaven and earth. The ancestral beast Guiwang of that batch of ancestors is naturally one of the racial protagonists of the future era. Of course, the blacksmiths also took advantage of the big fish to eat the small fish, and mixed in a few ancestors. It seems that they can take the route of racial tribal farming. Soon, the day of the sermon arrived. In an island in the South China Sea, the golden light was dazzling, and rice flowers were everywhere. Within 800 miles, there were rice flowers everywhere, dancing with the wind, rolling up the mighty golden wheat waves. Jiosue sat among the rice flowers, sitting on the 9-layer rice flower throne, with the sword of the Supreme Emperor beside him. Today, I will preach to you. We have opened up a new realm in Jojo. Above me, there is a fairyland. You are all here to listen to the sermon today. It is fate. Jiosue smiled and told about his various experiences, feelings, and tricks of breaking through the 3 disasters and 7 difficulties. Those were the skills he found after dying countless times. He groped for stones to cross the river, paved the way for future generations at the cost of his life, and passed on his experience in the present, hoping that others could take that road and it would be easier. It is extremely rare to pass 5 of the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. Becoming an immortal at this time is a great achievement. After that, each tribulation is a test of life and death. If you are not careful, you will die. There are 10 tests of life and death. The last test is very terrifying. It is not recommended for ordinary people to try it. This is the transition between imperfection and perfection. If you leave a flaw, you are still a human being. Too much is as bad as too little. If you cross perfection, you will be punished by heaven. Even Ning Zheng, a cultivator who only had the last tribulation left, seemed to understand something after hearing it. He felt that the last tribulation was much easier. The last tribulation was indeed very terrifying and mysterious. The preaching ended that day, and Jojo also ushered in a new era. People call the first day, when this immortal preached and broke through the boundary, as the beginning of the era. This scene is recorded forever in history. At the beginning of the era, The world was just beginning, and the ancestors of all kinds competed for freedom. There was a prehistoric god Josue who became an immortal and preached to more than 100,000 innate ancestors born with the world. Once they broke through the boundary, they achieved the Tao and ascended. After this day, the area within 80,000 miles was covered with golden rice flowers. The golden wheat waves and the figure of the emperor who broke through the boundary and ascended to heaven seemed to have become an eternal myth. On this day, countless prehistoric survivors, who were destined to be eliminated, also bid farewell to Josue. Countless people also discussed the achievements of Josue on this day. Before, it was an era of pseudo-people, and this one was the true ancestor of mankind. He led people to rise in the darkness, roared in despair, and overturned the myth of pseudo-people through the ages with an invincible posture. A new chapter in history was opened. It was him who, after the founding of the country, started an unprecedented massacre, killing almost all the pseudo-human disciples who had opened 3 flowers in various sects, using their brains to establish the ground veins, forming the bottom communication, teleportation array, and communication token, opening up a magnificent scholar's prosperity. It was him, with his own strength, who spent his whole life in the imperial city and suppressed the history books of the years, so that those pseudo-human emperors in the ancient dark forbidden area could not walk out of the imperial mausoleum. It was he who, against all odds, forcibly welcomed the return of Cunning, the former emperor, before his death, and regained control of the era. It was also he who walked out of the tomb and surprised the world with a terrifying foreshadowing. The earth veins, cast into Xian's brain, manipulated Xian, swept through countless emperors in ancient forbidden areas, and defeated the most terrifying black-handed painter. All these things are really commendable, and his achievements are too many. And now, this person has become an immortal and ascended to heaven, and countless people cheer for him. His story is more legendary than the legend of the protagonist in the storybook. Countless people have written books and stories for him, and passed them down to future generations. Even if it takes thousands of years, no one will forget this first ancestor of mankind. And in a corner of the glacier, an old man looked at the sky and smiled. A huge breath in the dark burst out completely, and a black 3-flowered flower completely bloomed. The flower bloomed 3 times, knowing that I am me. I am not the ancestor of mankind. You are the real ancestor of humanity, the greatest hero in human history. Whether you are willing or not. Sword casting Villa. Ningzheng watched Josue ascend and leave, and after feeling emotional, he also began to act. A 7-color fairy weapon was sent from the world of destiny in a courier box. A group of blacksmiths opened the box, and a 7-color magic lamp lay quietly inside, all golden, with brilliance in turn, revealing endless mystery and divine brilliance. This 1.5 months, 3 or 4,000 years have passed next door, which is not in vain, enough to cast a 7-color fairy weapon. This is the purest magic weapon of luck. The 7-color fairy weapon was cast by the Toolman Sun and Moon Su Yunyang after changing the attributes, Golden God, Yin, Golden God, Yang, Golden God, Gold. 7 Golden Gods. The main focus is purity. 7 Golden Gods cast the precious Lotus Lantern, which is destined to maximize the power of the magic weapon of luck. It is even a low-profile version of the luck gambling table, which can control people's luck and realize some lower wishes. This is a wishing lantern. Ningzheng picked up the magic lamp, and couldn't let it go. Not bad. My lord. Jiao Cairong was also very happy next to him. After we studied it, we found that this thing is very versatile. When we have money, there will be precious lotus lanterns everywhere, which can greatly assist us in ironwork, farming, and slightly modify our luck. Jiao Cairong's face was full of excitement. He could already imagine how shocked outsiders would be when the precious lotus lantern, which was extremely precious in the eyes of others, was all street lamps in Jujian Villa. Well done. Ningzheng didn't notice Jiao Cairong's messy thoughts, and looked at the sky from afar. I should also go to the fairyland to find someone to send the lantern. A day later, Ningzheng tore through the turbulent space, and with the figure of a mortal, he actually showed the power of a fairy. The mortal directly crossed the void, and stepped into the fairyland. Chapter 884. Jiuzhou, Nursery, Capital. The new era will no longer belong to us. Xi and Shichen showed a sigh. Beside him were Zhao Zai, Jiao Tu Longdi, Feng Huangyi and others. After Jiao Sui left, they held a meeting, not only to feel sad about Jiao Sui's departure, but also to discuss the issue of Xian's belonging. After all, Xian has accumulated so much energy, enough for them to become immortals. What is this immortal fate, specifically? Feng Huangyi said. They came to divide the spoils. If Jiao Sui doesn't want immortal fate, then the rest will be theirs, right? How dare you, Xian Shichen, eat alone? Xian Shichen saw the look in everyone's eyes, but he didn't care. He said, the stronger the strong man, the more immortal fate he needs. Regardless of whether the painter is dead or not, his original idea must have been to accumulate immortal fate, and use this huge super immortal fate to overcome the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. After 15 million years, this may just be enough for a strong man who has experienced the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations to become an immortal. Hearing this, Feng Wangyai couldn't help but be surprised and said, it takes more than 15 million years for a person to become an immortal, accumulated to the full huge immortal fate? Yes, we can compare the current Jiuzhou immortal fate accumulation energy to only 100 points. Xian Shichen said, according to the information Jiuzhou gave me, if the immortal fate energy required for each previous disaster is 1, then the energy of the first 9 is 9, but the energy required for the last disaster is 90. The energy required for the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations is 9, and the energy required for the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations is 99, which is 10 times as much, so it is just used up. When everyone heard this exaggerated span, they were a little surprised and looked thoughtful. The more disasters a person has gone through, the more immortal fate he needs to become an immortal. Energy generally often represents a person's combat power. Does this mean that the combat power of the 3 disasters and 7 calamities is 10 times that of the 3 disasters and 6 calamities? This is a bit too exaggerated. It is obviously a gap, but the combat power of the same level is 10 times different. Isn't it as easy as killing a chicken? However, Xian Shichen's words are even more cruel. The energy required to break through the immortal fate of the 3 disasters and 6 calamities is 9, while the energy required for the lowest immortal who has 1 disaster and 1 calamity is only 2. The stored immortal fate of Jiuzhou is actually enough for 50 lowest immortals to become immortals in theory. This is what others say, the reason why those who have become immortals after 1 disaster and 1 calamity have exhausted their potential. They are generally stuck in the human immortal realm. If there is no chance, the heavenly immortal realm is probably the limit. With Xian Shichen's words, the order of cultivation in the immortal world gradually opened up a mysterious corner. Of course, Jiuzhou is more ruthless. He became an immortal on his own without accumulating immortal fate. The difficulty is higher, and the potential is more terrifying. In theory, he is the strongest and a super weirdo. I am afraid that in the entire history of the immortal world, there are probably not many people like him. If he can grow up, he will definitely be the top giant in the immortal world. Everyone was shocked and fascinated. Without listening to this explanation, they only knew that Jiuzhou was strong, but they didn't know that he was so strong. To be honest, Jiuzhou's strength is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even the 9-headed Dragon Emperor, who is known as the first genius in the history of the Dragon Clan, has 9 heads with magical powers. When they fought secretly, they were defeated by Jiuzhou and retreated to the East China Sea. Feng Wangyai smiled and commented, I think it's quite normal. The history of the fairyland next door is only more than 15 million years, and the history of our Jiuzhou is the same length. There have been many top immortals there, so isn't it normal for us to have one? Xiaozai nodded, that makes sense. Jiuzhou doesn't want immortal fate, but we do. Jiu Tulongdi snorted coldly, as long as we go through 3 disasters and 6 difficulties, each person only needs 9 energy, which is enough for all of us present to become immortals. Feng Wangyai next to him laughed and said, you think too much. With our ability, it is estimated that 3 disasters and 5 difficulties are the limit, or even 3 disasters and 4 difficulties, 3 difficulties, and 2 difficulties. Jiu Tulongdi's face was not very good, and he felt that his qualifications and talents were underestimated. He admitted that he was a little worse than Jiuzhou, but it was definitely not much. Xian Shichen smiled and interrupted everyone's quarrels and complaints. Everyone, don't worry, our system is very special, and can help us overcome more difficulties. Oh! Jiu Tulongdi asked curiously. My unique skill, the fire and fire connection, can make our wisdom become one. Xian Shichen said, Wisdom blessing can allow us to break through one more catastrophe on the basis of our own. Feng Wangyai also nodded, my phoenix fire can revive others who have died recently, and can let you die and revive again, and break through another catastrophe on this basis. Xiao Zai and others were delighted when they heard this. With the help of such external force, they can help them break through 2 more levels, which can be said to be a great opportunity. Of course, they didn't think of using Feng Wangyai's phoenix fire to revive infinitely, and attack again and again. This kind of thing is like doing advanced mathematics. If you can't do it, you can't do it. No matter how many times you repeat it, the probability is the same. Phoenix Fire also has side effects, damaging the foundation and losing yourself. It is already very strong to be able to help break 2 upper limits. Xian Shichen said, the few of us present here, with the help of 2 additional breakthroughs, can at least enter the 3 disasters and 5 difficulties, this shocking level. According to that immortal, this level belongs to the 3 and 5 tribulations. After 8 immortal tribulations, you are the qualifications for the immortal master, and have a chance to become an immortal master. And if we are luckier, we can reach the theoretical limit, 9 immortal tribulations, and 36 tribulations to become an immortal. Everyone's breathing became rapid. 9. This is said to be extremely rare among the immortal masters in the fairy world. As for 10? 37 tribulations? Just like Josue has made it clear, ordinary people are involved in death, and the difficulty of breaking through is more than the previous 9 tribulations added together. Everyone, start breaking the tribulations. Xian Shichen said with a smile. Boom, the golden fire burned, and wisdom was passed on through the fire. The blessing made everyone start to retreat. The previous fire was passed on, although his pirated goods were used to show off. But this trump card was not wasted, and the buff was still very useful for others. The Fairyland. Josue stepped into an area, and after a process, he changed into miner's clothes, put on a helmet, took the hoe, and naturally started to mine. Mining reminded him of the good days when he was a historical immortal, working as a miner and a farmer, working from sunrise to sunset with his wife. 2 or 3 days passed like this. Josue adapted to such a simple life and enjoyed it. Unlike others, he had no pursuits, and did not want to dominate the world or become a king. As a mortal immortal, his initial goal was to survive. If it were not for Renzu, the leader of the revolutionary army, who came to his house again and again, he would not have waded into that muddy water. And now, it is time to take a good rest for a while. After his resurrection this time, he had no burdens, and the burdens of the people, and he had completed all his missions. In his life, for a long time, there will be no more conspiracies and tricks like Xian Shichen, and the emperors who look down on all living beings from a high place. Finally, he can live for himself again. He felt the freshness of life and the sweetness of the air for a long time. After mining, sweating profusely, he sat on the ore, and the moment he bought a bottle of iced wine was refreshing and felt the meaning of life. But this day, suddenly, several miners came to him and said, "Friend, do you want to leave the miners and join the family?" They were the ones who had gone to Shirong Villa to solicit customers. Now they have returned empty-handed, even that group of sand sculpture blacksmiths, and the pimps who made them a mess. Jian Xian and others were in the 7th mining area, and Shirong Villa was in the 33rd mining area. The whole area is very large and very far away. And these miners set out from the 7th mining area, and on their way back from the 33rd mining area, they accidentally met Josue in the 20th area. It can be said that they went through 3 distant mining areas just to find someone to marry into the family. When they saw Josue, they also tentatively asked if they wanted to join the family. Marrying into a noble family, there are various resources to cultivate. Okay. The miner was stunned and opened a bottle of fine wine. This immortal road is long and too difficult. I just want to take a break. Several miners burst into tears. Great. Finally opened. That Jian Xian, Zhang Wudi and others were simply unmoved, and they only wanted to seek the truth and become strong. And the group of blacksmiths in Shirong Villa next door were even more unmoved. This one is still reliable. We finally don't have to be at the bottom of the performance. Soon, under the leadership of several miners, after a process, they left the mining area, teleported into the family, had a blind date, married into the family, and got the beauty home. The elders of the immortal clan began to personally monitor the qualifications, 1 disaster and 1 disaster, and then married and had children. In addition, it was monitored that he had with spiritual roots, and was good at spiritual farming. After the wedding, Josue began to farm leisurely, and be a spiritual farmer. The elder of the clan looked at Josue's leisurely life, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. He has no ambition. My granddaughter married him, but it's a good destination. Josue wiped the sweat from his forehead, and leisurely harvested in the golden wheat waves. Suddenly, he remembered the poems of the blacksmiths in Shirong Villa. Fight, fight, fight! What's there to fight for? The flowers bloom to see me, and see my true heart. They laugh at me for having no ambition, and I laugh at them for not seeing through. He looked up at the golden sun, and his true heart returned to the original obsession, to survive. That's all. He didn't want to dominate the world. If his heart was not pure enough, and he didn't know clearly who he was, and what kind of person he wanted to be, it would be impossible for him to be resurrected all the time. He chuckled, I have completed what I promised to Renzu, and I hope he won't come to me again. On the other side, Ningzheng also stepped into the fairyland. He held a treasure lotus lantern in his hand, stepped into a mountain town, and said tentatively, I want to know the location of Jiusui. Hua la la. The treasure lotus lantern glowed with colorful light. Chapter 885. Hua la la. The golden light surged, full of momentum. The power of destiny was divination in the dark, looking for the location of this person. But after a while, there was no response. Ningzheng frowned slightly. Not good, this immortal who just ascended can't be found. However, Jiusui also practiced the method of destiny, so it was normal to isolate divination. But it also proved that the current strength of this treasure lotus lantern was just like that, and there was no way to compare with the fake gambling table, and it was not even a low inversion. It can only be a rough embryo of an immortal weapon with infinite potential. Then Ningzheng tried to use the treasure lotus lantern to divine his own location, but there was nothing, which made him speechless. Even an ordinary mortal like me can't divine. In fact, Ningzheng really wanted to know what Jiusui did after ascending to the immortal world. In this world, the life backgrounds of Xian Shichen and Zhao Zai were understood, and only Jiusui and the painter were still very mysterious, and their origins and historical backgrounds were unknown. I just vaguely know that Jiusui is related to the legendary ancient ancestor of mankind. With such calculations and talents, will he go mining after ascending? Ningzheng doesn't think so. It's a bit hard to imagine him wearing a miner's uniform. However, it is highly likely that he will go to the mines to ascend. After all, if he doesn't take the miner's route to enter, he will be an illegal resident, and it will be easy to get into trouble in the future. Ningzheng is an illegal resident now, but he doesn't care. He just comes here temporarily, throws a treasure lotus lantern, and calculates a certain immortal sect. There are two paths in front of Jiusui. First, join the sect. Second, marry into the family. Marrying into the family is impossible. It is highly likely that he will join the sect as a disciple, but he should hide his qualifications and talents, and expose the ability of two disasters and two calamities. Then he grew and rose rapidly. We should pay more attention to such people. Ningzheng saw that there was no response after testing the lotus lantern, so he was too lazy to pursue it. When he really wanted to find Jiusui, he would use the destiny gambling table to find him. He decided to walk around and see the scenery of the 10,000 Beasts domain. This domain is much larger than the entire Jiuzhou, which is very exaggerated. You know, 99% of Jiuzhou is uninhabited mountain forest wilderness. Although this is caused by the characteristics of Jiuzhou. The wild is very dangerous, with tombs and embers left over from ancient times. Over time, there are even more dead people than living people. The living can only live in the walls, and the hunting team goes out. But Jiuzhou is vast and sparsely populated, which has been deeply rooted in Ningzheng's heart. And here, it is vast and densely populated. The mountain villages, cities, and towns open Ningzheng's eyes. The world without ancestral graves is extremely beautiful. The area here is only a little larger than Jiuzhou, but the population is thousands of times that of Jiuzhou, and it does not seem to be very dense, well organized, and the urban and rural planning is reasonable. There are also many mountain forest greening areas, many breeding grounds for beasts, and they have reached cooperation with local families to regularly send out a batch of cubs for contract. It can be called a prosperous era of harmony between humans and beasts. And beast control is popular in the whole area. Even people with no qualifications will have 1 or 2 beasts to help with work, plowing fields, and watching the house. The average life expectancy of the population is also between 100 years. And it is worth mentioning that the theoretical life expectancy of the first realm in Jiuzhou is 800 years, while the theoretical life expectancy of the first realm here is 100 years. In other words, in the first realm, they do not live long at all. It seems that although the beast control system is powerful, the main body is indeed a small weakness. Ningzheng walked on the street, looking at people riding various cute pets. In the tea house, there are various small pets serving tea and water. Looking through the window, a group of cute girls are stroking the cute pet's hair, and even burying their heads in the pets, hee hee, cute and cute. On the roadside, there are various shops selling pet snacks, as well as various veterinary clinics, and occasionally you can see passionate teenagers running in with wounded beasts. In the forest, there are also poor second generations called insect-catching boys and shorts boys, who catch insect beasts, and then challenge passers-by on the roadside to play house battle games. Moreover, along the way, I actually saw facilities similar to the Red Mansion. The Red Mansion in Kyushu, go in to challenge, recite poems, and make couplets, and become famous. And this place is called dojo, and it is divided into yin and yang in 5-element series. Many people go to challenge the dojo, make friends, and get the favor of the alliance. Yes, the core of this area is called the alliance. It is governed by various forces of all sizes. On the way, Ning Zheng even saw tourists from various fairy realms. Sitting in the tea house and asking around, she found out that the 10,000 Beasts domain is the area with the most tourists in the fairy world. There are all kinds of cute and adorable beasts, and the Beast Master is a profession that wins easily in theory, so it is very popular. It can be said that it is the place with the most rich second generations in the fairy world. It is basically a trend for rich second generations to go the beast taming route. Beast taming can be called a rich profession. The resources for raising a beast tamer can even support you. Only rich second generations are qualified to spend money on this bottomless pit. But because of this system is also the most involuted profession. There are too many newcomers every year. Ning Zheng traveled for a while, feeling the wonderful and unique customs, and then went to the so-called Demon Charm Holy Sect. 3 days later, he arrived at the destination and entered the jurisdiction of this area. Ning Zheng walked in the wilderness, and soon encountered an interesting thing, looting. An immortal actually blocked the road and robbed. This person is a human immortal with a disaster, riding a body beast, followed by a fire beast. This human immortal said to the disciples behind him, "I will teach you how to rob. This is the first lesson for our Demon Charm Saint sect when we go out. Look at this man. He doesn't have a beast, and he is not from the beast taming system, nor is he from the 12 major systems of the fairy world. From this, we can draw the first conclusion at first glance. The foreign ascension system is not the kind that is not impressive. No one will help these outsiders if they are killed. Remember, there are many tourists from all over our 10,000 beasts domain. You must learn to identify who you can't afford to offend. This person is not an immortal, but a mortal in the transformation realm. It is unlikely that he came across the border alone. He should be brought by his parents. His parents should also be human immortals, but they are also outsiders." Ning Zheng fell into silence after listening to the teaching of robbery on the spot. Is it reliable to join such a sect? Is this really the best solution among the 3 options, not the worst one? Could it be that the 3 sect options are actually competing for the worst? In a trance, Ning Zheng recalled the scene in Zuelahua Villa before, when the demon cultivator ancestor led the team to rob diligently. It turns out that there are also professional robbery cultivators in the fairy world. Chapter 886. Ning Zheng felt the immortal in front of him. The immortal energy was condensed, and the energy level was extremely high. Obviously, after becoming an immortal, the whole person, whether it was the origin of the race or the energy attribute, had undergone a major transformation and condensation. But to be fair, Ning Zheng did not have any sense of crisis. Ning Zheng's lot value of 20.3 billion told him that he could win, even if he was immortal. After all, he had already experienced 3 disasters and 6 calamities, and he was just 1 step away from a breakthrough. And his 7-color spiritual root combination was definitely the strongest one in the group, so it was not impossible to fight against the level. But Ning Zheng was not thinking about the problem of fighting now. Cultivation is not about fighting and killing. Only stupid people would use fists to solve problems. After all, they are joining this sect. Wouldn't killing them weaken the power of this sect? Besides, I am here to set up a trap and invite them to the world of destiny, not to kill people. A true immortal force is the top stream, but not the strongest one. It is controllable, and is the best choice at present. Since you have met this person, you can adapt to the situation and pass on the treasure Lotus Lantern. Ning Zheng's thoughts were changing. The robbery cultivator on the opposite side had finished explaining. "Next, I will suppress you." The human immortal said, "The transformation of the self-realm in other world systems is just barbarians, and cannot beat the strongest beast control system in our fairy world. You can go up one by one and try." As robbery cultivators, they directly treated Ning Zheng, the person involved, as a transparent person and ignored Ning Zheng's thoughts. Bang! The next second, one of the tall and thin demon cultivators directly hinted that a beast control was coming. "I only need to send out a golden cat horseshoe crab to beat him." Flash. In a moment. Ning Zheng's updated flash is to switch the positions of the substitute and the main body. The next second, he was fighting with Ning Zheng's substitute. Ning Zheng's substitute only had half the combat power of the main body, and only used 1/3 of the strength, and only used the talent system to fight the enemy. Bless yourself, curse the enemy, add various buffs, draw talismans in the air on the spot, and start fighting. Puff. The boy on the opposite side flew backwards. The human immortal also showed a look of surprise, without saying a word, and the next moment, he personally took action, and fought with Ning Jing's clone. You go back and forth, but for a while, there is no winner. This is a human immortal who has just broken through. The use of the Way of Destiny is very rough. He was attacked by the Taoist priest on the opposite side, and couldn't take it down for a while. A mere mortal has started to cultivate destiny? The human immortal shouted angrily, and his heart was full of surprise. He finally started to take it seriously, thinking that this matter could not be delayed for long. It must be resolved quickly, otherwise who knows what powerful person is behind this guy, and he might attract enemies for the sect. He took out the sect token that he had kept at the bottom of the box, and temporarily communicated with the sect's immortal weapon not far away, and the pressure from the dark suddenly descended. A huge momentum crushed over, and directly killed Ning Jing's clone. Puff! Ning Jing's clone fell, collapsed, and actually melted directly. And this human immortal immediately searched for this person's relics and storage rings, and actually found a hidden treasure map. What is this? He saw that the treasure map was actually in their area. The treasure map seemed to be the legacy of this person's ancient ancestors, and the shape of a lamp was drawn on the treasure map. Ancient heritage? This mysterious system, before becoming an immortal, is mainly cultivating luck? He was in turmoil. But the next second, the elders of the sect also felt that the sect guarding immortal weapon was activated and descended directly from the sky. What's going on? Treasure map? The entire sect's high-level officials were alarmed, mainly because the origin of the deceased was mysterious. A mortal actually cultivated luck? At first glance, there were many extraordinary things. The system that cultivates luck before becoming an immortal is rare in the immortal world. It is the treasure of each major sect. This system is called a natural auspicious beast, which symbolizes auspiciousness at birth. Because as Ning Jing guessed, the appearance of an ancient bronze emperor in the history of Jiuzhou is actually very rare in all worlds. The birth of auspicious beasts is rare. Not to mention that it can rise and become a mature system. The flesh and soul system is quite common, but the life of the third origin is very rare. Half a day later, following the treasure map, they came to the ancient tomb that Ning Jing had temporarily arranged. They opened the door of the ancient tomb, which looked like it had been there for who knows how many years, and the various anti-theft mechanisms of the ancient tomb were basically broken, and saw a coffin. In front of the coffin, there was a row of words. Probably the content of this person's experience. An elder who was not very stable could not help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is incredible. The owner of this tomb is the offspring of a perfect auspicious beast immortal? And their clan is also an auspicious beast under the command of a certain immortal? Auspicious beasts are a system under the command of only immortals. Because they are too rare. Their frontal combat power may not be strong. But it is very comprehensive, alchemy, forging. And it also represents auspiciousness, which can suppress the sect and ensure immortality for thousands of years. Even more important for the 10,000 beasts domain, if you want to cultivate life, you must have a family of auspicious beasts to give you a contract. It can be seen that the attribute of this beast control is the rarest and most precious, almost monopolized by the forces at the level of Immortal Venerable. They continue to watch. An Immortal Venerable, for some reason, fell. This auspicious beast family was also liquidated, and then close to extinction. Only the descendants of this auspicious beast true immortal ran here? In this tomb, is the incomplete inheritance and immortal artifacts he left to his descendants before his death? They were excited. If I guess correctly, the one just now was a descendant sent by a certain world, ready to take back the inheritance. And the remaining race, some people have fled back to their hometown, and the system may have reproduced again. That world is all auspicious beast system, so they are ready to take back their own inheritance and magic weapons. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were full of excitement. Everyone, this great opportunity cannot be spread to outsiders. If it is spread, we will definitely not be able to keep the auspicious beast system. We may seem to be a true immortal force, but a true immortal can overthrow our sect with one hand. There are true immortals in their sect. In fact, they are also the weaker ones among the true immortals. Why, isn't this natural? You are not the descendant of the Immortal Venerable. The true immortals in your family have no stronger elders to teach them. They are wild and have broken through by themselves. They are much weaker than those who have immortal elders. Isn't it natural? The truly powerful true immortals are all in the Immortal Venerable forces. Moreover, these powerful true immortal masters can sweep away most of the true immortal forces by themselves, and their combat power is invincible in the same level. The gap between the same level is very large, as the gap between an ant and a giant dragon. First, the gap in your system itself. Secondly, the gap between lower, middle, upper, and heavenly magical powers. Moreover, in the 37th calamity, there are a few more calamities. Each realm is a line apart, and in the end, it is a world of difference, like killing small fish. Once they are exposed, they will die, but they would rather risk the extinction of their family, and try to seize this opportunity to sign a contract and a cooperative relationship with the auspicious beast system under the command of the fallen immortal venerable. This is their only chance to break through the true immortal and reach the immortal venerable. They thought, their hearts were excited, and slowly opened the coffin. A bright golden light rushed in, and the golden light made everyone's eyes a little dazed. This is a golden lotus treasure lamp, crystal clear, with countless flowing clouds surging and spinning. It seems to condense a huge wish, pure, vast, and all kinds of negative luck and emotions of mankind. Almost in an instant, a voice sounded in everyone's heart. I am the magic lamp between heaven and earth. I am the spirit of the magic lamp that is close to omnipotence. With me, you will have endless wealth, invincible power, and the dream power of making your wishes come true. Come on, tell me your wish. Chapter 887. The immortals present were moved, and many of them even looked at the treasure lotus lantern greedily. Fulfilling a wish, it really is destiny. They can feel the unique power of destiny. After becoming immortals, all the strong can complete the 10 attributes of life: body, soul, yin, yang, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. For example, after they become immortals, they will be much weaker when they start to practice the third origin, life. It is a passive skill of a semi-finished product, which can resist attacks and passively defend. But it is impossible to perfectly use this power to perform divination and blessing. Of course, the same is true for other yin and yang and 5 elements. Before you become an immortal, you did not pass the immortal tribulation of this attribute. After becoming an immortal, you can only complete the passive attributes of the defective product. In summary, divination is a rare ability that is very powerful and rare in the immortal world. These immortals do not have the ability to actively divine. Only when one's mind suddenly senses something good or bad, and a disaster is coming. But this is only when the enemy's luck is not much different from one's own. There will be a warning in this regard. From this, it can be seen that the divination of auspicious beasts and the various abilities of blessing are important to a force. An old man in a red robe laughed heartily. Everyone, this is indeed an extremely rare fortune fairy treasure. I didn't expect that there is such a treasure in the area under our jurisdiction. An elder of the forging department suddenly exclaimed, not only that, it's a 7-color fairy weapon. Everyone was shocked. 7 major attributes, but how is it possible? Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang. Is it possible that there are 7 different types of auspicious beasts? This price is too high. Where can we get so many kinds of auspicious beasts? Every elder looked at the lamp with fiery eyes and complex expressions. The 7-color fairy soldiers are not rare in this fairy world. Everyone will study this kind of fairy soldiers with multiple attributes, but their fairy soldiers are forged with more advanced human fairies, celestial fairies, and other monster materials. There is no difference in principle, but the fairy soldiers with all 7 colors of auspicious beast attributes are outrageous. Even one auspicious beast is rare. You got 7? This number is too much. And they are perfectly matched. Wouldn't it take at least dozens of auspicious beasts to match a set of 7-color fairy soldiers with suitable attributes? Everyone felt that the water was too deep. The great elder Mo Mayphone looked at everyone and said directly, everyone, you know the great horror better than anyone else. Don't mention the remnant race of the auspicious beasts that may be hidden behind it. If this lamp alone is known to others, even our powerful sect suppressed by the true immortal will be wiped out. Their demon charm holy sect is a holy place dominated by family blood. Basically, they are either foreign disciples or descendants of the family bloodline. They basically have the surname Mo May. And this great elder is the head of the previous generation. He is already a perfect celestial immortal, and half-step true immortal. His status is only lower than that true immortal ancestor. And this ancestor is very decisive at this time. Clear the scene. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Mo Mayphone immediately chose to take action directly, and clear all traces at the scene. She led everyone to directly collapse the tomb, empty it, and use their various abilities to clean up the traces. Moreover, the elder who led the group made the first wish. Magic lamp, I want to clean up the causal residue of this tomb and prevent outsiders from noticing this place. Clatter. The golden light bloomed, full of ritual scents. The wick in the lamp spirit swayed, and a faint voice came out. Everything has a price. Please hang the person under the lamp, and I will fulfill your wish. Hang under the lamp? What kind of outrageous way to activate the magic weapon is this? This kind of super fairy weapon with 7 colors must be a super fairy treasure built by a large fairy force, gathering the culmination of the technology of fairy craftsmen from all sides. Could it be that this strange way of activating the hanging street lamp has a deeper meaning? The elder was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, "Can you explain it in detail?" The lamp spirit sighed lightly and said solemnly, "When you ask this question, I know that you are a small force. You can't go on stage, can't see the truth of heaven and earth, and can't see the true face of the immortal. I have fallen into your hands." His voice seemed a little sad, lamenting that the world has changed and fallen to such a field. Although his tone was contemptuous, he still patiently introduced, "You need luck to make a wish. If you don't catch people to reduce your luck, how can I predict for you? You can choose to find someone to hang directly under the lamp, or hang for 3 days, and then I can make a wish." The elder was silent for a while, and now he understood a little. It turned out to be a demon soldier. Auspicious beast is just a general term, and there are actually many types of classifications. I am afraid that the disaster beast in front of me is the disaster beast among the auspicious beasts, the beast of natural disaster that absorbs luck. An ordinary auspicious beast, it is super auspicious, born with great luck, can cast spells to bless and tell fortunes. It is like mana, it will recover after it is used up. The characteristic of the disaster beast is that it has almost no luck of its own, and relies on exploiting the luck of other creatures to use it. This kind of thing is often the culprit of natural disasters. If it is discovered, she feels that her sect will be destroyed. This is the origin of the demonic disaster, which is not tolerated by the righteous way. Mo Meifeng's face changed several times, and she felt like she was touched by something tricky. She had a hunch that the sect might not be peaceful in the future. But the test still needs to be done. She secretly summoned a few disciples to come over, and then chose to hang them under the lamp for 3 days. Anyway, it won't die. I have to test the quality of this 7-color fairy weapon. Mo Meifeng thought in his heart, 7 kinds of auspicious beasts are superimposed together to see how strong their abilities are. Next, several disciples came and let go of their guard. Then, the elders saw a scene that they would never forget. Wow! Only to see the golden light in the next second. The lotus lantern shone with a golden light that enveloped several people, shrinking them quickly and entering the inner space of the magic weapon, which was the small cage area inside the magic weapon. In the bright golden wick flame, the disciples turned into ant-sized people, hanging under the lotus lantern with a rope, and these ant disciples were still begging for mercy, and shaking back and forth under the lamp. "Help! Why is my beast also hung up? It's just a diligent horse. Why is it tied by the neck and hung under the lamp? My neck hurts. Ah! My eyes, the light is too strong at close range. See your lamp spirit, can you not flash at high frequency while talking?" Several true disciples inside screamed, and the tribute was officially online. The lotus lantern began to store energy, and suck the surging and huge power of luck from them. The elders felt that a string in their brains had broken. Chapter 888. The elder raised the golden light of the lotus lantern with one hand, looked at the shrunken man in the lantern with an unbelievable look, and said in shock, "Really? Literally hanging under the lantern? Why does it feel like hanging a prisoner?" Several elders nearby were also shocked. They dared not say anything on the surface, but complained in their hearts. It felt like a salted fish being hung up, and their luck was decreasing. But then they thought, this immortal weapon looks a bit fun. They could see that the group of people who cast it must have a very bad taste to cast weapons in the mode of hanging people with the magic lantern. The next moment, after these true disciples, who had just broken through to the human immortal were drained, the lamp holder of the lotus lantern seemed to be gradually charged. "Your wish has come true." The faint voice of the lamp spirit echoed. Mo Meifeng carefully checked the general situation and found that most of the traces around had indeed been wiped out, and divination should not be able to predict. Mo Meifeng thought for a moment and said, "Every auspicious beast, in addition to this basic ability, has a unique auspicious beast ability. May I ask?" "I can also turn stones into gold," the lamp spirit said lightly. Turning stones into gold. After listening to the detailed introduction of the lamp spirit, Mo Meifeng was shocked. It can actually create a magical instrument that carries destiny. This will be a treasure pot, although she cannot contact the auspicious beast power in the immortal power. But she believes that this ability is also the top and most terrifying among the auspicious beasts. The strategic significance is too great. The high and mighty immortals, seeing this powerful special auspicious beast ability, I am afraid they will be jealous. Forget it, I just open your eyes to you country kids. With a deep sigh, open the small world, create something out of nothing, turn stone into gold. With a decree, the lotus lantern suddenly shone a golden light on the ground. Ding! The next second, a small stone was enlightened and turned into gold. Everyone suddenly felt that there was space in this small stone, which could store luck and have infinite uses. It came true. All the elders stared blankly at the horrifying scene in front of them. If it was the golden mud before, it would be ordinary and mediocre. But the golden god, the ultimate perfect spiritual root that Ningjung spent a lot of money to point out, is the theoretical extreme value. And turning stone into gold directly opened up the terrible cornerstone of a Taoist heyday. You know, the golden god was originally based on the metal system of the world of destiny, and Ningjung added some points to reproduce it. The most suitable indigenous characteristics of the world of destiny, the cultivation method of metal and stone into the body, complement each other. They even use the characteristics of the golden god to turn stones into gold, and add metal ancestral tombs to practice Huangqi's art and practice Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Bao Lianding said lightly, there is a saying, gold, stone and minerals are used to refine external pills, and the ancestors have borrowed it for thousands of years. The Taoist lineage turns stones into gold, creates gold and stone that contain luck, and uses a trace of external luck to refine pills. It is called the Huangbai technique, alchemy, and alchemy. Turning sulfur, arsenic, gold, silver, copper, iron, cinnabar, and saltpeter can be refined into Taoist golden pills to help people improve their destiny, fortune, and immortality. It is the method of immortal pills. Mo Meifeng was delighted in her heart. As calm as she was, she almost lost her composure at this moment, turning stones into gold, refining luck golden pills with gold, forming a system. It's so wonderful. Alchemy. This auspicious beast is actually an alchemy beast. The benefits it brings are too great. And it doesn't just increase flesh and blood, increase soul power. It's the rarest third type of elixir that increases destiny. At this time, a medicine fairy elder, who was refining medicine next to him was shocked and said, won't you be poisoned by this heavy metal? You are a young boy with shallow knowledge. The lamp spirit sighed softly. People turn stones into gold by turning these metals. These metals are containers and carriers of destiny, and the destiny they eat changes and merges. A golden elixir does not eat heavy metals, but a strong blessing. The ingredients of the elixir are 3 parts of auspiciousness, 2 parts of good fortune, 1 part of good luck, and 4 parts of family happiness, instead of eating indigestible metals. How can there be any problem? Back then, we had the strongest elixir formula that we had lost, the 9-turn golden elixir, which was refined into a golden glow and auspicious aura. Just sniff it, and you will have a peaceful life. Take a breath, and you will have a long life, great wealth, no disasters, and no disease. If a mortal who has not yet become an immortal eats 1 pill, he will have a chance to become an immortal, and become a mortal protagonist with great luck. He will have adventures one after another, and be destined to be in the immortal class, and ascend to heaven. 9-turn golden elixir? Listening to the lamp spirit talking about the power of the Taoist golden elixir, and the power of the art of turning stone into gold, people are yearning and shocked. Theoretically, it is completely feasible. They are all old scholars, and they can see that there is nothing wrong with this principle. Especially the real big boss alchemist, who is just questioning heavy metal poisoning, also showed a yearning look. Good. 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 This is really a great adventure. God wants our lineage to prosper. Hang street lamps, hang street lamps. What a unique skill. In the future, catch a group of people and hang them under the lamps, and you can turn stones into gold, silver, copper, mercury, and practice the so-called Taoist golden elixir. Why worry that the sect can't start? An hour later, the overjoyed elder, as a seasoned Taoist, cleaned up with everyone, and even made wishes again and again on the surrounding mountains and areas to completely wipe out the traces. They were too afraid of being discovered by the immortals. After confirming 7 or 8 times that there was nothing missing, they all left. After returning to the sect. In the secret room, she gathered everyone together. I don't doubt your loyalty. You also have brain restrictions, and cannot reveal the secrets and inheritance of the sect. But the matter is of great importance. Only by erasing your memories of this aspect can we solve the problem once and for all. The elders looked at each other and nodded carefully. It should be so. If anyone is exposed, we will all die. This is an opportunity, but also a disaster for the family. This street lamp method is almost demonic, vicious and cruel. It seems that the one who wanted to forge this immortal weapon has fallen, which does not seem strange. The family model is more united than ordinary sects. They quickly reached a consensus. Under the means of a memory-based magical power of Een attribute beast control, the memory was manipulated, and they forgot about it. Only the great elder Mo Mei Feng remembered this, and she decisively looked for the suppression-level true immortal of their family. In the immortal world, she is also a famous true immortal Mo Mei who is good at dancing with long sleeves. Ning Zheng's real body hid in a hill in a mountain forest, watching the Geode lamp spirit's spectator perspective. Watching their actions and conversations, they were all in sight. It was like a close-up movie, even every pore of theirs, every shocked expression was clearly seen. But they had no idea that they were being live broadcasted. The 800 billion was really worth it. This spectator perspective is really a weapon of war, and it has great strategic significance. Ning Zheng showed a meaningful smile. Now the spectator perspective, the immortal venerable may have a chance to notice, but the true immortal will definitely not notice. Chapter 889. To be honest, he was originally going to act according to the plan designed by the blacksmiths. You can think that the blacksmiths are crazy, but you can't deny that they are a group of masters of dungeon strategies. They have more than a dozen backups for the next dungeon, and they are definitely high-level players. It's a good thing to be able to adapt to the sudden robbery. Carefully build an ancient tomb, write a suicide note, and integrate it into the history compiled by the blacksmith. Things go unexpectedly smoothly. After all, how can it not go smoothly? As a true immortal, are they qualified to know the history of the fights between the immortals? Are they able to find out which immortal in history fell? This involves their cognitive blind spots. Furthermore, with a genuine auspicious beast and a great opportunity in hand, will they still trace the truth? People always instinctively believe what they want to believe. Ning Zheng sighed in her heart. In their perspective, they are not worthy of this seven-colored fairy weapon as bait. Because this bait is too precious, just like a beggar on the street, I don't believe that someone is willing to spend 1 billion yuan to trick them. Don't think that saying they are beggars is a bit too underestimated. Their sect is the strongest force under the immortal venerable, and the true immortal level forces are also the strongest in the world of the heavens. But that's the fact. Under the immortal venerable, everyone is an ant, everyone is a beggar. Even the current head of the true immortal, under the immortal venerable, can kill all the wild true immortals in their sect by himself, like killing a chicken. As history changes, forces such as the Demon Charm Holy Sect are constantly rotating, and only the immortal venerable level forces are still high above. At this time, from Ning Zheng's perspective, she saw the legendary immortal Mo Mei. This is a legendary strongman. She was once a disciple of a small sect in the 10,000 Beasts domain. She rose up and fought all the way. Then her sect was suddenly hit by a disaster, and attacked by other major forces. She survived and was ordered to get several powerful beast cubs bred by the core of the sect. So far, with a potential beast in hand, she has the capital to take off. Then she went through growth and tempering again and again, commanding the beast to travel again and again, challenging the gyms everywhere. Then she participated in a certain beast competition, won the championship, and finally became a true immortal and founded her own sect. At this time, Ning Zheng also saw the true face of this mysterious true immortal from a bystander's perspective. She looks beautiful, cold, elegant, with a bunch of beautiful black plum blossoms on her head. In her pocket is a palm-sized snow-white mouse, with a cute little head looking around. The hairpin is her core wood beast, Mo Mei, and in her pocket is charming Sky Rat. Both of them are protecting her at any time. After hearing the explanation of the great elder, Mo Mei Zhenxian stopped talking and frowned slightly. After a long time, she said, "I'm afraid this matter is not simple. It's too coincidental. I'm afraid it's a trap." As soon as these words fell, Mo Meifeng's mind went blank. His expression changed from great joy to fear in an instant. He couldn't help but shouted in surprise, "How is it possible? Who would use such a treasure to plot against us?" Mo Mei Zhenxian shook his head and said rationally, "It's too coincidental. There is no opportunity in this world that comes to us for no reason. However, it is a trap, which does not mean that the other party is plotting against us. If I'm not mistaken, it should be inherited from the next generation." Seeing Mo Meifeng's puzzled expression, Mo Mei Zhenxian smiled and said, "When you reach the level of the immortal venerable, you know that you will die, so you will naturally leave a legacy. And their legacy will be selected by the destined person in the dark." Destined person? Mo Meifeng looked thoughtful. Is it the destined person selected by fate? Through the fate and divination in the dark, choose the successor that suits you? In other words, we are the successors of the next generation found by that immortal venerable? Mo Meifeng understood immediately. We passed some kind of assessment threshold. The luck of both sides pushed us together and created a cause and effect intersection with each other? It should be so. Mo Mei Zhenxian picked up the exquisite golden lotus lantern and observed it carefully. This kind of peerless treasure is more valuable than ourselves. It is definitely not to cheat us, but to pass it on to us. Even, we have to take over the old subordinates and heritage left by that immortal venerable step by step and rise again. Mo Mei Zhenxian knew. This kind of rise is a great opportunity, but it also comes at a price. If you accept the cause of that existence, you must accept the result of that existence. If you take over the inheritance, you must take revenge. And where are the enemies? In the sky, on the supreme throne of the fairy world, a group of cold and ruthless majestic figures overlooking eternity. Mo Mei Zhenxian sighed. The inheritance of the immortal venerable has found us in the dark, and our future will be blessed and unfortunate. In the dark. Jiukai Rong Dangling couldn't help but marvel when he heard this. As expected of a big boss, he actually saw through our layout, and we deliberately delivered it to the door. But sorry. We saw through yours. We guessed from the beginning that you might see through it, and made two preparations. 1. The other party cannot see through it, and thinks it is a great opportunity from heaven. It ends in nothing. 2. The other party sees through their deliberate gift. Very good, we nest dolls. Now, Jiukai Rong decisively activated the second layer of the 1,000-layer cake and laughed. Great. You are worthy of being the chosen one. You are so smart. No wonder you were chosen. If you can't see through this layer, I will despise you and think you are not worthy of being my master. Jiukai Rong praised. If you really can't see through it, I will immediately change a set of words to praise you. Sure enough. Mo Mei Zhenxian looked solemn, still thinking about the inexplicable possibilities. Looking at this treasure lotus lamp, he sighed. I can't refuse this inheritance. Even if I refuse, I'm afraid I will be dragged into the vortex and killed by some immortals. Can you tell me in detail who killed that immortal? Who will we offend in the future? The spirit of the street lamp said lightly, those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand don't need to tell, so as not to add trouble. You just need to grow up and do your own thing. Our elder left some inheritance. The race of the old tribe, although they don't recognize you, is multiplying in a certain world. You secretly took over, and will be your main force in the future. Jiukai Rong said lightly, next, work hard to become an immortal. That senior left an image for you. With a clatter. An old image stored in the treasure lotus lamp slowly emerged. Next is the moment when Ning Zheng Vest appears. A hazy figure with hands behind his back looks quietly ahead, with luck lingering around him, giving people a sense of antiquity and vastness. Greetings, senior. Watching Ning Zheng come out, Mo Mei Zhenxian stood up decisively and saluted, with a respectful look and a proper attitude. The shadow of the mysterious man emerged under the light, and his figure shot out dazzling golden light under the treasure lotus lamp. He said lightly, what you inherited is only one of the branches that I destroyed. The rest have other inheritances. Take my artifact, hold the auspicious beast, accept my grace, and avenge me. The voice gradually disappeared, as if there were only these few words. Mo Mei Zhenxian was frightened by Ning Zheng, a mortal. This kind of immortal weapon must have come from some senior. This is an open conspiracy. As long as she can enjoy this opportunity, it is not up to her, because the hostile immortal will not allow the enemy of the year to have another generational inheritance. If you don't want revenge, will those immortals believe you? Mo Mei Zhenxian's expression changed several times, and he couldn't help asking, may I ask, what is the name of my mentor? Ning Zheng's remaining clone energy looked at Mo Mei Zhenxian, and felt that this person could really climb up the pole. He called himself his mentor right away. Sure enough, there are not many simple people among them. I have many names in history. I am good at painting eternal scrolls, flowing in history, and someone in history has also called me painting immortal. A coordinate slowly emerged, the light of the magic lamp dissipated, and everything in the room returned to normal. Mo Mei Zhenxian is a man of swift action, with a solemn expression, this world, great elder, you and I will go there in person, right now, without delay. After that, the two of them made a prompt decision, left the fairyland directly, tore through the void, and stepped into the world of destiny. What kind of situation is the Taoist system developed by the auspicious beast under the command of the mysterious immortal? Chapter 890. In a vast expanse of white nothingness, Mo Mei and the great elder, two powerful men, came across the boundary, and quickly followed the coordinates to the outside of the boundary of the destiny world. The two looked at the huge chaos egg, and did not rush to enter, but began to retrieve information about this area. This area is ordinary. The great elder checked the information in this world, and even in the surrounding worlds, every ascender has a record of working as a miner, belonging to the lower level group. Should there be no ambush? Immortal Mo May stroked the hairpin, took out the mouse from his pocket, and gently stroked it on his palm. It shouldn't be. Pointing at the destiny world in front of him, the elder analyzed. The system of this world in front of him mainly cultivates metal magic stone, which looks ordinary. The immortals who ascended before have gathered together. The strongest old man, called Qianmu Immortal, is just a perfect human immortal, and is still working as a miner. But not long ago, I heard that Qianmu Immortal brought back 3 newcomers, named Jian Xian, Zhang Wudi, and Yeti, who are still mining. For their level, it is easy to investigate these. What's more, the mining area belongs to the newcomer ascension area. The intelligence dealer will collect their surface information to see if each family is looking for a son-in-law or something like that. Mo Mei Zhenxian frowned slightly. In such an ordinary world, can a lucky beast come out? That magic lamp, medicine stone and golden elixir method ran out from here? The elder smiled. It's not impossible. Some worlds will always have some geniuses who have encountered and opened up amazing systems, but the popularity rate is not high, so they can only learn by themselves. This auspicious beast may have a very low reproductive capacity. After ascending, the system left behind was taken away, leaving behind an ordinary hometown world. And the immortal who followed the other party died, and the auspicious beast family was almost destroyed. It is not uncommon for it to return to its hometown before death, reproduce again, and promote the development of the race. Both of them were very cautious. Even for Mo Mei Zhenxian, she is a well-known figure in this generation of immortals. Under the power of the immortal, her kind of true immortal power is the strongest. But it is better to be safe than sorry. We still have to beware of the enemy, and dare not enter the world easily. Because no immortal likes the feeling of being suppressed. If a human immortal enters, he will be suppressed to the level of the transformation realm, and there is a probability that he will be surrounded and killed by a group of natives and piled to death. If a celestial immortal enters, he will be suppressed to the level of the human immortal. Unless there are some special super monsters and evildoers, ordinary cultivators in the transformation realm cannot jump to fight immortals. Under normal circumstances, a celestial being of this level can come and go freely in all the heavens and realms without worrying about safety. But what about the reality? When you enter a world, you are not afraid of the mortals in this world, but you have to be afraid of the immortals in this world ambush you. This world is the lair of a certain immortal, and all kinds of traps are set up, just waiting for you to enter and hunt you directly. In history, many celestial beings fell like this. Trick you to come to my house. I am not suppressed by the world, you are suppressed, which is an old routine to trap and kill the opponent. The two even scouted around, and this area looked like a mediocre world no matter how you looked at it. Finally, after thinking about it, the Mame Immortal threw it into the void. The Mame hairpin on her head quickly fell into the world, exploring the information and situation inside for her. She sat cross-legged for 3 days. Soon, her eyes opened. Let's go, there's nothing wrong inside, there's no immortal inside, but it seems that an immortal broke through not long ago, leaving some traces. Swish. The two entered the world. Soon, falling into the atmosphere, I saw the nursery Xinjing hovering in the sky, surrounded by immortals, exuding a golden sense of auspiciousness. Falling to the floor, disguised as a native passerby, watching the bustling people on the street, occasionally passing by some Taoist priests. Street vendors were hawking. Some casual cultivators on the street were selling golden pills and metal stones. The old woman was chatting, preparing to go to the Taoist temple outside the city with her daughter-in-law to burn incense and pray for a child. It seemed to be a grand scene. And there is a habit of going to the Taoist temple everywhere to pray for good weather and a good harvest. The air was filled with the smell of incense. A trace of causal power spread along a line above their heads to the divine capital in the sky. Line? Mo Mei Zhenxian showed a look of surprise. There is actually a world-running artifact here that controls the people's fortune. To be honest, although she had been prepared, she was still a little surprised. Because she expected the alchemy profession of the golden elixir method, she guessed that it was a world dominated by alchemy. But she didn't expect that there were Taoist temples everywhere here, and alchemy was just one of them. There were statues everywhere that turned stones into gold, conveying fortune. This world is too scary. Mo Mei Zhenxian closed her eyes, and was silent for a while, then suddenly opened her eyes and said. The elder was puzzled and asked, "Isn't it just the regular type of collecting fortune? There are many similar auspicious beast races in the fairy world." "No, you don't understand." Mo Mei Zhenxian said, "What do you think of their cultivation speed?" The great elder showed admiration, very fast, worthy of calling themselves the man of heaven's destiny. Their era is constantly exploding, blessing newborns, and blessing enlightenment. This is the unprecedented super-fast civilization I know of. I can't even imagine how high they will reach in the future. After listening to the Great Elder's evaluation, Mo-May laughed. What if I tell you that in the normal auspicious beast system, cultivation is the slowest and most difficult one among the flesh, soul, and life? How is it possible? The Great Elder was a little puzzled. Aren't auspicious beasts the fastest in cultivation? He has seen too many auspicious beasts in the sky. Those auspicious beasts, all glowing with auspiciousness, practice super fast, and are blessed by luck, just like the protagonists of heaven and earth, creating all kinds of miracles. Mo-May shook her head and said, the speed of cultivation of the auspicious beasts is slow before they become mortals, but fast after they become immortals. Take the immortal level disaster beasts for example. They have amazing magic power, and their divine thoughts can easily cover large areas. Of course, they can easily harvest the fortunes of hundreds of millions of people. And what about their mortal period? They are still cubs. To harvest fortunes, they can only cover a small area of a few thousand meters at a time. They have to run around frantically, absorbing fortunes everywhere, running all their lives, and their efficiency is frighteningly slow. The elder also reacted. Walking and absorbing all the way, the efficiency is too low. And this kind of disaster beast is still a plague god in most worlds. When it flows, the water dries up. When it flows, the forest withers. When it flows, the city is plagued. How could the ignorant natives allow such a monster that harms the people to grow? They had no idea how valuable this type of tribe was, and only thought it was a disaster. So, most of them were killed before they ascended. This is one of the reasons why this kind of auspicious beast is rare. Although it is a disaster beast that creates disasters everywhere, it is also a type of auspicious beast in the eyes of the immortals. It's just that without the guidance of the immortals, this kind of disaster beast usually uses instinct to drain the pond and catch fish. Therefore, in order for the disaster beast to grow and ascend, it must survive and resist the pressure of the native siege. And the range of luck absorption is indeed the biggest problem. Ning Zheng's absorption range was not large before. At that time, he had to go to Shirong Academy for half a day and to Jujian Villa for half a day, running back and forth and absorbing all the way. It was Ning Zheng who created this golden mud, opened a branch storage container, and established logistics to get rid of this embarrassing situation. But the efficiency of the disaster beast is actually very fast. What about the real auspicious beast? You can't absorb other people's luck, and you have to honestly cultivate your own luck. If you don't eat people, you will suffer. The growth rate of auspicious beasts is 10 times slower than that of disaster beasts. Moreover, they are true auspicious beasts, not good at direct combat, and are too easy to be bullied. They will capture you as a slave, as an auspicious beast, and study you, so they are even rarer. Even in the current fairy world, auspicious beasts are treated in this way. In essence, they are still captured by the immortals as slaves to suppress their own forces, help them add buffs, divination, and blessings. So when she saw this pure world of luck, so powerful, so numerous, blooming everywhere, and prosperous, she felt like she had seen a myth. Chapter 891. Actually, that is, the auspicious beasts in the 10,000 beasts domain are better off. The beast control system is based on characteristics. You must treat the beast well, and ensure that it is loyal to the beast master. If it falls into the other 12 systems, the auspicious beasts will not be so easy. It is really the auspicious beast of the sect, the stone lion guarding the gate, the capital for bragging, and the guarantee of good weather. In summary, among the 3 things of soul, flesh, and life, the life of the first one to cultivate luck. The auspicious beasts are all very slow. Before becoming an immortal, they are in a life-threatening situation, and are the most vulnerable group to be surrounded and killed. Unless you are an auspicious beast tribe civilization born in the immortal world, you have a wild father like the immortal venerable, and all kinds of resources are unlimited to help you through the childhood of mortals. And here, the mortals here, without the sponsorship of wild fathers, rely on their own development, and they are so fast. The reason is that their technology of turning stones into gold is too terrifying. One by one, the luck containers are enlightened, and there are Taoist temples and various logistics companies everywhere. Sitting at home, you can have express deliveries delivered to your door for cultivation. In the eyes of immortal Mo-May, the value of turning stone into gold has been greatly increased. It's simply too strong. The more she looked at it, the more surprised she was. This is a perfect beast-controlling species. And when they were still mortals, this late-stage profession had not yet been exerted, and these so-called Taoist priests were so fierce that they beat the flesh and soul systems to tears. It really shattered her 3 views alive. With express delivery, the problem of the difficulty of cultivating auspicious beasts is solved from the root. You are worthy of being a man of destiny. In the eyes of immortal Mo, this is incredible. No wonder they can make pills. This turning stone into gold becomes stronger the more you think about it. This place is nice. Mo Zhenxian and the Great Elder took a look around and roughly understood the history. This Taoist system was developed recently. It was very abrupt. This made them suspect that it was a family of the deceased who returned to their hometown, rebuilt this area, and reproduced again. However, it seems that the Taoist alchemy system has been lost. Even the practice methods about becoming an immortal seem to have been lost. Alchemy is still developing in full swing. Just now, Mo Zhenxian went to an alchemy academy to watch a master making alchemy, and couldn't help but remind the words of the lamp spirit. The ancestors borrowed gold, stone and minerals to make external elixirs for thousands of years. Enlightened the sulfur, arsenic, gold, silver, copper, iron, cinnabar, and saltpeter. Add 3 parts of auspiciousness, 2 parts of good fortune, 1 part of good luck, and 4 parts of family happiness. The alchemist suddenly realized and made the elixir according to the recipe. Great. This recipe, you can try it. He threw in sulfur and arsenic according to the process formula. Then add 3 parts of auspiciousness and 2 parts of good fortune respectively. The result was a dazzling golden light. The elixir was made. The alchemist was enlightened and said to Mo Zhenxian in shock, "Your alchemy is so powerful, this is a major historical breakthrough. Let us take a big step forward in alchemy." Mo Zhenxian, Okay, Taoist priest, good luck. This old man who made the elixir had an epiphany on the spot, and it would not be a problem if he had a better understanding. Next, this alchemist also asked Mo Zhenxian and 2 others to eat the elixir he made. The 2 immortals felt that this elixir was indeed useful. Luck has increased a little bit. It is not very useful for them, but it is very useful for those human immortals who have just ascended. Most human immortals practice luck after they ascend. Their luck is blank, and this low-level elixir is also useful for them. Medicine stone golden elixir. This is a terrible metal alchemy system. There are many precious medicines that assist human immortals in practicing luck, and there are even similar methods to refine similar luck cultivation elixirs. But this Taoist golden elixir is definitely one of the outstanding types. It can change the low-end human immortal market structure of the entire fairy world, and rise up a huge industrial chain at the bottom, so that those human immortals can eat this heavy metal golden elixir for practice. If they know that this system exists, even the high and mighty immortals will do everything to get it. This is profit, a new type of elixir market. Immortal Mo said goodbye to this enthusiastic old alchemist, and his heart was moved. It seems that the alchemy technique mentioned by the lamp spirit has indeed been lost. Some of the recipes that the lamp spirit remembers can help this newly developed Taoist civilization, allowing the alchemist to have an epiphany and feel that he has obtained a precious formula. In fact, this is also a layout. The recipe has been secretly researched a long time ago, leading the ordinary people's version by an era. Every sentence of the lamp spirit before is a detail, and it also inadvertently revealed the ancient recipe, just waiting for this moment, using immortal Mo as a node to explode and promote the era. Let the guests feel a little involved. This is the classic project of players. How to flatter NPCs and lick their half-siblings without leaving any traces. They have experience. It must be said that immortal Mo walked around and had a very good experience. The more she looked, the more complicated her expression became. She was happy at first when she came, and then she was silent. Seeing them at the end, she gradually showed a trace of sorrow, surrounded by an indescribable suffocation. Because the potential was too terrible, she felt that she was going to die and could not be saved at all. I have a hunch. This Taoist has infinite potential. This is already a systematic, very complete, and natural luck system. Immortal Mo sighed lightly. If it grows up completely, the fairy world will not be 13 domains, but 14 domains. As soon as these words fell, the sky collapsed. The elder next to him had his heart turned upside down at this time. You know, now the 13 domains of the fairy world are all flesh and body type main cultivation systems, and there is no auspicious beast as the master. And where did the auspicious beast go? In the fairy lord of the 13 domains, it serves as a mascot. This is caused by the times. Because the rise of the auspicious beasts was too slow, the frontal combat power was not strong. When the fairy world was established, the auspicious beasts had not yet developed, and the position was occupied by those giants in advance. After that, your auspicious beast developed, and you want to grab a pit? Dream on. The 13 systems will join forces to suppress you, and will not allow your type to rise. Because if you rise, the cake of others will be divided. And your auspicious beast system is too versatile and strategic. All kinds of good luck have rescued the auspicious beasts under their command. How can the immortals tolerate such a loss? They absolutely will not allow the auspicious beast lineage to rise, and the various auspicious beast systems under their command will be taken away and cast into a new realm. This shows the embarrassing situation of the auspicious beast lineage in the fairy world. This little Taoist priest, can't he compare with the terrifying potential of the beast masters of our 13 major systems? If he develops, can he become one of the giants in the fairy world? Huh? Suddenly, a whistling sound of wind passed through the sky. The great elder looked up at the Taoist priests wearing bagua robes and flying with swords, and couldn't help but wonder, what is the origin of this painting immortal venerable? What is the background of his inheritance? Chapter 892. Others still don't know what this means, but the great elder, who is stuck in the middle for his whole life, knows the meaning too well. Taoist priest, will the future be a system inheritance of the immortal venerable level? There is a division in the immortal world. Only cultivators, who can enter the second disaster and 5 calamities are qualified to appear in the immortal venerable level. People in the immortal world often say, a system that can go through the second and 5th calamities is called an immortal venerable system, and only then will there be a chance of an immortal venerable appear. And their beast control system? The limit is the 2nd and 7th calamities, which is the so-called second disaster and 7 calamities. Their system is a flawed system. If it lacks one luck, it will be completely perfect, but flawed is the perfect system. In this world, is there a limit system of 3 disasters and 7 calamities? Yes. Jiuzhou can secretly develop it, and there are similar special systems in other places. It's just that this kind of extraordinary perfect system is generally too special, too difficult to practice, and too low in versatility. Why are there only 13 who can reach the top of the fairy world? And they are all incomplete systems that lack a line because of comprehensiveness. A system that is strong in theory alone is useless. Is your system easy to practice? Is it versatile? Is the transition between the early and late stages smooth enough? You need to consider various factors. My incomplete system is easy to practice, and the probability of producing an immortal is 10 times that of yours. How can you compare? The gap between civilizations is revealed. In fact, there are still some very strong and famous immortal systems that theoretically point directly to the 3 disasters and 7 calamities. But most of these systems have only a few contemporary descendants, and they are not so successful. Because the entry difficulty is too high, those masters are looking for disciples all over the world to ensure that their systems will not be extinct. In a world of origin, there are billions of people, but only a few can complete the system and become immortals. This means that the path to immortality in this system is too poor in versatility. When Ningzheng heard these secrets, he immediately compared them, and couldn't help but cursed. Poor versatility, is it the Jiuzhou system? The difficulty of the 7 wonders is ridiculous. The practice process is extremely complicated. In theory, this Jiuzhou system has to reach the 3 disasters and 7 difficulties, and the probability of producing an immortal is too low. Ningzheng walked around the 10,000 beasts domain, and indeed found that the immortal system in the fairy world is much simpler than ours. The painter did this thing, not to popularize it, but just wanted to use it himself, regardless of the difficulty. He relied on his painting skills, and was not afraid of the difficulty of breakthroughs. He tried and failed infinitely, no matter how difficult it was. In terms of versatility, the Jiuzhou ancestral tomb system is unlikely to become one of the 14 systems in the fairy world, because most geniuses can only get stuck at the 2nd or 3rd level of the calamity when practicing this. If it weren't for Xian Shichen and others, who could borrow a wave of external forces, they would probably be stuck at this level. The Taoist system is hope. The Taoists are stronger than Jiuzhou in terms of versatility, cultivation speed, medicine refining ability, planting ability, and iron making ability. In terms of people's livelihood, which one doesn't beat you? Jiuzhou's versatility is too poor, and the people dare not even go out. They use ancestral tombs to build cities, and hide in them to survive. Next, Mo Mei Jinxian took a trip to learn about history, and had a certain admiration and understanding of the great legend of Yi Di. I'm afraid this system was developed in this world recently after the Night Emperor found the inheritance. With this adventure, it's not bad to be able to push it to this extent. She cares a lot about the Night Emperor. I heard that this person is still mining. Obviously he is hiding something, and we can find him when the time comes. He is a talent. Then they went to the underworld to take a look. This place has been transformed, and the resurrected Ember prisoners everywhere have disappeared, and it has become a new life box. The true spirit metal nameplate. The prisoner will be resurrected from the nameplate. Now after the history of transformation, Mo Meijin Xian and others don't know the existence of embers. Because the ember virus will be diluted. The first generation of ember virus has an infection and resurrection rate of 50%. After 15 million years, when Ningzheng crossed over, the infectivity had weakened to 1 in tens of thousands, and the pathogenicity was reduced to the limit. The ember virus in the current Destiny world has not only mutated, but also diluted, and only spreads in metal stones, and resurrects as a lich in the life box. The two true immortals were flesh and blood systems, and could not be infected. Therefore, true immortal Mo Mei just thought that this was a special metal mechanism of the other party. After a trip to hell, they came to the last stop. Scroll. It is said that when the battle between Yi Di and Chang Jingdi ended, an eternal scroll fell from the sky, which depicted the battle between Yi Di and others in Jia. This reminded true immortal Mo Mei of the painting Tianzuan. This painting must be pursued. So she asked around and soon found the location of the person who collected the scroll. It was in the treasury of the contemporary emperor Yi Shenyan. The two entered the treasury quietly and looked at the scroll. Mo Meijin Xian was the first to be shocked. You can't see the magic power and background from a scroll, but this kind of painting skills, this kind of exquisite charm. She is a real immortal, and she also feels a skill that is close to Taoism, and the spirit is in it. Too fine, too fine. How can this be a painting? This is a person, a group of living people. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is a masterpiece, but only in the eyes of a real immortal like her can the truth be seen. This is a painting of every pore, cell, and internal organ of this person. It is exquisite and perfect at the microscopic level. In the scroll, life is actually being created. This has nothing to do with realm, this is a skill, a perfect and eternal scroll that she, a real immortal, and even most of the immortals must marvel at. The first reaction is that the person who painted the scroll has a terrible deep foundation and is terrible strong. Wow! Only in the next second. The scroll suddenly burst into light, revealing a figure. You can vaguely see the painting of the Heavenly Lord. Ningzheng, dressed in white, is painting this scroll. If you can find this painting, it means that my descendants have found this dilapidated heritage world. Ningzheng's voice is indifferent. He turned around, put his hands behind his back, and said softly, "Be careful, don't expose this world before breaking the Heavenly Lord. They are a group of people with destiny, and you are the destined master of the people with destiny. I divined before I died and chose a person with destiny. I hope you can change everything." The faint sigh disappeared with the figure. This painting is also one of the foreshadowings of the blacksmiths, waiting for the guests to come. This is the blacksmith's bull-headed move. The painter watched the battle at that time and loved to be the top photographer. Leave this painting and throw it to the world of destiny? If you throw the painting over, don't blame us for being rude to you. After a transformation, the painter's name has a new owner. Whether Hua Tianzuan is really dead or pretending to be dead, whether he is treating me as a pawn or not, I have got an incredible opportunity. At this moment, Mo Meijin Xian sighed lightly, shocked in her heart, and this painting is so amazing. She looked at this vast land, Taoist priests, Taoist temples, and suddenly murmured to herself, "This is a group of people with destiny, Taoist priests. I am the master of people with destiny?" She is a proud person, and she also has the qualifications of an immortal. She firmly believes that she has the opportunity to take the step of an immortal. The current immortal is not better than her, but was born earlier than her, and was born in a good era. Originally, she would be in awe and admire that Hua Tianzuan, but now she has experienced the Taoist golden elixir method, the amazing Taoist system, and the mechanism of hell resurrection and harvesting destiny. Looking at this exquisite and incomparable Tao painting scroll, she is completely convinced. I have probably seen clearly that this world should indeed be managed by our sect. She smiled, strode into the divine capital, looked at Yi Shenyan, the son of Yi Emperor, and exuded the true immortal Tao rhyme Yi Shenyan, the Tao Emperor of this generation. I am a true immortal from outside the domain, and I should protect this world and bring it under my command. Chapter 893. Where did the immortals come from? Look at my life and death will. The people of destiny will never surrender. Yi Shenyan looked at the two visitors from outer space, and couldn't help but get angry. Facing the immortals from outer space, Yi Shenyan certainly didn't obey. In order to make the play realistic, his father, Emperor Yi, didn't tell him that someone wanted to take them under his command. Yi Shenyan was born a favored child of heaven. He had never been beaten. Even when Emperor Zongwu held him hostage, he was not abused. After his father ascended to heaven, he ascended to the top and became emperor. With the history book in his hand, he was smooth sailing and cultivated enough pride and confidence. Just two immortals. Yi Shenyan stood up and clenched his fist at the void. The dynasty treasure of the destiny world, the life and death will, flew up quickly and fell into his hands. The fate curse of the whole world is hard to resist even for immortals. Today, I will fight immortals and gods with my mortal body. With a roar, he burst into the glory of the golden god and attacked directly. Mo Meizhenxian and the great elder watched this scene quietly, showing surprise, and began to fight back. Soon, he was convinced by the roaring Yi Shenyan. He was beaten. But Mo Meizhenxian still gave this guy a very high evaluation. This life and death will is indeed interesting. It is similar to the control system magic of puppet silk thread, plus fate. The combination of the two can actually control the fate of the people, and use the curse of the people of the world to fight the enemy? The great elder next to him was also in fear, looking at the beaten Yi Shenyan. If you hadn't taken action personally, I might have really encountered an accident if I came to this world alone. It looked ordinary just now, but it was actually extremely dangerous. He was a great perfection of the heavenly immortal, and was suppressed and demoted to a lower level after entering the world. Perfect human immortal. The other party actually posed a threat to him. Just now, he felt that his passive luck shield was about to be broken alive. If it was broken, the curse of the world would be imposed on him, and even, he would not be able to get away with it. Something serious would happen, his body would be severely injured, and his luck would be exhausted. This kind of invisible injury is the most difficult to heal. In other words, the mortal emperor of this world actually has the power to resist the power of the heavenly immortal master. Only the true immortal can take it down steadily. This is a very outrageous thing. How many true immortals are there? True immortals, corresponding to the immortal world, are all the masters of various major forces, and they will not be dispatched easily under normal circumstances. Thank you for saving me, true immortal. The elder sighed, looking at the young and incomprehensible Yi Shenyan with complicated eyes. Don't blame you, it's their special system. Mo Meizhenxian smiled. We immortals only cultivate our luck after becoming immortals, which is our weakest point. We are suppressed in our realm, and the opponent attacks our weak points, so we can't bear it. If they use the magical powers of soul and flesh to fight you, you will definitely win. The opponent is very rare. In the world of heavens, it is estimated that only this mortal period's luck system is so powerful. Only their mortal period has the ability to use luck to attack immortals. Mo Meizhenxian also knows how to behave. He explained and comforted the elder. After all, a perfect celestial immortal is a figure second only to her in the sect. He is also the retired headmaster of the previous generation. It is a bit embarrassing that she was almost killed by a mortal. At the same time, this also exposed the drawbacks of their magic holy land. After they became immortals, they had to buy a lucky beast to cultivate their luck. But these rare species were monopolized by the power of the immortals, and the auspicious beasts purchased from those major sects were all mixed-blooded and mixed-haired beasts. The blood purity was very weak, the ability was very low, and the price was high. But they monopolized the three royal families, so you had to bite your teeth and pay for it. Even she, Mo Meizhenxian, had a mixed-haired beast, otherwise how could she not beat the true immortals of the power of the immortals? She hated people monopolizing a certain attribute of the beast the most in her life. Mo Meizhenxian thought in her heart, now, I am not afraid of the monopoly of the immortals. We have our own source of auspicious beasts, but I am afraid that we will cause more troublesome enemies. Next, Yi Shenyan, who was defeated, was forced to have friendly exchanges and consultations with the two true immortals. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Yi Shenyan was originally no match for these two shrewd old antiques, and after a round of carrot and stick tactics, finally, they could only talk nicely. I think he's pretty good. After chatting for a few words, the elder suddenly showed a happy expression. Little friend, do you want to hang out with your sister in the future? Mo Meizhenxian, why does it look like child trafficking? Yi Shenyan was furious. I have a wife, which? His wife was the sleeping beauty, who was awakened by his kiss, when he traveled to the lower world. The elder Mo Meifeng smiled. You have a perverted mind. I just took you in as a subordinate, but you suddenly associated some inexplicable things. I want you and I to sign a soul symbiosis contract, which is considered as my investment in you. The elder smiled gently. I will give you all kinds of resources unconditionally, help you grow, give you all kinds of magical powers, moves, and elixirs. Of course, there is still a price to pay. When I need you to help fight, you have to help me fight. Don't worry, I won't deliberately let you die. We have a contract. If you die, I will be seriously injured. And at my level, fighting is actually very rare. Yi Shenyan gritted his teeth on the surface, and would rather die than surrender, but he was puzzled in his heart. Is there such a good thing? Looking at the other party's expression, the elder smiled in his heart. She didn't tell a lie. But the wonder of language is here. I explained this in another way. This is a great opportunity. I will give you a lot of resources and magic weapons. You just need to help me fight occasionally. Isn't this similar to the treatment of the sect's direct disciples? Just like how the people of Jojo learned to rob tombs since childhood, their beast masters have learned the course how to tame wild populations since childhood. Every great family will breed beasts, and even raise a group of unique beasts in a fenced area. If you don't cheat, don't take away the beast populations, and bring them home for breeding, how can your sect grow? Can I still cheat you? The elder chuckled. Do I need to cheat you? Your life is in our hands. We are immortals, and we won't bully a mortal like you. Yi Shenyan took the contract passed by the other party's soul consciousness, and thought to himself, is her contract true? Various resources, free of charge, unlimited supply and use? Only limit your own use, and use as much as you can without waste. Could it be that all the immortals are good people? It's just that their contract seems a little special. Maybe it's some kind of magical system race? Similar to another cultivation system of our Taoists? Yi Shenyan just didn't experience the beating, but he is not stupid, but his analysis still suffered from the information gap. He didn't know where the other party came from. I think the other party is pretty good. But Yi Shenyan suddenly thought of something, became alert, and asked, our world is a Taoist system. What is the system in your world called? What is this contract? The elder smiled, as if he had guessed that the other party would ask that question, and said gently, we are very famous. Our name is circulated in many worlds. Friends call us the friendship system, and the investor system. My friend, don't be nervous. We are trustworthy. We signed a friendship contract. Some people also say it is an investment contract or a mutual aid contract. It has more than a dozen names, and is recognized by many powerful civilizations. We are the most famous investors in the world of the heavens. Almost all immortals know of our existence. Our friendship is spread across countless civilizations. We are weak, but we are rich. We never fight by ourselves. We make friends everywhere. When we encounter a crisis, we ask friends to help us. This is our humble and loyal way of survival. Yi Shenyan suddenly realized that the other party seemed to be a special practice system. This system is good at making friends and dancing with the sleeves. Every monk has a bunch of friends. Isn't this a foolish rich man? Countless civilizations do like this kind of rich civilization. They will invest madly in friends to ensure their own safety. It is the only way for them to survive as weak people. Chapter 894. Next, Yi Shenyan could not resist, and the other party also painted a big cake for him, and directly let it go. Friend, good man. After all, he couldn't resist. What else could he do? And the other party's investment was also amazing. All kinds of benefits were given for free, just to be our friends, invest in us, and take us to the fairyland. If we couldn't resist, we would just passively accept it. It seemed that things were not bad. But the elder was completely happy. They learned various basic beast control guides since childhood, and there were more than 1,000 ways to persuade wild beast control tribes in more than a dozen different situations. That was the beast control experience of the predecessors. At the most primitive moment, a bunch of big guys just ran to various worlds to abduct friends and sign friend contracts. For a period of time, their system did indeed promote its good name everywhere in the heavens and all realms, and gradually spread its good name, and was called investor businessman and a good person who loves to make friends. With this big explosion, the beast control system completely reached the top and became a giant in the fairyland. You know, every giant system in the fairyland has a legendary and amazing growth history. And their friend system was still very famous more than 10 million years ago, although now, tens of millions of years later, the development period of primitive beast control has passed, and there are few exotic beasts worth domesticating in the wild. Their civilization is clearly sincere in making friends, but many forces are jealous of their strength and good at playing with them, and they all gave their civilization a humiliating name, Beast Control Civilization. Obviously, they are all making good friends. Those jealous hostile forces actually slandered us, saying that we just accepted them as dogs, causing everyone to misunderstand us and say that we are a slave-owning civilization. And they also slandered their reputation everywhere, asking everyone not to be our friends and sign a friendship contract, which is disgusting. Those people can't beat you, so they slander your reputation, so that other races have to save face and don't come to be their friends. But now, I tried the friendship experience of the predecessors, and it really works. Although I like it, I don't want to sign a contract with Yi Shenyan. Although the qualifications are good and the achievements are high, it is not the time to sign a friend contract. First, the other party is still wary. A friend contract requires the other party to be willing and without any resistance to establish a bond, friendship, resonance, and better combat cooperation. Second, she has to cancel the previous contract with the mixed-haired auspicious beast and withdraw that part of her mind before she can re-sign this new auspicious beast. But this behavior is equivalent to destroying her own cultivation. The cost of recultivation is very heavy. But obviously, it is worth it to cultivate at one's own expense. It is too difficult to find a suitable powerful auspicious beast friend. Those damn immortals, damn monopoly. We used to be a free, kind, and simple civilization of friends. We can no longer make friends casually. Some corrupt dictators have monopolized good friends. Next, Mo Mei Zhenxian and the other party had a friendly negotiation. Yi Shenyan also began to accept the jurisdiction, but put forward a few requirements. I don't want you to interfere with the development of our civilization. Yi Shenyan was still very stubborn and said, and I don't want you to become a tourist destination for you immortals. Come here to bully the weak and humiliate the people. This is not your colony. It must be said that every time Yi Shenyan encountered an enemy and fell into the hands of the enemy treated him well. Otherwise, he would have been beaten up long ago if he was so arrogant. Immortal Mo Mei smiled gently and said, of course not. We abide by the development of each friend's civilization. Because after many attempts, we found that letting friends develop on their own is the best. We are only responsible for investment. We can let you be completely autonomous. We only send some immortals to guard outside your world to avoid robbers and protect our best friends. To be honest, she didn't want other people in her sect to know about what happened here. It's enough for only the elder and herself to know. The more people know, the easier it is to get into trouble. And since only the two of them know, they don't have the energy to interfere with the development of the other party, nor do they want to interfere forcibly. Because it is always best for civilization to develop on its own. This is the experience summary of various cultivator systems in the fairy world. Even if you think the other party is wrong, you should not interfere and change. Because sometimes, it is only from your narrow cognition that you think it is wrong, but in fact, the other party has taken a completely different path of civilization development. Your self-righteous interference and arrogance will actually cause the other party to deviate from your own civilization characteristics and be forcibly assimilated by you. Then, they will lose their potential, characteristics, and become mediocre. The opening of the Guardian Convention of the lower worlds of the immortal world reads, any world has infinite possibilities. The development of any civilization is not allowed to be forcibly interfered by immortals, and it is better for the natives of that world to promote it themselves. No one knows how their own civilization should grow better than the natives themselves. The outbreak of various civilizations can promote the progress of the immortal world, allowing us to explore higher realms and embark on a greater journey. This is a rule that all forces tacitly agree on. Unless some fools who harm others and do not benefit themselves will deliberately destroy civilization for fun, otherwise everyone will basically abide by the convention. The fairy world is essentially the world of scholars. You have to have face. If you do something bad and are discovered, how can you make money and recruit people without credibility? Mo Meifeng and others were quickly received with the highest courtesy, and they kept making big promises. You, our most sincere friend, the first batch of resources will be given to you free of charge. They took out storage rings, which were full of various gifts. There were more than 100 million low-level fairy stones alone, and various basic knowledge books filled the entire book room. The fairy air lingered in the entire hall, and the Taoists were stunned. On the contrary, Yi Shenyan felt the sincerity of the other party, and said very embarrassedly, our Taoist system is essentially a monopoly game, a capitalist system, exploitation, plunder, and a natural merchant civilization, which may be a little cruel. Mo Meifeng said gently, exploitation, slave-type civilization? Capitalist system? Oh, I probably understand the meaning of your words. We respect and understand. Although we are kind and like to make friends, we are not pedantic. This Taoist emperor is really naive. Who is not a naturally exploitative capitalist system. It is precisely because you are very similar to the beast control system that our Mo Mei Zhenxian said that your system has the qualifications of the 14th giant system in the fairy world at first glance. My friend, you are too naive. How can a civilization that does not have the ability to plunder resources naturally reach the top of the fairy world in the next few days? Under Ning Zheng's observation, Yi Shenyan was gradually assimilated, and a new idol appeared, Mo Meifeng, being fooled. In fact, this is another serial plan of the blacksmiths, the second sacrifice. After all, The boss will feel refreshed if he is fooled and feels the crushing IQ. The boss will feel that he has conquered a civilization with unlimited potential, taking the initiative to seek refuge and recognize the mother, the cheap adopted son. The suspicious opponent may suspect that you are Lubu among men, and will not cherish you when you recognize your father. But the other smart adopted mother conquered the civilization with a clever trick, deceived and accepted the silly adopted son, and only when she was complacent would she feel love. So, this is the same as the pill recipe, increasing the other party's sense of substitution. The other party had a good time, and licking the NPC without leaving any trace is the key to their blacksmith's recognition of their mother. As for the Yi Shen Yin, that was destined to be fooled, it's just one part of our play. Things are going very smoothly. The blacksmiths are too understanding. Yi Shen Yin was fooled by those immortals. Ning Zheng was speechless. He had long suspected that this eldest son of Yi Di had some personality problems. Before, he worshipped Emperor Zhongwu, and now he worships the great elder Mo Meifeng. He just doesn't worship his father Yi Di, right? However, according to the analysis of the blacksmiths, Yi Shen Yin may be at a rebellious period. He has lived under the halo of his father since he was a child, and everyone introduced him as, he is the son of Yi Di. This caused him to have complicated emotions towards his father, and develop a rebellious mentality. He worshipped, was unwilling, and wanted to surpass his father. So he showed rebelliousness to his father, and liked to talk back. So he took the bait as soon as Mo Meifeng seduced him. He felt that his opportunity had come, and he was about to take off. Chapter 895. But anyway, after a wave of calculations, the world of destiny has initially entered the right track. Ning Zheng smiled. The process may be a little tortuous, but the result is good. His current permanent luck is 20.3 billion, which is enough for most of his things to go smoothly. Adding to the exquisite calculations, it is normal to win. At night, Ning Zheng went to the sword-casting villa. The blacksmiths were holding a celebration banquet, and started a lively bonfire party. A group of sand sculptures were dancing happily in front of the bonfire, and the cows picked up the loudspeakers and sang loudly in the crowd, singing and dancing, obviously being KTV microphone masters. Of course, Ning Zheng found that the owner of the wedding dress town, Wu Xingjing, and Princess Xianyi were also gradually becoming sand sculptures. I don't know whether as a professional tomb robber, he disguised himself to blend in with the natives, or he just let himself go and enjoyed it. This is the fun of playing games. It's like a masquerade. No one knows whose true identity, and everyone can do whatever they want. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The scroll left by the painter completely shocked this true immortal. She probably believed in our background after seeing the horror of the scroll. The painter is really amazing. His painting skills are so exaggerated that even the true immortals are shocked. Anyway, I can't learn it. Painting requires talent. Even if you use the mask to take away his painting skills, you only take his brush, but don't know how to paint specifically. This is a test of painting skills. What's the use of taking the magic power? You have to take the fire. Steal the knowledge in his head. Yes, burn the painter's brain and rob him of more than 10 million years of painting knowledge. Princess Xianyi listened to their conversation and felt that she had to show off herself. Painters are not that easy to burn. They have various means to block them. I guess all the top immortals must have means to prevent peeping. The owner of Jiai Town was even more professional. He teased in the tone of a blacksmith, Xian Shichen, no matter what, I must burn the painter and replace him. This is my chance to rise again. Ha ha ha. I want to paint. I want to paint. I want to be the best painter in the world. Wu Xingjing, Rabbi Xiaoxin. It must be said that Wu Xingjing was extremely shocked. The other party's plan actually succeeded, so he got the strongest force under the immortal, soaring to the sky, no need to go through the process, go mining, and climb up step by step, eat soft rice right away. This kind of operation shocked her for 10,000 years. After a careful analysis, the other party has a sophisticated layout that is linked together. First, the lamp spirit revealed the recipe, and then Mo Mei Zhenxian saw such primitive alchemy technology, and was itching to test it. He would probably tell the recipe to test its authenticity. Then, the painter is the worst one. He threw a scroll to the world of destiny on a whim, and was praised by others, so he could perfectly disguise an ancient mysterious existence. Moreover, Wu Xingjing recently heard a shocking news. They peed together on the painter's scroll, and were thrown into another world. The painter is so lucky to meet you. After that, some silly Yi Shen Yin will be fooled in 9 out of 10 cases, because they have seen how the fake human deer was fooled by the Beastmaster Lu family. These Beastmasters, super evil capitalists, fool their Beastmaster friends to work. This is a Palu civilization. They are the same as the manager Jukarong who hangs street lamps. Therefore, the first reaction of these beast-controlling immortals, when they see Yi Shenyan, is to trick each other into being friends. It's right. All the foreshadowings are right. Wu Xingjing looked at these jumping blacksmiths with emotion. Amazing, they calculated the real immortals step by step, passively recognized their mothers, and soared into the sky. How come they are so skilled in recognizing their fathers and mothers? Oh. They are fake people. That's okay, fake people are best at blending into the crowd, and blending into family relationships to disguise. No wonder they are so skilled, their racial talents are like this. The fairy world, our Shirong Villa, is about to take off. Wu Xingjing began to question his own ideas in his heart, and suddenly felt that his way of cultivating immortals in this life might have been wrong. Cultivation is not about fighting and killing, plundering resources, but about human relationships, recognizing people as fathers, and having a backer to take off. Next to him, Ningzheng looked at the shocked Wu Xingjing and the other two, sitting in front of the bonfire, eating barbecue and listening to Jukarong's report. Old steward, we have completed the task brilliantly. The Night Emperor's ring is probably ready, and that person will probably use his stand-in to fake his death and escape. Jukarong sighed. Our ingenious plan was successful thanks to you persuading the Night Emperor and providing such help. Everything is due to your efforts. Ningzheng was speechless. These people tasted the sweetness. After licking the new stepmother, they flattered him as usual. Everyone was very happy at the celebration bonfire party that night. After working on the layout of the World of Destiny for more than half a month, the expansion pack of the main line of the fairy world was completely opened. With their efforts, they used the usual method of recognizing their father, and got a very good start on the new map. The Demon Charm Saint sect seemed to be another family of Zuelahua demon cultivators, and that night, the forum was also very lively. Ningzheng clicked on some posts to watch, and was very happy to watch. The start of the fairy world was indeed very good. I painted Tianzuan, and this vest was also generated. In the future, when I go to the fairy world to make trouble, I may be able to use this vest more, pretending to be a god. For example, fool some people, do some bad things, and develop some forces. In the words of the blacksmith, this is called the behind-the-scenes vest flow, wearing a vest, shocking the fairy world, shocking, and doing all kinds of things. To be honest, what level is Ningzheng himself? He knows it well. He doesn't have any background that can shock the well-informed fairy world bosses. But he has the scroll left by the painter. The painter's skills are really amazing, and have shocked a true immortal. In the future, I will carry this painting and pretend to be powerful everywhere to let them see my strength. My background is very mysterious and ancient, so they will not question it. Not bad. Ningzheng looked at the blacksmith's posting on the forum, all kinds of dirty tricks, and felt that he had been taught a lesson. This post is good, pretend to be the ancient Tianzuan revived. This post is also good, in the fairy world, spread the golden elixir, everyone knows that I paint Tianzuan, and make a fuss. Ningzheng looked at the post, and kept absorbing the knowledge in it. He felt that in terms of the degree of insidiousness, these animals were still powerful. However, at noon the next day, a piece of news that stunned Ningzheng came. Yi Di was quickly rushed back to the fairy world by the swift and resolute Mo Mei Xian, and was directly captured. Originally, this was nothing. The minor Yi Di was captured without knowing it, which was also a part of the escape. But what Ningzheng never expected was that through the perspective of Yi Di, he discovered a huge secret. This guy, did he go to be a beast master himself? He got a substitute outside, and pretended in front of the blacksmiths that he was not a beast master, and was still a free man? He was confused by this coquettish operation. You are worthy of it. After the blacksmith show off, it's your turn to show off, Yi Di. Chapter 896. Only Ningzheng knew the inside story of the Night Emperor's exchange. In the eyes of everyone, the Night Emperor had escaped, showing the great integrity that blacksmiths should have. The man of destiny faked his death to escape and never be a slave. Even this Night Emperor, who gained freedom, and played tricks on the true immortal personally traveled through the world, and returned to the sword-forging villa. The boss is back. The boss successfully faked his death. So cool. Everyone gathered around to see their idol. Now there are hundreds of new players in the public beta every day, and they have also started to form an Ember Adventure team, but the time is too short to take off. They are very curious and admire this legendary Ember Emperor who hangs up. Be quiet for a moment, I say a few words. Yi Di raised his hands high, signaling everyone to stop making noise, and then stood on a high place and said, Hello everyone. I have already escaped. Yes, my dignity, how can I do that? Yi Di looked at everyone and said seriously, I would rather change my appearance and become a miner and continue to mine, and I would not choose this so-called shortcut. Rich woman, I'm not hungry. Everyone couldn't help but cheer loudly, and thousands of voices came like a tidal wave. Good. So cool. This is the classic immortal cultivator in my eyes. Yes, those idiots ruined the traditional immortal cultivation atmosphere of Gyoujo right from the start, cheating and deceiving everywhere. Immortal cultivators should fight all the way, and rise all the way. You are worthy of being a big boss, with such a sighing look and melancholy temperament, completely different from those idiots. Yi smiled gently. Of course, I came back to prove my identity, and show that I am myself. The fake Yi has been captured and used as a beast master now. If I don't put on this dress and come back, how can people know that my earthly ties have been severed and the sea of gold has dried up? A blacksmith next to him interviewed with admiration. The Night Emperor came back and successfully proved his innocence. What are your plans next? The Night Emperor looked solemn, his eyes full of determination and uprightness. I don't know where I will go to earn resources from the fairy world next, so I am still preparing to go mining. I will change my appearance and go mining. Even if it takes 1,000 or 10,000 years to save enough resources, I am not afraid. Some newbies, who just came in, were moved by his upright character. This is so cool. I hope my Ember Baby adventure team will be as upright as him, not like those sand sculptures who are heartless, laughing and joking, moving bricks and eating dirt all day, and looking for parents everywhere. The atmosphere was very warm for a while. Gradually, someone in the crowd came over to ask for autographs. Yi also showed a friendly scene. Don't worry, autographs? Everyone has a share. I set up a table, don't worry. After a while, the signing event in the square of the villa was officially launched. There was a long queue. It was lively, and everyone was very happy. Even the owner of the wedding dress town happily queued up again. Please sign this diary for me. Yi looked at the cover of the diary, the observation diary of the pseudo-man blacksmith. What kind of performance art is this? He thought about it, and signed his name on the cover. Thank you. The owner of the wedding dress town happily ran to the corner to write a diary, and drew an arrow on the cover. This is the autograph of the pseudo-man Yi. The owner of the wedding dress town planned to post the screenshot of the cover on the forum tonight, and add it to the pseudo-man villa first test newbie guide to provide new information for the new native tomb robbers and dungeons in the future, so as not to be discovered. And in the distance, this Night Emperor is mysterious. Jiosai Rong vaguely felt something was wrong, looked at Yi Guangxiu next to him, and muttered, Do you feel something is wrong? I feel something is wrong, but I can't tell where it is. Yi Guangxiu secretly peeked at the lively square. Isn't this you? Jiosai Rong rolled his eyes. Yi Guangxiu secretly said, It's me thousands of years later, how can it be the same? What he thinks, what he has developed into, whether he has changed his sex secretly, I don't know. Both of them felt something was wrong, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. Could it be that after the Night Emperor escaped, he just came back to show off? And then really continued to mine honestly, as he said? Go to Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou as a worker, and continue to move bricks on the construction site? Of course. They are good at judging others by their own standards, and they speculate maliciously. Could it be that the Night Emperor has exchanged identities? The Night Emperor himself has become a pet, and this one who came here is a fake one? Is he here to prove his innocence? Some things, the more you cover them up, the more problematic they are. But it doesn't seem right. According to the confidentiality mechanism of Zhujian Villa, how could a fake painted Night Emperor be allowed in? What if the fake Night Emperor betrays? Then, it can be basically confirmed that the one who is talking in Zhujian Villa is the real Night Emperor. He was not captured by the true immortal boss to be a beast master? The two Sherlock Holmes called the famous detective Yan Shuangying next to them, and squatted in the corner to discuss. I can't see it either. Yan Shuangying was also a little confused. And in the distance, the Night Emperor who was at the book signing event looked at those guys who were secretly sly, and smiled slightly in his heart. They are too young, and they can't guess how I did it. His original body had indeed been captured by immortal Mo, and now, he was preparing for a beast taming contract, so it was impossible for him to be here. Then how did he get here now? It's very simple. He covered his face, and copied himself into a beast tamer. But he found that after copying, he only had 50% of his power, and he was a beast tamer with defects. He couldn't even tame the beast. His 50% power was only 50% of the contract terms. How could he tame the beast without half of the contract? After trying to tame the beast many times without success, this real Night Emperor had a bold idea to make a friendship contract with the fake Night Emperor. The result? Because the origin was connected, the difficulty was greatly reduced, And it was successful, so he discovered a new world. I, the incomplete Beastmaster after I copied my face, can only control myself? I am now controlling my Beastmaster Yi to come here and prove my alibi. They can't doubt me anymore. After all, those stupid players are too clever. He sighed in his heart. It was quite interesting to compete with them. And he glanced at Yi Guangxiu, who was muttering beside him. I control myself, and I actually have strange reactions. Find a way to kill a few Yi Guangxiu and hang them on the street lamps. Bring them back to awaken, become Beastmasters, and then secretly sign a contract. Isn't it wonderful? Yi Guangxiu in the distance was still chatting with Jiao Cairong. He didn't know that someone had already set his sights on him when the disaster was about to happen. I have to find a way to get a few Yi Guangxiu to use. Yi Di felt that he had to make some good friends. After I, Yi Di, ascended to the fairyland, I had a great goal, to change my job to a mutated Taoist priest. Beast control and corpse training. The two major systems were merged, but the beast tamer I was practicing was myself. Chapter 897. On the other side. The main peak of the demonic holy sect. There are black plum trees everywhere here, and the black plum blossoms are blooming all over the mountains, giving people a magical feeling of ink and wash style, which is very stunning and beautiful. The black plum trees here are one of the core monopoly beasts of this sect, the black plum. This wood-based beast is very beautiful, and is mostly loved by women. Because of the long-term contract signed with the black plum family, they live together day and night, and their gender is affected, so there are basically more women here, and the difference between the number of women and men is as high as 9 to 1. It even gradually becomes wood, and has characteristics similar to wood elves. At the beginning, this place was called the Black Plum Holy Sect, all of which were beauties, and they often recruited male disciples, but in fact they recruited people to marry into the family. So as time went by, the sweethearts of some women married into the Black Plum Holy Sect, which was disliked by a group of women, so they spread rumors everywhere that the Black Plum Holy Sect was a group of vixens who specialized in seducing men and were not good things. As time went by, people gradually said that the demonic saint sect was a group of shameless vixens who only knew how to seduce men. I can only say that some enemies can't beat you, so they will disgust you, spread the stigma, vilify you, and make others afraid to enter your sect. Friends also have something to say about this, and they are very angry. They were vilified by their enemies as the beast-taming civilization, so that they can't make friends everywhere in one of the 13 regions. After all, those friends have to have face. I am your friend, and others treat me as your beast. The whole fairy world points fingers and mocks. How can this work? The above is the historical background of our Mame sect. We are innocent. Immortal Mame led Yeti and others to the main peak, and continued to introduce in a friendly manner. Public opinion war is a common tactic used by some conspirators in our fairy world. We are good people in the Mame Saint sect. Our system is also innocent. It is a friend system. The outside world has to slander us as a beast control system, a slave owner system. It is simply rotten to the point of pus. You should not believe these. Of course, I don't believe these rumors. Yeti said, I only believe what I saw with my own eyes. Your friend system is indeed good for friends. This sentence is the truth. If the beast control system belongs to the type of exploitation and oppression of beast control, it will never reach this height. Whenever the beast control helps you fight, you slack off, cheat, and disobey orders. That will cause a big problem. So, the goal of the beast control master is to communicate with each other. They are really willing to spend money to raise beasts, and spend money on various things. After all, if you let you practice madly, they can feedback your cultivation and take off without lying down. But in essence, the employees are still working overtime like crazy, and the boss will get a luxury car next month. But Yi Di also complained in his heart, this system is really strong. Speaking of which, the fairy world looks bright and beautiful, but it is indeed a competition of whose heart is dirtier behind the scenes. This public opinion war, hiring a group of water army to slander you is much more professional than the Jojo water army raised by our Yusho villa. At this time, Yi Di's stand-in went to Jojo, and his original body was indeed captured in the demon charm saint sect. Mo Meijinqian has a strong ability to act. Picked up the treasure lotus lantern, and went to the destiny world as soon as possible. After learning that Yi Di was mining, he immediately asked the great elder Mo Meifeng to guard the destiny world, and then went to the mining area himself. After all, the longer the delay, the greater the variables. However, even with such a fast action, Mo Meijinqian only took away Yi Di and Zhang Wu Di, who were digging honestly and looked puzzled. But Jian Xian had strange magical powers and escaped directly. Mo Mei Zhenxian took Yi Di up the mountain, thinking back to Jian Xian's disappearing back, and said, "That guy, who actually has no entity, is called the Emperor of the Heart." He directly abandoned his physical body and jumped in the tip of the miner's heart one by one and left directly. It is obviously a single system with pure Yin attributes, but with such great power, he only cultivates one way and does not cultivate side doors. It seems to be a way. She has seen many strange systems that ascended in the fairy world, but it is rare to see such a strange one. Forget it, if you can't catch it, you can't catch it. Mo Mei Zhenxian took two people away and entered the main peak. Yi Di was obviously well prepared, not his fool. At this time, the movie Emperor possessed him. "Sir, you introduced the background of the mountain gate and invited us to join the sect. We are very grateful. But you are a real immortal, a powerful person in the immortal world. Why did you capture us, a few small miners who just ascended? We didn't offend you, did we?" Mo Mei Zhenxian was polite and poured tea for them, saying, "Do you know the true origin of your system?" "What do you mean?" Yi Di frowned. "Have you been to our Tianning world? The Taoist system of Tianning world has only recently exploded, and only 3 of us have ascended. The immortal world cannot know about the things of Tianning world." Mo Mei Zhenxian smiled, showing a meaningful look, and took out a treasure lotus lantern. "Look at what this is." "This." Yi Di was shocked, and actually felt a familiar breath of origin on it. The honest Emperor Zongwu acted out his true colors, showing an expression of disbelief. "What is this? How can it have the breath of the Golden God? Could it be some kind of treasure from the fairy world? This is a very distant history. Your origin is very mysterious, and you have many enemies. I am helping you and protecting you. Otherwise, if you continue to mine, something bad may happen." Mo Mei Zhenxian was ready to control the other party like the night god feast. But to deal with smart people, she has to change her way. For example, now. This is the rough embryo of a fairy weapon left by a certain fairy lord. Mo Mei Zhenxian said meaningfully, "You younger generations are just the descendants of that person. I am here to help you." In an instant, Emperor Zongwu's mind entered a crazy thinking mode. The Taoist system has a mysterious origin and has developed rapidly and powerfully. At first glance, it does not feel like a rootless duckweed system, growing too fast. It seems to have roots. In an instant, Emperor Zongwu imagined a big drama in his mind. For example, a big immortal was in trouble, and then the system was lost in their world, and then the Taoist system was developed. Then this real immortal was related to that immortal, and had been looking for the descendants of their system, and finally found them. Suddenly, a wonderful series of ups and downs appeared in his mind. After all, the expression and look of immortal Mo Mei were suggesting that they should think in this direction. Yi Di said in a deep voice, "You mean, we are the bloodline left by that person? When I got the golden magic, it was indeed an opportunity one picked up. Something fell from the sky and stayed. Your system has existed in the fairy world since the beginning. The origin is very ancient and mysterious." Immortal Mo Mei continued to speak. "Really?" Yi Di said. "Well, so, don't expose yourself easily, otherwise something bad will happen." Mo Mei Zhenxian deceived. "Hide here with me, I will protect you." He deceived his son and his father. Mo Mei Zhenxian has always been a proud demon cultivator, and he felt a little guilty. He felt that he was too bad. "May I ask, what is the name of that immortal?" Yi Di suddenly said. "You will understand when you should understand. Now you know, but it is just adding trouble." Mo Mei Zhenxian felt that he was getting worse and worse. But Yi Di took this Balian lantern, pondered for a while, nodded and said, "This is ironclad evidence, it can't be faked. This magic lamp is simply the symbol of our clan." Obviously, Mo Mei Zhenxian can be called an actor, and Yi Di's acting skills are also superb. This is the last link of the chain layout. It's the same sentence. Actively offer yourself up to be adopted as a mother, a cheap adopted son. The suspicious other party may suspect that you are a lubu among men, who recognizes everyone as his father, and will not cherish you. But the other person's smart adopted mother uses a clever trick to actively deceive and accept the silly adopted son. When she is proud of it, she will love him. Occupy the high ground in terms of IQ. The other party will feel happy and spend money. And even feel guilty. No matter what, Yi Di cooperated very well in the future, and both sides were happy and shook hands. Both sides had their own ulterior motives, and they were willing to promote this marriage. Naturally, they soon entered a period of deep love. Seeing this scene settled and the relationship confirmed, Yi Di suddenly remembered a joke that was circulated in his previous life. A poor father matchmaking for his son. Ask the world's richest man if he wants a vice president of the World Bank as a son-in-law? The other party said yes. Then he asked the president of the World Bank if he wanted the son-in-law of the world's richest man to be the vice president. The other party said yes. This marriage was made. The son married the daughter of the richest man and became the vice president of the bank. Isn't it the same now? Both parties want to deceive, cheat, and fool each other to promote this marriage? How can this thing not be successful? It's all about interests. Chapter 898. But then, Yi spoke out a truth. In fact, my own magical power is not from the profession of a Taoist priest, nor is it the so-called magical power of auspicious beasts. In the surprise of Imo Meizhenqian, Yi explained a past event. He said that he picked up two magical powers at that time. One is the magical power that can copy other people's magical powers, and the other is the Golden God. So, he practiced the magical power of copying, and then copied the Golden God. In other words, you, the ancestor of the auspicious beast, are not an auspicious beast yourself? Imo Meizhenqian fell into deep thought. Your magical power seems to have great potential, ever-changing, and very good. However, if your system is of Yin attribute, it would be a bit troublesome. But it's just a little trouble. My Yin attribute beast control is not strong, and I can also cancel the friend contract. But if I recultivate, I will enter a weak period. For Imo Meizhenqian, the Yin attribute beast control of the contract can be eliminated and replaced by Yi. The strategic significance of this cover is good. But the main goal now is to find a lucky beast. Do you have any lucky beast recommendations? Asked Imo Meizhenqian. My wife is good, Yi said. Yi Tianai, childhood sweetheart, was secretly given the golden mud by him to practice. But later, a higher-level golden god appeared. He spent thousands of years, and a lot of luck to turn stones into gold and enlighten the golden mud in Yi Tianai's body. He was very lucky to mutate into a golden god. It can be said that it cost a huge price. After all, his son was unreliable, but his wife was a good helper who constantly helped him manage the dynasty. She was kind and smart. And he himself is not a golden god, so someone must carry the magical power of the Taoist system. So he chose his wife, and he had to raise her no matter how much it cost. My wife Yi Tianai is a golden god, and she is also talented. When she grew up in the era, she was also a genius in the sect. It is okay to contract her. At the same time, she is very malleable. She is still in the stage of becoming an immortal. She has already survived 3 disasters and 2 calamities. She can still be excavated and then become an immortal again. Yi Tianai? Imo Meizhenqian looked at the woman who walked out of the space treasure, nodded and smiled. This sister has good qualifications. You can find a way to spend some resources to help her survive a few more calamities. However, with the Yin attribute and the life attribute, if this couple removes 2 beasts at once. If you cut off your arms, the weak period will be too long. Once the enemy finds out, the sect is likely to get into trouble. Happy troubles. Imo Meizhenqian sighed lightly. As for the Emperor Zhongwu, both of them were a little bit tired, and she was too lazy to see the third one, no matter how strong or weak he was. Let's keep him in the sect first. With a big family and a big business, it's not like they can't afford to support a human immortal. In the next few days, Immortal Imo Mei, as the host, took everyone to adapt to the environment of the big sect, and explained the various details and high-end information of the immortal world. Even took them to meet some high-level people, and get to know each other. But the magical powers of Emperor Yi and others were hidden, and even the people in the sect were not convenient to tell them. So far, several people have officially taken root in the immortal world and have their own sect faction. Moreover, with the approachable attitude of this immortal, he personally served as a teacher and a trainer, nurturing the growth of several friend babies. Yi was also amazed and heard the distinction between the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. Yi could not help but ask, our friend's system is a flawed system, one step away from perfection. Why not cultivate it to be completely perfect? Imo Meizhenqian patiently explained, it is not perfect that is good. Perfection symbolizes the limit, symbolizing that our beast control system cannot be popularized. Imperfection is universal. We can also rank in the top 3 among the 13 giant systems in the fairy world. Even our imperfect beast control system is stronger than most perfect systems, because we ourselves are one step away. So what if we are imperfect? We can find perfect beast control. I cultivate 10 beasts, and theoretically, all my 10 beasts can complete the 3-7 tribulations. Am I not better than you? Theoretically, the beast control system is one of the systems with the highest upper limit in the entire fairy world. Perhaps, This is also one of the reasons why the beast control system is flawed, because it is too perfect and too strong, so it is just one step away. It leaves a weakness, the body is weak. Otherwise, if he could go through the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations, and the 10 beasts under his command could also go through the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations, what would happen? So, our friend's system never needs to be changed, and our civilization will never be jealous of other people's systems. Mo Meijinqian said this with a hint of pride. This is the arrogance rooted deep in the race. They are proud of their own civilization system, and will not envy those 3 disasters and 7 tribulation systems that seem stronger. So that's it. Yi showed a look of realization, the pride and confidence of a powerful race. Theoretically, this friend's imperfect system has a higher potential limit than Jojo's perfect system, but it's just a theory. How many people in the world can completely break through that last threshold and get you a contract? And his strength is so strong that it can make people cry. Seeing Yi's thoughtful expression, Mo Meijinqian seemed to see through his mind. It is said that the real giant in our Wanshou domain, Wanshou Xinzuan, seems to have a monster under his command that has perfected the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. He cultivated it himself. It's really amazing. Speaking of this, Mo Meijinqian showed a yearning look. This is the ultimate masterpiece that any breeder dreams of cultivating. Find a friend baby with extremely strong qualifications, and then train him personally to cultivate him to the perfection of the 3-7 tribulations. This is the dream of many people. But the probability of encountering such a beast master with supernatural qualifications is much lower than buying a lottery ticket. Don't worry, Yi said. Our group of friends will also stand at that high place and become immortals one day. Yeah. Mo Meijinqian nodded. Yi couldn't help asking again. Theoretically, every beast can complete the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. So what is the difference between yin, yang, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? Every one of my subordinates is an almighty beast, and there is no need to distinguish between attributes. Yi asked curiously. Mo Meijinqian showed a hint of surprise. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? In any system, there is a main cultivation, and the others are auxiliary cultivation. For example, you Taoists cultivate the main life, and then the remaining soul and flesh. Even if you cultivate at the same time, the 3 systems are 1 main and 2 auxiliary. In a living body, there is always a distinction between the main and the secondary, and the Taoists cultivate the life as the main cultivation, and the others are auxiliary cultivation, naturally the auspicious beast. Yi pondered for a while, and suddenly thought of a question. Can't we practice together in a balanced way? Impossible. Mo Meijinqian said. Practicing must be fast and slow, with priorities, and the attributes in the body are high and low. Yi couldn't help but say, if the 10 attributes in the body are circulated, wouldn't all the attributes be balanced? There will be no priorities. Cycle the attributes? Mo Meijinqian was stunned. What a fantasy. She paused, showing a thoughtful look. It seems to be feasible in theory. If the attributes are cycled, then there will be no priority. The cycle will be continuous and endless. It's like a bucket of water. After the cycle, the water level in each place is flat, and no longer high or low. This cycle system should be very difficult to kill, because the cycle means endless life, and it can go back and forth through thousands of disasters. Not only is the vitality strong, but the lifespan is countless times longer than that of the cultivators of the same level. And if it is cyclical, the 10 attributes can be divided like this: yin and yang cycle, 5-element cycle, life body soul 3 cycles. Mo Meijinqian thought about it, and felt that this system theory was feasible, but the difficulty was too high. The history of the fairy world is so long, and it is the center of the civilization of all worlds. Someone must have proposed this system theory. I will go back and check it out when I have time. Mo Meijinqian smiled, and continued to explain other topics. On the contrary, Yi suddenly realized the specialness of Jojo. Jojo's system, attribute cycle, is not divided into priority. Each system has its own characteristics. The characteristic of Jojo is cycle. The attributes of other people are isolated, divided into strong and weak, priority and priority. Even in the beast control system, the beasts fight only by matching their attributes outside the body, which is mutually reinforcing and restraining, and can't even be called a permanent solidified cycle. Jojo, 5 bodies, for organs, each realm is a cycle, elegant, beautiful, and secretly in line with the cycle of heaven. No wonder the immortality is so strong, cutting off the head, hands and feet. The immortals in the fairy world don't dare to be so exaggerated. For them, casually cutting off the head is also a fantasy. It turns out that the people of Jojo are really slimy and regenerate immortal monsters with broken limbs. Moreover, they also complete perfection in this balanced way. No wonder the difficulty of cultivation is so high. Painter. Painter, this person is really terrifying. As his knowledge broadened, the Night Emperor thoroughly understood what kind of exaggerated system this person, who was hiding in Jojo and suppressing the realm for so long, had done. This is a perfect extreme civilization that is exerting its strength in the later stage. Chapter 899. At this moment, Yi Di felt that Jojo was so terrifying. Other people's 3 disasters and 7 calamities were originally isolated, so they had main attributes, and naturally divided into wood-type strongmen and water-type strongmen. Sure enough, when I arrived in the big world and made a comparison, I found the difference between Jojo. What are you thinking about? Mo Meijinqian smiled, and she was sensitive enough to notice the abnormality of the other party. Yi Di was silent, and he also had a cycle in his nature. Yin-Yang cycle. He was a native of Jojo. But the Taoist priests in the world of destiny did not have their own cycles, and they were all single attribute. Recently, they tried to research multiple attributes. Take other people's metal embers, life boxes, refine golden elixirs, and add a second attribute to yourself, and there have been results, but that's all. Yi Di thought to himself. The Taoist priest of destiny is not afraid of being exposed, but I am essentially a native of Jojo, and I have a cycle in my body. If I sign a contract in the future and find out that I have a cycle, it's hard to say. He thought, should I reveal it in advance? You seem to be hesitant to speak. Mo Meijinqian smiled slightly, without asking any more questions, and said gently, if you are uneasy, come and play a game of chess with me. This is the popular chess in our 10,000 Beasts domain, called 10,000 Beasts Chess. Soon, a chessboard was placed on the table, and the two sat down in the Mo forest. Mo Meijinqian briefly explained the rules of chess and started playing chess. The rules of chess are complicated, much more complicated than Go. Mortals need a long time to learn mental arithmetic, not to mention playing chess. After playing several games, Yi Di gradually calmed down and made a decision. Immortal Mome smiled and looked at the other party. Yi Di put down the chess piece and suddenly said, I do have something to say. There is a cycle in my body. Cycle? If it were other immortals, they would be extremely shocked, but Immortal Mome's expression was extremely calm. I guessed it. Immortal Mome said lightly, I introduced you to each system. After you asked about the cycle, you were uneasy. I think it must be related to this matter. At her level, observing words and expressions is just a simple matter. But Yi Di obviously didn't want to hide it from him. He should know that he couldn't hide it, so he looked like he was about to say something but stopped. I want to check your body. Is there any problem? Immortal Mome asked. I want to see what this unique attribute that has never appeared in the fairy world is. Of course. Yi Di also said openly. Immortal Mome stretched out her hand and pressed on the other party's body, sensing the various elements in the other party's body. She found. The other party did have a cycle. Yin and Yang circulate. It forms a logical loop, a circle, very special. And the other party's cycle is very interesting. It should be the beginning of the practice, and the cycle has begun. From organs, hair, limbs. Every time is a cycle, only then can the cycle be expanded step by step and progress to the final goal. Yin and Yang attribute cycle. This system is linked together, one cycle after another, and the body is like a vortex of various sizes, which is simply an extremely exquisite work of art. Is this the legacy you got from that person? Mo Meijinqian said lightly. Yi Di nodded and said, yes. It's a pity that there is only the yin-yang cycle, but the 5 elements should also work. Mo Meijinqian sighed. You only got the yin-yang technique, not the 5 elements cycle technique. Yi Di didn't only get the yin-yang technique, but at his level, he was qualified to cultivate the yin-yang cycle to become an immortal. Because it's too difficult. Even in Jojo, it's extremely difficult to cultivate the 5 elements immortal spiritual roots. When ordinary people open the 3 flowers, they will explode if they get a yin-yang immortal spiritual root. 5 elements? Before Jojo, there were no 5 elements immortal spiritual roots. Only Phoenix and Gue Wang dared to get 5 elements spiritual roots. Humans, plant 5 spiritual roots at once? Can't bear it. Even the dragon cubs who are known for their strongest physique, when they open the 3 flowers, they will explode if they forcibly implant the 5 elements spiritual roots. 5 elements are too difficult. Only Gue Wang can complete it. Even Ning Zheng secretly cheated to get an extra 5 elements spiritual root cycle. And it's the kind of external cycle with side effects. Then, he secretly went to Xian's body and with luck, he completely integrated the 5-element cycle into his body, and then formed 7 colors. Even he had such a hard time, let alone others. Even if Xi and Shichen later completed the entry-level magical power of the 5-element spiritual roots, it was still difficult to get started. And for ordinary people, yin yang and 5 elements, they can only choose one cycle to get started, and it is difficult to have 7 colors. In the entire Jiuzhou, that is, Xi and Shichen, Jiao Zai, Feng Wang Yi, Jiu Tu Long Di. For Gui kings, after their death, they had unique means to create 7-color spiritual roots. As strong as Baihu and Xuanwu, they did not create 7-color spiritual roots. And he, Yi Di, only left yin-yang spiritual roots back then. Unless he died again and completed his foundation again, he could implant the second cycle, 5 elements. But the problem now is, the probability of becoming a ghost king and being able to live a second life is too low. Even if it succeeds, it is unknown whether the foundation before becoming an immortal can be completed after becoming an immortal. To sum up, 1 heart realm. 7-color spiritual roots can create a 7-orifice exquisite heart, and a heart contains 7 major attributes. This step requires 7-color spiritual roots. In the entire history of Jiuzhou, only Xi and Shichen and a few others have succeeded. Transformation realm. Survive the 3 disasters and 7 calamities, and complete the cycle of calamity. Xi and Shichen and others will fall at this step. Their 3 7 calamities did not go to perfection, only part of the cycle. Yi decided in his heart, this system does not seem to be for people to practice. Immortal Momei checked Yi Di's body, as if she had seen the most perfect work of art, and kept exclaiming, your body should have a strong ability to recover, right? Yi Di probably knew the details in his heart, so he explained, my body is indeed circulating everywhere, yin and yang are circulating, blood and flesh, and internal organs are also circulating, and my immortality is indeed strong. After that, he performed a unique skill, picking the skull with bare hands. A head of Yi Di was taken off, and held on his chest. Immortal Momei was stunned, and the whole person was like thunder, and his brain exploded. The protagonists of those horror stories have entered reality. Looking at Immortal Momei's shock, Yi Di was speechless in his heart. This immortal is really a small fish. When we first went to Jujin Mountain Villa, the old steward also showed us the first realm of cultivation, picking the skull with bare hands. We were not as shocked as she was. Are all the immortals in the world of cultivation like this? He made a fuss just because he had his head removed. Next, Yi Di performed a series of heartbreaking performances, breaking his hands and feet, and also demonstrated a calming skill for going into a tomb. He took off his head, opened his skull, and poked a nerve of fear with his finger, and he immediately calmed down. This is a skill that calms people down. He kindly introduced. But when Momei Zhenqian saw this scene, she became even less calm, and said awkwardly, it's worthy of being the inheritance of the immortal venerable. It's so powerful. Momei Zhenqian felt in her heart that this ancient immortal venerable might be an evil demon. No wonder he was beaten to death. I think this kind of skill is also rare in the world. She praised. No, we can take off our heads in the first realm, and many people in Jiuzhou can do it, because the immortality of the head is very versatile, and everyone uses the head to bite the fishhook to fish. After a heart-to-heart discussion, this Momei Zhenqian suddenly realized. She originally thought that the mysterious ancient immortal fell, probably because of the huge benefits brought by turning stone into gold. Because turning stone into gold is too magical, too incredible. Medicine stone golden pill, take a golden pill, directly become the protagonist, destined to become an immortal. Too outrageous. But now Momei Zhenqian found that she was wrong, very wrong. The auspicious beast was just a foundation used by the immortal to suppress the forces, and this cycle method may be the real reason for his demise. However, this perfect Sanchi tribulation system seems to have typical characteristics, extremely difficult to practice. It cannot be popularized at all. It has to look for successors everywhere, and there is no successor in a world. Therefore, Immortal Momei did not take it seriously. After all, the other party also had an incomplete method in his hand. At this time, Immortal Momei took out the scroll again and looked at the texture of the characters on it, which was as fine as cells and meridians. So that's it. This painting has the theme of eternity from the beginning. Now that she knew the circulation system opened up by the painting Heavenly Venerable, she looked at the eternal scroll again, and she suddenly had a completely different feeling. Immortals cultivate the evolution of magical powers, the realm of law and the rhyme of Tao. And the rhyme of Tao of this immortal venerable is very amazing. She felt a strong spirit, the vast and majestic rhyme of Tao, and personal will in it. She seemed to see the figure before. picking up the pen to draw an eternal poem. At this moment, she seemed to feel that the wind in the scroll was blowing water, water was nourishing wood, wood was piercing the soil, soil was wrapping gold and stone, rainstorms, thunder, thick earth. Everything was circulating in it. His paintings were vivid, and their essence was also circulating. She was so blessed that she suddenly murmured, as if she felt the extremely strong emotions and sorrows in it. He built the rotation of heaven and earth, painted the waxing and waning of the moon, and cast an eternal scroll, just to keep the immortal face of the world. Mo Mei Jinshian was shocked and said to Yi, "This painting, you take it for enlightenment, it is a huge immortal fate, you practice cycle, the ancestor of this cycle is good at painting, it uses cycle to paint, and it will be of great help to your immortal path in the future." Mo Mei Jinshian showed a trace of longing. "This one, I feel the vicissitudes and despair of the ancient times in him, as if he has flowed through endless mythological years behind him, but still hopes to be immortal and keep the moment of beauty." She raised the golden and dazzling treasure lotus lamp cast by the golden god, and it shone brightly for a while, like the rising sun, illuminating all the dirty earth, like the rising moon, washing out a crystal clear sky. The golden glowing Balian lantern slowly spoke. His cycle is for the eternal painting. Cycle is a system that gathers the essence of his painting, and it is to make all the beauty of the world never fade away. Hua Tianzuan has a great dream as golden as gold. Chapter 900. Sword Casting Villa. Crash. The screen in the spectator's perspective closed. Ning Zheng looked at Yi and Lu Dangrong, who began to cooperate in fooling Mo Mei Jinshian, and fell into silence. These two sure, are they poisonous? However, this painter is so terrifying. This cycle system of Jiuzhou was really created by him. Cycle is indeed a kind of eternity. Ning Zheng saw it. It fits the painter's artistic temperament very well. For a painter who pursues eternity, the first realm, beheading but not dying, and live for 800 years, is not this person's ultimate pursuit? What he wants is nothing more than eternity. Having said that, it is indeed the best choice to install a camera next to the Jinshian boss. Stay at home and understand the world. Any top circle has information monopoly, and the extraordinary world is even more so. I entered the Jinshian circle, and got a lot of unique information. Helped myself to understand this mysterious fairy world better. In the next few days, Ning Zheng was quite happy with her days in the sword forging villa, occasionally going to the villa to distribute a few village good swords. And look at those players, and turn on the racial tribe mode. After the immortal Jiuzhou preached and ascended, the beginning of the era of the beginning of the world, and the primitive land, was officially sounded. They began to develop their own tribes as ancestors. Of course, they were not allowed to go out, and in the Bone Demon King City, they used communication facilities to command their tribe to build. Help the tribe of the ECC clan to develop. After all, the races they reproduced in the 10,000 feet abyss are all sea people, which can be used to strengthen the dynasty of the EC Bone Demon. A new era is slowly opening. Under the command of Yan Shuangying, the Bone Demon King City has released a large number of ancestral tribes of the new era to reproduce in various parts of the Sea tribe. The Bone Demon King City is the central command center, and the ancestors of the tribes command from a distance. Of course, Ning Zheng himself is not very concerned about the development of population, farming, and construction in the East China Sea region. He has seen how the sword forging villa was built once, and those people are just copying. Although, the forum posts crazily every night, classic of mountains and seas, look at the one-leg beast tribe I synthesized. Cool, right? Which bastard attacked my tribe? I should have stopped posting. No martial ethics. Brothers, alliance post, please form an alliance. Develop together. I have a mine here. And the race is also a kind of seaweed. The race can shed hair every day, and use it to produce seaweed cakes. The Euro tribe is simply too much. It attacks us again, keeps spinning, and performs a two-person show. Please brothers, attack him together. By the way, the Euro race is very interesting. The super drill that never stops breaks through the sky. In recent days, the villa seems to be playing some kind of total tribal war game. In today's new era, there are also magical powers that can accelerate the growth rate and the speed of crazy explosion of troops. Because there are too many tricks to play, everyone is doing the Warcraft way. As a commander, a great mythological historical journey has begun. A group of new blacksmiths were so happy that they didn't even bother to explore the fairyland outside. They were immersed in their own world. However, Ning Zheng didn't plan to let those new blacksmiths produce any results, because the growth rate couldn't be that fast. Instead, Ning Zheng was completely relaxed, drinking tea in the courtyard under the sword casting villa every day, and occasionally watching the live broadcast of the fairy world. According to the blacksmiths, Mo Meijin, as a trainer, has started to train Palu. Of course, they can't see that this is Ning Zheng's exclusive live broadcast channel. The only channel they can see is the training live broadcast of Palu next door, the Lu family of beast control, the pseudo-human deer. Ning Zheng also made a slight comparison. The training level of the Lu family is not as good as that of this true immortal. They have all kinds of small tricks and details, which are not passed on. However, the Lu family's beast control training live broadcast can indeed allow blacksmiths to constantly observe the ecological environment of the fairy world, which is of great significance. After all, in terms of educational ability, no one in the entire fairy world can compare with the beast control lineage. They make a living by training, raising, and educating the new generation, and have long had a mature training system. Even Ning Zheng himself is not idle. He also began to integrate and learn from the shadow-devouring dragon emperor every day, creating a Dharma image army. In more than a month, there are already 10. Come back. At this time, Ning Zheng's shadow crocodile Dharma images turned into shadows, and were collected in his own shadow. He walked out of the yard and looked at the sun in the sky. I feel that my system is not bad. My clones are half as strong as me. As long as I am strong enough, one of my clones can be as powerful as one Beastmaster. But he is also a bottomless pit of resources like the Beastmaster system. It costs too much money. Other Beastmasters have magic weapons, so why don't I have them? It is definitely not enough to have a naked avatar of your own Dharma image. You also need to equip it with some magic weapons. Moreover, the generation of Dharma images costs a huge amount of resources. Because Ning Zheng's basic values are too exaggerated, the energy required to generate a Dharma image is more than 10 times higher than that of a self-transformation realm. Ning Zheng can make 10 of them, which means that Zhujian Villa has made a lot of money recently. The ancestral tribes are making money and paying tribute. The Bone Demon King City is collecting taxes. Shirong Academy is selling weapons and making money. These 3 livelihoods are enough for Ning Zheng to plunder Jiuzhou crazily, and even one person can drain Jiuzhou. But this is not a solution. You can't keep plucking Jiuzhou, right? Jiuzhou is estimated to become the end of the Law era if it continues like this, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth drying up and resources lacking. This is not what Ning Zheng wants to see. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. Are you still a human being if you plucking your own hometown? If Jiuzhou is exhausted, you won't feel good either. It's time to make money. Ning Zheng's eyes fell on the fairyland. Start earning foreign exchange. Is there any better place to make money in this world than Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou? This is an international metropolis. Everyone wants to go there to make money and work, to make their first pot of gold. Do you think it's a joke? As for the way to make money, Ning Zheng has some rough plans to open a shop and invest in a factory in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Golden elixir. This is a good way. Most people start to cultivate luck after becoming immortals. I'm making a golden elixir containing luck, which is definitely feasible as a cultivation elixir. Although there are similar products in the fairyland to assist in cultivating luck, they are not as direct as my own golden elixir. Turning stone into gold, directly turning out a luck storage metal, it's too powerful. Moreover, my identity as Hua Tianzuan surprised Mo Meijin so much that Ning Zheng felt that the gold content of her vest was increasing, and it was very promising. Wearing this vest to travel in the fairyland, at least, I won't be exposed in front of those knowledgeable big guys. How to sell this golden elixir? Ning Zheng thinks that this still needs to be carefully planned. In addition, this golden elixir needs to explode in a big way, and the world of destiny needs to study it again before it can be sold. Wait a little longer. Chapter 901. 1 week later. Destiny World. After the crazy investment of angel investors, all kinds of knowledge and resources were thrown at it. And the resources given were extraordinary. These resources were local specialties of each world, which were hard to find in the outside world. Only the central trading world like the fairy world could get the channels. The emergence of various new alchemy resources made the alchemists of the Destiny dynasty almost faint with joy. With the blessing of luck, hundreds of years later, the system of golden elixir was completely completed and entered a new era. They developed various new elixirs. And they really developed the first version of the immortal golden elixir. After taking one, you can become the protagonist with huge luck, and you will be smooth sailing from then on, enough for one person to become an immortal. After getting the information, Ning Zheng personally tested the results of this golden elixir in the clinic. How is the situation? Ning Zheng asked. The effect is very good. The fairy doctor continued to use instruments to test, and assist the 9 chapters of the intelligent brain to analyze. The immortal elixir can indeed make people immortal, but there are a few side effects. Ningjung asked, what side effects? If a pure mortal eats it, he may be poisoned by heavy metals, and his intestines will be ruptured. The fairy ant next to him said seriously, we people in Jojo must at least be in the 4 internal organs realm, and the internal organs are constantly circulating, so we are not afraid of stomach ulcers. What if it is someone from other systems? Ningjung said. It should be about the level of my realm? The fairy ant said, after all, our immortality can withstand the low realm. Ningjung was speechless for a moment. This thing is a bit useless. If mortals can't eat it when they get started, then they can't sell it to the stupid sons of the stupid wealthy families in the fairy world. Andy Cien said quickly, however, we will improve it. The blacksmiths next door have already perfected other basic golden pills. After eating it, you will feel your luck improve and full of blessings. She took out a few golden pills, shining brightly, blinding other people's eyes. Even at night, it feels like a little sun, releasing golden light. At night, it can even be used as a lamp, which is delicious and easy to use. It looks good. Ningjung took a few golden pills of different styles, and used the eye of appraisal to check the effect of each one. A round golden pill. Xiaohuan Jin Dan. Increase the luck of ordinary people by 60 years. A golden baby fruit. Xiao Chao Huan Dan. Increase the luck of 1,000 years. The effect is quite simple. But this is a good thing. I am most afraid of them being fancy and messy. When practicing elixir, simplicity symbolizes practicality. How is the output? Ningjung asked. The blacksmiths next door passed the elixir recipe to us. Our villa is already refining elixir, and the output is increasing. After that, Aunt Xian took Ningjung to the elixir refining site to observe. But they did not go to the elixir refining room. The elixir refining room is for synthesizing beasts, and has never been a place for refining elixir. What era is it? Refining elixir is still in the elixir refining room? Refining elixir, of course, is done in the blacksmith shop. This heavy metal elixir, no one really thinks that it can be melted by the elixir furnace, right? This of course requires forging iron, swing the iron hammer, smelting the underworld mercury, in gold, secret silver. Only by hammering one hammer after another can the Taoist golden elixir with a rich metallic luster appear. Arriving at the blacksmith shop, Ningjung heard the sound of forging iron, and a wave of hot air was steaming from the door. Now, the chief alchemist of the villa, Dao Jiujio, was waving a big hammer enthusiastically, while directing, where are the raw materials? They are all here. They just turn stones into gold and absorb luck. Dao Jiujio, is the proportion appropriate? There must be no problem. The underworld mercury is 3 parts of auspiciousness, and the yin gold contains 1 part of bad luck. Dao Jiujio nodded, throw it in. Boom. The alchemy materials were thrown into the forge. Dao Jiujio swung the big hammer and continued to forge iron. In addition, there were some new versions of the money boy, who were turned into gold and absorbed luck. Plop! They jumped into the forge one by one. Ha ha ha, a man's maturity often happens in an instant. Let me do it. I form the heavy metal poisoning. Ha ha ha. Ningjung looked at the familiar classic scene and nodded with satisfaction. The materials are solid. You can see the amazing efficacy at a glance, and there is no cutting corners at all. We guarantee the quality, so as not to ruin our reputation. The fairy ant next to her also praised. This is the core of our sword-casting villa. Iron making has always been our main line. From the outside, our villa no longer accepts weapon orders, but in fact we are still iron making. We have come a long way, and our signature weapons have evolved from dog-tail weapons, to painting cards, to coral balls, and now to golden elixirs. The golden elixirs of our blacksmith shop will soon be exported to the fairy world and become the flagship product. She kept introducing the advantages of it. With our enthusiastic iron-making technology, the golden elixir is durable in storage, and can also be used as a hidden weapon to hit people. Eating it is even more blessed. It's just that the potency is too strong. Immortals who don't cultivate their bodies can't eat too much, otherwise they may leave behind poison. It's generally better to eat 1 pill a month. Ningjung listened calmly. Poison? Heavy metal poisoning, right? Except for the immortals in Jojo and the Taoists in the world of destiny, who cultivate metal stones, and can digest them quickly, it's probably a bit difficult for others to resist. After all, there's such a big piece of metal in the stomach. But it doesn't matter. Ningjung looked at the weapon list of the blacksmith shop with great satisfaction. Brand new Taoist golden pills were placed on the weapon rack. Well done. Ningjung praised appropriately. Jukrong next to him also ran over and said with a smile, "Old steward, don't worry, we are in Jujian Villa, we are doing business. We will definitely try our best to manage our first fairyland product. This is just the first version. We will also engrave patterns on the golden elixir in the future, such as unicorn patterns, phoenix patterns, beast patterns, leopard patterns. And we will start to develop various colors and styles, and launch the model of blind box golden elixir." Ning Zheng was thoughtful. Playing blind boxes again, these people know how to operate. Walking around the blacksmith shop and watching their enthusiastic alchemy scene, Ning Zheng praised them and left directly. The product has been thoroughly developed. The only thing left is sales. How to sell it without being caught is a bit worrying. But Ning Zheng's luck is good after all, and he soon found a sales channel. Fairyland. Jian Xian ran away all the way, jumping in the hearts of everyone, and unknowingly, he had crossed several mining areas. As one of the 13 regions, the Xianmai mining region is very large, with hundreds of sub-regions. Even most miners have never seen miners from other regions in their lives. But now, Jian Xian jumped all the way and came to a distant mining area and saw the sword-casting villa. There is actually a sword-casting villa in the immortal realm? Jian Xian was shocked. The branch of our Jiuzhou sword-casting villa has come to the immortal realm, which is really not simple. Before Jian Xian got close, he saw Jiuzai Rong, Dao Jiuzhou, Xian Xiaoyi, and Lin Nini happily mining and building there. At this time, Jian Xian, how did you find the sword-casting villa mining in the mining area? Where did it come from? Ning Zheng looked through Jian Xian's perspective and fell silent. How come someone helped me build the sword-casting villa for mining in the immortal realm that I wanted to build but didn't build at the time? He suddenly had a bold idea. Jian Xian. Why not let him be the supplier, and let this sword-casting villa help me sell golden pills? Chapter 902. Distributors are indeed a good idea. After all, Ning Zheng can't sell it himself, right? Finding an agent in the fairy world is imperative. Who to find is a problem in itself. Until Ning Zheng met this sword-casting villa, he knew that he had found the best agent. Good luck. Ning Zheng thought about it, and then sent a message to Jian Xian to tell him the plan. And Jian Xian himself did not have the idea of resisting after a discussion. First of all, this mysterious existence has done him a favor. Sent him to the world of destiny and helped him to revive, so that he had a series of adventures and became a fairy. The other party is the owner of Shirong Villa. Although he saw the branch of Shirong Villa in the fairy world now, he was not surprised. He even thought it was natural. Isn't it spreading all over the world? I just don't know why this mysterious manor owner asked me to keep it secret and pretend that he didn't know them from Jujian Villa. Maybe it was a factional dispute in Shirong Villa? Jian Xian thought to himself. This is a good thing in itself. I didn't expect that in the past month of mining, the world of destiny has developed golden elixir. I am responsible for transporting the goods and sending them to Jujian Villa to sell, which can also be regarded as helping the development of my hometown. And I can also get a commission. To be honest, during this period of mining, he has roughly figured out some of the general structures of the fairy world, and was originally ready to find a sect to join. After all, it is impossible for people to mine for a lifetime, it is just a transition. But inexplicably, he was attacked by a true immortal, so he fled. Now, directly transporting golden elixir to deliver goods, and earning cultivation resources is also a win-win situation. Thinking of this, Jian Xian could not help but use the flesh and blood of some beasts in the forest in the mining area to condense a body again, ready to go to see Shirong Villa on the top of the mountain. As the Emperor of Heart, he is a pure spiritual life, so he naturally has a cavitation structure similar to embers, and can stuff flesh and blood into the cavitation. Hula! After the flesh and blood regenerated, Jian Xian walked up to the gate of the sword-casting villa, but saw a row of buildings, and a notice board hung at the door. A group of blacksmiths were busy mining and moving bricks. Hey, there is a guest over there. Rabbi Xiaoxin, who was sitting in front of the steward's room, pointed to the door. I guess they are looking for us to marry into their families again. 9-year-old bedwetting complained, our level is not high enough. Only those who become immortals after a disaster can marry into their families. What a pity. The gods and human side in anger, we are all eunuchs, otherwise, how could we be reduced to moving bricks here? I want to eat gigolo rice so much. Rich woman hungry. All the blacksmith players, who were intercepted by the Imperial Mausoleum Adventure Town at that time were thrown into a world. Now more than a month has passed. After being thrown into a certain world by the painter, thousands of years have passed, and they have ascended to become immortals. It's just that the upper limit level is not high, most of them become immortals after a disaster. Moreover, this is because their qualifications have been improved after the awakening of their ghost king, otherwise they would not even have the chance to become immortals. In fact, if he had no adventures and no various resources, he would probably become an immortal with the lowest standard like most blacksmiths. After all, this is normal. How can we find any genius cultivators if we just randomly recruit a few hundred blacksmiths on the other side? The painter was painting, looking at the chattering brick moving, mining and blacksmiths, and kept thinking, the fairy world is expected to have a second population explosion. In recent years, the number of immortals has increased wildly. A turbulent era is coming. More than 10 million years ago, during the human god period, he attacked the immortals who traveled to his world and controlled these immortals to secretly observe the fairy world, and suppressed the system of Jojo, not allowing them to become immortals until they completely evolved into what he wanted. But if he is growing, how can the fairy world not grow? 30,000 years ago, the 13 giants of the fairy world updated the fairy world for the second time. They studied a method of original magical power to slow down the flow of time. The flow of time in the fairy world was slowed to an incredible degree. 100 years passed in the outside world, and only 1 day passed in the fairy world. This is an amazing method. In this way, 1 day in heaven is 100 years in the underworld. The immortals have extended their lifespans in disguise, overlooking the world of heavens below, and the constant changes of the world. Secondly, it can accelerate the birth of immortals. This is a very simple principle. The flow speed of the two worlds was originally equal. For example, if you want an immortal to appear in your destiny world, it will take tens to millions of years to accumulate the immortal fate and let an immortal become an immortal. And now, under the difference in the flow of time. 100 years in the underworld, only 1 day in the immortal world. It is equivalent to a significant increase in the number of people ascending in the immortal world every day. Since this innovation was made 30,000 years ago, the immortal world has ushered in a big explosion. And 20,000 years ago, this technology was stolen by various forces, and other forces also formed an alliance to establish their own small independent heaven and God world. Gradually, this time flow technology has been popularized and made public in most worlds. But making this technology public does not mean that it will be used by others. There are two reasons. First, it costs more resources and requires stealing the origin of other worlds, which is more difficult. Second, most low-level immortals do not want their weak hometown world to become the flow rate of the immortal world. Because it is better for their own world to develop faster, they can also work in Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou, and use the time flow rate of the immortal world to extend their lifespan in disguise. 100 years a day, grazing in their hometown world. Speeding up, receiving batches of miners to help them move bricks. Isn't it beautiful? They can stand on a high place like the immortal world and overlook the rapid changes of the entire world. After the painter obtained this public technology, he transformed the world of Jojo. Therefore, the flow rate of the immortal world and Jojo is equal. The reason is very simple. He hopes to turn Jojo into a second immortal world, a second Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou, and a trade center. If not, how could he be so crazy about building a solid foundation system for cultivation in this world? Conducting various researches? From this point of view, he and Ningzheng, who discovered the fairyland for the first time, thought the same thing, not wanting to go to other people's worlds and look at other people's faces. But in fact, they were not the only ones who thought so. Almost every fairy who went to the fairyland to mine, when he entered the fairyland and looked at this prosperous world, put on miner's clothes, and waved his hoe, the first thought was almost, the fairyland, he can replace it. After lying dormant for thousands of years, the trapped dragon is now ascending to the sky, just to overthrow this fairyland and reach the top of this world. He looked leisurely, standing proudly, revealing a trace of confidence, but the fairyland is also growing, and the time difference brought by the recent time flow has an increasing impact, and countless people have ascended. In the future, there will be an unprecedented world of great contention. The painter kept painting the scroll. Chapter 903. The scroll he was painting at this time showed a statue of the Emperor Josue preaching in Jojo, with an emperor's sword beside him, lifelike, and the Josue inside was already moving. Although my system is difficult, I only need one person to achieve enlightenment. After becoming an immortal, the 7-color magical power will be fully integrated, and the painting skills will be thousands of times better than before. Even a true immortal can paint. First paint a Josue, and then look for a good opportunity to paint those who have reached the limit of the 3 disasters and 7 calamities in the immortal world. Are they rare? The difficulty of practicing is extremely high? A system may only have one generation of successors? What does it have to do with me? I should paint all the heroes in the world, and make a ukiyo-e of the immortal world. His system is also difficult, and there are only two successors, him and Josue. But his painting skills are unique, and only one successor is enough. He can paint tens of millions of people by himself. With a stroke of his pen, he painted tens of millions of eternal faces. The only thing he lacked was the resources. He was too short of money. The energy resources needed for a strong man to paint were astronomical. Moreover, he could not paint too strong at present, because strongmen basically had a self-protection and isolation mechanism to prevent others from stealing and peeping. I need to make money. He sighed, his thoughts turned, and suddenly his eyes fell on Jian Xian, who had just walked in. At this moment, Jian Xian had just walked in, and in the exclamations of the blacksmiths, he found that he met an acquaintance. Acquaintance! An acquaintance is here! A group of blacksmiths shouted. In the blacksmith shop, Jiotsairong cursed, what acquaintance? All our acquaintances are in the blacksmith shop. Jukarong cursed, then strode out. His face froze the moment he saw Jianqin. Sorry, I'm not saying that we're sending your acquaintance to the blacksmith shop. We're not bad people. Jianqin said to the indignant people and gods, I'm here to discuss a big business, to make money with the golden elixir. The painter on the high ground saw the scene of the two sides meeting in the fairy world thousands of years later, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Good fortune is like a wish, and resources will come if you want them. He picked up the pen again and wrote a stroke. Recently, the Immortal Nine Spikes preaching picture will be completely completed. My great fortune makes my wishes come true, and helps me turn this fairy world upside down. In the painter's mind, it is clear that he came when he wanted. This is the manifestation of his great fortune. This is not his delusion and arrogance. He is more humble and pragmatic than anyone else, and understands the advantages of his system and skills better than anyone else. You know, other systems have majors and minors. And his system is omnipotent. For the same level of auspicious beasts, I am 3 times stronger than him. Why? Because of flow, because of circulation. Others are 1/1/1, but he can circulate, flow life, body, soul, concentrate the power of a certain system, and become 0/0/3. The 5 elements can flow all the way through the relationship of mutual generation, promote a certain 5-element attribute, and become 0/0/0/0/5. This is the perfect power he is after becoming an immortal. The power brought by circulation is too mysterious and majestic. When it is necessary to use the magic power of luck, I am also 3 times stronger than ordinary auspicious beasts. The painter frowned slightly. This Jian Xian, I remember he is a miner, and he passed by here by chance. It should be the luck in the dark that urges each other. He is luck, and I have luck, and both sides benefit. Both sides are trying to make themselves meet here. Then, he saw the sign of our Shirong Villa, and knew that our reputation was guaranteed, so he immediately had the idea to sell us the golden elixir? Interlinked, is it a destined meeting? He occasionally paid attention to the world of destiny, and knew that the golden elixir method there had exploded. But he didn't know that the world of destiny had found a rich woman to support him. After all, the other party was very secretive, and only a few high-level people knew about it. It seems that the golden sign of Shirong Villa is really good, and Jian Xian believed us. How it developed specifically, he can observe secretly. Please come in. Please come in. Jian Xian, from the world of Jiuzhou, has heard of your name for a long time. Yes, the genius of Xinyazu, with the sharpness of a sword, suppressed the world in the past. Jian Xian was flattered and blushed a little. Under the warm invitation of everyone, he entered the sword-casting villa instead of being treated as an ordinary miner and sent out. Because this is a fellow villager, everyone is from Jiuzhou. Jian Xian knows the famous sign of Zhujian Villa. And how can the blacksmiths not know Jian Xian, their old friend? The first great man they saw was Jian Xian. At that time, this one was patrolling outside Pingchong City. Chasing Jiao Wuyu, the huge Dharma giant overlooking the entire Zhujian Villa, had a chance encounter. At that time, a group of young blacksmiths wanted to roar, holding a toothpick sword, and asked the giant in the sky if he would buy it. Now, Jian Xian asked them if they would buy the golden elixir. What is this? Jiotsairong Immortal was happy, coughed twice, pretended to be reserved, and brought up the topic. Isn't this senior Jian Xian from Jiuzhou world? Why is he a miner here? Jian Xian smiled. After ascending here, I can only be a miner for the time being, digging some minerals to improve my life. I wonder what you are doing. As the Embers Ghost King, Jiao perfectly corresponds to the logic of his previous life. He speaks to people in a human way and said with a smile, "We have a branch of Shirong Villa in the fairy world, and we are mining. Our branches of Zujian Villa are distributed in many places, and Jiuzhou is just one of them in our world." He was full of confidence and spoke without hesitation. When you go out, your identity and face are all given by yourself. Who else can you rely on? Rely on that little steward by Xingling? Unreliable. Jian Xian nodded, and after a few polite words, the two sides said, "I have a golden elixir. I wonder if your villa can consign it." Then, he gave Jiao Cairong and others a popular science about the golden elixir. As business tycoons, Jiao Cairong and others understood the commercial value of it in an instant, how huge it is. To be honest, this group of Jiao Cairong died the moment they crossed the Destiny world. Logically, they didn't know the Destiny world. But they could see the mystery of this golden elixir clearly. It was so huge that they, the low-level miners who were mining, couldn't eat it at all, and eating it would be fatal. After all, they boasted to Jian Xian how powerful they were, but in fact, they knew how miserable they were in this mining area. They were just a group of people who had just ascended and then mined. There were countless miners like them in the fairy world. However, Jiao Cairong and other embers also inherited the character of the original body, taking a different approach and gambled on their future. With the opportunity in front of me, how can I not give it a try? Would I be afraid of death? Leave it to us. Jiao Cairong said, "We are Shirong Villa, you can trust us in Jiuzhou, we have a deep background and can handle it." Jian Xian nodded, "I don't have anything to do. I can be responsible for transporting the golden elixir here. I am a spiritual life, but it is not easy to catch. But it is only difficult to catch. I can only withstand the divination of the heavenly fairy level at most, and the divination of the true fairy level fortune system. I will definitely be exposed." He knew his level and couldn't hold it. Especially for the power of divination, the gap in strength between the two sides is huge, and basically one catch is accurate. Otherwise, why do the great immortals raise auspicious beasts and treat them as precious resources? They are all strategic existences. Chapter 904. Furthermore, if the power of this golden elixir is fully displayed, not to mention the true immortals, even the immortal masters may have to divine and arrest people. How can we stop this? Jiao Cairong frowned when he heard Jian Xian's words. "You have to eat one bite at a time. Our Shirong Villa has a big background, but we are also afraid of attracting a bunch of immortal masters to divine, and we can't resist. Let's sell some inconspicuous ones first and try the water." "Okay." Jian Xian nodded and smiled. "That's what I mean." The two sides reached a temporary cooperation. Soon they entered the management room to negotiate. And Jian Xian also saw an old acquaintance, Bai Xingling. Literally an old acquaintance, he was jumping into the forge. Although they don't have the resurrection of the game now, they still have the resurrection of the limbs of the undead people in Jiuzhou as the basis. So, it's normal for them to follow the principle of using their own limbs to forge iron. "Ah, Jian Xian, why are you here?" Bai Xingling was stunned. When he climbed out of the forge, his whole body was already 70% mature. Jian Xian, As a knowledgeable Jiuzhou person, he had seen all kinds of monsters and ghosts. But he always felt that the blacksmith shop in Shirong Villa was weird and scary. You made more exaggerated horror scenes in our horror movie Jiuzhou world. This Shirong Villa made Jian Xian more vigilant. After all, he had seen Bai Xingling before. How could he become like this in Shirong Villa? Even his temperament was assimilated by them. In the next few days, Jian Xian went back and forth several times to transport all kinds of elixirs from the world of destiny. This elixir is good. This elixir is good, but it's not good because it's too good. It will be exposed. Wait, this one. I go talk to the miners and investigate the market. This elixir can be used as an alternative. Among the basic life-cultivating elixirs nowadays, it is just mediocre, and there are side effects of heavy metal toxins. It won't make people jealous. Well, this can also be used as a reference. Jiao Cairong, who has entered the business mode, began to analyze and investigate the market. And the elixir produced by the sword-casting villa in Jiuzhou is sent to the Destiny world, and then to the Immortal world. Both sides are communicating remotely to improve the elixir product. In addition, Jiao Cairong here also proposed a blind box sales model. It can only be said that the sword-casting villa on both sides has a wonderful sense of tacit understanding and cooperates perfectly. On the fourth day, as the final adjustment, the first elixir product has begun to come out and is ready to be sold. The Immortal World Jiao Cairong sighed in his heart. We Shirong Villa will finally take advantage of the opportunity to take off. Immortal World, Chungwan Domain. The Xianmai mining area belongs to the central area of the 13 domains, and the other 12 domains are built around them. Chungwan Domain is one of them. The system of Chungwan Domain is also very unique. First of all, they are also a system with a lack of one line, and they are also lacking life. The limit is the level of 2 disasters and 7 difficulties. The lack means versatility, and the difficulty is often not high. If you want to talk about the characteristics of the cultivators in this world, it is heavy. Heavy as a mountain, overlapping like a mountain. The immortal Jiao walked around, walking in a street, constantly inspecting the ecology here. In our Jiuzhou system, the first realm is cycle, and every realm after that is cycle. Their system of mountains, the first realm is overlap, and every realm after that is overlap. With the system, the cortex realm, the flesh realm, the organ realm, and the bone realm, the cells of the whole body are repaired into cell walls, stacked again and again, and even the heart is a layer of onion-like structure. The cell wall is like a thin human cross-section of rice paper, stacked up. Their people, from the structure, are cell wall shadows, stacked into a three-dimensional 3D book. You can even kill them and tear them apart like paper, and there will be a stacked book-like structure. In terms of combat power, this system also has a strong immortality. They are equivalent to tens of thousands of painted leather papers, stacked together into book people, and it is said that they have cultivated to the end. The characteristics are, if they are separated, there will be thousands of shadow puppets, and if they are combined, the mountains will not be destroyed. When they are separated, the shadow puppets run away everywhere, and if one survives, they can be rebuilt and reborn. When they are put together, the structural density is actually very high. The most important thing is, they can peel off the skin of the cell murals and draw the array diagram. The monks in Chungwan Domain can be said to be powerful array masters per capita. Their bodies are naturally the most advanced array constructors, with infinite possibilities, layers of cell walls, layers of array patterns. I can only say that it is too involuted. These 13 domains are all combat professions on the surface, but the core is a secondary profession. I heard that the 10,000 beasts domain is essentially a branch of spiritual farmers. Animal farmers, spiritual farmers plant spiritual fields, and animal farmers cultivate spiritual beasts. And in Chungwan Domain, there are array masters, and each person has a super array. It must be said that Jiuzhai Rong was shocked by this system. On the street, Jiuzhai Rong occasionally saw some vendors, who opened their faces like paper, and then used them as diaries to write and draw in them. What a magical civilization! The immortality of their onions is very good, and they should be able to withstand the golden elixir. Jiuzhai Rong was amazed and planned to find a market here, rent a shop, set up a stall, and sell the golden elixir. The ecological environment here is not bad, and no one dares to attack the shop. He quickly communicated with the manager of the market, and the money in his hand was only enough for a temporary lease for 15 days. But there is a temporary store rental model here, which is convenient for some passing travelers to open a temporary store here to sell something. The Taoist Golden Elixir store opened soon. Jiuzhai Rong sat in the store, and first opened the boxes one by one. Clatter. Suddenly, the whole store was shining with golden light. The monks passing by outside showed surprised eyes. What is this? It can emit such golden light and precious aura? An auspicious aura? Everyone was shocked. Based on their years of experience, this is probably a magic weapon shop. And it is the rarest and most precious special shop that only sells fortune magic weapons. Everyone was a little curious. The soul weapon that protects the soul and the body weapon that protects the body are the two most common defensive magic weapons. But this kind of protection of destiny, I am afraid that this shop is a rare merchant who occasionally comes to set up a stall. It is a great opportunity. Let's take a look. This kind of auspicious aura permeates the air. It must be a powerful magic weapon. Yes, not only is the auspicious aura strong, but there is also a sharp metallic aura. I think it must be a powerful offensive metal fortune magic weapon. Until they walked into the door, and saw a few big words on the door. Pill shop. He actually sells pills in this place? Chapter 905. It was noon on a hot summer day. Chong Shanwei, wearing a black robe, sat in the carriage with his eyes closed. Young master, please take a look at the recent revenue of the market. In the carriage, the cute little girl next to him tore off a piece of skin, and the back of the skin was filled with dense text and data. And the girl who tore off the skin had another skin under her face. It was just that this skin looked very charming. Not to mention the layers of the skin. As their realm deepened, the skin was layered, the flesh was layered, and even the inside of a thigh bone was layered with layers of bone cell walls. In the end, even the brain was like this. It was normal to use a piece of skin as a diary, write it all over it, and show it to others. The diversity and brilliance of civilization lies in this. Each system in the 13 domains of the fairy world is highly versatile. There are hexagonal warriors for civilian use, combat, development, and growth limits. They can reach the top of the countless vast and diverse civilizations, and sit on this piece of treasure land in the fairy world. They fought for it with their fists. That war was also a bloody one. Business is not good recently. Chong Shanwei glanced at the revenue data in the market and showed a trace of silence. He opened the curtains and looked at the busy streets outside. From time to time, shouts came. Occasionally, there were patrol teams wearing armor and patrolling everywhere, with a look of tension. The carriage suddenly stopped, and Chong Shanwei asked a patrol member, "Had the robbers outside the market been caught recently?" The guard showed a trace of solemnity. "Report to the young master, those people are very clever, and they specialize in killing our Chongwon monks and robbing their bodies." The young master frowned slightly. Suspected to be a demon cultivator? The guard showed a trace of anger and said, "They should be a group of robbers who fled to the next town before. Now they have come to our side, specifically attacking our lower-level cultivators and using our cultivators to refine weapons. Their bodies are like mountains upon mountains. The densely overlapping layers of bones and skin are just the right materials for naturally overlapping weapon arrays. After all, in the extraordinary world, everything comes to life when a whale falls. All kinds of divine gold and precious medicines are actually dropped by various divine beasts. The human race is also one of the divine beast races in a strict sense. Naturally, they can also be hunted and forged. Even in the eyes of demon cultivators, the powerful array life of the heavy mountain system is the most precious casting material in the fairy world." Chong Shanwei showed a trace of anger. "It's hateful. Since the great era of the fairy world began, the number of ascended cultivators has skyrocketed. Those outsiders have not only squeezed the local ecology of our 13 civilizations. There are also civilizations with ulterior motives, which are inherently evil. The entire system is born to be a robbery cultivator and specializes in hunting us. It's really hateful to treat our low-level cultivators as consumables and use them to make money for cultivation. Nowadays, conflicts between locals and outsiders are inevitable. And, with the rapid flow of the outside world, some civilizations outside have also exploded. Almost every day, various new systems are discovered and recognized. And most of the cultivators who ascended will hide a few tricks. The fairy world is not big. How can it accommodate so many people? The 13 domains of the fairy world, each domain is only a little larger than Jiuzhou. But in fact, it's not that the area of the fairyland cannot be expanded, but they don't want to. The fairy spirit is richer when the place is small, and it is a fairyland filled with fairy spirit. After all, the fairy vein mineral area in the center naturally emits fairy spirit that is just enough for the surrounding 12 areas, and any more will dilute it. This is also the reason why they jointly exclude other civilizations from entering the fairyland. The 14th and 15th civilizations are integrated. The place is getting bigger and bigger, and the cake is getting smaller and smaller. A group of despicable outsiders attacked us. Keep patrolling. Chong Shanwei let out a long breath and decided to increase the patrol manpower to maintain public order. People outside the market are often attacked and killed by robbers, which makes their business in the market bad and affects their reputation. The carriage continues to move forward and patrols in the market. Hula, the vehicle gradually came to the temporary rental area. Here are some temporary rental shops of some merchants, and they are not fixed shops. But they occasionally bring some specialties and novelties from different civilizations. Some things seem useless in their world, but in the eyes of some unique creatures in other worlds, they are precious treasures. People often come here to pick up bargains. Lian Zongshanyu often comes to take a look, chat with the immortal merchants here, make good friends, listen to stories of other civilizations, and broaden his horizons. Soon, the carriage passed by a shop. The door was shining with golden light, as if the shop was selling rounds of suns. Outside the door, a group of people were watching. Wow, what is this? Don't lie to me, this is a weapon. You told me this is called a pill? My teeth are broken. I also lost 17 layers of bone skin from my front teeth. Fortunately, I have cultivated to the bone level, otherwise I would have lost my teeth. Listening to everyone's outrageous discussion, Chong Shanwei was confused and said in surprise, "Girl, what's going on? Are there some famous merchants in our market?" "No. The girl was knowledgeable and said, according to my guess, it may be a weapon store selling magic lamps. After all, the metal aura is strong and it is shining with gold. At this time, the boss's voice came from the store. The store is narrow, and it is inconvenient to receive more customers. 10 people in a batch. Please come in, the next batch of 10 customers. Welcome to come in and buy. Soon, the group of people in the store walked out of the door. The 10 people who were queuing were ready to enter the door, but when they saw this young master of the market coming, they couldn't help but flattering. Sir, why are you here? I give you a seat. Okay. Chong Shanwei nodded, strode in, and followed the other 9 people into the door. As a result, as soon as you enter the door, a strong golden light shines in the store, like a large flashlight with 100,000 lumens, shining fiercely into your eyes. Ah! Such a strong golden energy. My eyes, my eyes. My eyes have shed a layer of skin and are crying. A group of casual cultivators came to join in the fun, but who knew that their eyes would suffer. This golden light and auspicious aura is too overbearing. When they got used to the light of their eyes, they found the golden treasure pill placed in a square box. The whole store is magnificent. A strong aura of war and iron horses rushed towards you. I saw that these golden pills looked very good, and the sign next to them was engraved with the words, "One golden pill swallowed, my life is my own," and there was an introduction, saying that this is a place that sells pills, only pills, and no other goods. Which civilization's specialty is this? There is such a pill? Can it be digested? Such a wonderful pill that makes people marvel makes some cultivators unable to help but observe and study it everywhere, so that they can brag about it when they go out. In the distance, there is also the blind box mode. Chong Shanwei frowned, looked at Jiao Cairong, the immortal boss, and then looked at the maid next to him and said, "How is this person's cultivation?" The maid secretly said, "Probably the realm of the early stage of human immortal, and it has not been long since he ascended." Chong Shanwei nodded slightly. His maid grew up with him, and had already passed the 21st calamity, and became a human immortal to protect him. It is enough to walk within the family's influence. And he himself has not yet become an immortal, because he still needs to improve his foundation, and wants to survive a few more calamities. This is also the way of most heroic geniuses. They will grind to their limits in this realm of 3 disasters, and 7 calamities, before becoming an immortal, and then soar into the sky. Excuse me, what are the properties of this elixir? Chong Shanwei couldn't help asking. Jiao Cairong said, "Our elixir is a true elixir for cultivating life. Immortals often eat it to help cultivators improve their life force. And our special thing is that mortals can also eat it to increase their luck." Oh! Chong Shanwei showed a hint of surprise. Luck elixir is generally taken by immortals. Mortals don't cultivate luck, so they can't absorb and digest luck. Mortals' luck is passively increased by nature. Your elixir can actually increase a person's luck when they are mortals? After these words fell, even the guests next to him pricked up their ears and eavesdropped. Hearing this, the shopkeeper Jiao Cairong smiled. "Yes, this is the special feature of our Taoist golden elixir. Our elixir is not easy to digest, and slowly releases a little bit of luck, which is also effective for mortals. However, for mortals, the medicinal power of the immortal pills is still a bit too strong, so it is not advisable to eat too much. At the same time, after taking our pills, they can be used as hidden weapons. It is delicious and fun." Delicious and fun? Everyone was thinking silently in their hearts. Then, Jiao Cairong introduced, "This Taoist golden pill comes from a friend's supply. I just took some goods temporarily. The goods they have are much better than those in my store. There is the legendary immortal golden pill. After taking one, you are destined to become an immortal. Among them, there is even a tribulation pill. When a golden pill enters the stomach, it can absorb the tribulation. When the golden pill is full of disasters in the body, the great tribulation can be overcome." Jiao Cairong boasted to everyone he met, "It's a pity that I am just a traveling merchant. I can't get advanced golden pills. I can only get some basic golden pills. The truth is hidden in lies, which makes people confused. So that's how it is. This Taoist golden pill is so terrifying." Chong Shanwei smiled. Everyone just listened to the businessman's flattery. It's normal for the medicine to be too strong. How can a mortal eat the fate pill cultivated by the immortals without a price? But he still waved his hand curiously. "Boss, give me one of your best pills. Let me try it." "Okay." Jiao Cairong carefully took out a treasure box. When he opened it, the golden light was dazzling, as if a sun with flowing golden clouds was lying obediently in the auspicious cloud treasure box. It gave people a dreamlike feeling. This pill has a good aesthetic. If it is a magic weapon, it must be a beautiful magic weapon gem. Journey to the West Evil Relief Pill. 99% of the pills here are taken by immortals. But this pill is special, and can be taken by mortals. It has the least poison. Although it contains little medicinal power and low level, it is actually the mildest among us. Mortals who are preparing to become immortals can also take it. Although it is not very wonderful, it will help you to overcome the 3 disasters and 7 difficulties to a small extent. Jiao Tsirong boasted, "This is our treasure at the bottom of the box." Zhong Shanwei glanced at the maid next to him. The maid nodded implicitly, indicating that there was no problem. Her own fortune told her that this precious pill contained extremely rich auspicious signs, with phoenixes flying and clouds and auspicious colors. This precious medicine is indeed an auspicious pill. Zhong Shanwei smiled, picked up the precious pill that continuously produced golden light and auspicious clouds, and handed over 1,000 middle-grade immortal stones. However, this pill is a bit expensive. Jiao Tsirong smiled and said, "How can this be considered expensive? Look at the material of this pill. It can be forged into a good peerless weapon." Zhong Shanwei looked speechless. "You also know that this thing is a weapon? You are not selling pills, but weapon materials." Zhong Shanwei swallowed it with a heroic mouthful. "This medicine is 3-point poisonous. I am naturally not afraid. Swallow a golden pill into my stomach. My life is in my own hands." But the next second, the pill entered the stomach. On his overlapping cell wall stomach, the cell wall array pattern with digestive characteristics attached layer by layer began to disintegrate. The first layer, the second layer, the third layer. The stomach was perforated, the intestines were pierced, and the stomach was rotten. It felt like the ancient swallowing gold to commit suicide. The severe pain was like torture. It felt like the whole person's stomach couldn't bear the weight of the gold and stone and fell down, and the internal organs were about to be torn apart by this heavy pill. The maid next to him was horrified, and her scream seemed to resound throughout the market. Young master, what's wrong with you? I clearly feel that this pill is full of auspicious blessings." Zhong Shanwei's eyes were dazed, and his head was swollen. "Yes, there is an assassin." Chapter 906. "Why did you fall down? I said it was a piece of iron, but you insisted it was a pill." Something happened. The whole store was noisy for a while, and even the maid was stunned. My intuition clearly told me that this pill was a great opportunity, and it was full of auspicious aura, so it must be a tonic. Seeing the maid showing murderous intent, the immortal Jiao Tsirong also panicked. "This young man is a little bit weak. He may not be able to adapt to the pill." "No problem. Don't worry." Jiao Tsirong hurriedly explained. "Our journey to the West release pill may make you feel a little dazed when you take it, and you will have to go through 81 difficulties. If it is a mortal genius with a solid foundation, you can easily take the pill that only immortals can take. If you don't have enough foundation, take the pill that the immortals practiced." The maid couldn't help showing murderous intent. "Will it be dangerous?" "He is a genius. Take some healing pills, and he should be able to get through it." Jiao Tsirong hurriedly replied. The maid didn't know how to complain in her heart, and she wanted to curse in her heart. Now is not the time to curse, so she quickly found various healing pills and gave them to the young master. After a while, the young master managed to calm down. His face was a little pale, and he waved his hands. "It's okay, it's just that the medicine is a little too strong." He took a deep breath. His internal organs were indeed seriously injured, as if they were injured by some powerful golden energy, as if someone was holding a sword and stirring his stomach. It was like the most cruel torture. But this pill slowly released its medicinal properties in the body. Although he didn't cultivate his luck, he felt that his luck was slowly rising, very peaceful and neutral. It can be seen that this elixir is indeed strange. In the mortal period, if you don't cultivate your destiny, you can basically only rely on passive growth. Now there is an elixir that can help you grow, even if it is a little growth, deepening some of the foundation before becoming an immortal. It is worth it for most people. Don't underestimate this world of the king of papers. Even students who take the college entrance examination, in order to change their fate by taking the college entrance examination, write a small mountain of test papers and vomit blood crazily. And the college entrance examination here is to become an immortal, in order to add a little trump card. Those parents who want their children to be successful have to work hard to get it. But the side effects seem to be a bit big. He almost rolled his eyes in pain and felt his stomach twitching. I heard that the auspicious beasts under the command of the immortal venerable are mainly engaged in luck, and can actively use various divinations and blessings. Let my young son be born with great luck. But I am not an immortal venerable force, and I don't have the unique background resources. I have this elixir with great side effects. It is worth it to increase a little luck in the mortal period. Those immortal venerable forces also leak some luck elixirs similar to this golden elixir. But they are all sky-high prices. If you have more money, you can ask the auspicious beasts under the command of the immortal venerable to come to your family in person and bless your newly born baby. Every auspicious beast civilization is a treasure pot, and blessing people is a sky-high price. He Zongshan, you can't afford the blessing of birth, nor can he afford the precious elixirs of the immortal venerable forces that increase the luck of mortals. It's not impossible to eat a low-end version that will break your intestines and stomach. Golden elixir. His face was pale, and he relaxed for a while after the maid helped him sit on the chair. He exhaled heavily like he was having asthma, adapting to the existence of the golden pill in his stomach. It's just that this pill has too many restrictions. It will take about 5 or 6 days to digest the auspicious energy inside. After that, it will take another month to recover before you can eat it again. Besides, even a genius like me who has gone through 2 tribulations and 2 disasters can't stand it. It is estimated that only the geniuses, who are about to become immortals, can eat it. And only those of us with strong defense are worthy of eating it. He kept evaluating in his heart. This thing looks good, but it's actually just like that. It's not worth the envy of high-level cultivators. High-level cultivators have the money to go directly to the immortals to get the mortal luck pills without side effects. Guest, how do you feel? Jiao Tsirong was very calm. He had tested it, and he couldn't die. At most, his intestines would be pierced and his stomach would be rotten, and the golden pill would fall out of his abdomen, and it would become ineffective. It's okay, it can be considered a small test. The monks in the market were all watching. Chong Shanwei forced himself to smile, and said to the maid next to him, "Buy one of all the pills in this shop." The blind box, the maid couldn't help but said. "The boss and I hit it off, so I buy one too, and the rent of this temporary shop is waived." Chong Shanwei was quickly helped onto the carriage, and taken away. Other monks were shocked when they saw the scene, and they rushed forward and started to buy. "I want to buy. This mortal can really eat, boss. I also want a fortune pill that mortals can eat. I also want a golden pill. Wait, this is a low-end version of the immortal medicine of the immortals. Mortals will have side effects if they eat it, and it will kill people. What are you afraid of?" "I'm not afraid of death, I'm only afraid of insufficient cultivation. The so-called geniuses just have more resources. They are spoiled and can't bear the pain, but I can." A group of people started buying pills like crazy. I can't afford the immortals' real pills for life cultivation, so buying a low-end version can also increase some foundation during the mortal period. Soon, everyone left happily holding the sun-like golden pills. A large number of goods brought by Jiao Tsirong were sold out smoothly. Everyone, sold out, need to buy more. Jiao Tsirong happily sent everyone away, hung up a wooden sign with "sold out," and slammed the door. And that night, the entire market, and even the entire Chongshan city on the periphery, all the major forces were surging. "Mother, what is this? It's shiny and beautiful, like the sun in the sky. Child, this is the golden elixir I bought for you. Our family is a small family. You are about to become an immortal. You need to accumulate foundation and overcome the 3 disasters and 7 calamities. This treasure. It looks good and must be delicious. It hurts. It hurts so much. Mother, you lied to me. I don't want to eat the golden elixir anymore. Dig it out quickly." That night, countless people had their intestines pierced and their stomachs ruptured, and they screamed loudly. But there are still countless people who are desperate and start to test the elixir on themselves. The benefits of this elixir are directly reflected. Durable. Other traditional elixirs, whether poison or elixir, melt in the mouth and digest in the stomach. It's different here. The main feature is that the golden elixir is eternal. As long as you can't survive the elixir poison and can't digest the medicinal properties, this elixir can be passed down for 3 generations. There will always be someone who can bear it. And it can also be used to hit people, and used as a hidden weapon, which is very practical. It was also on this night that countless forces, both large and small, refreshed their worldviews. At night, some floors did not light up. Instead, a small sun lit up in the house. Many cultivators stayed up late to look at this golden elixir, and read the small word Shirong on it. Who is this Shirong? The forging technique is not bad, very exquisite. It seems that this force was originally a blacksmith. How come they changed their profession and sold elixirs here? Chapter 907. It is worth mentioning that the golden elixir is under the name of Shirong. The way the Jiao Tsirong of the fairy world does is, find Jianqin and ask the OEM factory to label them, saying that we Shirong are a big force in the world of the heavens, and our brand can stand up. This is considered to be a benefit here. So Jianqin doesn't care, just make money. Isn't it a good thing to have someone in front? The painter's idea is, make money by yourself. And Shirong is pushed out as a scapegoat, which is good, anyway, it can't be found on me. So, the golden elixir was officially produced by the Shirong master craftsman, who has never appeared in the fairy world. Jiuzhou, Jujian Villa. Sure, it sold out on the first day. Ning Zheng secretly took a look at the sales situation of the fairy world's market through Jianqin's perspective, and smiled. This fairy Jiuzai Rong, the shopkeeper, knows how to make a living. This first sale is just a small test, but it looks like it is quite popular. What he cares about is not the profit of a small shop, but the opening of a market, which means that he has the possibility of making a fortune every day. But it is true. There is no weapon product made by blacksmiths that is difficult to sell. Dogtail grass weapons, painted cards, deformed coral balls sold to the sea tribe, and a bunch of kissing fish are invited to be customer service sales. It seems that my villa's first golden elixir product for the battle of the fairy world is completely stable. Ning Zheng clicked on the forum. It was 7 o'clock in the evening and just went offline. A group of blacksmiths were frantically discussing the shape, materials, and various updated concepts of the golden elixir on the forum. Obviously, they also began to be keen on refining elixirs, throwing all kinds of heavy metals into it. Many people in the forum spoke up, saying that they should abide by the traditional virtues of the earth and spread the traditional technology of silver mercury alchemy to the other world in the game. It can be seen that they are all a group of people who like to have fun, looking for fun like crazy. But farming and selling weapons and goods are the old ways to make money in Jujian Villa, which can earn Ning Zheng a lot of resources. It is very worth looking forward to. This night, there are undercurrents in the market. Many diligent immortal parents hope that their children will become successful and immortals. In the college entrance examination, if their children can pass one more disaster, they can surpass countless young people of the same generation. Child, the golden pill is delicious. Eat it quickly, Daddy finally grabbed it today. Once a golden pill is swallowed, my life is up to me. The screams from all over the place were endless. Even some cultivators, who liked to scream, screamed all night. It was like being tortured by swallowing gold, feeling that the whole stomach was burned by fire, and being tortured by the cruelest torture in the fairy world for a night. Obviously, this golden pill is a slow-release absorption pill, and it takes several days in the stomach to absorb the medicinal effect. The owner of the market, the Chongshan family, is also secretly researching these pills. They invited the family's chief alchemist. This old man, who is famous in the surrounding area, took the pill and looked at it. He waved his hands repeatedly, and was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. This pill is too special. I can't decipher it. You go ask the blacksmith, they are professional. The elders were shocked. Researching pills, the alchemist is not professional, go to the blacksmith, what a hell joke. But what's even more hellish is, they invited the chief master craftsman, but the other party was also confused. He felt that this pill was not his responsibility. This was not a problem of technical ability. He really couldn't make it. But this blacksmith, from the perspective of blacksmithing, made a constructive speech. This pill contains a lot of metal toxicity of various divine golds. It is of course useful to use it to make weapons, but for alchemy. You know, some miners who mine this kind of ore veins will be killed by the powerful golden sharp energy, and their lifespan will be shortened. They all risked their lives to mine and mine, but now they are eating it. However, the material of this pill is very unique. It can actually contain luck. Don't waste it after eating it. I can transform this pill into a small luck-suppressing gem and hang it around my neck. It's not bad. The senior executives of the Chongshan family were silent for a while. This pill is also strange. Buy pills and get forging materials of the luck type. Is this shop selling elixirs for food and drink, or weapons materials? The head of the family suddenly said, if we collect 81 golden pills and string them together, can we make a string of beads to suppress luck? Yes. The master craftsman stroked his beard and showed excitement. Great. The head of the family has an idea. Buy more elixirs. I just want to study these weapons. I have to go to that elixir shop tomorrow and pre-order a batch of elixirs. He thought about it. No, I can think of it, and other old blacksmiths can think of it, and I guess they will go tomorrow. The head of the Chongshan family became more and more silent. This celestial being felt outrageous in his heart. This elixir shop, you guys, a group of blacksmiths, go there to buy weapons raw materials? It's inappropriate no matter how you look at it. The masters present also looked like fire, and were very excited. Where did this god come from? He actually has such innovative skills. I really want to study this elixir with him. Unlike the spiritual farmer in Jiuzhou, which is the first profession. In the fairy world, the alchemist is the most popular profession. After all, you can do without weapons, but you can't do without elixirs. Especially for human immortals, they start to practice to complete the third source. Luck, it's not enough to practice honestly. You have to take life-repairing elixirs. Therefore, alchemists are the most popular, which also cultivates the arrogant character of those guys. Those damn alchemists mock their blacksmiths all day long. And now, the chief blacksmith of Chongshan showed a look of longing, and said happily, "We have been dreaming of surpassing alchemists in our lives. Now, I never thought that we blacksmiths still use big hammers, forges, hammer metal, and make elixirs." They looked scorching, and they also wanted to swing the big hammer and roll the alchemist next door to death. The old man carefully touched the texture on the golden elixir, and looked at the two small characters she wrung on it. "Who is this she wrung?" The blacksmiths of the entire Chongshan family began to study this golden elixir constantly that day, with a vague expectation in their hearts. This mysterious merchant brought them a great blacksmith revolution. We only know that blacksmiths, who make killing weapons, also have a great dream, to be an alchemist who saves the dying and the wounded. A tall and strong blacksmith couldn't help but said eagerly, "Tomorrow, I, the blacksmith, will go to the alchemy room to see if I can learn alchemy from that mysterious existence. Let's go together, let's go together. Remember to bring your big iron hammer. I will also bring my forging furnace and the immortal weapon I just made. Let's see whose golden sharpness is stronger." This night, the wind and clouds are surging. Everyone can predict that tomorrow morning, the Taoist Golden Elixir shop will definitely be turbulent. Chapter 908. Immortal Realm? Chongshan Domain, Chongshan City. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. The first ray of light shone on the streets of Fangshi, and each shop opened its shutters and began to shout for business. "Breakfast, delicious and affordable 1,000-layer cakes." An old man shouted. A beautiful stall owner shouted with a smile. "The soup dumplings are as thin, tender and smooth as a girl's skin, with a thin and transparent skin, and you can see the soup inside. It looks no different from the mortal world." Ning Zheng walked on the street and looked at the soup dumplings, which seemed to contain a clear spring, giving people a sense of beauty. She couldn't help but sit down in front of the stall. "Boss, give me a basket of soup dumplings." "Okay." The beautiful stall owner came over with a smile. Ning Zheng ate the buns, and felt that the skin was thin, and the filling was large, and the soup was delicious. It was the first time in her life that she had eaten such delicious food. It's worthy of being called the immortal realm. The food culture is so developed. Compared with the food of the immortals, what we ate before was pig food. Ning Zheng sat at a street stall, looking at the market, feeling the strong atmosphere of the market, and suddenly felt the reality of this immortal realm. The immortal realm is not high and far away, but also in the mortal world. As the blacksmith said, it is like the streets of the big cities in the north, the south, and the north. The locals also eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and they also build a lot of buildings in the city, renting them cheaply to miners, who come to work in the city from outside. Only when the civilization is strong can all nations come to pay tribute, and there are foreign countries everywhere who come to pay tribute. Ning Zheng sighed softly, and his eyes fell on the Taoist golden pill shop not far away. Click, not far away, the door of this shop just opened. Jukarong opened a crack, then closed the door again, looking around, obviously coming out to eat breakfast before opening. Ning Zheng almost forgot about it. Jukarong, the painter who has now awakened to immortality, can no longer eat dirt on the spot. Perhaps great minds think alike. Jukarong heard the shouting of the beautiful stall owner, and went to the shop across the street and shouted, "Boss, how much are the soup dumplings?" "Oh, isn't this the Jinan merchant from yesterday? Others have a basket of low-grade immortal stones, and yours. Free." The beautiful woman smiled. "We are all neighbors, so I treat you." Jukarong smiled. "That's great, the boss knows how to do business, and we neighbors who run businesses have to help out more." Soon, the hot buns were served. The beautiful shop owner couldn't help but try to get close to him, and said with a smile, "Are you in need of a Taoist partner? What do you think of me?" Jiozhairong, When you were a minor, you asked me to marry you, so why did you come to me to marry you when you were outside? The beautiful stall owner seemed to see through her thoughts. "You, my guest, are a hero who has ascended from the lower world. After all the hardships, all that can come up are gold, and many people like you." Jiozhairong understood immediately. No wonder those people tried to get miners to marry them in the mining area. Everyone who ascended has been tested in mind and means. Even those who have the lowest level of disasters are elders and pillars of the lower sex. The beauty was still promoting herself openly, wiping her greasy hands with her apron. I am a serious girl. I want to find someone to rely on after all. Practicing is a bit hard. A great hero like you, traveling around doing business. And being alone, I need a companion, and I need someone to help me. Girls from our Chongwon domain are very popular. I don't know how many people come here to marry them. After all, we have special physiques, and the experience of being a Taoist partner is extraordinary. Even many immortals have concubines from Chongwon domain. Jiao Tsirong was speechless. You are telling me this nonsense? Damn it. The immortal world has so many messy means. With the vast and endless civilization, there must be a way. Sooner or later, we have to find a way to restore the dignity of men. However, Jiao Tsirong has felt the prosperity and strength of Chongwon domain in just 2 days. Their confidence is reflected in all aspects. First, they are recognized as the first forging material in the immortal world. Second, women are recognized as the best Taoist partners in the immortal world. Some people even claim that if you don't marry a Chongwon person in your life, it's useless to call yourself a hero. And each of these aspects is a treasure mountain, extremely suitable for being a slave to be exploited. The friend system next door actually didn't like them. It is enough to prove that they have amazing self-protection ability. You are really a powerful civilization. Jiao Tsirong declined the promotion of this beautiful stall owner, but sorry, I don't like a Taoist partner at the moment. Chongshan Fong also showed a trace of regret. She waited for so long and finally waited for someone who looked okay, but the other party looked down on her. Her surname is Chongshan, but she has nothing to do with the main line of the Chongshan family. There must be a blood relationship between the ancestors. But it has been multiplying for countless thousands of years, and only one surname is related. 70% of the population in the entire city has the surname Chongshan. Jiao Tsirong said, by the way, what is your profession? This bun tastes good. Chongshan Fong smiled, and then smiled brightly. I am not good at fighting. I have cultivated a kind of high-grade Yin-type illusion magic. I mainly make food and open a store to make some money. Not everyone is a combat flow, and it costs too much money. In addition, the risk is high, and it is easy to die suddenly. For ordinary families, it is best to invest resources and stabilize a strong person. When a combat monk, you may take off, but you are more likely to die suddenly. Who can accept that the hard work of a family for generations has gone to waste? The resources of a small family can generally only afford to cultivate 2 descendants, and they can't afford to gamble at all. A cultivator who specializes in food? Jiao Tsirong showed a trace of thought. Your food is indeed ecstatic. Not only will it glow the moment the cage is opened, but it will also glow like my golden elixir. After I ate the buns, I also saw hallucinations. It seemed as if I saw myself swimming on the beach under the sun, with the waves sparkling, and I remembered my running under the sunset that year in my lost youth. Chong Shanfeng smiled. This is not an illusion. My soup dumplings make people feel beautiful after eating delicious food. The secret is on the skin of this soup dumpling. My skin is engraved with food-related array patterns that make people feel happy. When I use it to make buns, a bite will give people an unprecedented experience that other civilizations cannot experience. You may not know that we Chongwon people are the first chef system in the fairy world. Many immortals have private chefs from us Chongwon people. Ningzheng, who was passing by, was shocked when she heard it. Sure enough, every giant in the fairy world is not simple. From the perspective of various secondary occupations, the development has extended to faraway places. Jiao Tsirong smiled at the stall. I see, I have a bold idea. How about hiring you as my clerk? I want to study the elixir. After taking the golden elixir, it feels like eating your soup dumplings, and there will be a wonderful feeling, like flying fairy. This must be a huge profit. And this golden elixir has a lasting duration. That is to say, the golden elixir makes you cramp in the stomach, and at the same time it will give you a continuous dream, or an experience, a life movie. 1 golden elixir, 1 life. Is also good. He felt that he had to invite a real god of food. Super corpse mushrooms, grand appearance. I put drugs in it. See who still thinks our golden elixir is poisonous and unpalatable. The potential of the golden elixir drug type is very large, and more products of the same series can be launched. Jiao still has a good business vision. Chapter 909. Chong Shanfeng was stunned. I came to the store to help with research. Do you trust me? Even if they became Taoist partners, she didn't think that the other party would trust her instantly. Trust needs to be built step by step. To be honest, she didn't trust the other party, let alone know his character. But cultivation is a gamble. If you don't gamble on opportunities, opportunities will never come to you. She watched for a day yesterday and found that Jukarong seemed not bad. He looked smart and at least had a bottom line. She chose to take a gamble and wanted to discuss the matter of Taoist partners. Marrying a good husband is currently the most likely possibility for her to rise in theory. I have a way to make us trust each other. Jukarong smiled. If you are willing to follow me, you have to show your sincerity. What sincerity do I have to pay? Chong Chanfang said. Jiucai Rong smiled. Sign a friendship contract with me. You are from the beast control lineage, not ascended? Cho Shan Fong showed surprise. Did she guess wrong? Jiucai Rong's magical power is actually to cover the face. He is a pretty good blacksmith, a cultivator who has suffered 2 disasters. And it is double-faced, yin-faced, yang-faced. Don't ask why they have the exclusive magical power of the transformation attribute of the sun and moon divine weapon. If you ask, it's the painter's Niubai. Jiusui has it, Ning Zheng will have it if she steals Jiusui, and his painter will also have it if he steals Jiusui, and everyone is jealous. The magical power of double-faced is very consistent with Jiucai Rong's personality. After all, he is not a combat flow, but a business school. Yi Guangxiu's personality is destined to be a combat flow cultivator. Because Yi Guangxiu, as the chief strategic officer of the villa, likes to take an unconventional approach, and likes to calculate people in external layout and survive from death. He made huge bets again, and his personality was very radical. And Jiucai Rong, he was the chief businessman of the villa. He was not suitable for fighting, and he did not like fighting and killing. He liked doing business. He liked making money, liked stability, and did not like taking risks. Therefore, the mask was also suitable for him to do business, changing and adapting to various situations. Just like now. Double mask. 50% plus 50%, the incomplete Beastmaster also became complete. He easily contracted this friend. After the contract was successful, Chongshan Fong became a Beastmaster with Yin attributes. Did you become an immortal after 1 disaster and 2 misfortunes, sir? Chongshan Fong could not help asking. Yes. Jiucai Rong nodded. Chongshan Fong thought, then you can contract the other 7 attributes of these 3 natal beasts. You can only contract them after you become an immortal. And the 7 acquired beasts contracted with this will not be so strong in control, and may not be obedient. Jiucai Rong nodded. Of course I know. In each system, becoming an immortal is to try to survive as many attribute disasters as possible. After becoming an immortal, if you complete this attribute, it will be a passive attribute and can only be used for defense. Just like luck, after completion, it cannot be used for active attack, divination, or blessing. Just like the water attribute, after completing it after becoming an immortal, you can't actively use the water attribute magic. You can only passively resist the enemy. Even if you are a Beastmaster, after completing the water attribute after becoming an immortal, there will be various small problems when signing this water attribute beast. It is not perfect, and the combat power will be weak. It's okay, I'm a businessman, and signing friends is not for fighting, but for having confidence to do business. After selling breakfast, are you free in the afternoon? Jiucai Rong asked. I am free. I am very free except for breakfast. I am practicing all the time. Chongshan Fong still thinks this is a great opportunity. Very good, come to my shop and be a clerk later. Believe me, you will have a bright future if you accompany me in business. Jiucai Rong smiled, and was very satisfied. He went out for breakfast and found a free worker. Sure enough, there are still many good people in the fairy world. After breakfast, he returned to the shop. Jiucai Rong received the golden elixir goods for today from the teleportation array. Of course, the fairy world also has a teleportation array, so it is not too worried about the problem of transporting goods. It is quite convenient. The immortals control the teleportation array in their own area and are qualified to intercept their goods. But the immortals disdain to make small moves. They have to be proud. There are too many caravans coming and going in the teleportation array every day. All large-scale business alliances and civilizations have them. Who would care about you, a small fish who opened a shop in a small market? It can only be said that your own business is not enough for the immortals to violate the rules and sneak attack. Jukarong had just opened the door for business when a group of people appeared outside the door. We want to discuss the art of blacksmithing. This merchant, can you introduce us to the blacksmithing force behind you? The blacksmiths came to learn, and a group of muscular men shouted. Psycho. Jukarong was so angry that he drove them out directly. Go, go! We are alchemists, not blacksmiths, we are not the same. Jukarong was speechless. Who are these people? We are an elixir shop, and a group of rough blacksmiths came to tarnish my reputation. So bad. Jukarong shouted loudly to the guests watching outside the door. Don't pay attention to those blacksmiths. Please come in. I'm here. Don't push. Leave one for me. People are very enthusiastic. On the second day of opening, it was sold out in just 10 minutes. A group of people happily took the golden elixir away. Only the group of blacksmiths were left with gloomy expressions, obviously very dissatisfied with Jiucirong. Of course, they also bought a bunch of elixirs. And some people continued to discuss enthusiastically. Although I don't have children, I want to buy one for my future children. That's right, this has a long shelf life and can be a family heirloom elixir. It's mainly beautiful. It looks like an heirloom at first glance. After yesterday's fermentation, today's enthusiasm is very high. Never underestimate these parents who want their children to be successful. I can't eat it myself, but my children can eat it. There will always be a child who can endure this hardship and become a superior person. After all, there is a thought. Don't underestimate this thought. Just this point can make many low-level monks save money to buy one. The main thing is that it is not expensive and will not break. Even if they are cultivators, who have not become immortals, they can squeeze out 1,000 medium-grade immortal stones. Everyone, come back tomorrow. Jiucirong decisively closed the door, began to count the immortal stones, and sent the money he earned back. He began to count the coins. I feel like I'm going to make a fortune. After precise calculations, our products are just stuck in hot sales, but because the side effects are too great, they will not be coveted by high-level bosses. This range is very suitable. The cost is still low. First of all, the raw materials. The metals are basically at the level of the transformation of my realm. The cost is not high. After all, selling a lowest level immortal pill is sold at the immortal price, and the foreign exchange currency earned is immortal stones. Secondly, luck collection. This is a bit troublesome, but it's just troublesome. Other civilizations are difficult to deal with, but Taoist civilization is very simple. They have Taoist temples everywhere, and statues of gods. They absorb the luck of the people. What's wrong with taking some to make elixirs? Thirdly, it is simple to refine. Iron making is much easier than making weapons. In order to reduce costs, they are ready to build assembly lines in the fairy world, fully automated iron making. The golden elixir is like a stainless steel basin, which is heated, smelted, shaped, and fired in the factory. Can the alchemist next door compare with us? Their elixir is too fragile, and the elixir furnace will be overheated at any time, and the elixir will burn. It is destined to be unable to compare with our thick-skinned golden elixir. Just when he was counting today's income, there was a knock on the door. Jiucirong was a little confused. He had hung up a sold-out sign, so who would come to him? He opened the door, and saw that it was a guy in a cloak. This person walked into the door, and took off his cloak, and Jiucirong immediately saw the other person's true face. Shirong Manor Master? No. Who am I? Isn't my Manor Master the figure who likes painting? No, who am I? Didn't I travel through time? His mind was a little confused, because when Jiucirong became a painter, the painter modified some of his memory logic. The identity of Shirong Manor Master was changed to his painter. Don't worry, I'm here to pick you up. Ningzheng smiled gently. He didn't come here to travel, but to take advantage of Jiucirong being alone, and open a shop alone to pull the painter Jiucirong back to his own server and re-enter the player quota. But it requires the other party's willingness to pull back to the server. Chapter 910. After all, this is just a ghost king resurrected from the ashes, not the genuine Jiucirong, which can be regarded as a truly new life. But the other party is Jiucirong's shell, Jiucirong's stump, and a new branch that has come out. This gives Ningzheng an opportunity to take advantage of. The painter is not watching here. I have to hurry up. Ningzheng pondered, and through the feedback of the change of luck, it proved that the painter did not supervise Jiucirong at this time, so he came secretly. Ningzheng smiled lightly, and looked at Jiucirong. Relax, you must want to return to our Zhujian villa. The forum, and the blacksmiths, and the friends of the past are all waiting for you. Friends in the hometown are all waiting for you. Ningzheng stretched out his hand and swiped. Look, your friends are calling you. And a bullet screen subtitle appeared in front of him, which was the real-time picture of Ningzheng's bystander perspective. Jiucirong, it's me. The god of food is the one who made you have diarrhea. Come back quickly. The idiots in the forum are waiting for you. Ha ha ha, brother, come back to Zhujian Villa quickly. Come back quickly and eat dirt. You have become an immortal. Come back quickly to hold a book signing event. We are waiting for you to come back and show off. How can you not return to your hometown when you are rich and powerful, and brag with us brothers who eat dirt. In the barrage, a group of people are speaking frantically. This is the blacksmith's strategy, to influence him with enthusiasm. Prepare to pull this painter Jiao back to the villa and cheat on someone. After all, this is their core plan. They have also heard from the old steward these days that a Shirong villa has appeared in the fairy world. They are so angry that they immediately know that the painter, who faked his death and ran away, has been moved to the fairy world with the members of the adventure town who cheated on them at that time. I go back? Jiao relaxed instinctively. Friends, hometown, the initial beauty, always make people's heart move, because people always miss their lost youth, and add a layer of filter to their happy childhood. Especially after becoming an immortal, they always miss the days when they played with their classmates in their childhood, carefree, eating dirt together, and laughing. And going back to hold a book signing event, looking at the sand sculpture blacksmiths who admired him, the picture was a bit exciting, and he was looking forward to it. I am willing to go back. Jiao mind moved, but Ning Zheng instantly branded him. After all, staying for a long time, it is easy to go wrong. Jiao, the painter, has a secret door left by the painter, which can be controlled at any time. But now, Ning Zheng also left a secret door. Jiao belongs to the joint management of both parties. Ning Zheng cannot directly control the other party's behavior like a painter. After all, this is his painter. The benefit to Ning Zheng is that he can use observer perspective to monitor Jiao actions at any time. The server has no imprint and is difficult to detect. I will erase your memory of seeing me. Forget about what is happening now and relax. Ning Zheng's mind moved. He had been prepared for this. This trip was closely linked, and the method of erasing memory had been experimented several times. This weak immortal could still handle it. After he successfully handled the matter, he quietly left the store. I am not afraid that the painter will find out. After all, my server has undergone 800 billion upgrades, which cannot be detected by non-immortal masters. But this is just planting an insignificant chess piece next to him. If I'm not mistaken, the painter who died at that time was just a self drawn by the real painter, used to settle a cause and effect of Jiao, cut off the past, and look to the fairyland. The painter who controls Shirong Villa now may also be just a self drawn by him. The painter, I don't know how many of himself he has drawn, walking between heaven and earth, lurking everywhere. After all, how can there be only one photographer? How can a photographer draw the vast history of the fairyland? Put your mind in another's shoes. If Ning Zheng can draw himself, how can he only draw one? Blacksmiths know to squeeze out a few more of their own embers to work, let alone the ancestor of the invention of embers, like the painter? Maybe the Jiao painter, who was killed before, was just one of them, and more painters are walking in various worlds. Ning Zheng took a deep breath and felt that this person was extremely terrifying, especially not long ago. After obtaining the complete method of ascending to immortality in Jiao, he completely trapped the dragon and ascended to heaven, becoming a real monster, breaking free from the small world, and the real natural disaster walked out of his hometown. I pulled Jukarong in this time. It was just a small foreshadowing. Even if the painter was able to calculate one of them, it would only hurt his hair, not the root. Judging from himself, Ning Zheng felt that Go Dalu was the most terrifying. And Ning Zheng himself was not considered to be a gouging, because he often went out and left the sword-casting villa. But the painter, that kind of person may never go out. This kind of person is the most frightening. Ning Zheng felt that he had no loopholes at all. They came from the same hometown, and the strong sense of oppression brought to Ning Zheng was comparable to that of the high and mighty immortal. Soon, 3 or 4 days passed. The blacksmith's and observer's perspective also became more involved. Fuck, this shop reminds me of a shop in Xinia's city back then, where Jiao was the shopkeeper. Xiaogao, I think of Xiaogao again. This shop is selling well, the golden elixir is selling well, it seems that our products are okay. Don't be arrogant. According to their purchase feedback, some products need to be adjusted. Zhongshan Fong also officially joined the company, and began to study new golden elixir templates. The business has been good in the past few days, and it has been selling well almost every day and sold out quickly. The normal golden elixir series for immortals to cultivate their destiny has also started to be sold. But the advantage is not big, and it is not selling well enough. The main reason is that the similar fortune elixir used by immortals has become very popular. And immortals will have stomachaches after eating golden elixir. But until the 5th day. Next to the Taoist golden elixir shop, several shops opened. The first one was the Huishan Hall, a doctor's shop, and there was a sign hanging. This shop specializes in treating stomachaches and heavy metal poisoning. Jiucai Rong was so angry that he exploded. Well, you guys are playing like this, right? Humiliating our golden elixir products? Before he had time to get angry, the second shop also came. It was a magic weapon shop. The owner was the blacksmith, who had been rejected by Jiucai Rong after enthusiastically communicating at the door before. This blacksmith specializes in purchasing used and discarded golden elixirs, and selling processed magic beads and weapons. The shop was full of strings of beads, shining with gold. Opposite, there was also a shop shining with gold, selling a kind of weapon, sword pills. A violent sword of destruction was injected into the golden elixir container. The one-time lethality weapon was amazing. It's only been a few days? These people combined their magical powers and expertise to immediately come up with a brand new series of golden elixirs. My fantasy food golden elixir has not been baked yet. Jiucai Rong looked at himself being surrounded by a group of colleagues, and the whole person wanted to cry, but had no tears. This very world is too competitive. Ning Zheng looked at Jiucai Rong's confused expression, looked at his newly recruited clerk, smiled, stood up and left. There will always be commercial competition. Let's see how Jiucai Rong performs next. Is the fairy world simple? The difficulty of internal competition is hell level. Ning Zheng's requirements are not high, just making money is enough, and eating one bite at a time. It's just that the magical power of this civilization is the magical skin. There is a natural birthmark totem on the skin at birth, which is most likely inherited from the father. You can also ask the strong to help you change the skin totem later. Change the grade of the magical power? Totem equals spiritual root. Ning Zheng decided to take a few totems back and throw them into the yin-yang forging furnace for the blacksmiths to melt them and make a brand new money boy. His requirements are not high, only 2 points. 1. The metal bones are layered and turned into an overlapping array pattern. It is 1,000 forged steel at birth. Isn't it cool? The money boy is transformed into a high-level forging material, which makes it easier to jump to the forging furnace. 2. Possess the ability of the first gourmet chef. This overlapping and peeling system allows the god of food to make real food, soup buns, dumplings, wontons. Let's go! This time, Chengwan Domain has gained a huge harvest. The villa has a new research project. A few hours later, Ning Zheng walked out of a shop with a few totems in his hands. He liked this feeling of full harvest. He glanced at Jiucai shop again and turned away. However, just as he left the market and was about to leave the fairyland, he saw a few sneaky guys secretly following him, who seemed to be robbery cultivators. Chapter 911. Ning Zheng remembered that there were often such cases in the story books, where the protagonist was targeted by robbers as soon as he left the market. I didn't expect that I, who rarely went out, would experience a classic plot. What does the Zuelahua family do? They are robbers. Occasionally, the Demon Charm Saint sect also plays the role of robbers, and once robbed Ning Zheng who was passing by. It can be seen that even some small and medium-sized sects in the fairy world have this tradition. Put on clothes to be a famous and upright sect, and take off clothes to make some extra money. In fact, this is essentially the contradiction between the natives and outsiders that has accumulated over time and intensified day by day. I, a native, pretend to be a robber and kill you, an outsider. I, an outsider, pretend to be a robber and kill you, a native. But I am also a cultivator from the outside world. Ning Zheng turned her head and looked at a corner of the grass. We are all poor outsiders. Wouldn't it be good to rob the rich natives? Behind him, several figures saw that they could no longer hide it and walked out directly. The three immortals led several people in the transformation realm and also taught the younger generation behind them. You are quite wealthy, and you travel everywhere without being in a hurry. People who are not well off would never do that. Boy, you are unlucky to meet us. My child, this person has not yet become an immortal, and is still in the tribulation realm. You go and practice, and I will support you. You can't mess with the powerful in this immortal world. They have mysterious divination skills. But it's no problem for us to mess with some small sects. Ning Zheng was silent. The tribulation realm should be compared with the transformation realm in Jiuzhou. They all mean the same thing, to become an immortal after going through 3 disasters and 7 difficulties. But why do we always encounter old tribulation cultivators with newcomers? I went out without becoming an immortal, and I looked like a small fish that could be used to teach apprentices practical combat. He raised his hand, and Shadow Crocodile shot out from behind. After a while, several human immortals showed horror, and bubbles fell one by one, and their bubble figures appeared. Under the siege of their own human immortal bubble clones, they screamed and died. Their own shadow crocodiles are originally soul attack viruses, ignoring the realm, and let you drop small soul bubbles. Back then, They could fight against the level, let alone now. Of course, in the final analysis, the opponent was just a human immortal of the 21st calamity, too weak, so it was not difficult to kill. Ningjing picked up the corpse and took a look. There was nothing special about the opponent's system. On the contrary, in their storage bags, there were some cultivation secrets, various materials, and the bodies of some Chongwon monks they looted. And there were more than 7,000 medium-grade immortal stones, which could be said to be rich. What is this, a boy who brings wealth? Is my luck so good? This spiritual stone is a direct burst, and I can also take some corpses of Chongwon monks back to the blacksmiths for research. This time, they helped persuade Jiuzai Rong to surrender, and the task reward was directly obtained. Ningjing thought about it, and suddenly felt that his 20.3 billion luck moved slightly, as if there was some bad change. He checked the storage bag again, and soon found some special positioning and tracking spell in a magic weapon that looked like stolen goods. Erased the location left by the other party, and immediately felt relieved. It should be fine. Sure enough, those who go out to be robbers are not good people, and they also leave hidden tricks. There are too many tricks in the outside world. Ningjing thinks it is safer to return to Jujin Villa. Crash. He turned over and jumped, leaving the fairyland. Fairyland? Another place, Jujin Villa. Bai Xingling looked at several broken scrolls, and frowned slightly. The frame broke without being touched, and the people in the painting are probably dead. He thought about it, and reported to his master, Master, the monks you sent to Chongwon Domain to collect materials for painting skins just died suddenly. Chongwon Domain is a paper-man civilization, a talisman stack people, and of course the best scroll materials. So, he drew a few miners, and treated them as robbers to go out and kill some Chongwon monks, and earn some resources. Hearing this, the painter smiled and said, I sent them there. Oh! Bai Xingling was puzzled. The painter said, I used the name of Shirong Villa as bait to lure out the other party's men. Now, the golden elixir is using the name of Shirong, and the real owner's Shirong Villa is most likely going to find it. Bai Xingling was shocked and couldn't help asking, Master, are you saying that those people died tragically because they found the real owner? Did you deliberately let them stay near Jiuzai Rong? Not only that, the tracking methods I left in the hands of those cultivators were also cleared. I am confident that even the true immortals may not be able to detect it, but the other party easily discovered it, which shows that the other party is indeed a super master of life cultivation. The painter smiled and said, I am afraid that Jiuzai Rong has also had some problems. Bai Xingling's expression changed several times. Then what should we do? The painter said, we are immortals who ascended from Jiuzhou, and Shirong Villa inexplicably appeared in our Jiuzhou. The mysterious origin should be an extraordinary force. They should be businessmen. I'm pretending to be the other party now, just to test whether there is any possibility of cooperation. The painter has already noticed that there is a mysterious force making money in his old nest Jiuzhou. Even after being exiled to the world of destiny, they settled down in the world of destiny again, and continued to make money. It looks like a business alliance. Since they are businessmen, it is not impossible to cooperate. He is just trying it this time. If it works, then he will try to get the skin of the tiger. There is a tacit understanding that Jiuzai Rong will be used as a transfer. There is no need for everyone to communicate. Provide some resources and technology together to help develop, and then make profits, and see how far Taoism Golden Pill can go. Can it provoke the economic lifeline of the fairy world, or even pry the nerves of the immortals? This is a test. Taoism Golden Pill is a chess piece that can be abandoned at any time. After all, Jiuzai Rong is originally their person, and their own painter, just right to be a link. As for whether the other party had fallen out, did they disagree with the tacit understanding that Jiuzai Rong was the key? He was not afraid. Either way, they would just continue to be hostile. The painter smiled at Bai Xingling and said, it's okay. If you can make money, then make money. If you can't, then forget it. It's just a small way to make money, not our main business. You can find Jiuzai Rong's picture frame and look back at his experience in the past few days. Bai Xingling nodded. His master was a super powerful person in the history of Jiuzhou. He took him up to see the vast world. Of course, he was convinced. He immediately checked Jiuzai Rong's picture frame. This was a clean scroll, and the person painted on the picture seemed to have left. This picture frame was equivalent to the lifeblood of the person who painted it. If the painting was destroyed, the person would die. And with the transfer, a shadow appeared on the scroll, showing Jiuzai Rong's experience in the past few days, and his deeds in running the store. Master, I can't find the figure of the other party. Bai Xingling said. It should be that the memory has been erased. The painter smiled gently. This is normal. Our Shirong Manor owner is really a big shot of a mysterious force. He should also have a method similar to mine, to win over a group of subordinates, and can monitor and observe his subordinates remotely. This Jiuzai Rong is probably also left with a method by him to observe. I can take a look at their details in turn. The painter showed a thoughtful look, looking at Jiuzai Rong who was running the store. Next, he wanted to observe these guys. After all, he only had a few words about Shirong. All I know is that they call themselves blacksmiths, love to eat dirt, love to jump in the forge, are nervous, vulgar and lively. It's a good time to find out their details. He picked up the album and wrote a few big words, Blacksmith Observation Album. But after thinking about it, he felt that the name of this album series was not good. Each of these blacksmiths has inexplicable potential. Maybe they will become famous in history, and become another history book. For example, ED is one of them. So, he erased his name and wrote a few big words, Chronicle of the Sword Forging Villa, drawing an eternal myth for you. He looked at the blacksmiths, who were digging the soil in the villa, and said lightly, I hope to keep your lively and happy faces forever. Chapter 912. Ning Zheng was very lucky. The 20.3 billion made his trip to the fairyland go smoothly, and he had a very good experience. It was a food trip. He ate street food everywhere in the market, and successfully got the native player login quota of Jiuzai Rong, becoming the second batch of native blacksmiths after Wu Xingjing and others. Finally, someone gave me a gift before leaving. It was so polite. Ning Zheng returned to Jiuzhou, sorted out the income in the room of Zujin Villa, and went straight to the top of the mountain. When he came to the square, the blacksmiths discussed and boasted together in front of the task bar. Wow, the shops in the fairy world are so interesting. I wonder if I can go to the shops in the fairy world to be a waiter, and help the fairy Jiuzai Rong. Golden elixir, so cool. Jiuzai Rong over there is the second merchant we have seen. He tricked a girl into doing free labor? I wonder if I can trick this girl into logging in here. She looks like a professional chef, and we need her in our villa. Yeah, I want to eat soup dumplings when I come to our sword casting villa. The glowing food will give you a beautiful illusion after you take a bite. It's like a food show coming to reality. I vomited after eating the food of the god of food. Ugh. Players are a group of people who pay great attention to food. Because they hold bonfire parties every night, and enjoy delicious food, they have a great demand for food. Most people are willing to spend a lot of money on food after making money. Food has always been the second expense of blacksmiths. The first expense, of course, is training and upgrading. Taoist priests, job changes, training, and adding buffs have already formed a complete system. The third expense is the baby training. They spend more money on food than on raising babies, which shows that they are all old foodies. Ning Zheng came to the villa and heard the speeches of the people imagining the future, and smiled slightly. The food was indeed good even for Ning Zheng, who had no requirements for food, let alone them. Everyone, please be quiet. Ning Zheng said, this time, you persuaded the fake Li Rong in the Adventure Town sword casting villa to surrender again, and made great contributions. He gave a speech and said loudly, everyone knows that the other party has been taking advantage of us before, and we have been at a disadvantage. They even created a group of counterfeits to replace us, and exiled us to the Destiny world. Now, this is our first big victory against the Imperial Mausoleum Adventure Town. The owner of the villa is very pleased and decided to give you a certain degree of reward. As soon as these words fell, everyone was immediately happy. They were cheated by the other party once, and a group of fakes appeared. Now they cheated the fakes back and dragged them into the sword forging villa. It's really cool, a big victory for the blacksmiths. Is there another 3-choice reward? It is said that the internal test will not provide optional rewards after the 1000 quota is full. After all, it is an internal test, and it is reasonable not to give rewards after the quota is full. But the public test. It has recovered again. My youth is back. Everyone was overjoyed and made a lot of noise, saying some messy words. Ning Zheng ignored the noise. Not to mention Ning Zheng, even Wu Xingjing and others have become familiar with their 800 ducks making a fuss on the street mode. After getting used to it, I think the noise is also quite interesting, with a lively and warm feeling. Didn't the painter Jiuzai Rong next door miss the days of eating dirt and talking to each other in the villa? The fixed reward is the corpse of the Chengwan people, for you to study. Ning Zheng took out the corpses killed by several robbers, as well as some messy specialty materials. Then, Ning Zheng showed 3 options. 1. Reward 10 low-grade immortal stones per person. 2,500 blacksmith invitations. 3. Invite Chongshan Fang to become a blacksmith and go up the mountain to enter the sword-casting villa. The long-lost three-choice reappeared, allowing the blacksmiths to enter the discussion mode again. Ancien looked at the lively scene outside the clinic and said with relief, "It feels quite valuable. 10 low-grade immortal stones per person. Immortal stones are still very useful. High-level energy is a small sum of money per person. And the second option, 500 blacksmiths, is equivalent to hundreds of millions of luck points. Moreover, it is not random, but they can also take the initiative to invite people. This is very valuable. Targeted invitations mean that some local tyrants will spend money to buy them in order to enter the game earlier. The third one, the natives enter our sword-forging villa?" The fairy doctor murmured, "A brand new mode. I think we can choose 3. Anti-Fairy's eyes lit up. Soon, a group of blacksmith executives quickly held a meeting. Jiosai Rong looked around. A new 3-choice one has appeared. After the public beta, we have returned to the original reward link. What do you think? Choose 3. Yi Guangxiu said directly, "This is beyond doubt. Don't think that we have almost no gains from just one more blacksmith. In fact, this is the beginning of a new mode. And this is a true gourmet cultivator, not a scumbag like the god of food. From our perspective, we have seen that for the immortals of their lineage, after becoming immortals, gourmet food can indeed make people experience all kinds of illusions and life, which is the supreme enjoyment. We invite this person to join us, just in time to help us transform the golden elixir." Everyone nodded, thinking that the analysis made sense. Now they are studying the variant mode of the golden elixir, and engraving some environmental runes for gourmet food on the golden elixir. Inviting this kind of professional technician, whose skin is full of gourmet runes, to join can help them speed up the progress. Besides, they really want to taste the real cooking skills of the immortal world. They are really tired of the god of food's dishes. Whether from the development strategy or personal enjoyment, they'd prefer this one. Soon, after a discussion, everyone found the old steward and said, "Sir, let's choose 3. Ningzheng smiled and nodded, "I know." He looked at the current luck value. "I don't want to go to the fairyland again to pull Chong Shafang into the team. It's too troublesome. It seems that the server needs to be improved to increase the ability to pull people in remotely." Ningzheng felt that it would be a huge expense to create a complete top fairy weapon. After all, it makes sense. Which fairy weapon in the hands of the fairy master did not spend a lot of resources and upgrade step by step over endless years? Even some ordinary worlds were hollowed out. My sword-casting villa server is my core fairy weapon, which I cultivated step by step. It is the core of my power. Of course, I can't stop. Current luck value savings, 1,135.7 billion. Daily income, 350 minus 102 is equal to 24.9 billion. Daily luck value consumption, 20.3 billion, 10.2 billion luck plus 10.1 billion tribulation. Now, after a little while of dormancy, he has money in his pocket again. Anchor point invitation letter. Blacksmiths have the ability to generate invitation letters to invite people nearby to become blacksmiths. Voluntary, 50 billion. Anchor point force letter. Blacksmiths have the ability to produce invitation letters, which can force hypnotize certain blacksmiths to voluntarily become blacksmiths. The intensity of hypnosis is determined by the cultivation ability of the immortal weapon owner, 200 billion. Forced hypnosis, forced invitation to become a blacksmith, determined by the cultivation ability of the owner? The shadow behind Ningzheng floated slightly, and a box with a distorted shadow appeared in the shadow. He reached out and grabbed it, and took it in his hand. It was the server of the sword-casting villa. In fact, the server has already become a colorful immortal weapon as various magical powers of immortal weapons have been integrated. The magical powers are mixed, and of extremely high grade. 7 of the magical powers are the previous range expansion, perception shielding, sea of consciousness encryption, and other functions, and also have a special accommodation evolution. But no matter how magical this immortal weapon is, it still depends on the master's control. The higher the master's mental power, the easier it is to hypnotize and pull people into the server. This is good. If you have this, Chongshan Fong next to Jiosai Rong can be hypnotized directly and pulled in. Ningzheng pondered and looked at the next one. Fixed point space turbulence function. It has the function of anchor point force letter, and uses the blacksmith as the anchor point to transmit materials and treasures. The larger the space distance, the higher the consumption, 1,000 billion. This is obviously a deluxe version. According to Ningzheng's guess, 800 billion is the power of the immortal venerable level. This magic weapon is 200 billion higher, proving that the thing he has is not simple, and it is also top level among the immortal venerables. It also has space turbulence transmission, which can send some resources through the air. Although the cost is not small, it will be of great use in the future. I haven't become an immortal yet, but I have to enjoy the treatment of the magic weapon of the immortal venerables. The child is waving a big gun, exerting less than 1% of the power, and bearing the weight that I shouldn't bear at my age. Ning Zheng's heart was Versailles for a while. He found out that if he got the fake gambling table, which is the top fortune treasure among the immortal venerables, if he doesn't waste it, he can rely on this simple express delivery function to steal the inheritance of the big guys. Basically reach the immortal venerable level. But it's not necessarily. Having money does not mean strong combat power. For example, by Xingling, this protagonist is rich, right? Good luck. Many opportunities, right? Every time he goes to the tomb, he makes a lot of money, and all kinds of treasures, and he is terribly rich. But what is the result? Having money but no fighting power is just a fat sheep. The protagonists are just fat pig feet. If you have money, you must be cautious, otherwise you will be slaughtered by the immortals. As the saying goes, opportunities that cannot be kept are disasters. -1,000 billion, a terrifying number jumped fiercely. Ning Zheng saw the space turbulence tear apart, and a figure sank and floated on the throne, which seemed to be a prehistoric afterimage from billions of years ago. The voice was full of ancient vicissitudes, space, time, life. These magical powers were taken away by him, and went to the distant chaos. The world order is solidifying, and future generations can no longer easily pry the three supreme laws and reverse the sky like us. Ning Zheng seemed to see an unknown ancient historical civilization. He only took a glance and felt his spirit was shocked, as if he saw the gods crying and everything in the world was falling. But the ultimate greatness, the colorless, shapeless and invisible source, the destiny magic power above the three great powers, can also be manifested in the post-universe era. The solidification of the world is also a kind of evolution. In the future era of the heavens, more incredible miracles will appear. His old figure seemed to carry all the truths of the world and contain other special attributes that Ning Zheng had never seen before. In Jiuzhou's words, it is the space spiritual root. Now, the space spiritual root is gone? Ning Zheng showed a thoughtful look. Ning Zheng was very lucky. This prehistoric figure is not a real man. It seems that he wants to convey more information before he dies. After all, leaving riddles after death only appears in vernacular novels. Most people leave wills to leave more information. According to the other party's description, it seems that in a certain ancient era, there were special spiritual roots such as space, life, and time. But they have been solidified and completed with the times, and these three rules are difficult to pry. Later generations can only practice yin, yang, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, these secondary second-class magical roots. But there are also benefits. As the world solidifies and improves, mysterious laws that are stronger than space, life, and time also appear before the world. Destiny? Ning Zheng thought. Therefore, people of our time can clearly feel the destiny in their bodies and the destiny of all things. Chapter 913. Hua la la. While Ning Zheng was thinking, she saw the ancient figure sighing in sorrow disappear. The dagger that distorted the cognition of space hung on the waist of the figure was caught in the space turbulence. With a hua la, a crack appeared in Ning Zheng's room, and a dagger fell in front of him. It seemed to contain some great prehistoric power. Ning Zheng vaguely felt that this immortal weapon, in its heyday, seemed to be able to cut through the spatial dimension, cut through the third and fourth dimensions, and cut through the world. But today, with the great changes in the rules of heaven and earth, this magic weapon can no longer pry the space and has lost most of its magic power. Ning Zheng showed a thoughtful look. Is this history before the super ancient times? It feels older than the era when the fairy world was established. It is even farther away from another completely different prehistoric practice system, or even the history before the restart of the universe. But it seems that it is all a distant history, and has nothing to do with the present. The order of the laws of heaven and earth at that time is no longer applicable now. But it may not be irrelevant. Where did the immortals go? Maybe, at their level, they also go to explore this kind of ancient tomb secrets. Just like the people of Jiuzhou, they go to tombs all day long. Ning Zheng guessed. But the daily activities of the immortals are a bit too far away from Ning Zheng now. Ning Zheng smiled and played with this dagger worth 1,000 billion. In today's era, it is basically impossible to use space magic. This ancient immortal weapon has lost most of its space magic power, but it only has some space attributes, which is already very good. He threw it. The dagger slowly merged into the server. A powerful force was slowly born, and the whole square box rolled with ripples, as if it disappeared into the space. What a good thing. Most of my family assets are invested in this thing. Ning Zheng sighed in her heart. Immortal world? Chongshan town. Chong Shanfeng, who helped in the Jindan shop, returned to her shop to rest after a busy day. Her life is now fulfilling and busy, and she feels that the future is promising. And she thinks that if she signs a friend contract, Jiuzai Rong will definitely let her be a Taoist partner. After all, she thinks she is still pretty. Who knows, the shopkeeper is actually a gentleman, sitting on the lap of a woman without being tempted. What a serious person. Chong Shanyu thought about the business model that the other party talked about, and smiled, thinking that he had followed the right person. But at this moment, a mysterious countdown suddenly appeared in the corner of her eyes. Moreover, there is a forum button next to the countdown. When I clicked it, it turned out to be something like First Test of Pseudo-Human Force Strategy Guide 1.7 version. In the forum, Wu Xingjing and several others were discussing. She was slightly surprised. Where is this? Wu Xingjing, newcomer? Princess Xini. What's your name? Chong Shanfeng? Chong Shanfeng, you know me? The Lord of Jiai Town. Wow, you are really here. Did you just get off work? Left the Golden Pill shop. Chong Shanfeng, you are peeking at me? Where are you? Great Master, please let me go. I am just a small casual cultivator who has not yet become an immortal. Wu Xingjing, don't panic, I suggest you take a look at the top strategy. Also, your identity will probably be untraceable when you go in, remember not to expose us. Chong Shanfeng was startled, opened the forum strategy post and looked at it, and gradually showed fear. The next morning, a new batch of hundreds of blacksmiths landed and appeared at the door of the villa. They looked around curiously, picked up the soil and touched it, looked at the grass and flowers next to them, and sniffed them. And Chong Shanfeng stood among this group of chattering blacksmiths, at a loss, with a blank face. She thought for a while, and raised her hand high. I am Chong Shanfeng, may I ask? Where is this place? After these words fell, everyone calmed down and looked at her with excitement. NPC has landed. This game is so colorful. Not only does it make the NPC intelligent and disguised as another of our embers, but it also makes the NPC our blacksmith to increase the sense of substitution. Momation Zone. In the room, after a passionate exchange, Yi recently started chatting with Yi Tianai. I'm going to sign a formal contract. Yi Tianai said, I'm going out with the sect master. So soon? Yi looked at Yi Tianai who had been missing for a few days. It seemed that Yi Tianai had been away for a few days, but in fact, he had been away for hundreds of years. Because their fairyland has an independent lower fairyland, which is not affected by the slow flow of time in the fairyland. Upper fairyland one day, lower fairyland is like an ordinary small world outside, and 100 years have passed. You can go to lower fairyland to practice, which is similar to a super closed secret realm. But the fees in this lower fairyland are very expensive. It can only be said that this place knows how to do business. Originally free things, isolate an area that is not affected by time, and then charge a high price. Of course, you can also choose to practice in other small worlds, where one day is also 100 years, and it is free. But your system does not match. Most people, you can't absorb the attribute energy of other worlds to practice. The fairy energy of the fairy world is the most universal high-level energy, with the highest versatility, so the lower fairyland can accommodate any system to retreat in it. These days, Mo Mei Zhenxian took Yi Tianai into practice, which cost a lot. After all, in order to stabilize the sect, Mo Mei Zhenxian can't really go through a weak period of thousands of years. So, going to a world with high flow rate is the only choice. The sect master has spent hundreds of years to completely cancel the contract, and I have also practiced there for hundreds of years. Yi Tianai said, just waiting for me to sign the contract. It is the best choice for me to sign it before I become an immortal. Now with the crazy support of this true immortal, my limit is already 3 disasters and 2 tribulations, which is already very strong in theory. The past 5 of the 10 immortal gates are comparable to the contemporary saints of most sections. After all, it is not easy to find the talent of the immortal master. Then go. Yi smiled and comforted. After you sign the contract, it will be my turn soon. The two people said sweet words and got up soon. With the blessing of huge resources, Yi's cultivation has also made a lot of breakthroughs, which can be said to be rapid progress. By the way, take a few golden pills over. Yi suddenly said, the first batch of golden pills has been transported from the world of destiny recently. Okay. Yi Tianai smiled. In the distance, Immortal Mo Mei also strode over. Let's go. After Immortal Mo Mei left, Emperor Yi played with the golden elixir in his hand, and continued to practice silently. It seems that as long as you have money in the immortal world, time is not a problem. Go to a certain practice area. A day is 100 years. You can squander it as you like. But to this immortal realm, it is not enough to practice hard. Enlightenment is very important. He silently closed his eyes. The enlightenment of the 7 attribute laws and the 3 origins is not enough to pile up time. The qualification requirements are getting higher and higher, which makes Emperor Yi a little tired. After saying goodbye to Immortal Mo and Yi Tianai, he returned to the room, suddenly frowned, and felt a login button suddenly appeared under the corner of his eyes. Emperor Yi was shocked. When can I log in again? My youth is back. He tried to log in, and suddenly a new body of the golden money boy appeared in front of the gate of the sword-casting villa, standing among the blacksmiths, looking at the newcomers around him. There was a gold coin Lolita who shouted that she was Chongshan Fong, and everyone fell silent. What's going on? Yi Di blinked, curiously watching the discussions of the people around him, and immediately understood the general situation. Looking at Chongshan Fong, who was surrounded by everyone, I haven't been back for a while, and it seems that there are new ways to play. Chapter 914. You guys? As expected, Chongshan Fong's arrival was greatly welcomed by the blacksmiths. Sister, you are so beautiful. Someone said to her monotonous face of money lowly. Sister, can you tell me a story about the fairyland? I want to listen. What a beautiful girl, I like you. Please be my Taoist partner. A group of people were so enthusiastic that she became the focus of thousands of people. This welcoming attitude made Chongshan Fong, a small place, a casual cultivator stall owner, directly at a loss. I am just a small chef. But she has read the strategy, one of which is, when they talk nonsense and say something incomprehensible, please don't care, because 90% of the daily chats of pseudo-human creatures are invalid information. They are using you to practice skills in order to play various roles. The most common skill is to praise you. But I have to admit it. The other party was very enthusiastic. He took her to find a dormitory, distributed clothes, introduced the villa square, street lights, turtle wooden fish, square task bar, and other facilities. Until noon, the other party treated her to delicious food and drinks. Then in the cafeteria, she realized why they were so enthusiastic to invite her to be a chef. This food is poisonous. Chongshan Fong began to wonder why the other party would not be poisoned. Is his body so good? According to her experience, if he eats for a few months, he will definitely die suddenly. However, after looking at these thick-skinned and thick-fleshed golden elixir boys, who were poisoned by heavy metals, she knew the reason. Moreover, she went to the blacksmith shop and saw them jumping into the forging furnace to refine the golden elixir. She was numb. The truth is, they can't live for more than a few months. Do I really want to live with him? For a moment, she hesitated when she saw the scene of the golden elixir production and the forging of golden elixir in the blacksmith shop. Moreover, she saw Wu Xingjing and several others, who were also doing their daily tasks today. They also jumped into the forging furnace together. Plop! Golden sparks flew everywhere. It fully reflects that there is no killing without buying and selling. Behind every golden elixir is a money boy and a pile of auxiliary metal materials. Even the owner of the wedding dress town who persuaded me last night. Although Chong Shenfeng was shocked, she still respected them. She didn't want to jump into the forging furnace. She came to the kitchen and decided to try cooking. Everyone, let me cook for you. She, Chong Shenfeng, had an ordinary dream, to become a great chef, to open a restaurant famous in the fairy world, to let the real immortals and even the immortals come to the restaurant to eat and taste her food. Of course, this is very common. Not everyone loves fighting and killing. Just like the dream of every blacksmith is to create a fairy-level treasure. The dream of every alchemist is to refine a fairy-level elixir. As a fairy chef, she is just the dream of ordinary chefs in the industry. Soon, Shigeyama Fong, with a pious and sincere heart, personally cooked a delicious meal for everyone in the cafeteria. It smells so good. I really chose the right one. Wow, my stomach is growling. It smells so good, it really is necessary to invite a real chef to our villa. Chong Shafang blushed when she heard everyone's praise, and served the food shyly. Although she couldn't use her own magical power, her basic cooking skills alone made people exclaim delicious, and everyone gave her high praise. Boss, you are so awesome. I want to learn. Even the man who called himself the god of cookery came to her to become her apprentice, and decided to become a great chef. And Yi Di, who logged in again, was also watching in secret, wanting to get along with them as an ordinary newbie. It has changed a lot. It's not bad to log in occasionally to see it, but I have to practice in reality, and don't have much time to go online. I can't brag with them here. Chong Shafang had a very happy day. Soon it was 7 o'clock, and she started to go offline. Chong Shafang opened her eyes in her breakfast shop in Fangshan and showed a hint of amazement. What a wonderful journey. She felt that this was a huge fairy fate. With her eyes open or closed, she can control a money boy, communicate with people in that villa, make money learn. It's so interesting. She couldn't imagine how such a mysterious method was achieved. It should be impossible for a true immortal to do it. In other words, the one who maintained this sword-forging villa might be an immortal treasure, which had formed a secret organization with countless members. Unfortunately, I can't show it casually. If I tell others, my head is restricted. Go again tomorrow. They said they have taken the corpse to study the new character race. When the time comes, log in and use my Chongwon Immortal Chef system to make them really delicious food. After all, my cooking skills today are less than 1%. She felt that the future was full of hope. She didn't need to open her own breakfast shop anymore. She would open a shop in Jujin Mountain Villa to earn opportunities. She made a lot of money today. Those guys were super generous for food and drink. I also exchanged a few golden pills. She shook her hand and took out the golden pills. It's just that the transmission fee is a bit expensive. I took it back. The golden pills that could be sold for 100 times the profit only had 3 times the profit. This is just a few small golden pills. She stroked the golden pills with bright golden light and felt a little painful. Anyway, today's reward is still very generous. However, I can't rush to log in tomorrow. I still have to help the Taoist golden pill shop. But in the current situation, the golden pills are sold out in an hour in the market every day. I can help open the shop myself and log in an hour later. Just can't tell the secrets of Zujin Mountain Villa to outsiders. I don't know if I can tell that shopkeeper tomorrow. She fell asleep with a beautiful vision and full of hope for the future. Sword Casting Villa. In the house at the foot of the mountain, Ning Zheng was lying on the bed, watching the forum and Chong Shafang in the surveillance camera. It seems that the newcomer experience is good. Ning Zheng said lightly, in the future, recruit more people, chefs, blacksmiths, spiritual farmers. Make our sword casting villa into a dark fairyland force, spread out like a spider web. Turn it into a trading platform for daily online communication, learning technology, and obtaining resources. Ning Zheng had this idea when he created a space turbulence delivery. For example, now, this chef logs into sword casting villa, works in the kitchen, and then can exchange for golden elixir. This can extend a new model with great potential. This is the value of the top 1,000 billion treasures of the immortals. They brought the things back directly from the villa, to be honest. Ning Zheng didn't think that his sword-casting villa could be hidden forever, and there was no need to hide it. By doing business in Jiuzhou, he had exposed the power of Shirong. What could the people of Jiuzhou do to them? If they couldn't catch Shirong, they could only buy weapons obediently. It's the same in the immortal world now. As long as they keep selling things, the name of Shirong will gradually spread, and it will be a matter of time before they become famous in the immortal world. It's not exposing their true position. Everyone in the immortal world knows that you, Shirong, are selling things, but they can't find you, Shirong. And many secret associations, organizations, and business alliances in the immortal world have similar ideas to Ning Zheng, making money in secret. Shirong is not the only one. Before Ning Zheng was completely exposed and showed the interests that made the immortals jealous, most people would only think that Shirong was just an ordinary business alliance hidden in the dark. What's more, Ning Zheng has put on a layer of skin. The painter took the blame and carried it. Even if it matures in the future, we can also pull the true immortals, the heads of various immortal realms, and even the painters into the sword-casting villa to forge iron, move bricks, and do daily tasks. Let them do business and sell things, and turn this place into a supermarket. The blacksmiths are NPCs in the sword-casting villa, and those heads are just passers-by. It would be better to fool the painters, and open a portrait shop in the villa to sell portraits. Ning Zheng is imagining the future. Although this future dream is beautiful, it is not easy to realize. But what is the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? He has a big vision. In the words of the blacksmith, he is like an online Taobao. As long as the IP address is not caught, nothing else matters. This will test Ning Zheng. He will increase the strength of the server and steal more treasures of the immortals so that the big guys can't figure out his location. It's not enough to make money honestly. After becoming an immortal, what's the point of practicing fast? Without resources, it's impossible to practice fast. The sword-casting villa has to shoulder the burden of its own cultivation resources. And what if you don't have special products to sell, and are not good at working in the sword-casting villa? Are you a combat cultivator? Then you can only fight for my villa. A gold boy logged in, rebuilt his realm, and then became a strongman. Golden Immortal, he will control the logged-in player character, and fight for Ning Jing's anonymity. But the merits gained in the battle can be exchanged for treasures such as golden elixir and immortal artifacts, and then brought to reality, and used by your own body. I will have an elite super army. The real players behind this army may be the disciples of a righteous sect, the head of a demon sect, or the concubine of an immortal. They can even attack their own sect for money. Anyway, who knows who his real body is when he logs into the villa character? Ning Zheng sighed softly, her eyes gradually brightened. Great. We have to make it more tempting, and draw more big cakes. It is imperative to enrich my Square Mission Redemption reward list, so that the immortals will be jealous and come here to work. Recently, I have to study technology, and speed up the mass production of Immortal Fate. In the future, the list of redemption task points will not only have golden elixirs, but also exchange for Immortal Fate. He thought about it, and looked at the beautiful chef. She completed today's cafeteria task, exchanged a few golden elixirs, and held them in her arms, and fell asleep happily on the bed. Today, she was very happy, and she was also very happy. This is a win-win situation. Chapter 9:15. At 7 o'clock in the evening. Forum. The blacksmiths who just went offline were extremely excited. Because today marked a historical milestone, an NPC native blacksmith entered the villa. Countless people were discussing how delicious the food was today. And imagine the future. Xiao Chai Kuan, don't panic, we have already got the corpse of the Chongwan people. This kind of Dai people has been thrown into the forge. We will soon be able to create a similar race, and then let Chongshan Fawn land and thoroughly show her true bag skills. Food god, ha ha ha, I'm so looking forward to it. I will go to synthesize the Dai people tomorrow. The thin and tender dumplings with beautiful girl skin are absolutely delicious. 9-year-old does not wet the bed. Against the sky, you two in the cafeteria have become gamblers again, and go to the furnace of creation to draw cards again? Robbie Xiaoxin, gamblers are like this. The two of them never save money. They are arm in arm, and play the furnace of creation all day long. Swollen eyes, hurry up. I want to eat the jade foot dumplings of the beautiful girl bag, not the jade foot skin type. I won't eat it. I bags, ha ha, it's best if the waiter brings a basket of yuzu zilong bao and shouts, miscellaneous fish, don't say yuzu everything. Blinded Su Yunyang, come on, I ask you to be a waiter here. Su Yunyang, nervous. Pervert, stink-bugged, go to hell, miscellaneous fish. Dizzy, by the way, Su Yunyang, you've been busy with your Yiro tribe ancestor tribe recently, which never stops spinning, and is about to become one of the 4 great beasts of the new era. I suggest you take one to the kitchen, and use it as a blender. Knife Jizz, I've made an appointment with her recently. Our blacksmith shop needs a motor, with a fast speed, to quickly stir the golden molten iron. Umujiang, we also need a fertilizer mixer here at Lingnong. Lindayu, we also need a rotary spinning machine to make clothes. Medical Fairy, my clinic in the villa also needs a puncher. Su Yunyang, haha, my electric motor race has an unparalleled super speed cool. Super clean energy engine. I will let you log in, but I will charge a patent fee. You electric motor blacksmiths can accept many tasks in the task bar in the future. Everyone was very happy. Although the chat went off track and turned to Su Yunyang's money-making plan, the first of the new 4 races in the reopened world, Yiro, a kind of conch, the old 4 races certainly cannot be counted in it. The main reason is that today's NPC is silly and cute, and it looks easy to deceive. Moreover, they are equivalent to tourists, coming to Sword Forging Villa to work, but they play the role of NPC, which is very interesting. This is a very classic business game. They have thought of hundreds of ways to squeeze these NPC friends. No, to improve the order of the villa. Of course, some big guys have also started the analysis mode. For example, Yi Guangxiu brought his think tank and started a very serious speech, and used the background to pin a post. Yi Guangxiu, Villa Strategic Command, the painter's intention? He built the sword forging villa in the fairy world and analyzed it. I guess everyone has seen the new blacksmith today. Our little cook can officially abandon the temporary food god. I'm happy. But what we want to say is that no one pays much attention to the painter. The painter built Shirong Villa, mined in the fairy world, pretended to be us, and release the painter Jiuzai Rong to hang out outside. To be honest, I don't think this is in line with the painter's character. This painter is a bit too radical. I suspect that the real painter adjusted the character of this fake painter to make him radical. Why do you guess so? Old players have experienced one thing. We all want our own Ember Baby to work like crazy, right? But in the end, the Ember Baby inherits the owner's character, plays badly, is a lazy fish, and even exploits its owner and forces the owner to work. This often leads to a popular scene, a master, with a bunch of Ember Babies, playing badly together, and scolding each other. You are a baby waste, unqualified garbage. When everyone saw this, they immediately felt involved. After all, there are too many such things. A baby has no qualifications, and most of the reasons are that the owner has no qualifications. Yi Quanxiu continued, what about the painter? He is so cowardly, and his babies must be cowardly too, playing badly, cowardly to the extreme, and not making money. If I were him, I would change my painter's personality and send them to work. So, the painter we see seems a bit radical, and his main character is deliberately set, greedy for money, crazy about business. We can completely not regard this painter as a painter, but as a tool for him. Of course, this is just my guess. In any case, this painter is now involved in the golden elixir business, obviously wanting to make money. He wants to make money, so it's not that we can't cooperate. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests, not to mention that we are not mortal enemies. Speaking of which, we are just cheating on each other, it's just a kind of fun, lol.jpg. My suggestion is that we can have a temporary cooperation, and we can also get the initial fairy character from him and log in. Everyone was suddenly confused. Immortal baby character? Yi Quanxiu continued, the fake Jiuzai Rong over there has become an immortal, right? He is the shopkeeper. What if we pay the artist to draw a new immortal Jiuzai Rong ember based on the immortal Jiuzai Rong, and then let our manager Jiuzai Rong take over his body? If Jiuzai Rong takes over his own immortal ember, will he become an immortal in an instant, and become an immortal Jiuzai Rong? Before, we also took over some powerful Isin realm and Huawa realm ancestors, but they were not practical because they were too repulsive. For example, a certain Mai Lingyu. But taking over our own great power, taking over the ultimate immortal ourselves in the future, there will definitely not be any great repulsion. This is the new function of the painter NPC. Poor, just practice Taoism and become an immortal. Rich people, find a painter to pay for the immortal character. Faced with the future shown by Yi Quanxiu, everyone was immediately excited. The big guy's analysis makes sense. Even if those blacksmiths who became immortals are of the lowest level, they are also immortals. Possession. Wasn't it that when I first came up, my initial level was 60 or 70, this is too cool. In addition, the painter is obviously short of money to make the golden elixir. If I pay for it myself, can't I let the other party make my own immortal embers? We are pseudo-humans, and taking over the embers is our job. Chapter 916. A group of people also responded to this analysis post. Painter, if you help me get an immortal to log into Yujin, you will be my father. Mo Meijin Qian is my mother. Fuck, after becoming an immortal, you will immediately have a father and a mother. You are so blessed. A bunch of shameless trash. Is it necessary to play a game? Stupid, it's just because of playing games. Everyone is just shouting that they want to be Lu Bu, who dares to really do it in reality. There are also honest analyses. Brothers, you can't afford it. How high is the ability of an immortal? This is too expensive, and the painter's painting doesn't charge you for labor? It seems that this new function is a heavy Krypton project. We have to make money again. We have to continue to develop the business of the immortal world and make money per capita. By the way, can't we draw it ourselves? Do you have any ideas to sponsor Xian Shichen and help him burn the painter and seize the painting skills? Ning Zheng then scanned several pages of the forum. I have to say that these blacksmiths are really smart, talk well, and have a lot of insights, with all kinds of wild ideas. They are even so wild that they want to use such an outrageous way to find a painter to improve themselves. By the way, are you cheating on me, or am I cheating on you? Ning Zheng fell into this philosophical thinking. He found it out completely. Jiuzhou's system is not only sticky and immortal, but also copies cuckolds. Look at those magical powers. Covering the face copy you. Jiuing, give birth to a few children. Human god, control and play with your body. Ember virus, pseudo-human virus, no respect for the old and no love for the young. Painters, not to mention. The history of Jiuzhou is full of art and philosophy, and it is permeated with a historical philosophical question. How do you know that this is your true self? A bunch of false selves, true selves, everyone is doubting life. There are also a group of dead people in the tomb who feel that they are not dead yet. But Ning Zheng complained, but he still didn't want to interfere with the blacksmiths. They have dreams and want to find a painter. I'd better let it go and observe silently. His eyes fell on himself instead. Current luck value savings, 155.7 billion. Daily income, 350 minus 102 is equal to 24.9 billion. Daily luck value consumption, 20.3 billion, 10.2 billion luck plus 10.1 billion calamity, only more than 100 billion are left. It seems small, but this luck value should be the luck of Imomazhenxian level. To predict Ning Zheng, at least an immortal must take action. But such a person, without knowing Ning Zheng's existence, is impossible to take action against him. So, it is very safe at present. After all, he is a mortal who has not yet become an immortal, but he has the luck of the first level of Imomazhenxian, which can be described as exaggerated to the extreme. It's almost slow. It's time to break through the last tribulation and start preparing for becoming an immortal. Ning Zheng took a deep breath, his expression a little solemn. The last tribulation, Jiosue said before, is 10 times more difficult than the previous ones. It is the distinction between the incomplete system and the perfect system. But Ning Zheng must break through. If I practice the perfect system and don't go to perfection, wouldn't it be a waste to practice this difficult system? If a person can't complete it anyway, it's better to go to the simpler incomplete system. Isn't it more cost-effective? Therefore, if you don't complete the perfect system, it will be meaningless. After all, this system is more difficult, has more resources, and takes longer time, which will cause you to lose a lot if you don't complete it. This is why the 13 giant systems are all flawed systems. Ning Zheng kept taking deep breaths and adjusting his body. He began to survive the last calamity of the cross-tribulation realm in the mouth of the neighboring system, the Earth calamity. In an instant, Ning Zheng felt that the earth element in his body disappeared, and the whole person entered a mysterious state. Add points. Minus 50 billion. The huge luck value suddenly poured down, making Ning Zheng's positive luck value today as high as 60.2 billion. The auspicious air spread in the body, helping Ning Zheng survive the death calamity. At the same time, the 10 billion black calamity energy suppressed in the body was also exerting its strength, quickly absorbing the black calamity energy on Ning Zheng's body. The positive and negative luck attributes made Ning Zheng's body change rapidly. 3 days later, the death calamity in his body gradually disappeared. Ning Zheng slowly opened his eyes, and felt the 7-orifice delicate heart in his body burst out with a majestic 7-color power, surging and circulating rapidly. This immortal heart, the central part of the Jiuzhou system, was completely perfect. Wow! The 7 attributes flowed and ran with each other, just like a rainbow, revealing a flawless and peerless beauty. And at this moment, Ning Zheng's 3 origins also gathered in his head, and the 3 flowers of circulation rose. The 3 flowers on his head represent life, body, and soul, which are constantly intertwined and circulated. An unprecedented sense of perfection erupted in Ning Zheng's body. So that's it. Ning Zheng flashed a hint of enlightenment in the dark, and said lightly, even if ordinary people cultivate 7-color spiritual roots, at most they can only condense the 7-orifice delicate heart. You still have to cultivate the 3 origin systems to gather the 3 flowers. The head has 3 circulating sources. The heart has 7 circulating attributes. This is the great perfection of the Jiuzhou system, the great immortality. This difficulty is much greater than I imagined. Ning Zheng felt his body. Because the disaster in his body was sucked away, the black calamity energy increased by 1 billion. Adhering to the concept that evil cannot prevail over good, he also added 1 billion to the daily luck value. Daily luck value consumption, 22.3 billion, 11.2 billion luck plus 11.1 billion calamity energy. 1 billion calamity energy is comparable to 1/10 of the power of the vast billions of people in a world of destiny. This is still concentrated on one person. No wonder many people cannot reach perfection. This 1 billion calamity energy is not something that ordinary mortals can bear. Ning Zheng understood, and then felt the power in his body. I feel that I can become an immortal at any time. It turns out that only perfect people have the ability to become immortals independently without relying on immortal fate. If you don't complete the system, you can only rely on Xian as an external force to help you break through. If Ning Zheng wants to break through and become an immortal now, he will be able to do it in the next second and become a human immortal directly. But he is not in a hurry. The process of becoming an immortal for ordinary people is to enter the body of Xian, to absorb immortal fate after passing the tribulation, and spend thousands of years repairing the foundation of their own body, damage, and improving the potential of their race. They all want to polish slowly. Ning Zheng will of course spend some time to perfect his body before breaking through. This is a great opportunity to perfect the potential of the body after passing the tribulation, and it must be cherished. I feel that now that I have opened up the cycle, I am more than 30 times stronger, and I can fight against high-level human immortals. Ning Zheng felt that the gap was really exaggerated. Before becoming an immortal, the cultivation system, attributes, race, civilization, 3 disasters, 7 disasters. All of these added up to a multiplication of improvements. No wonder those immortals, who have suffered one disaster after another, are called ordinary heavenly soldiers and generals. If they are thrown into mining, the potential gap is really huge. It's just right to go out for a walk and relax. Ning Zheng was happy physically and mentally, feeling the vast and majestic power of his body, and looked at the sword-casting villa at this time. Chapter 917. During the days when Ning Zheng was in seclusion, a lot of things happened in Zhujin Villa. In order to make money, the blacksmiths formulated 2 core policies. 1. Golden elixir. 2. Food. Not to mention the golden elixir, it has been developing steadily. The second way is to choose food, because this more unconventional way is not easy to touch the cake of the big boss. And people live by food, and if the food industry is done well, it will also make a lot of money. So, they began to study the role of the Dai people, and started with soup dumplings. The result of their dream is a soup dumpling assembly line factory similar to the blacksmith shop, inspired to create a cartoon Q version of a cute food race. Under this enthusiasm, a new race soon appeared, the gluten Dai people, officially launched online. Now more than 200 million luck every day is not a joke. This is a mountain villa that sucks blood in a world of luck civilization. As a Taoist system, they mainly study luck, divination, blessing. With good luck, it is not uncommon to synthesize a new race within a few days. This race is special. The prototype comes from the evolutionary race of those sand sculpture blacksmiths. Super gluten people. This race is under the command of the god of food. Just like the race under Su Yunyang, they are born as electric motors, born to be social animals. It belongs to the final area product of the previous classic of mountains, and seas where everyone started with a kuan to eat. Now it is also a well-developed ancestral tribe. This race of gluten people belongs to the final product of the god of food and Shao Chai Kuan. After all, during this period of time, the god of food and Shao Chai Kuan disappeared in the villa, and actually focused their energy on the activities of this classic of mountains and seas. The characteristics are very interesting. A special structure will be produced in the body, which will react by itself and produce starch. And this starch is a kind of hair. As this race moves, it will keep jumping and walking, and it will become stronger and sweeter in the end. Then cut off the hair, and sell it as noodles. It is a bit like an upgraded version of wine rice hair. After all, the god of food has a very novel idea. Other people's wheat ears can be used as spiritual rice. Why don't I shell and grind the spiritual rice on the wheat ears to turn it into gluten hair? Rice ears hair become noodle hair. This saves so many steps. Wouldn't the capitalists be ecstatic? Originally, this race can only be regarded as mediocre. What use can it have? It is the supply chain of the canteen. The god of food has set up a source of origin outside to provide the canteen with pastry materials. But now, the son of the version, the god of food uses gluten people and the corpses of the Chongwan system to create gluten people, which belongs to 1 + 1 greater than 2. In the canteen, the god of food showed a look of joy, looking at the financial report. Good. Good. Hundreds of people have already logged into our gluten-dyed people and grown hair. It has already beaten the previous wine rice varieties, and the patent fees are enough for us to make a lot of money. I said that our canteen duo, if we follow the yin-yang creation furnace, we will definitely gain something. Food cannot be separated from this thing. Both of them are super card drawers. All the money earned by the canteen is used for synthesis, but their accumulated technology is also amazing. Shao Chai Kuan also laughed. Our gluten race is much weaker than Chongwan monks in all aspects. After all, it is normal that pirated products cannot compare with genuine products. However, if we continue to improve our deliciousness, we should be able to beat the Chongwan people. The god of food showed a thoughtful look. They are versatile, taking into account various fields, while we are specializing in the food industry. The two chatted and looked at Chongshan Fang, who was busy in the kitchen, and a group of chefs and blacksmiths under his command. After a few days of teaching by Chongshan Fang, a group of Dai people have cultivated to the first realm of Chongwan people, the skin layer realm. This realm is the basic skin layer. The performance and combat power is also good, similar to the warrior skin training realm. But the realm of the first layer of skin is enough to start learning to cook. As array diagram dyed people, they painted the food-related array pattern totem on their skin, layer by layer, and then used it to make dumplings, steamed buns, vermicelli, and dough. A group of people are busy in the kitchen. Teacher Fong, how do we do this? Here, do you do it like this? This looks like a chef, but is it actually a formation master? The Chungwon people are like this. All their systems are professions that extend from formations. Blacksmiths have layers of formation patterns engraved on their bodies that can assist in blacksmithing. Cho Shan Fong looked gentle and patient as he taught these apprentices. Cho Shan Fong was shocked. They have specialized in cooking based on our race, and they are going to surpass us in just a few days. Copy, imitate, plagiarize, and then surpass. This green hat villa they are talking about is so amazing. It is worthy of being the legendary fake person who surpasses the original after replacing it. Chongshan Fong is a native of the fairy world and knows how terrible and scary this is. It seems that every world has a special period of biological explosion and evolution, but human intervention is not allowed. This yin-yang creation furnace is definitely not possible. The sacrifice period of other civilizations is a single race evolution. It is multiple race synthesis. This is essentially different. Even Chongshan Fong saw that they threw a Chongwon person and a beast master, and then synthesized. This is outrageous, and if it is just synthetic biology, this yin-yang creation furnace can only be regarded as a powerful immortal weapon. Because the synthetic experimental biology of the yin-yang creation furnace has structural defects and often does not live long. But it is matched with this ember system. They deliberately let these synthetic defective lives die, 50% become embers, and then lucky forced awakening as ghost kings. The terrible thing about this civilization system lies in this. Resurrection, live a second life. The ghost king will reshape life, make up for the defects of life, and improve qualifications. She watched these big guys use 100 million luck points to awaken a defective gluten dye people, and completely perfect the role of this species. After resurrection, they became a flawless natural race, and the gluten dye people were born. Too outrageous. This mutant gourmet Chongwon people will probably make better buns than our original civilization. Tonight, while I'm offline, I can take a stack of dough and go back to Chongshan town to make Xylong Bao. Wouldn't I make a fortune? She thought absent-mindedly. Why should I even do it myself? I can sell it to nearby big hotels and taverns. They will definitely be very interested in this kind of bun skin. Chongshan Fong saw endless business opportunities. She saw money. She saw endless fairy stones falling towards her. This made her tremble all over, feeling that she was going to get rich. This mysterious villa has endless business opportunities. Endless potential. Just leaking a little bit of benefits to sell outside, it would be enough for her to build a business empire. And it can also help her realize her dream of food. In the back kitchen of the cafeteria, the god of food came over. Hey, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and make the dumplings. We hired you to the cafeteria, not to be in a daze. Sorry. Chong Shafan apologized quickly. Humph. The god of food said dissatisfiedly. Remember once, accumulate 4 times, and you will be executed by our villa's street lamp law and be caught and hung on the street lamp. Don't think you will treat you differently. We treat you equally. This beautiful female chef, you don't want to be hung on the street lamp, screaming loudly, attracting passers-by to watch? These words scared Chong Shafang, and shook his head frantically. These days, he saw a lot of lively pseudo-human new blacksmiths, who like to steal things everywhere and sneak around, and ended up being hung on street lamps. The rows of street lamps in the villa are brightly lit, which is very scary. She doesn't want to die socially. And Xiao Chai Kun next to him also came over and said gently, don't listen to his alarmist words. We are still very good to the canteen employees. You won't be hung on the street lamp. You will make a fully automatic bread machine, put it in the kitchen, and work automatically. Shigyama Fong, She quickly focused her attention and started to work seriously. She didn't want to lose her job as the chief chef of the canteen. Chapter 918. The canteen is now run by the god of food and Xiao Chai Kun, so the power will naturally not fall into the hands of Chongshan Fong, who has only been here for a few days. After all, how can a chef who can only cook delicious food run a canteen? Only the boss god of food who can manage, calculate, cut corners, and use junk ingredients can turn the canteen into a highly profitable industry. Lian Shanzhuang's business manager Jiao also deeply recognizes the god of food's spirit of cutting corners. Only such a canteen manager can make more money, and this is also a rule. In the future, all regional NPCs will be blacksmiths, and they will be the shopkeepers of various shops. Those outsiders and natives can only run around in the square, accept tasks, move bricks, and work part-time. Even if the painter comes, he must abide by the rules, move bricks, and work part-time. If you, the immortal, come, you must first perform the 18 ways of eating dirt. We blacksmiths are so tough. This is called the reversal of Tian Gang. The player becomes an NPC and issues tasks. NPCs become players, who receive tasks and work for us. I will work hard, Shigeama Fong said quickly. Humph, we will start the food festival tomorrow. The god of food said, we hold this event mainly to attract traffic and cheat those guys to develop new dishes, but you must take the first prize. This grand prize given by our canteen must not be leaked. The god of food duo, together with Jiosai Rong, are preparing to start a mountain villa event for the food festival. For the next week, the entire square will be full of food stalls. Invite everyone to open their minds and study food products together, and promote the development of the new industry of the canteen. I won't let anyone take away the first prize of the canteen competition. Zhou Shan Fong nodded solemnly. I will win. If I can't even beat a group of amateurs, how can I become a great chef? Very good. The god of food smiled. I believe you will succeed. Keep it up. Zhou Shan Fong began to lead the way in wrapping the dumplings seriously. And the technique is very skillful. She put her crystal clear and delicate 5 fingers together, and gently pinched the pork filling, and then a layer of crystal clear skin on the palm of her hand fell off along her 5 fingers. A bun appeared perfectly. She pinched one accurately like taking off a glove, and her movements were so fast that people's scalps tingled. Even the god of food next to him praised, good, good, good. You are worthy of being the chef of Fansher Breakfast Shop. Our canteen needs such a quick-handed employee. However, they also have requirements, one after another, requiring hygiene, transparent kitchen, and fresh cooking. The general blacksmiths can accept making dumplings with hand skin and noodles with hair, but you have to customize other parts with strong flavors. After all, the blacksmiths are very accepting of the Q-version cartoon gourmets, just like landing on a river monster and using themselves as ingredients. Even the gourmet race next door, Whitefish, is also a chef in this way, with 5 body circulations and 4 limbs that are immortal, focusing on freshness. The blacksmiths feel like landing on the pigs in the pig pen, and controlling the pigs to make pork dumplings. Under the weird game world view of Kyushu, they have gradually accepted various curious settings. Soon, a special competition started. Ningzheng had just gotten off work and entered the villa. He saw the lights and decorations, and it had become a food festival. The whole square was full of stalls. There were hundreds of stalls, and thousands of people walking around. It was very lively and happy. Some couples were still holding hands, eating and drinking everywhere, with youthful smiles. Ningzheng had just walked in, and taken a few glances when a blacksmith came to treat Ningzheng to delicious food. But he looked up at the sign of the fried pasta stall, and saw a chef shaking his head in the oil pan, and his hair turned into curly noodles. He was silent for a moment. What kind of modified move of eating dirt was this? He immediately waved his hand. I had eaten before coming to the villa, so I won't eat it anymore. Sir, we have washed our hair. That's right, we can even eat dirt, so what can't we eat here? It's clean. Several blacksmiths looked at Ningzheng with regret as he left. But no matter what, Ningzheng felt that it was quite lively after walking around the event. They can do a lot of tricks by themselves and have a lot of fun. They don't need their parents to accompany them at all. In the distance, the canteen stalls are the most popular. Chong Shafang made soup dumplings on the spot, so fast that it was dazzling. Wow! So amazing! This boy is so terrifying, he must not be kept. He must be the future food immortal of the immortal world. A group of blacksmiths were exclaiming. Chong Shafang seemed to be intoxicated by this warm cheering. When she was running a breakfast shop before, she had never received such cheers, because the monks in the market were too introverted, so introverted that it was terrifying. She was never the most outstanding one among them. She is not even from a chef family. The real top chef family inheritances all open big restaurants in the market, and the family disciples even open chain restaurants. But now, she enjoys the cheers. It seems that she has really become the famous chef in the fairy world that she has always dreamed of. The true immortals and immortals of major civilizations all come to eat and cheer below. Although it is a bit shameful, I know that it is wrong for me to be so proud. I am just bullying some unprofessional chefs. But this feeling is really fascinating. 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhong Shanfang opened his eyes and returned to the second floor of his breakfast shop, a small and crowded room. Thinking back to the warm cheers just now, and now I am a weak and low-level cultivator, there is a serious sense of separation. But I exchanged the things back. She stretched out her hand, which contained a large stack of special bun skins, a villa in an unknown and mysterious area of nothingness. It's amazing. Space teleportation is really too expensive. It costs thousands of low-grade immortal stones for something that's only a few palms long. But I hope I can sell it. I should make a lot of money. She had to go online the next day, so she didn't hesitate to go there at night. As for her special products coveted by other forces, they really can't do anything to me. If I don't go out, I'm absolutely safe. Even if they know that I have treasures or a mysterious channel. They can only be jealous and dare not act openly. Killing is absolutely prohibited in the market. Once an enemy attacks you in each market, there will be an alarm immediately, and the formation of the market will immediately form a protective shield for you. Unless that robbery cultivator has the ability to instantly blow up the huge protective formation of the entire market, the other party cannot kill you instantly. At the same time, there will be a celestial fairy level master rushing to deal with it. If the celestial fairy arrives and finds that the situation is serious, the real fairy behind the market will immediately take action. After beating the younger one, the older one comes. Moreover, this speed of rushing can be completed in a few seconds. Because as the center of countless vast civilizations of the heavens, the teleportation formation is very developed in the fairy world. If the real fairy master level can't stop it, the immortal will personally take action. It's so exaggerated. A small market in Chongshan County will theoretically attract a giant immortal. Because any newly built market is protected by the 13 Civilizations Business Alliance established by the immortals, and collects protection fees, and is protected by the immortals. You don't join our business alliance? Your market doesn't pay money, and doesn't pay the immortal protection fee, but you want to open it. Soon there will be unknown real immortals to attack you. All markets must pay protection fees obediently. The immortal venerable will personally protect you. In fact, this is just a nice thing to say. The immortal venerable has only taken action for the market a few times throughout history. They are collecting protection fees for nothing most of the time. Who dares to kill people in the market, and slap the immortal venerables in the face? So, the robbers can only attack outside the market. I won't leave the market. No matter how jealous I am, no one dares to attack me in the safe zone unless the opportunity in my hand can make the immortal venerable jealous. If I want to go far away, I will take the long-distance teleportation array. It is a bit expensive, but it goes directly to another market. I can completely develop in this way, running around, forming a huge supply chain, and selling raw materials to restaurants all over Chongluanyu. She is a native of the fairy world, so she naturally knows how to rise the safest way. Chapter 919. In history, there was such a big man who rose to prominence in this way. He started a unique monopoly business that everyone was very jealous of. Everyone wanted to kill him. But he just jumped back and forth in various markets, never went out, and earned resources step by step to grow. His opportunity was not enough to make the immortals lose face. At most it was a chance for the true immortals to be jealous. In the end, he became bigger and stronger, and even established a super business force. In the end, he successfully married into the family, and became the Taoist partner of an immortal. Responsible for financial management and business, he completed a curve across the class, and reached the peak of life. There is a precedent. I can definitely give it a try. She went on a trip that night, and dealt with friends in various restaurants. Everyone was an insider, and they could see at a glance that this thing was special. How did you get it? It's a special array pattern dough that I invented. Haha, then okay, I won't ask. How much can you supply? The matter was quickly settled. She looked at the lucrative resources in her hand, and her breathing became short. In the next few days, she went to work in the cafeteria during the day, worked as a cafeteria lady, cooked meals for the blacksmiths, and participated in chef competitions. After going offline at night, she delivered goods everywhere, went to business, and even found a group of friends to establish a business force. Let her friends help her deliver goods to various big hotels, and there is even a trend of developing to nearby markets. It's so delicious. It's so delicious. I heard that it's the skin of a beautiful girl, and I can feel the fragrance of roses. There are several series now, and I can feel the jasmine fragrance of a beautiful woman. In each restaurant, tourists from all over the world came to exclaim. After all, the food series of Chongluanyu is very local, and has many tourists. They have no idea what the blacksmith opposite looks like, and they keep imagining, but in fact, she is a beauty in online love. An undercurrent of food is surging, sweeping the surrounding markets and towns. Even the chefs of restaurants in various places have developed this dough material, and made various newer signature foods. Chong Shanfeng's actions were also discovered by the blacksmiths, and they asked to cooperate together and share the profits 50-50. And the blacksmiths will also help her develop other dish materials. So, Chong Shanfeng began to take off in the fairy world, and the surrounding restaurants began to become popular, taking the first step towards commercialization. The mysterious old steward of the sword-casting villa also gave her a village sword and asked her to work hard. The next morning, in the golden elixir shop, Chong Shanfeng helped sell some golden elixirs while looking at the streets outside and thinking, I have struggled for so long, and 1 disaster and 2 calamities are probably my limit. It's almost time to break through to become an immortal. I have saved the money to buy the immortal fate, and I will go to the immortal world practice area where the time flow is 100 years. A few days will pass by hundreds of years. After breaking through to the first level of human immortal, as long as the resources for cultivation are sufficient, I will soon be able to break through to the 10th level of human immortal, or even directly break through to the heavenly immortal. There are 10 levels of human immortal. The principle of the realm of human immortal is also very simple. After you become an immortal, your body is like an empty big room, empty of energy. At this time, the goal is of course to fill the body. If the attributes in the body are compared to rooms, then you need to fill up 10 rooms of yin, yang, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. As long as the immortal stones in your pocket are enough, those Tianjiao who have been deliberately suppressing their realm can fill up 10 rooms within a day and directly reach the perfection of human immortality. And what about Chong Shanfeng, who has only 3 innate rooms after 1 disaster and 2 calamities? Of course. After becoming an immortal, build 7 acquired attribute rooms. This acquired attribute room cannot go out of the room, and can only guard the house and passively defend. It is much weaker. Moreover, after becoming an immortal, it takes 10 times the cultivation resources to forcefully open the attribute rooms one by one. This is a very scary ratio. For example, Ningzheng, who has a perfect system of 10 innate rooms, needs 10 energy for his 10 innate rooms. What about the weakest immortal who has only 2 innate rooms with 1 disaster and 1 tribulation, and the remaining 8 acquired rooms require 10 times the energy to force open, that is, 80. What is the concept of 80 times? So, for a cultivator with 1 disaster and 1 tribulation, 82 points of energy are needed to achieve human immortal perfection. So, a human immortal with 1 disaster and 1 tribulation, after ascending, consumes 10 times the resources, and the acquired attributes opened, cannot beat the enemy at the same level. Spend 10 times the money to get the weakest combat power. Who is willing to spend money on you? A bottomless pit, so no big forces will support such people. But it is not that there are no strong people in the mortal cultivation flow. It is said that there has been a true immortal level with 1 disaster and 1 tribulation. This is the peak myth of the mortal cultivation flow. The weakest true immortal is also a true immortal, and is also a first-class strong person under the immortal master, and the whole fairy world is ranked. So, most people are frantically training their combat power in the crossing tribulation period. Ningzheng also used this training routine. After becoming an immortal, as long as he had money, he could fill up 10 rooms. He reached the 10th level of human immortality in an instant. Then, he entered the first level of celestial immortal. From this perspective, the painter became an immortal. With his personality, he had already accumulated resources. He might have broken through 10 levels in an instant and reached the perfection of human immortality. Maybe he has already entered the celestial immortal realm. The 10th level of celestial immortal is to comprehend and advance one's own 10 attribute magical powers, and master the corresponding magical power laws. When the painter was immortal, he might have already comprehended the laws. He had been suppressing them all the time. Once he broke through, he might have reached the 4th or 5th level of celestial immortal today. This level of celestial immortal can probably be drawn by ordinary true immortals, and it might not be difficult for him to sneak attack the true immortal level. I am not weak either. As long as I have money, I can also quickly enter the heavenly immortal level, and even threaten the true immortal. This is the trapped dragon ascending to heaven. I have been in the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations for so long. Most of my cultivation time in this life has been spent on the transformation realm. Once I break through, I will have a heavenly combat power, which will be worthy of my hard work in this perfect practice. Ningzheng sighed. How long has he been practicing the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations? 3 or 4 months, It only took him 3 or 4 months to reach the 5 major realms before the transformation realm. It can be seen that this realm has stuck him for too long. It still needs money. The cultivation of immortals is a bottomless pit. Ning Zheng looked at Cheng Shafang. She is a business person. Every time she sends resources back from space, I charge her a lot. I hope her business territory will become bigger and stronger. The food field is not mainstream. It's just right. You can try the business environment of this Chongwan domain. Ning Zheng threw Cheng Shafang out to see if he could build a food empire for himself and make a lot of money. If Chong Shanfang succeeds, I will find more Chong Shanfang native players to work in the villa, and let the blacksmith NPC exploit them in various shops and let them move bricks. Of course, it doesn't have to be in the food field, other fields can also be tried. Chapter 920. Immortal Realm? Duong Duong, Xi and Shichen, Jiu Tu Long Di, Feng Wangyi, Zhao Zai and others wore miner hats and miner clothes and swung their hoes vigorously. They have been here for a day and have barely adapted to the environment. At this time, their mood is still like that of country people entering the city, and everything they see is amazing. I didn't expect that there are so many realms above the limit of the 9 provinces, and there are so many beings with great divine power above the heavens. This is the land of immortals. As soon as I got here, I started mining. Miners are the most glorious. Xi and Shichen smiled and teased. The miners we see are all great emperors like us. The worlds are like the sands of the Ganges, which are inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Miners, this is still a benefit. The old man Zhaozai has always been calm and didn't care at all. He mined with a hoe. Not everyone is qualified to be a miner. Only immortals are qualified to mine. We ascended to heaven, and they gave us benefits. Although we are mining, we are not tired. It's not bad, but the fairy energy here is rich, which can quickly help us transform the fairy energy in our bodies. Feng Wangyi smiled. Just now, someone wanted to marry me, saying that he was attracted by my beauty. The 9-headed dragon emperor laughed. Don't you want to marry Shiro? Feng Wangyi waved the hoe and laughed. I don't look down on ordinary fairies. Marrying Shirong is because he has a promising future. Most of the people here are low-level stuff, not worth it. Xi and Shichen smiled. Show your resurrection fire. It will definitely make countless people jealous, and all the immortals in the world will marry you as their first wife. Feng Wangyi rolled her eyes. Why don't you show off your fire of civilization ability? I guess you're also jealous. The few people chatted idly. Although they said so, they were all strong and independent. How could they put their future destiny on the unknown? Put their life and death on the character of the immortal venerable? Betting on an unknown is the stupidest thing. This group of people is the strongest group of ascenders in the history of the entire Jiuzhou, except Jiuzhui. They are confident that they can create a world. In addition, Jiuzhui has ascended for a while in advance. I wonder how the other party is now. It should develop very quickly and fiercely. That kind of person has earth-shaking talents, and they are pearls and shining everywhere. After they came to the immortal realm, they realized how terrible people like Jiuzhui are, which is rare in history. And they are not only perfect, but also the kind of attribute cycle. Jiuzhui is basically a stable immortal venerable. They can also rise by following Jiuzhui. Why rely on other immortals? Jiuzhou's system is very special, and not easy to expose. They can all trust Jiuzhui's character, and they are fellow villagers, a natural community. As for why they ascended so quickly, it takes thousands of years for ordinary people to become immortals in Xian's body. But Xi and Shichen is different. His Xinhua makes him omniscient and omnipotent. The immortal problem he faces is not difficult, perfect and optimize his body structure. Is it difficult? Professional counterparts. Not only did he break through himself, but he also used the magical power passed down from Xinhua to connect everyone's thinking together and enter the thinking overclocking mode. Let others also use his knowledge fire to bless and grow together. So, in just about a month, he led everyone to become immortals. And the results were gratifying. They had all passed 7 tribulations, and barely reached the minimum threshold of the immortal venerable. There was a glimmer of hope to become an immortal venerable. But this also made them feel their own weakness. They thought they were invincible in their time, but when they arrived in the big city, they found that there were top scorers in the college entrance examination everywhere. As strong as they were, they just barely entered the immortal venerable. This was because they had the ability to revive with embers, and every time they were resurrected, they would increase their talents. Otherwise, the history of their entire civilization might not have had so many people who had reached the threshold of the immortal venerable. After all, if you count carefully, their generations are not small. Even the youngest Xi and Shichen has lived for millions of years. He died and lived again, lived and died again, spanning 3 million-year dynasties, and has caught up with the age of some young immortal venerables. And Zhao Zai and Feng Wangyi have lived for more than 10 million years, which is longer than most immortal venerables. After all, they were dead most of their lives, with eternal lifespans, frozen at the moment of death, forming an eternal historical scroll. It was not until millions of years ago that they lived a second life again. When these old antiques ascended, they were stunned to hear that the immortals were generally millions or tens of millions of years old. Are our ancestral tombs in Jiuzhou older than most of their immortals? We keep dying and coming back to life, crawling out of the tombs again and again. It's really outrageous. Feng Wangyi sighed. Even the immortals might be shocked by us immortals, wanting to be infected with our ember virus, build an imperial tomb and lie in it, hoping to live out the next life. Where are we going next? The nine-headed dragon emperor snorted. They have already ascended, and Jiuzhou has been completely given to the young people. They don't think it's a big deal. After all, the older generation still dominates the Jiuzhou era. How can the young rise? The era will always be left to the young. And they plan to develop in the fairy world for a while, and when they have a foundation and power, they will go back to extradite their own people. They are all leaders of various forces. The four great beasts, the human race, and the strange race leaders. According to historical accumulation, their number of people in the transformation realm is very large, and they have long been stuck at the limit. The tribesmen can ascend at any time, although most of them are not high, belonging to the second disaster and the second disaster. But according to historical accumulation, their number is very large. In the future, they will establish the Phoenix tribe, the White Tiger tribe, the Dragon tribe. The four great beasts will come to the fairyland to take root and become powerful. Why, you want to ascend to the fairyland, but you don't plan to ascend to our Jiuzhou world and become another fairyland? Xi and Shichen looked at the nine-headed dragon emperor with a smile. I am proud, not a fool. The nine-headed dragon emperor said angrily, we must rise here first and become high-level immortals before we are qualified to build our hometown. First enter the fairyland to make money, plunder resources, and then go home to help the poor. Xi and Shichen smiled. Since you all have such ideas, I will tell you about my plan. You can listen and see if it works. I went to the intelligence dealer these days, bought information everywhere, and looked around. I can't find the figure of Jiuzhou. Logically speaking, a dazzling figure like him should not be unknown. But according to the time tracing, the information of the geniuses of various sects in that time period cannot find Jiuzhou. Hearing this, everyone frowned slightly. Who is Xi and Shichen? His analytical ability is professional, unprecedented in the history of Jiuzhou. He can conduct comprehensive analysis and processing from a large number of clues, but he can't find the other party. You are still not good enough. The nine-headed dragon emperor sighed. You lost to Jiuzhou again. With his calculations, how could he not calculate that you are calculating him? Zhao Zai laughed and said, he has never won Jiuzhou. Xi and Shichen, Who said I haven't won before? I was attacked in the capital before, and used the knowledge power of Xinhua to cleverly dismantle the core of the history book of years, and trapped him to death in the capital. Feng Wangyi is gentle and smooths things over. Jiuzhou hides too deeply, so we can only not look for him for now. Then we have only two ways to go. The first is to fight on our own, and the second is to join a force. Xi and Shichen's expression eased, and he said slowly, let's choose the first one, fight on our own. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but still nodded, waiting for him to explain. On the first day here, other old miners told them a truth again and again, never fight on your own. You go out to find odd jobs, work as a clerk, start your own business, set up a stall to do business, which will never be as good as your first job, miner. That's too ambitious. It's wrong to bring your glorious achievements in the lower world to the fairy world. And after going out, you can't come back to be a miner. For ascenders, joining a sect and marrying into a family is the best choice for employment. But Jiu Tu Long Di and others believe in Xi and Shichen's choice. They can still make money by doing business, and making money by themselves. After all, Xi and Shichen's power of fire allowed him to learn quickly, decrypt the products of various powerful people, and copy them. Xi and Shichen took out a map. We looked around for business opportunities, and I found that there is a good business opportunity in a place recently. It is a remote and inconspicuous place, and there are products with great potential. There will not be any big competition in the short term, and the probability of making money is extremely high. And there seems to be a mysterious old acquaintance over there. Everyone looked at his map, and the words on it were, Chongwon Domain, Chongshan Town. Is this the first starting point for these miners after ascending to the fairyland?